In a whimsical twist of fate, Chen Zhizhong, a rather unconventional protagonist, finds himself thrust into a fantastical realm, only to be met with the unwelcome advances of a seductive demoness that in a serendipitous turn of events, he inadvertently overhears the secrets of the He Huan Gong. However, his moment of glee is short-lived, as he soon discovers that his vitality has been drained, leaving him with but a few days to live. It is at this juncture that he realizes his only hope for survival lies with his knave junior sister, the melancholic senior sister, the aloof uncle master, and the ethereal saintess. Chapter 1. The unfortunate transmigration of Chen Zhizhong. A peculiar sound echoed faintly, jolting Chen Zhizhong awake. His mind throbbed painfully, as though filled with heavy iron nails. "Where am I?" he muttered, clutching his head as he sat up, taking in the sight of a small wooden room illuminated by beams of light filtering through the cracks, revealing swirling dust motes. The space was cluttered with various debris. Could it be that I have met my demise? He pondered, patting his backside, his mind blank regarding the events of the previous night. He recalled only that, on his way home, he had witnessed a child in peril, nearly struck by a reckless Maybach. Without a moment's hesitation, he had maneuvered his McLaren into the path of the oncoming vehicle. The resulting crash had rendered him unconscious, and now he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Such acts of heroism were not typical for him, a man of 28 who had entered the entertainment industry fresh out of high school. After over a decade of toil, he had only just begun to indulge in his desires. It was indeed a testament to the inherent goodness of a person from the great Xia, willing to risk his life for another. In a moment of dazed reflex, he had saved the child, but the consequences were dire. Let this be a transmigration, he hoped, for if not, he would surely be in the underworld. Chen Zhizhong was acutely aware of his penchant for indulgence and the many lives he had inadvertently extinguished. If he were to perish, hell awaited him. Yet, the pain he felt indicated that his corporeal form remained intact. As long as he was not bound for the netherworld, there was hope. Chen Zhizhong gritted his teeth and examined his body. He found himself clad in a flowing white robe, with a wound near his left side, the fabric stained crimson. The injury, though raw and painful, had ceased bleeding. He also noticed a jade pendant shaped like a sword hanging from his belt, inscribed with the characters Xi and Yang Zi. Upon seeing those characters, a flood of memories surged into his mind, causing him to momentarily roll his eyes in pain. However, the sensation soon subsided. Gasping for breath, he steadied himself on the ground. As he deciphered the memories, it became clear that he was now the original owner of this body, also named Chen Zhizhong, a disciple of the Shaoyang sword sect. Xi and Yang Zi was his Taoist title. Is this truly a fantastical world? He mused, as he continued to unravel the memories. He learned that Xi and Yang Zi had recently received a mission to quell the chaos of demonic forces. During the execution of this task, he had become separated from his senior brother and was ambushed by several nefarious individuals. Xi and Yang Zi, possessing only a mid-grade sword spirit root and being at the third stage of the Golden Core, had managed to escape, albeit barely, from the clutches of the demon. Sect members, the ambushes are indeed perilous. Chen Zhizhong reflected, having just arrived and already witnessing the aftermath of the battles. Xi and Yang Zi, having exhausted his spiritual energy from previous encounters, had sustained an injury from a demoness and sought refuge in this abandoned village. I have sent out a distress signal, yet alas, I perished before assistance arrived. He gazed at his slender hands, feeling an odd sense of fortune. Previously, he had been an ordinary man, standing at 180 centimeters and weighing the same. Although female streamers had not shunned him for his appearance, he was acutely aware of his own deteriorating health. Now, despite the injuries, this new body felt lighter, offering a semblance of vitality. Though he had lost all his wealth, he had gained a healthier form. Perhaps this was an acceptable trade. I must flee quickly. I cannot afford to be captured. Struggling to his feet, he knew that in his current state, he stood no chance against the demoness from his memories. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room. With a thunderous crash, the door was violently flung open, and a swirling black mist surged towards him, coalescing into the figure of a woman clad in red gauze. Her delicate features, smooth skin, and graceful form resembled that of a jade statue, exuding an aura of beauty and danger. Her long hair was styled in a high ponytail, with two braids framing her face. She possessed a slender yet curvaceous figure, her neck resembling that of a swan, and her delicate legs peeked enticingly from beneath her attire. Her bare feet, painted in a dark crimson hue, seemed to dance upon the ground, evoking thoughts of cherries. She was the very demoness responsible for injuring Xian Yangzi, her power far surpassing his, likely at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. This was indeed troublesome. Instinctively, Chen Zhizhong searched for anything he could use, but apart from a half-empty healing potion, all that remained was the jade pendant at his waist. Truly remarkable, a Shaoyang sword cultivator, even in such dire straits. Your gaze remains unwavering. That blow must not have struck your vital points, but can you still move? The demoness teased, her fingers entwined with her braids, a smirk gracing her lips, devoid of any genuine emotion, as though she were engaging in an act contrary to her true desires. Chen Zhizhong felt a twinge of apprehension. The more anxious he became, the more he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. His role was akin to that of a crisis manager, and he recognized that as long as he remained calm, even the most daunting issues could be reframed as mere audience concerns. Dear friend, I bear no ill will towards you, nor have I any grievances from the past, he stated, seamlessly blending his acquired memories into his speech. In secrecy, he clutched the jade pendant, infusing it with the scant spiritual energy remaining within him, preparing for a potential counterattack. Ah, the demoness remarked, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of Chen Zhizhong's last-ditch effort. She approached him with an ethereal grace, leaning down to lift his chin, her voice sultry as she uttered, "I wish to engage in dual cultivation with you." As she spoke, Chen Zhizhong felt a surge of shock, quickly regaining his senses. Was this truly such a fortunate opportunity? Yet, he was aware that such fortune rarely came without a price. Verlegi, donotist. I am no worthy partner, and you may find yourself regretting this decision. A strained smile adorned his lips as he felt the intoxicating allure of her presence. Yet he remained acutely aware that her intentions were far from innocent. She toyed with him, seeking not just to vanquish her prey, but to psychologically dismantle him as well. Chen Zhizhong, unwilling to succumb to death, tightened his grip on the jade pendant. Should the pendant explode with the infused spiritual energy, it would ensure that the demoness, too, would face grave injury, if not death. Tattered fragments of clothing swirled in the air, and before Chen Zhizhong could fully comprehend the situation, the enchantress suddenly seized his wrist, forcefully spreading his arms apart and pinning him to the ground at S.O. This is what it feels like to be wall-banged. Chen Zhizhong's lips twitched uncontrollably. I shall borrow your Yuan Yang for a moment. With a clenched jaw, the enchantress pressed herself against Chen Zhizhong. The vivid crimson gauze of her attire parted like the petals of a flower, enveloping Chen Zhizhong while infusing the air with her intoxicating fragrance. As he struggled to resist, he discovered, to his horror, that his body had become paralyzed. Was it the scent? That aroma was from Cui Qin Yao? Could it be true? Chen Zhizhong felt his last vestiges of resistance slipping away, leaving him at her mercy. Don't move, or I shall kill you, the enchantress warned coldly, her brow furrowed. I need to be able to move in the first place. Chen Zhizhong felt his injuries worsen. As a small boat gently swayed out of the harbor, an ethereal mist, rich with mysterious allure, began to manifest within the dilapidated room. Chapter 2. The enchantress dual cultivation is far from ideal. As the white mist permeated through his skin and into the enchantress's body, a heart-shaped symbol with wings appeared on her forehead. Lustful patterns. Shouldn't they be located on the lower abdomen instead? At least, in Chen Zhizhong's experience, they were always larger and positioned there. Wait a moment. Is she using me as a furnace? Oh no, this is disastrous. Chen Zhizhong realized that something ominous was at play, perhaps a karmic retribution. In his past life, he had ascended to great heights alongside numerous streamers. Yet in this life, it seemed he was destined to endure endless tribulations. But wasn't this supposed to be a mutual exchange? Panic surged within him, yet his body remained unresponsive, forcing him to watch helplessly as the enchantress consumed a third of the white mist in the blink of an eye. As the dense fog dissipated, Chen Zhizhong felt increasingly weakened. If the enchantress absorbed all of it, he would surely be drained dry. Lonely yin cannot endure. Solitary yang cannot thrive thus. Heaven and earth create yin and yang to give birth to all things. Suddenly, a cool voice echoed in his mind, eerily similar to the enchantress's, but as if reciting a mantra. Looking down, he saw the demoness still meditating, her lips unmoving. Could it be that they were able to hear each other's thoughts because they were connected? The enchantress was silently reciting her cultivation method, and he could hear it. Moreover, it seemed that this technique was not difficult to learn. The female was practicing it in the correct manner, while the male was doing so inversely. In fact, the reverse practice bore a striking resemblance to the Shaoyang sword technique he had learned, with about 10% overlap. Feeling as though he was on the verge of being drained, Chen Zhizhong was struck by a rather insane thought. With his eyes closed, absorbing the harmonious qi, Xiao Zigui felt a slight pain but could endure it without movement. As she cultivated the Hahuan technique to assimilate the harmonious qi, Xiao Zigui could clearly sense her bottleneck gradually loosening, unlike before when it had felt so rigid. Every breakthrough was fraught with peril, and many had perished at the gates, losing their lives. Xiao Zigui understood this well. Hence she could bear the pain and the shame of dual cultivation with a stranger. She was willing to endure because of a deep-seated grudge that remained unavenged. Just as she envisioned absorbing the harmonious qi and breaking through to the golden core stage to avenge her family, she sensed a disturbance. With a sudden jolt, she opened her beautiful eyes, astonishment washing over her. A powerful force had appeared around her, voraciously consuming the harmonious qi she had painstakingly guided. There lay the Shaoyang sword cultivator, unable to move, lying there with closed eyes. On his forehead was a heart-shaped mark with more rigid lines. The aura radiating from him was both familiar and foreign. Xiao Zigui furrowed her brow. Is he practicing the Hahuan technique within himself? Practicing the Hahuan technique. Xiao Zigui parted her rosy lips slightly. Could this Shaoyang sword cultivator be a fraud? The Shaoyang sword sect was a righteous faction, and encountering someone practicing demonic arts should have warranted immediate execution. How could he be so different from what she had come to understand? Having scouted the area beforehand, Xiao Zigui intended to gather Yuan Yang, but was unwilling to mingle with other demonic practitioners. Thus, she had opted for the relatively weaker Shaoyang sword cultivator. Who would have thought that this man, with his prominent brows and deep eyes, would dare to steal her cultivation technique? Indeed, Xiao Zigui realized that Chen Zhizhong had merely learned it on the spot. Yet she was baffled as to how he had done so. This was her first hunt, and she had no experience. The books had not prepared her for this. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the Shaoyang sword cultivator absorbed the harmonious qi at a rate faster than her own. Having only absorbed 30% of the harmonious qi, he had already surpassed several small realms, reaching the later stages of the golden core, with faint signs of impending. Breakthrough! Stop this at once. That is all mine. Once the Hahuan technique was initiated, breaking the flow could lead to dire consequences. Xiao Zigui was on the verge of tears from frustration. Yet, she could do nothing to stop the Shaoyang sword cultivator from absorbing the harmonious qi. She could only hastily close her eyes and exert every ounce of effort to activate the Hahuan technique, attempting to seize more of the harmonious qi. Suddenly, a sacred and distant voice echoed within her mind. Ah, so the enchantress is called Xiao Zigui. One must not break the flow during dual cultivation? As Xiao Zigui grappled with various shocks in her heart, Chen Zhizhong confirmed that he could indeed hear her thoughts. In this state, he was able to directly connect with her essence, not merely on a physical level. Yet, it seemed she was also inexperienced in dual cultivation and unaware that thoughts could be shared in this manner. Damn it, is this my first woman? After arriving in this world, of course, the others do not count. Is this the time to be concerned about such matters? Chen Zhizhong scolded himself. Upon realizing that he could hear her thoughts in this connected state, he quickly sealed his own mind. However, having been discovered stealing her harmonious qi, the enchantress devoted herself to cultivating her technique, leaving him unable to hear her subsequent mantras. Chen Zhizhong had already tasted the sweetness of the Hahuan technique, yet he remained unaware of its potential side effects. He had to inquire, Chen Zhizhong attempted to project a voice different from his own, mimicking a sultry tone. This was not difficult for him, after all. Voice acting was another form of allure. How could he resist? Naturally, he had also learned some techniques for vocal projection. With his voice prepared, he engaged in a mental exchange, asking, "I am the deity of Huan, the one who opens the path of harmony. I must inquire, what shall happen to this person? After the Huan, if it is a falsehood, your heart shall shatter." He sought to ascertain his safety while the enchantress was enticing. Life was paramount. The response was silence. Chen Zhizhong felt impulsive. What if she saw through him at once? He would be doomed. Though I cultivate demonic arts, I am still a respectable woman. I am compelled to merge with this person, but afterward, I shall surely kill him to preserve my purity. Once my family's vengeance is exacted, I would willingly give my life. After a moment, the enchantress's voice resonated. She had indeed fallen for his ruse, completely unaware that thoughts could be shared in this state. Yet her tone was tinged with a sob. Clearly unable to bear the loss of the harmonious qi she had painstakingly gathered, now taken from her by Chen Zhizhong. This woman has a story. Chen Zhizhong mused internally. But why must I become the unluckiest of souls? If only she would speak plainly. He was not withholding anything, nor was he incapable of understanding, right? Seizing the moment, Chen Zhizhong greedily consumed the harmonious qi. Whoosh whoosh, his surprise. He overexerted himself and instantly drained all the harmonious qi. His cultivation surged, breaking the paralysis effect. With his cultivation rapidly advancing and the paralysis lifted, Chen Zhizhong could not suppress a sound of exhilaration. Xiao Zigua stood in a daze, her exquisitely adorned, icy visage resembling a work of art frozen in time. Her large, beautiful eyes brimmed with resentment, unwillingness, and an overwhelming sense of guilt, fixating intently on Chief Chen. Subsequently, Chief Chen was engulfed by a lengthy inner monologue. The essence of it revealed that the enchantress Xiao Zigua was originally the daughter of a righteous sect leader. Her family faced annihilation due to her father's enmity with the demonic path, leaving her as the sole survivor, as she happened to be away at the time. Over the years, the enchantress evaded pursuers while seeking vengeance. Regrettably, her cultivation progressed at a painfully slow pace, while her enemies recently ascended to the realm of Jindan. Left with no other choice, Xiao Zigua opted for the demonic technique of Huan Gong to enhance her abilities. This technique required the acquisition of a primordial yang to achieve the harmonious balance of yin and yang. However, she was reluctant to submit to the morally corrupt practitioners of the demonic path. In her quest for revenge, after much internal struggle, Xiao Zigua ultimately decided to target a relatively reputable Xiaoyang sword cultivator. Unexpectedly, the strikingly featured Chief Chen intercepted her chance for the harmonious essence. A tumult of emotions surged within Xiao Zigua, and in a moment of distraction, she faltered in her technique. A spurt of warm blood erupted from her mouth, staining Chief Chen's chest, and she fainted, collapsing into his arms. "Little sister, this is no time for death." Chief Chen's heart tightened, and he became flustered. His spiritual awareness discerned that she was not in danger of losing her life. However, she had suffered a significant drop in cultivation, now reduced to a first-tier Jindan practitioner. Fortunately, her life was intact. Chief Chen breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that the enchantress had learned a valuable lesson: one should not recklessly pluck wildflowers by the roadside. Yet here she was, toppling a Xiaoyang sword cultivator with such ease. "Fortunately, you encountered me, who harbors no murderous intent, only the desire to guide you into becoming a virtuous young lady. Should you cross paths with a truly deranged killer, you might find yourself transformed into a portable integrated offensive and defensive artifact." Chapter 3: The Master Brothers' plan was not ideal thus. It is evident that the disciples of Xiaoyang Sword School conduct their affairs with utmost integrity. Chen Zhizhong retrieved a new garment from the jade pendant shaped like a sword and donned it. Using a pristine handkerchief, he delicately wiped the face of Xiao Zigua. This girl, though her appetite is modest, produces a considerable amount of saliva. Observing the recently stained plum blossom on the handkerchief, Chen Zhizhong carefully folded it and kept it close to his person. Being a traditional man, he regarded the plum blossom gifted by Xiao Zigui as a token. A tangible connection prompting him to undertake a task within his capabilities. Alas, but I shall not divulge this to you. Heh. Leaning down, Chen Jizhong planted a kiss upon the demoness' fair cheek. Not an ounce of powder adorned her skin, which felt particularly soft and springy. Suddenly, as if pricked by an unseen force, Chen Jizhong lifted his gaze. His eyes shimmered with a blue glow, piercing through the dilapidated, cobweb-laden roof towards the northeast. Having ascended to the true essence realm, his spiritual perception now extended across 1,000 miles, vibrant and sonorous rather than monochrome and silent. In an instant, he locked onto the presence of another Shaoyang sword cultivator approaching on a flying sword. Every movement of the individual was as clear as if they were merely 2 meters away. The one hastening towards him was none other than his master brother, Xiao Duan. Chen Jizhong marveled at the speed of his comrade's rescue, reminiscent of a game involving looting. The sword gliding through the air was swift, and soon master brother landed just outside the room. Chen Jizhong sighed in relief, inhaling a faint scent of body fragrance, when a realization struck him. Darn, I just awoke. I have been sullied by the demoness. If master brother sees this, would he not eradicate me to cleanse the sect? As master brother entered, he was taken aback upon seeing Chen Jizhong standing unharmed. Chen Shitty, upon noticing the demoness lying beside Chen Jizhong, Xiao Duan squinted slightly. No, master brother. Allow me to explain. Suddenly, Chen Jizhong was interrupted as a sword pierced directly into his abdomen, emerging from behind him and spilling a copious amount of blood onto the ground. Furrowing his brows, he raised his head and exclaimed, Master brother, at least hear my explanation. I was the one who was violated. You cannot simply slay me because I am male. What is this? The judgment of the little sweet potato. Before him, master brother wore a peculiar smile, proclaiming, disciple Chen Jizhong, harboring ill intentions and colluding with demonic forces, consorting with a demoness. Disciple Xiao Duan, in pain, must cleanse the sect. Have you always desired to kill me? Chen Jizhong, not a fool, quickly comprehended that the original owner had been set up and isolated long before. It was even plausible that the initial wave of demonic ambush was orchestrated by this very master brother. As for Xiao Zigui, her intent was to seize my primordial yang. With a swift motion, master brother drew his sword, causing Chen Jizhong to wince in pain, gripping the other's hand. Noticing he could not withdraw the blade, master brother simply relinquished it. Oof. This strike is aimed at your vitals. Death is merely a matter of time, unless you can elevate your cultivation by a significant realm within this brief moment. Chen Jizhong, you are but a mid-grade sword spirit root. If you possess such capability, I would consume my own sword. Master brother mused, grinning. Chen Shitty, I understand you may be perplexed as to why I would kill you. Allow me to elucidate. You are merely an outer disciple with a mid-grade sword spirit root. Even if you toil diligently, you may just barely keep pace with the cultivation speed of an exceptional disciple like myself. But a mid-grade sword spirit root remains a mid-grade sword spirit root. During the chi refining and golden core stages, the differences may not be readily apparent. But in the golden core stage, I seem to have already attained it. Thank you. But why must you kill me? Is it because I am too weak? And you wish for me to be reincarnated in my next life with a better spirit root? I appreciate your concern. Gripping the sword embedded in his abdomen, Chen Jizhong had already sealed the spread of his injuries. He continued to listen to Master Brother's tirade, merely seeking to clarify the grievances between them. Master Brother, as if a perpetual talker, continued unrelentingly. At that time, your cultivation will stagnate, and you will merely await the depletion of your lifespan. Once you perish, will Lingyun Shimi not mourn for a waste like you? Rather than allow Lingyun Shimi to bear greater suffering after becoming your Dao partner, it is better for me to send you off now. Lingyun, my junior sister, she has feelings for me? Chen Jizhong immediately recalled fragments of memory. Ah, jealous dog. But have you not already taken a Dao partner? Moreover, she is none other than our second senior sister, blessed with both talent and beauty. Greedy indeed. Shitty. I shall escort you on your journey. Buzz. Xiao Duan, fatigued from his discourse, formed hand seals, and a blue sword formation illuminated behind him, unleashing a multitude of flying swords that surged forth like a tempest. At such close range, not only Chen Jizhong, but even the demoness lying beside him would be reduced to mere remnants. Master Brother, do you possess such a dark heart? Does second senior sister know of this? Chen Zhizhong, with memories of Xinyangzi, swiftly executed the same Xiaoyang sword rain to counter the sword formation. Seeing Chen Zhizhong, with a sword through his abdomen, able to resist, Xiao Duan could not help but sneer, "Chun Shitty, I have recently grasped the threshold of mid-golden core. Injured as you are no match for me." Boom! The two sword formations collided, and the chaotic sword energy shredded the dilapidated hut to smithereens, even reducing the surrounding structures to dust in the tumultuous aftermath. Both combatants were forced back several dozen feet by the tremendous force of their clash. With one hand free, Chen Zhizhong embraced Xiao Zigui, ensuring the demoness did not perish amidst the sword energy. The inept demonic faction had allowed him to retain such a wealth of spiritual energy. As the sword energies collided, for a moment they appeared evenly matched. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Duan intensified his output of spiritual energy. The blue and white sword energies clashed, steadily advancing toward Chen Zhizhong. Having sustained multiple injuries and recently been drained by the demoness, he recognized the adverse effects of prolonged exertion and promptly pushed forward with all his strength. Go! What? How is this possible? Witnessing the sword rain Chen Zhizhong release solidifying and thickening, Xiao Duan was taken aback. He hastily maximized his output of spiritual energy, his body and meridians screaming in pain from the excessive strain. Yet Xiao Duan's sword rain remained thin and short, translucent, reminiscent of the regret of a man. In contrast, Chen Zhizhong's sword rain was robust and lengthy, like a dragon emerging from the sea, surging forward. Late-stage golden core. No, this cannot be. Feeling the aura emanating from Chen Zhizhong, Master Brother Xiao Duan fell into a state of disarray as the sword rain descended upon him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sword rain howled, and Xiao Duan, unable to evade in time, was pierced through by myriad swords, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, collapsing onto the village path, transforming into spring mud. With a sword still embedded in his abdomen, Chen Zhizhong dispersed the sword formation, his body swaying unsteadily, nearly tossing Xiao Zigui from his grasp. Gazing at the remnants left by Master Brother, he exhaled softly. Rest assured, Master Brother, I will take good care of Lingyun. As for second senior sister, I graciously accept her. Chapter 4. To cross the Spring River, one must row the oars having endured 2 successive ambushes and battle with Master Brother. This body could no longer withstand the strain. Yet Chen Zhizhong dared not extract the sword from his abdomen. Sealing the wound and removing the sword necessitated assistance from another. His priority now was to escape this place. The recent battle had already attracted the attention of several onlookers. Currently, although it was Xiao Duan who initiated the murderous intent, it was Chen Zhizhong who survived. To prevent future complications, he retrieved Xiao Duan's jade pendant. With a flick of his finger, he ignited a flame, incinerating Master Brother's remains. At that moment, amidst the roaring flames, an unusual wisp of black smoke spiraled upward, suddenly rushing towards Chen Zhizhong. He frowned slightly and swiftly dodged. The entity exuded a wave of spiritual energy, instilling an ominous premonition within him. As he evaded the onslaught of black smoke, Chief Technician Chen extended his hand, capturing a tendril of the dark mist within his palm. In the instant he unfurled his fingers, the smoke coalesced into a human visage, which bellowed at him. Junior Brother. Junior Brother. The face of the elder brother, now formed from the black smoke, thrashed violently, but was ensnared by a sphere of spiritual energy. Unforeseen, he met his demise in a fit of rage and resentment, giving rise to a lingering soul that sought to attach itself to Chen, aiming to become his malevolent hindrance. Fortunately, he evaded this fate. Otherwise, it would have marred his future cultivation. With a resounding slap, Chief Technician Chen struck the resentful spirit of the elder brother, rendering it momentarily dazed. Adopting a gesture reminiscent of a husky pointing with its paw, he remarked, "You wish for a more painful demise, do you? Very well. I shall embrace second sister while you merely watch." The vengeful spirit retained only a flicker of consciousness but grasped Chen's intent, erupting into a frenzied roar. Junior Brother, you shall not escape unscathed." Chen retorted, "I was never meant to." With no hesitation, he delivered another sharp blow to the spirit. "What the hell? I've crossed into another world, yet I still face housing pressures." In a swift motion, Chief Technician Chen sealed the remnants of Xiao Duan's vengeful spirit within a jade pendant shaped like a blazing sun. The Shaoyang sword jade served as a multi-functional artifact, both a storage vessel and a soul gem. Should the holder perish, another corresponding gem within the sect would shatter, notifying the sect of the disciple's death. Now, with this fragment of resentment, he could masquerade as if Shao Duan still lived, deceiving the other gem and sparing himself an arduous explanation. Let us depart. You shall follow me henceforth. With a sword embedded in his abdomen, Chen cradled the soft form of Xiao Zigui, marveling at the exquisite sensation of her plump, yielding flesh and smooth, rounded bones. They ascended into the air, with Chen resolved to find a place to extract the sword from his belly. It was lodged precisely within his dantian. Without assistance, the moment he withdrew it, he would transform into a ruptured gas canister, his spiritual energy leaking away, leading to his demise. Chen gazed at the unconscious Xiao Zigui, curled like a small bird in his embrace. The trace of blood at her lips from her earlier exertion stirred a protective instinct within him. Yet this very girl, driven by vengeance, had resolutely chosen to cultivate the He Huan Gong. Considering you are also a person of misfortune, I shall overlook this incident. Should you still wish to proceed, I shall accompany you, exploring the dual cultivation path together. Chen mused, only to be suddenly beset by dizziness. Heavens, I'm not losing too much blood, am I? His spiritual energy rendered inaccessible, he found his body uncontrollably plummeting toward the ground. The wind whipped against him, threatening to scatter his consciousness. Instinctively, he clutched Xiao Zigui closer. Heavens, do not let me perish before I have fully extracted the entirety of the He Huan Gong. There are 108 scrolls in total. I have only gleaned the first from Xiao Zigui's heart. If he were to learn more, his cultivation would surely soar. Moreover, with Xiao Zigui's diminished powers, she would undoubtedly be eager to elevate her abilities, potentially making her a long-term companion, ally. A smile crept across Chen's lips as he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a thud, they crashed onto the sunlit slope of the mountainside. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, feeling a gentle grip on his wrist. Accompanied by a cool voice, "Do not move. Do you wish to disrupt your cultivation?" Looking down, he beheld Xiao Zigui seated atop him, the sword still protruding from his abdomen, swaying precariously between them. Xiao Zigui appeared as if adrift on a gentle boat. No wonder he had felt a weight upon him during his earlier fainting spell. "Are you well?" Witnessing her expelling blood in distress, Chen instinctively inquired about her condition, betraying his tender-hearted nature. However, his voice emerged like the hollow sound of a decayed tree trunk, resonating with a strange unfamiliarity. Kneeling, Xiao Zigui supported herself on Chen's chest, synchronizing her breathing while carefully avoiding the sword embedded in him. "You have pilfered my He Huan Gong, but only a portion," she gasped. "And it seems an adverse change has occurred. A peculiar inner elixir is forming within you, consuming your essence." Essence? Chen understood this concept. Cultivators absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use. Yet, it was not merely a matter of absorbing some energy to elevate one's cultivation. It required the application of specific refining techniques, such as the Shaoyang sect's Shaoyang Gong and Shaoyin Gong, alongside Xiao Zigui's He Huan Gong. The absorbed spiritual energy must be refined into the 5 elemental energies: kidney water, liver wood, heart fire, lung metal, and spleen earth, replenishing the 5 organs to achieve true spiritual cleansing and marrow washing. Xiao Zigui's mention of essence was even more crucial, as it constituted the foundation of the 5 organs. Chen closed his eyes, sensing a chilling emptiness within him. "My 5 organ essences are completely depleted. No wonder I feel as though I am hollowed out." This condition typically manifested in those on the brink of death. In other words, Chen was perilously close to his end. "Also, could you refrain from sitting on me? I am nearly dead." "Oof. You demoness, merely thinking of dual cultivation." With a sharp slap, Xiao Zigui struck Chen's face, only to immediately regret her action. Chen's skin crumpled like damp paper, the slap tearing away a considerable patch of flesh to reveal raw, pink tissue beneath. Astonishingly, the force of her blow caused him to bow his head. "Be strong. I'm transmitting the 5 elemental energies to you. If this transfer fails, you shall perish now." Chen was struck by a sudden dread, momentarily disregarding the pain in his face as he concentrated. Unfortunately, the thought of his impending demise left him utterly incapacitated. Useless. Xiao Zigui cursed, her cheeks flushing deeper. She grasped Chen's withered hands, cradling him close. Supercharged, Chen was taken aback, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. I am recovering. I can feel it. Xiao Zigui bit her lip, casting him a disdainful glance before turning away. Her profile, bathed in sunlight, revealed a smooth cheek adorned with fine down. For reasons unknown, despite her evident disdain, Chen felt a sense of tranquility within. Chapter 5. Thunder Tribulation. This locale was a sun-kissed slope, verdant meadows unfurling to the horizon, adorned with clusters of pink, white, and blue flowers, resembling a radiant oil painting. A gentle breeze caressed the grass, soothingly brushing against their cheeks, as if the earth were breathing in rhythmic waves. As Chen gradually acclimated to his surroundings, a distinctive five-colored aura emanated from Xiao Zigui. Her complexion had paled significantly, urging him, hurry and absorb it. Chen complied, channeling the He Huan Gong to assimilate the quintessence. The depletion of this essence could directly injure the very foundation of a cultivator, and he dared not waste a single shred. As the five-colored energy flowed into him, the peculiar mark on his forehead flared brilliantly, resembling a pink star, more radiant than the sun itself. Xiao Zigui could no longer endure, expending her final strength to withdraw the sword from Chen's body. With a soft thud, she collapsed beside him, resting upon the lush meadow and regulating her breath. Chen hastily sealed his wounds to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy from his dantian, while simultaneously absorbing the 5 elemental energies she had imparted, refining them for his own use. Amidst this process, an unexpected revelation surfaced in Chen's mind. It was not a new physical ailment, but rather a fortuitous occurrence. A technique known as Zhen Yin Yang He Huan Gong materialized within his consciousness. Could this phenomenon have arisen from the absorption of the 5 elemental energies? Chen was astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, the introduction of the Zhen Yin Yang He Huan Gong clearly stipulated that only through the intertwining lives of 2 individuals in dual cultivation could this path be unlocked. To my astonishment, I have gained the trust of this enchanting woman. After delving into the Zhen Yin Yang He Huan Gong, I, Chen Zhizhong, discovered a method to alleviate the depletion of the 5 spirits. However, this approach feels rather inappropriate. Suppressing my emotions, I sighed and said, with the 5 elements essence for my friend, I can hold on for 3 more days. Xiao Zigua has already recovered and immediately declared, as for what happens after 3 days, you must find your own way. If I were to bestow you with more 5 elements essence, it would jeopardize my foundation. I had no such intention, so I asked, why did you save me? Initially, Xiao Zigua merely wished to confront me. Yet this time, it was evident that she intended to rescue me. The shift in her disposition perplexed me. In light of your act of kindness, Xiao Zigua was unapologetic, acknowledging her prior wrongdoing, admitting to causing distress to righteous cultivators, and stated, I merely faltered. My spirit was shaken, my consciousness sporadic, yet I was not truly unconscious. Thus, I am aware of your 2 acts of salvation. I hesitated. When did I save you? The first time, during your duel with that individual, you did not abandon me. I was immobilized, and had I been struck by the sword's aura, I would have perished on the spot. Furthermore, when I fell from the sky, you sheltered me. Xiao Zigua paused, but upon reflection, realized there was no shame in admitting. You protected me, fearing I would be harmed? Hence, the essence I transferred to you was my repayment. So, do we have another debt to settle? I turned to Xiao Zigua, only to find her glaring at me as if I were an insatiable dog. She seemed to gnash her teeth slightly. You fell without injury because I woke up and softened the impact. The debts are settled. I felt a twinge of disinterest and shifted my gaze. Once Xiao Zigua had completed her meditation, she stood and adjusted her attire. Then, from her elevated position, she declared, I am leaving. I have never encountered a situation akin to yours. You have a few days left. Pursue what you desire and take care of yourself. With that, she prepared to ascend. Wait, I hastily grasped her ankle, feeling its delicate smoothness, akin to a piece of exquisite artistry. We are even now. Should we continue this entanglement, beware of falling into my hands. What did you say? I did not comprehend. Nevertheless, I clung to her ankle stubbornly, anchoring her like an anchor. Just as Xiao Zigua was about to unleash her ire, I remarked, thanks to your assistance, after our dual cultivation, My cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. In a life-or-death battle, I could hold my ground against a formidable opponent at the initial stage of golden core. Should I sacrifice myself in an explosion? Inflicting severe injury upon the foe would not be implausible. Having said so much, I inadvertently learned that your entire family was slain by the demonic path. If I can utilize this remnant of life to help you avenge them, it would be a significant merit. How do you know this? Xiaozigua's expression remained unchanged, yet her toes, glistening like cherries in the sunlight, tensed conspicuously, clearly disturbed by the intrusion into her past. I have only a few days to live. I am willing to offer you liberation. With this knot in your heart resolved, you too may ascend soon. This time, Xiaozigua did not resist, her feet resting upon the soft grass as she said, "Although my consciousness wavered earlier, I do not recall uttering anything in a state of unconsciousness." I noticed Xiaozigua's concealed hand forming a spell. If I cannot explain how I know of her past, she would regard me as an enemy. Merely hearing her murmurs in slumber does not seem sufficient to alleviate her suspicions. Fortunately, I was certain that Xiaozigua was not fully aware during her earlier state. "There remains an imprint of my lips on your face," I said, releasing my grip. Xiaozigua immediately summoned a water mirror, revealing a faint mark on her left cheek. It was a light trace left by an overly fervent kiss. Xiaozigua could not help but feel anger. This rascal had dared to steal a kiss. However, she had no recollection of the act. It seems I might have indeed spoken in my sleep without realizing it. Dispelling the water mirror, Xiaozigua looked at me, her concealed right hand removing the imprint. "I appreciate your goodwill. However, the distinction between the pinnacle of golden core and the golden core realm, while seemingly a mere step apart, represents an immense disparity in power. What were golden core against golden core?" Before I finished my sentence, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind arose, scattering the fragrant grass and withering the wildflowers. Following our dual cultivation, I sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Crossing the tribulation? Xiaozigua felt a shudder and gazed solemnly at the heavens, witnessing dark clouds converging, with the eye of the storm centered upon us. "You're about to break through?" Xiaozigua exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberated without warning, a tumultuous force surging forth. Xiaozigua's hair stood on end, momentarily believing she might perish foolishly. Struck by a heavenly bolt, at that moment, a figure soared into the sky, charging towards the tumultuous, silver-white lightning. Boom! Amidst the brilliance of the silver lightning, a powerful shockwave overwhelmed me, and I lost consciousness in an instant. Chapter 6. With my life nearing its end, I would rather exchange it for your smile. Boom! At the heart of the thunderstorm, I, Chen Zhizhong, instantly lost all senses. Only the excruciating pain of my body being scorched by the lightning remained, as if I were engulfed by a relentless tide. Countless moments passed where I nearly succumbed. Yet the thought of the extraordinary encounters I had experienced in this world within just a day spurred me on to persevere. This determination attracted even more lightning strikes. Several bolts that were meant to strike the ground instead turned mid-air, crashing down upon me. As a result, Xiaozigua, positioned below, only felt the residual effects of the thunder tribulation and did not suffer the brunt of the impact. However, in no time, I had transformed into a charred figure, my skin cracking as I raised my hands to grasp the heavens. This was not an opportunity to glimpse into the celestial willed during the ascension process, nor to behold some heavenly realm. At that moment, the dark clouds, heavy as the ocean, fell silent for an instant, as if gathering strength, before unleashing a colossal bolt of lightning dozens of feet wide. Crack! The lightning consumed me, as if shattering the very fabric of reality. The deafening noise shattered my eardrums, and then all was silent. The last image etched in my memory froze at this moment. Am I dead? Surely not. I could still feel my body. Time passed, though I could not ascertain how long, before my frozen consciousness reignited. I attempted to open my eyes, discovering that I seemed to be within a luxuriously adorned, soft, and warm pink carriage. Cultivators ride in carriages? Chen Zhizhong couldn't help but scoff. Immediately, I noticed Xiaozigua kneeling beside me, her once semi-transparent red gauze attire gone, replaced by a modest black dress with red trim, exuding less allure yet more dignity and propriety. Her long legs crossed elegantly, encased in somewhat opaque black stockings. Yet the firm, straight lines remained visible. Upon seeing me awaken, Xiao Zigua hurriedly inquired, "You are awake? Do you feel any discomfort?" I observed that her gaze seemed less frigid than before. Fortunately, I merely felt an emptiness within my body. Moreover, the second matter pertains to the yin-yang chaos pill. However, I cannot divulge this to Xiao Zigua just yet. Instead, I asked, "By the way, how many days have I been unconscious?" Noticing my attempt to rise, Xiao Zigua swiftly extended her hands, steadying my shoulders, allowing me to lean against her left shoulder. Do I possess another hidden advantage? Why does Xiao Zigua's demeanor always shift after I regain consciousness? Chen Zhizhong pondered, while simultaneously relishing the tenderness exhibited by Xiao Zigua, tentatively leaning closer. Xiao Zigua was taken aback by the peculiar sensation of him leaning against her. This feeling was entirely different from that experience during our dual cultivation. In contrast to that time, the distance now feels paradoxically closer. My body involuntarily stiffens, and I can only divert my attention through conversation. You have been in a coma for a day and a half. I initially assumed that you would succumb to your exhaustion during your unconsciousness. To my surprise, despite sustaining such severe injuries, your recovery has been remarkably swift. However, even so, the symptoms of your diminished vitality have not alleviated due to your ascension. Xiao Zigua furrows her brow, seemingly filled with a sense of regret. We have a day and a half left. Let us seek out your enemies without delay. Although reluctant to part from the warm embrace of Xiao Zigua, Chen Jichong straightens himself, reaching out to lift the curtain. Fortunately, we are aboard a flying carriage, protected by a special formation that isolates the air. At this moment, the carriage glides over a rainbow, with white clouds and verdant mountains rushing past the window, occasionally accompanied by celestial birds, exuding an ethereal elegance. I had initially planned to take you to a picturesque location where, if you were to fall, I could lay you to rest. Xiao Zigua softly states, "Now that you have awakened, I shall not stand on ceremony." Having lost her family at a young age, Xiao Zigua has developed a decisive nature. With revenge now within reach, she foresees the immense debt she will owe Chen Jichong, but does not hesitate. As she propels the carriage southeast, she recounts, 12 years ago, my family was annihilated by the Wan Cayman of Tian's Hushan. The practitioners of Wan Cayman resorted to using living beings to enhance their cultivation. On one occasion, they extended their reach into the territory of my Jingyun sect, abducting an entire village. My father, then the sect leader, could not tolerate their malevolent actions and intervened to rescue those villagers. Thus, we became enemies with Wan Cayman. At that time, Wan Cayman already had 2 peak Jidan cultivators stationed there. They first coerced and threatened the leader of another sect allied with my father. Then, on a rainy night, they launched a sudden attack on Jingyun's sect, and together, they killed my parents, transforming all disciples into blood pills. I was young and adventurous, having gone to a friend's house and narrowly escaped disaster. My parents' bodies lay together in the main hall, united even in death. Filled with hatred, Xiao Zigua longs to consume the very lives of those from Wan Cayman. Her right hand tightly grips her thigh, causing Chen Jichong to wince in pain as he attempts to pry apart Xiao Zigua's delicate hand. Xiao Zigua apologizes, saying, "I am too emotional." "It is quite all right. I understand," Chen Jichong replies while rubbing his leg. The willingness of Xiao Zigua to confide in him is at least a positive sign. If he could not handle Xiao Zigua, he would indeed perish within a day and a half, having nearly exhausted all his energy and resources. Just when I thought I could exchange my life for that of an enemy, or meticulously devise a plan to lure them away for a solitary confrontation, I learned that one of my enemies had broken through to the Jindan realm 6 months prior. Once the bottleneck is surpassed, the rate of cultivation advancement increases significantly. I was already barely keeping pace with their level. Thus, I felt that the longer time dragged on, the slimmer my chances of revenge became. Consequently, I resorted to the desperate measure of cultivating the Hahuan technique to forcibly elevate my cultivation, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Your journey has been fraught with trials. It is also invigorating, Chen Jichong reflects. As cultivators, we should take you as our model, seeking to cultivate qi, achieve jiden, and pursue longevity, with the hope that one day we may roam freely across the heavens. We must contend not only with fate, but also with humanity. If we suppress our feelings of love and hatred, How can we claim our hearts are unburdened when we eventually knock upon the gates of immortality? Chen Jichang's words are not merely flattery. Each step a chi cultivator takes requires a century of dedication. He is handsome and eloquent, prompting Xiaozge to blush slightly as she responds. I only seek revenge. I do not possess the lofty aspirations you describe. In merely 12 years, Xiao Zigui has ascended from the 7th stage of qi cultivation to the pinnacle of Jiden, truly a testament to her diligence. However, this diligence appears somewhat ridiculous when compared to those favored by destiny, rendering her efforts as a stubborn individual's folly. As the one directly involved, Xiao Zigui is acutely aware of this reality. She then recalls that they have yet to exchange names. After all, this sword cultivator has indeed encountered an extraordinary stroke of misfortune by meeting her. Therefore, Xiao Zigui asks, I have wronged you, yet you are willing to help me seek vengeance. Might you share your surname with me? Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jichang lays the groundwork, saying, it is better not to mention the name of a dying man. Ultimately, I cannot escape death. Why should I reveal my name now, causing you to remember me? Should this matter compromise your path in the future, it would be counterproductive. Furthermore, if I am fortunate enough to assist you in avenging your grievances, I ask that you forget my existence and pursue the path of longevity with single-minded devotion. Xiao Zigui bites her lip, momentarily speechless. She considers that this young sword cultivator is indeed a person of great integrity. Not only does he overlook past grievances to repay kindness with kindness by aiding her in revenge, but he also considers her future path by concealing his name. Although Xiao Zigui has veered into the realms of darkness, she remains a person of upright character. Chen Jichang's words resonate deeply within her, prompting her to grasp his weathered hand earnestly, declaring, it matters not that you withhold your name. I, Xiao Zigui, hereby vow, after you assist me in avenging my family, I shall serve you with my life until your last breath. Gazing upon Xiao Zigui's earnest countenance and her fervent gaze, Chen Jichang sighs. Why must you say such things? You have made me take you seriously. What? Xiao Zigui suddenly raises her head, causing Chen Jichang to instinctively retreat in fright, fearing he had unwittingly divulged his thoughts. Yet, he sees Xiao Zigui's fierce expression directed forward. Chen Jichang too senses an aura akin to that of a peak Jiden cultivator. In a hushed tone, Xiao Zigui growls like a wild beast, clenching her teeth. It is no coincidence that we meet our enemies here. Is that person one of your foes? Chen Jichang inquires. Xiao Zigui merely nods, then maneuvers the flying carriage to turn away, wishing to depart. Chen Jichang shakes his head inwardly. Having lain in the embrace of beauty and now seeking to slay foes, before Xiao Zigui can react, he swiftly leaps from the carriage, dashing like the wind towards the figure clad in purple, seated within a flying vessel 100 miles away. Chapter 7. To become an immortal, riding on clouds and soaring to the skies, transforming stone into gold beyond words. Like fish and birds, they dance amidst the banquet hall, their arms and legs moving in a fervent, captivating rhythm. The man seated upon the throne, adorned in a flowing purple robe that exposes his chest, is surrounded by beautiful women, indulging in their company with great delight. To his left, a female cultivator delicately pierces a celestial grape, offering its succulent flesh to the purple-robed cultivator, inquiring, Ancestor, what is our purpose for this outing? Now is the time when the spirit veins are most active throughout the year. Would it not be better to remain within the sect and cultivate the blood fiend technique? The purple-robed cultivator appears to be in his 30s, yet he is actually an elder over a century old, having stagnated at the pinnacle of Jiden for more than 50 years. He scoffs, pausing his actions. Humph. The blood fiend technique requires extracting the essence blood of mortals as offerings. In the past, sending disciples to discreetly gather enough blood for cultivation was feasible. However, currently, I do not understand what madness has gripped the holy sect as they zealously suppress our demonic sect. This year, the disciples sent out have either been captured or perished in battles. As a result, I must personally venture out to capture people. The purple-robed cultivator, clearly furious, grabs the female cultivator's rear with force, eliciting a painful cry from her. The second ancestor's anger subsided. The female cultivator, in excruciating pain to the point of tears, chose to first soothe the venerable ancestor. The practitioners of the demon sect are known for their indulgence. A single misstep in service could transform one into a blood pill. The essence of the demon sect, in contrast to orthodox cultivators, thrives on the suffering of others. The purple-robed cultivator was not genuinely enraged. Rather, he sought amusement during his journey. Upon seeing the female cultivator's tear-filled eyes, he found her even more charming and immediately lifted her delicate chin, preparing to make a move. Who is that? The purple-robed cultivator suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the flying vessel towards the left front. What caught his attention was a formidable aura, which ancestor had recently broken through to the Jin Dan stage. The purple-robed cultivator pondered, as the news from Wan Kai Men in by Hai Zhou was typically quite accurate. He had not heard of any ancestor from either the righteous or demonic factions achieving such a breakthrough recently. The aura was unstable, making it difficult to discern whether it belonged to a peak Jin Dan cultivator or someone newly entering that realm. The purple-robed cultivator squinted. This individual seemed to have just undergone a tribulation. Could be a practitioner from elsewhere. A smile crept across the lips of the purple-robed ancestor as he pushed aside the two female cultivators beside him, stroking his chin while contemplating his next move. Just as he weighed whether to extort or eliminate the newcomer, the overwhelming aura charged towards him without reason. I did not provoke you, yet you come to my doorstep. The purple-robed ancestor rejoiced, slamming his palm against the table. His cultivation had stagnated at the peak of Jin Dan for many years. Solid as iron. Encountering an ordinary early Jin Dan practitioner would result in an even match, especially since the opponent's foundation was unstable. A divine light radiated from the purple-robed ancestor, and from his sleeve emerged a black mist-shrouded iron skeleton. He swiftly positioned himself on the deck of the flying vessel, using one hand to brace against the skeletal artifact as it charged towards the adversary. Be careful, that is the blood evil skeleton furnace. The sudden attack by Chen Zhizhong occurred simply because their paths intersected. A mountain rich in earth spirit energy had previously blocked their senses. By the time they detected each other, they were already within 200 miles. Xiao Zigui, having lost his cultivation, was unaware of this detail. However, upon recognizing the individual as one of his enemies, Chen Zhizhong immediately decided to strike first. But as he lunged forward, Xiao Zigui desperately pursued, exclaiming, "This person is the second ancestor of Wan Kai Men, known as the fiery skeleton Taoist. The aura emanating from that skeleton is infused with blood evil energy, which will corrode flesh to mere bone upon contact." Understood. In the blink of an eye, the two rushing forces collided. Chen Zhizhong gently pushed Xiao Zigui away with one hand while unleashing a torrent of sword energy with the other, slicing through the black mist emanating from the iron skeleton. A loud clang resounded as the sword energy dissipated, and the skeleton was sent flying back. Both parties retreated over 100 paces, the first encounter resulting in a stalemate. "Who might you be, friend? Surely, we have no grievances between us. Why resort to ambush?" After merely one exchange, the skeleton Taoist regained his composure, realizing that this white-robed cultivator was not a foe to be easily devoured. Now, his aim was to resolve the misunderstanding, to settle today as conflict at a later date. Most importantly, Chen Zhizhong's appearance was ghastly, leaving the skeleton Taoist uncertain whether he was an ancient spirit seeking to reclaim his life or merely another supernatural entity. 12 years ago, the spirit of Jingyun sect. Chen Zhizhong shouted with a voice that sent chills down the spine. His hands, hanging at his sides, flipped outward, revealing two long swords forged entirely from spiritual energy, one blue, one purple, gripped firmly in his hands. The aura he exuded surged exponentially. 12 years ago, the spirit of Jingyun sect. The winds howled against Xiao Zigui's face, and he felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, his eyes stinging with heat. Chen Zhizhong's declaration signified that if other cultivators were nearby, they would sense the situation, a proclamation that the Jingyun sect, which had been annihilated 12 years prior, was now seeking vengeance. What? On the other side, facing the surging aura of Chen Zhizhong, the skeleton Taoist perceived himself to be up against a mid-Jin Dan powerhouse. Moreover, the murderous intent radiating from him indicated that he had no intention of sparing the skeleton Taoist. As for the mention of Jingyun sect, it was entirely foreign to him. Who is this fellow? To kill me, you must first suffer significant losses. With gritted teeth, the skeleton Taoist summoned all his artifacts, sending 2 iron skeleton claws trailing black smoke from his sleeves. 2 pitch-black soul-locking hooks, resembling scorpion tails, flew out from behind him, producing a disconcerting sound. The skeleton Taoist, seemingly resolved to embrace death, charged at Chen Zhizhong. Do not confront him head-on. Xiao Zigui, having been flung back 100 paces from the beginning, felt a slight sweat forming in his palms. He called out, rushing forward, ready to deploy his own serpentine twin swords to withstand the impending attack alongside Chen Zhizhong. However, Chen Zhizhong suddenly soared into the air, diverting the skeleton Taoist's attention while also shaking off Xiao Zigui. The 2 swords, blue and purple, traced arcs in the air, like a fierce bird of prey, and collided directly with the skeleton Taoist. There was no earth-shattering spectacle. The radiant flow generated by Chen Zhizhong's twin swords pierced through the skeleton Taoist form. The 2 stood back-to-back, suspended in midair. Xiao Zigui found himself inexplicably moved, on the verge of tears. For a moment, he even forgot about revenge. Bitten lip trembling, he approached Chen Zhizhong, but hesitated to touch him. This ancient spirit possesses a multitude of treasures. Are we to divide them to 7 or 5 to 5? They are all yours. Chen Zhizhong's words were abruptly interrupted as a soft body filled his embrace. You mustn't play tricks, Chen Zhizhong replied, oblivious to the situation. You, Xiao Zigui, unable to contain herself, lost her composure, releasing Chen Zhizhong and attempting to maintain a composed expression, only to end up with a mix of laughter and tears. Chen Zhizhong reached out to wipe her tears away, and she, after a moment's contemplation, did not shy away. Let us seize the moment. My time is limited, and I must seek out another adversary now. Xiao Zigui nodded, though her motion was hesitant. Chapter 8. Do not come any closer. After consuming the skeleton Taoist spoils and binding the group of female cultivators along with their flying vessel, Chen Zhizhong and Xiao Zigui boarded the flying chariot, heading straight for Wan Kaishan. Traveling at full speed, they arrived at Wan Kaimen deep into the night. At this point, Chen Zhizhong chuckled nonchalantly, exuding an air of detachment from worldly concerns. Wan Kaimen is notorious. Should I successfully defeat the sect leader, the news will undoubtedly reach your ears swiftly, so there is no need to wait for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zigui interrupted him directly. Based on the prowess you displayed against the skeleton Taoist, your chances of victory against the Icebone ancestor are substantial. Do not be overly pessimistic. The corners of Chen Zhizhong's lips, resembling bark, slightly lifted as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your kind words, my friend. But have you forgotten? Before I met you, I was merely a third-tier Gene Dan cultivator. Although my strength now barely matches that of an early Gene Dan in a life-and-death struggle, I would likely need to self-detonate my inner Dan, dragging my opponent down with me. Chen Zhizhong said no more, turning to leap from the cliff, soaring towards the mid-slope of Wan Kaimen. I will await you. Xiao Zigui could not help but call out. The distance to Wan Kaimen was considerable, so there was no fear of the demon sect's people overhearing. Yet, she was still concerned that Exine Yangzi might not hear her. Chen Zhizhong was unwilling to reveal his name, so Xiao Zigui committed his Dao title to memory. Yet, observing his carefree and resolute figure, her words of waiting seemed merely a self-comforting sentiment. The guilt she felt towards Chen Zhizhong and her desire for revenge intertwined within her heart. Since their first encounter, the various deeds Chen Zhizhong had undertaken surfaced in her mind. To be fair, the debt of gratitude she owed him could never be repaid in this lifetime. Xiao Zigui instinctively pursued him, but upon realizing her diminished cultivation, she pondered how long it would take to catch up to her enemy. Who goes there? Halt! Is that a ghost? Chen Zhizhong descended before the southern gate of Wan Kaimen, just as a group of disciples clad in purple garments passed by. He suppressed his aura to the mid-stage of Jidan and strode forward. Before he could utter a word, his withered, zombie-like appearance, paired with his white robe, frightened the disciples of the demonic sect. What the hell, they're so timid, Chen Zhizhong thought, and thus took the initiative to speak. I have urgent matters to discuss with your sect leader. Be quick and relay my message. His voice echoed like a ghost, and with the accompanying night breeze, the patrolling disciples were nearly driven to flee. Fortunately, having committed numerous misdeeds, they were mentally prepared. Upon recognizing that Chen Zhizhong was not a specter, A few older disciples promptly went to deliver the message. However, a quarter of an hour later, it was an outer sect elder who arrived. Chen Zhizhong repeated his earlier statement while handing a cloth bundle to the elder, silencing any potential chatter. What is this? The elder opened the bundle to reveal a segment of jet black human bone. The aura emanating from it felt somewhat familiar. Indeed, very familiar. Wait. The elder's expression grew grave as he carefully stowed the bone, then rushed to the cave dwelling of the sect leader. Chen Zhizhong, meanwhile, calculated the time in his mind. It was already late at night. He had less than 5 hours before he would perish from exhaustion. After delivering the message, he hastened inside and bowed respectfully to the figure sitting on the crimson stone platform. Report to the sect leader. A mid-stage Jedon loose cultivator requests an audience and has provided this. The outer sect elder presented the bone with both hands. The man on the stone platform appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with deep dark circles under his eyes and an elongated face that radiated a sinister aura. He opened his eyes a crack, glanced at the bone, and the temperature in the cave plummeted. Is this the happy claw of the second? What else did that loose cultivator say? The outer sect elder immediately bowed deeply, trembling, and said he wishes to meet the sect leader. Otherwise, he will not speak. Meet me? The icebone ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly, a cruel smile emerging on his face, revealing a row of teeth that seemed to be dyed a shade of purple. Let this ancestor go meet this wild cultivator. It was the first time he had encountered someone daring enough to extort from his demonic sect. The icebone ancestor was nearly amused by his anger. But having just lost his second brother, he managed to suppress his laughter. Ancestor, this may not be wise. The skeleton is already dead. I can assure you of that. Yet he did not let his anger cloud his judgment. After a moment of thought, he instructed, you take that loose cultivator to the Eastern Hall. I will make the necessary arrangements. Yes, ancestor. The initial doppelganger had its eyes closed, while the icebone ancestor chanted a series of incantations aloud. Upon completion, the doppelganger suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the icebone ancestor. Shall we go meet that loose cultivator? The icebone ancestor nodded with a smile. Yes. If he dares to play tricks, kill him on the spot. Understood. The icebone ancestor's doppelganger laughed heartily and transformed into a streak of black-purple light, darting out of the great hall. Please wait here. Meanwhile, Chen Zhizhong, led by the outer sect elder, arrived at the peak of Wankai Men in the Eastern Hall. After guiding him inside, the elder departed. Upon glancing around, Chen Zhizhong noted that the hall was about 20 to 30 zhang high, entirely constructed from dark-hued massive stones, with 2 to 7 black stone pillars supporting the dome. A closer inspection revealed engravings on the pillars depicting living sacrifices. This truly is a den of evil. Chen Zhizhong silently evaluated, reminding himself to proceed with greater caution. Fellow Taoist, are you interested in the blood refinement techniques of Wankai Men? A figure in a black-purple robe descended before the throne and slowly sat down. The moment Chen Zhizhong turned, both he and the icebone ancestor froze for an instant. Chen Zhizhong had not anticipated the icebone ancestor's sudden appearance, feeling no trace of his presence until now. It seemed he could only prepare for the worst. The icebone ancestor was startled, but relieved to sense the living aura emanating from Chen Zhizhong, realizing he was not a corpse. Both parties quickly masked their emotions. Chen Zhizhong took a couple steps forward, cupping his hands in salute, and introduced himself with a false name. I am Xiao Muyu, a loose cultivator from the mountains and fields. While traversing the Tuki mountain range during the day, I sensed the presence of a fierce battle and boldly approached to investigate. Indeed, I witnessed your esteemed second ancestor engaged in a desperate fight. As my cultivation is meager, I did not dare to interfere. After half an hour, the other party emerged victorious. I could not bear to see your esteemed second ancestor's corpse left in the wilderness. He gestured to the remains beside him, along with a magical artifact. Ah, the token I previously presented. Chen Zhizhong stepped forward again, offering a token with both hands. Halt! This ancestor does not appreciate being too close to others. The icebone ancestor frowned. What the hell? I can tolerate some curiosity, but now that my second brother is dead, what does this fellow want? Was he here to express gratitude? As Chen Zhizhong approached, the icebone ancestor felt an unease. Normally, people would flee upon seeing him, yet this individual kept advancing. What did you say? Chen Zhizhong, feigning confusion, quickened his pace, moving toward the icebone ancestor with a deceptive slowness. The Icebone ancestor gathered icy bone spikes, ready to act, but suddenly heard his true self whisper, "Be patient." What does he intend? The Icebone ancestor had no choice but to sidestep to the other side of the hall, relaying, "This ancestor dislikes being too close to others. If you approach again, do not blame me for being ruthless." You heard that clearly, right? That old ghost is quite vigilant, Chen Zhizhong thought as he turned slowly, smiling. "I am hard of hearing. I hope the ancestor can be forgiving." Noticing Chen Zhizhong's lack of further movement, the Icebone ancestor felt puzzled. Had the tense atmosphere truly been a mere illusion? But just moments ago, he had felt a sense of imminent danger, as if he might perish at any moment. And there's one more thing. Chen Zhizhong began to step closer to the Icebone ancestor when an aura reminiscent of a mid-stage Jedon cultivator surged into the hall. The hall's entrance faced south, with the Icebone ancestor on the west side, and Chen Zhizhong near the northern throne. They both nearly simultaneously spotted the newcomer. It was a girl with ear-length hair, slightly tinted purple, her bangs secured with a silver headband adorned with a crescent moon ornament, beneath which were several multicolored gemstones. Her delicate ears sported large earrings that swayed gracefully as she moved, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. However, she was clad in a rather scant outfit barely covering her essential parts, and her elongated round face was heavily made up in a manner typical of demonic sex, enough to get her sent to a juvenile detention center in another world. "Daddy, what are you doing here? And who is this?" The girl noticed Chen Zhizhong and was slightly taken aback by his appearance, but she dismissed him as just an ordinary guest. Turning to the Icebone ancestor with a pout, "Daddy, my partner died again. Can you find me a new one? I want a few mortals to play with." "Is this your daughter?" Chen Zhizhong's eyes lit up, and he instantly unleashed a surge of sword energy. Chapter 9. An explosion like starlight sing. The azure sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave, directly aimed at the Icebone ancestor. Indeed, there was something amiss. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the Icebone ancestor hastily defended himself, erecting a protective barrier while launching several icy bone spikes. Thud! Thud! The 7 or 8 foot long icy bone spikes embedded themselves into the black stone floor, while Chen Zhizhong's figure had already vanished from sight. A shrill scream echoed, and the Icebone ancestor's heart tightened as he turned to see his daughter ensnared by the loose cultivator. Just as he locked her left arm around the girl's shoulders, a sharp explosion rang out. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if a myriad of forks were scraping against a plate, while another multitude of teachers clad in black silk skirts wielded small blackboards, solving advanced mathematics right beside your ear. In summary, Chen Zhizhong nearly succumbed to the pressure, immediately grasping the young girl's face. "What are you shouting about?" "Alas, such a lovely face." The girl obediently nodded, conjuring a small knife in each hand, aiming directly for Chen Zhizhong's waist. However, Chen Zhizhong remained ever vigilant. With his empty right hand, he exerted a forceful grip, seizing both of the girl's wrists, disarming her blades with a swift upward motion. Unexpectedly, the girl was too short, akin to a fish caught on a hook, her feet lifting off the ground as Chen Zhizhong hoisted her by the wrists. At that moment, the Icebone ancestor had circled behind Chen Zhizhong, raising his right hand high, commanding a massive ice claw to descend with a sinister shout, "Die." Chen Zhizhong clutched the girl's wrists with one hand while using the other to grasp the back of her skirt, pivoting to raise her as a shield. The Icebone ancestor abruptly ceased his attack, nearly miscalculating his power. With a resounding crash, the enormous icy claw veered past, smashing a hole into the wall of the grand hall. Despicable. Shameless. The short-haired girl, now a makeshift shield, burst into tears, flailing in Chen Zhizhong's grasp. Behind the Icebone ancestor loomed several colossal ice claws, rendering him momentarily hesitant. "Are you also a practitioner of the demonic path?" "I am of the righteous faction," Chen Zhizhong replied, placing the girl down gently, like a bundle of wheat, into the earth. One hand firmly gripped the back of her neck, ready to crush her vertebrae should she dare to move. "Your demeanor does not resemble that of a righteous individual," the Icebone ancestor scoffed. Chen Zhizhong countered, "Have you not heard the saying? The righteous can be more wicked than the demonic. Otherwise, how would they combat the demonic?" The girl, being a second-generation member of the demonic path, found herself at a loss for words, her tears flowing more profusely. Who could she appeal to for justice when the righteous appeared as villains? "Ha!" The Icebone ancestor laughed heartily. "Well said. So, Practitioners of the demonic path commit heinous acts, killing and arson, to satisfy their own desires. What, then, is your purpose in doing this? Chen Jizhong quickly discerned the Icebone ancestor's intent, recognizing his sensitivity to time. Why? I ponder. After years of cultivation, having finally reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet possessing no suitable magical treasures, I wonder if the ancestor could guide me to where I might find one. Ideally, a high-grade artifact. The Icebone ancestor smirked internally, dismissing any notion of righteousness, viewing Chen Jizhong merely as a reckless treasure seeker. Yet, with his daughter in Chen Jizhong's grasp, the Icebone ancestor declared, as for treasures that can be arranged, I happen to have a surplus artifact in my possession, known as the Soul Lock Umbrella. It is a mid-grade artifact, perfectly suited for your foundation establishment mid-stage. Since we have come to an understanding, if you are willing to release my daughter Zillian, I would gladly present this Soul Lock Umbrella as a gift. What say you? Chen Jizhong responded with a hint of sarcasm. Haha, bargaining for your own daughter. You truly embody the essence of the demonic path. Bring it forth. For I am not so heartless as to sever the bond between father and daughter without reason. With a grand gesture, the Icebone ancestor commanded, bring forth the Soul Lock Umbrella from the treasury. Shortly thereafter, two figures in long robes, clearly elders of the Wankai sect, entered, accompanied by 8 disciples, carrying a box over a yard long. Ancestor, the Soul Lock Umbrella is here. The Icebone ancestor turned to Chen Jizhong, stating, friend, shall we exchange my daughter for the Soul Lock Umbrella? Haha, that suits me perfectly. Chen Jizhong thought to himself. The Icebone ancestor unleashed a powerful gust. Opening the box that contained the artifact, he reached in and retrieved the Soul Lock Umbrella, a large, pitch-black umbrella resembling bat wings folded together, revealing a peculiar sight. Most eerie of all was the face of a living woman at the tip of the umbrella. This umbrella appeared extraordinarily strange. As Chen Jizhong approached the Icebone ancestor with Zillian, he deliberately posed a question to distract him. Infusing his power, the Icebone ancestor awakened the face atop the black umbrella, its dark pupils darting around before settling on him, the once fair visage contorting into a grotesque form, yet devoid of a tongue or skeletal structure. The face emitted no sound, only a silent roar. This face belongs to my first Dao companion, the Icebone ancestor boasted. She had connections with the holy sect, priding herself on being orthodox. By chance, upon discovering my cultivation of blood techniques, she and I had a fierce argument. She threatened to report me to the holy sect if I did not return to the righteous path. In a fit of youthful impulsiveness, I transformed her into this Soul Lock Umbrella. Seeing her face again now brings a twinge of regret. The Icebone ancestor, lost in his own sentimental musings, repulsed Chen Jizhong, who forcefully pushed the girl towards him. This umbrella now belongs to me. Haha, that is only natural. The Icebone ancestor tossed the umbrella, releasing a gentle force to guide Zillian back towards him. To deceive the Icebone ancestor, Chen Jizhong feigned an attempt to catch the umbrella. However, an icy chill crept up from behind. Within Chen Jizhong's perception, another Icebone ancestor appeared behind him, summoning a towering ice skeleton to charge at him. A clone. Chen Jizhong's heart sank, but he steeled himself. With a crack, a sound only he could hear echoed from his dantian. A wave of spiritual energy surged outward, instilling deep-seated fear in all who were caught in its wake. Then came an explosive sound. The perspective shifted high into the air, a blinding light radiating from the eastern side of the Wankai sect, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. From a distant cliff, Xiao Zigui lowered her hand from her eyes, witnessing, beneath the night sky, the Wankai sect structures, now resembling a massive circular pit, as if a celestial being had taken a bite out of them, leaving only a shattered outer ring. You! Xiao Zigui's lips trembled. She had avenged herself, yet felt a profound emptiness within. Chapter 10. Revenge of the Demonic Path comes 10 years late. The explosion of the core generated an immense energy, nearly shattering the entirety of the Wankai sect into the sky. Even minutes later, remnants of broken walls and debris continued to cascade down. With a thud, a stone the size of an egg struck Chen Jizhong on the head, producing a sound akin to a wooden fish. Chen Jizhong jolted awake. Oh, my waist is broken. He sat up, bracing himself on his arms, realizing his waist had indeed been physically severed. His upper body pivoted at the waist while seated on the ground. Due to the fracture, he could easily see a gaping hole the size of a basin in his abdomen, through which he could glimpse the chaotic inner Dan floating just below. The recently formed golden Dan had vanished. This chaotic inner Dan was indeed miraculous, Chen Zhizhong mused, feeling his spine rapidly healing. This inner Dan, formed from his 5 vital energies, had the side effect of depleting them. Fortunately, it could slowly recover on its own. That was a close call. Had the golden Dan's explosion been more powerful, I would have met my end before the appointed time. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhizhong's spine had healed, and the gaping hole in his abdomen showed signs of regeneration, shrinking from the size of a basin to that of a fist in mere breaths. Through the wound, one could still observe the shattered internal organs resembling various fruits, stretching from round meatballs to kidneys and livers. In the aftermath of the explosion caused by the golden elixir, the entire Wankai men had been annihilated, leaving no survivors, thought Chief Technician Chen, who decided to lie down and await the healing of his body. However, as he reclined, he caught sight of a pair of slender, white legs standing above him. Alas, it seems I have exposed myself, Miao Renfeng exclaimed, recognizing the situation. Chen's inner self mocked him, yet his body reacted like a nimble fish, jumping several meters away in defiance of the laws of physics. No, the old man Nyo had nothing to do with this place at all. Just as Chen sprang away, a pair of delicate hands wielding dual daggers plunged fiercely into the ground where he had just lain. A wave of icy energy swiftly spread, freezing the ground within a radius of several meters. Thank goodness, I almost became target. Chen sighed in relief, only to hear a scream from behind. Demon, I will kill you. Turning around, he was astonished to find it was the second-generation demoness named Zillian. How are you still alive? Chen blurted out, then quickly rephrased. How have you managed to survive? Zillian, seemingly offended, glanced around at the ruins and cried out, You killed my father and annihilated my sect. I will not rest until one of us is dead. Chen raised his hands in surrender. To be fair, I was the one seeking revenge. If you continue this way, I might have no choice but to eliminate you as well. Scoundrel, demon. The girl charged at him with her dual blades, resembling Ma Chao from the New Three Kingdoms, cursing as she advanced. Yet, she was far too inexperienced. Chen sidestepped her attacks effortlessly. Scoundrel, if you have the ability, stop running, she yelled. Chen raised 2 fingers in response. Zillian, unable to discern his antics, fell silent. If you're so foolish that you can't even recognize the number 2, why should I listen to you? Chen quipped before making his escape. The demoness once again missed her target, stamping her feet in frustration. But how had she survived? The shockwave from the self-detonation of the golden elixir had even felled the icebone ancestor. Perhaps she possessed some extraordinary artifact. Chen decided to test this theory and swiftly maneuvered to the left of the girl. Just as Zillian lunged again, Chen vanished and appeared beside her, delivering a powerful slap to her backside. The sound echoed sharply as Zillian transformed into a streak of purple light, landing on a broken stone pillar, rubbing her behind. Caught in an awkward position, biting her lip, tears welled in her eyes. Despicable. Oh yes, quite right. You are indeed shameless. Chen applauded mockingly. The demon sect truly lacked any sense of villainy, using words like despicable to describe their enemies. At that moment, Chen's spiritual sense stirred, and he looked southward. A purplish-red light, unmasked, sped towards him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a beautiful figure. Daoyu, Xiao Zige, her face dusted with grime, rushed over. On the verge of tears, Chen was nearly knocked over, feeling the breathlessness of her embrace. The force was so strong, it almost enveloped him entirely. He could sense her quiet sobs, though she held her tongue, refusing to vocalize her pain. After a moment, she released him, cupping his face and asking, Daoyu, I distinctly felt the remnants of the golden elixir explosion. How did you survive? This place has been reduced to a crater-like existence. Wankai Min has been entirely obliterated. Chen unconsciously raised his hand to scratch his nose, nearly rubbing it raw. Yet his own aging was a direct consequence of that chaotic elixir. Even after healing the massive wound on his abdomen, his appearance remained ghastly, akin to a withered corpse. There were certain truths he could not yet reveal to Xiao Zigawei. Thus his gaze drifted past her delicate shoulder to the retreating figure of Zillian, seemingly preparing to flee. He pointed, the secret lies with her. She had already taken note of the girl, Yet compared to verifying Chen's survival post-explosion, understanding the girl's identity seemed less pressing. Vile couple. Zillion, realizing she had been spotted, stomped her foot and planted her hands on her hips, glaring with fury. I am the daughter of the Wankai Min Master. The only survivor aside from you in this battle, Chen stated, observing Xiao Zigui's reaction. This situation echoed the past. How would Xiao Zigui, who had endured for 12 years, treat the daughter of her enemy? First, he must extract the secrets from her. Xiao Zigui swiftly approached Zillian, conjuring a serpentine sword in her hand and lunging towards Zillian's left shoulder. The sharp tip, as lethal as a serpent's fang, would easily pierce the girl's body. It was thwarted by an unseen force. Xiao Zigui looked up in surprise, witnessing an ethereal purple lotus blossoming around the true demoness, forming a barrier that deflected her strike. What is this? Chen stared at the towering lotus apparition, momentarily at a loss. Seal. Though Xiao Zigui could not identify the mysterious lotus, her martial experience was vast. The lotus seemed to possess a remarkable ability to withstand attacks from early golden elixir practitioners. With just one strike, Xiao Zigui seemed to gauge the elusive essence of the mysterious lotus. No, even late golden elixir practitioners might struggle to breach that defense. Chen furrowed his brow, leaning closer to Xiao Zigui, whispering, I detonated my inner elixir just now. It appears the proximity to this girl allowed that lotus to protect me, preventing my demise. He didn't care whether Xiao Zigui believed him, but he had to provide a justification for his survival. The truth could wait for another time. His explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, but he relied on Xiao Zigui's trust to muddle through. So remarkable? What should we do with her now? Xiao Zigui, indeed, did not pry further into how a practitioner could survive after losing their golden elixir. The reasoning was simple. If Chen deceived her, he would gain nothing in return. Do you not wish to kill her? Chen inquired, surprised. Logically, given the deep enmity between their factions, allowing her to live would surely lead to future complications. Yet Xiao Zigui replied, I believe keeping her alive might serve you better. Chen was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Keeping her around for warmth? Donotist. One could easily find themselves stabbed in the back. The 7th volume of the Huan Gong allows one to forcibly absorb another's life to replenish one's self. Xiao Zigui spoke, her tone turning frosty, not resembling a jest. That is unacceptable. It contravenes the principles of righteousness, Chen retorted, waving his hand and turning aside. Most importantly, the text of the Yin-Yang Huan Gong that had invaded his mind stated that using such a method for cultivation would lead to an accumulation of blood and malice within the practitioner's body. Furthermore, any future attempts to advance their cultivation would necessitate a descent into darkness, effectively condemning them to become a malevolent practitioner. Chen was not yet at such a desperate juncture. He had no desire to take that path. Should his attempts to draw out Xiao Zigui's essence fail, he could then claim Zillian's life as a contingency to extend his own. Perhaps he could refine her into a portable defensive artifact. I vaguely recall you mentioning this portable artifact during my previous unconsciousness. Since you brought it up, you must know how to create it. Her cultivation appeared to be at the 4th tier of the Jiedan stage, albeit possibly due to the effects of some illicit substances, leaving her foundation somewhat tenuous. Nevertheless, it might serve as an appropriate material for crafting portable magical artifacts. Chen Jizhong opened his mouth, intending to explain that the concept of a physical, portable dual-purpose magical artifact was merely a fabrication he concocted to pass the review, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The prospect of a swift execution felt more gratifying. It is no wonder, then, that Xiao Zihue, a woman burdened with vengeance, had persevered to arrive at this moment. Chen Jizhong was absolutely convinced that no individual could harbor such profound animosity without a trace of perversion in their heart. I am willing to be your servant. I swear I will not rebel. Please do not refine me into a portable magical artifact. A voice as soft as a kitten's rang out, prompting Chen Jizhong and Xiao Zihue to turn their heads. They beheld Zillian, her legs crossed, her waist bent, hands clasped together, pouting pitifully in their direction. Could it be that she comprehended the meaning of physical, portable, dual-purpose magical artifact? Yet, will becoming my servant not lead to the same fate in the end? Chen Jizhong mused internally. However, he regarded Zillian's sudden shift with considerable caution. After all, she had previously attempted to stab him in the back. At this moment, he felt the weight of the three formations laid by Xiao Zihui, each exerting a restraining effect on the soul, body, and power, coupled with Zilian's fragile foundation. She struggled against the triple pressure. Now overwhelmed, her legs trembled uncontrollably, as if she would collapse under the strain at any moment. I could spare your life. But what benefit would it bring to keep you? Chen Zhizhong thought. He was not one to indiscriminately accept anyone. A feisty little cat like her was better left untouched. Instead, he considered extracting some advantage, such as uncovering the true nature of that ethereal purple lotus. If he could obtain it, he would become invincible beneath the Jin Dan stage. At the very least, he would have unparalleled defense. The chaos inner Dan could restore him from severe injuries in an exceedingly short time. However, the cost was the depletion of the vital essence stored within it. Should the injuries surpass the limits of recovery, he would perish on the spot. That is my companion artifact, the seven-heart purple lotus, which can withstand any attack beyond its tier. My name derives from this very fact. Zilian could no longer endure, collapsing to her knees before Chen Zhizhong. Unable to lift her head due to the gravitational formation suppression, her voice tinged with tears as she pleaded, "As long as you do not kill me, I am willing to follow you. As long as I live, this purple lotus belongs to you." Zilian clearly lacked proper training since childhood, possessing the aura of a fifth-tier Qi refinement stage cultivator. Yet the currently first-tier Xiao Zihui could easily subdue her. Moreover, the three formations amplified one another, causing Zilian increasing agony the longer she remained within. In mere moments, her small round face was drenched in sweat, contorted with pain. Chen Zhizhong and Xiao Zihui exchanged glances. Companion artifact? Xiao Zihui shielded their space to prevent outsiders from overhearing and repeated the phrase. Chen Zhizhong delved into his memories of companion artifacts, and as these recollections gradually resurfaced, his excitement grew. Companion artifacts are formed from a portion of the owner's flesh, blood, and a strand of their soul, combined with extraordinary fortune, allowing them to coalesce. They are born alongside the owner from the womb. Companion artifacts can grow alongside their master, potentially evolving into a supreme treasure. Xiao Zie narrowed her phoenix-like eyes slightly. What should we do now? Perhaps we should keep her, train her well, so that she may serve as an additional source of protection in times of crisis. Chen Zhizhong clasped his hands and smiled. Xiao Zihui fell silent, a pang of sorrow welling in her heart. Such a fine individual, yet unable to witness the sunset. Zilian, trapped within the formation, barely managed to lift her head to witness this scene. A shiver ran through her, and she suddenly regretted her pleas for mercy. Yet she was merely 16, accustomed to a life of luxury and excess. In the past 2 years, having just begun to navigate the world, her partners changed with the seasons, each one distinct. It was the age most reluctant to part with a mortal realm. How could she possibly resign herself to death? As for revenge, the survival manual of the demonic sex states, when weak, the world is for the mother. When strong, the world is for the public. Surviving is the only opportunity for vengeance. Zilian comforted herself internally, yet she could not foresee how the unfolding events would far exceed her expectations. Chapter 11. Embarrassment and fury. There is no rush regarding this matter. I have a request that I wonder if my friend can grant. As dawn approached, Chen Zhizhong felt the time slipping away. Even uttering a single word of nonsense made him sense the approaching danger. Although this world lacks a netherworld, where souls ascend and spirits descend, the urgency was undeniably palpable. Fortunately, Xiao Zihui understood this as well, gently nodding in agreement. My friend, speak plainly. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Chen Zhizhong took a deep breath and conveyed his request telepathically. Xiao Zihui's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of shyness crossing her face before she slowly nodded. Chen Zhizhong, not daring to delay further, promptly suggested. Let's leave this girl here for now and find another location. Xiao Zihui nodded again, fidgeting with her fingers in front of her, appearing somewhat girlish. Chen Zhizhong, eager to extend his life while also feeling a spark kindled by Xiao Zihui, lifted her effortlessly into his arms and sped towards the east. Once more cradled in his embrace, Xiao Zihui found herself slightly breathless. Despite their previous intimacy, being pressed together with Chen Zhizhong now sent her heart racing. Fortunately, it was not long before they reached solid ground, her feet crushing a patch of tender grass. "Do you like this place?" Xiao Zihui observed her surroundings, finding them reminiscent of their second dual cultivation spot. Below them lay a verdant expanse stretching 100 miles, and mere steps ahead, a precipice loomed. Unlike before, the vast sea to the east unfurled like a tapestry, its waves crashing rhythmically, articulating her emotions in a manner that connected her to this young sword cultivator. "This scenery is quite splendid." Chen Jizhong's hands rested on Xiao Zihui's shoulders. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The true yin-yang harmony technique he had acquired indicated that after depleting his essence to solidify the chaos inner Dan, he must absorb the vital essence from another to replenish his own. Those from whom the essence was drawn would suffer from the imbalance of the 5 elements within their bodies, leading to accelerated aging or, in severe cases, death. Moreover, only those with corresponding destinies could provide the necessary essence. Otherwise, attempting to draw fire essence from a wood-affiliated individual would instead cause harm. Xiao Zihui, being wood-affiliated and possessing an abundance of liver essence, sparked Chen Jizhong's thoughts. Could he find a way to replenish his missing vital essence without harming her life? The 5 organs correspond to the 5 elements and 5 emotions. The liver, associated with wood, generates fire and restrains earth. Thus, those with volatile tempers are often described as having excessive liver fire. In reality, this stems from an overabundance of the wood element, igniting an internal conflagration. Chen Jizhong's current goal was to provoke Xiao Zihui into a fit of rage, thereby generating excess wood essence within her. He could then absorb this surplus without endangering her core essence, achieving his aim of prolonging his life. Returning to the main topic, prior to focusing on Chen Jizhong, Xiao Zihui had thoroughly researched dual cultivation, even venturing to the mortal marketplace to procure various illustrated texts and tales about the interactions between men and women. Studying them within her cave abode, Chen Jizhong placed his hand upon her shoulder, and Xiao Zigui immediately comprehended his intention. In broad daylight, Xiao Zigui lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit bashful as she retrieved a flying chariot from her storage pouch. Chen Jizhong, understanding her cue, embraced Xiao Zigui and stepped inside. This flying chariot was quite exquisite, measuring 4 to 5 meters in width and 7 to 8 meters in length. Exotic flowers and strange herbs hung from above, filling the interior with an enchanting fragrance. The floor was adorned with a thick powdery purple carpet, and at the far end, a substantial soft couch was placed, surrounded by an assortment of pillows of various sizes stacked in a corner for use. Chen Jizhong gently placed Xiao Zigui upon the soft couch, kneeling beside her legs as he spoke. "If you find my current appearance unappealing, you may cover your eyes." Xiao Zigui interrupted him by placing a finger on his lips, saying, "We have already crossed that bridge once before to save you. If I truly despised your looks, you would have perished then." A faint smile graced Chen Jizhong's lips as he contemplated a possibility. What if, after this, Xiao Zigui turned against him? Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. He slowly produced a light golden rope and asked the increasingly flushed Xiao Zigui, "I found this in the storage device of the Icebone ancestor. Can be used?" Having seen various uses of ropes in her sketchbook, Xiao Zigui instinctively felt a resistance. She had trained in the He Huan technique for revenge, yet at her core, she was not truly a practitioner of the demonic path. The notion of engaging in anything excessively cruel made her reluctant to refuse. However, the gaunt visage of Chen Jizhong constantly reminded her that this young Shaoyang cultivator was on the brink of demise because of her. Perhaps it was his final wish in this life. Thus, Xiao Zigui bit her lip and nodded. Without further ado, Chen Jizhong bound Xiao Zigui tightly like a crab. Too tight, she lamented, lying on her back upon the soft couch, her eyes filled with sorrow. Chen Jizhong felt a pang of guilt and chastised himself for his actions. Xiao Zigui had already endured enough suffering, yet he had deceived her in this manner. "If I survive this, I will certainly clarify matters with you," he sighed inwardly, steeling himself and concealing all tenderness, clenching his hands hidden in his sleeves, and coldly stated, "Demonis, do you truly believe I am aiding you in your quest for revenge? I have merely lived my life as a so-called righteous figure, wishing to indulge in the thrill of killing before I die, not wishing to harm the innocent. I eliminated the Wankai sect. Who could have imagined that fate would intervene and I would survive? This is heaven's way of allowing me to avenge the humiliation you have inflicted upon me. Xiao Zigui sensed a shift in the atmosphere and presumed that Chen Zhizhong was merely playing a different role. So she complied and begged for mercy. Spare me, cultivator. I too am merely consumed by the desire for revenge. It was a moment of folly, not meant to mock you. With a swift motion, Chen Zhizhong unleashed a whip-like force that struck Xiao Zigui's left calf, interrupting her words. The impact caused the black stockings encasing her calf to tear, and even her delicate, creamy skin split, oozing blood. The pain in her left calf jolted Xiao Zigui into a state of clarity. She then realized that the young Xiaoyang sword cultivator before her, with a gaze that could kill and clenched teeth, seemed to be suffering from a collapse of his Dao heart, having lost his previous steadfastness. But who was to blame? Xiao Zigui pondered, recognizing that she was the very catalyst for this sword cultivator's downfall. This realization meant that all the care and kindness she had perceived from him were merely acts to deceive her into guiding him. But what did it matter? Should she feel anger or resentment? At this moment, Xiao Zigui felt an odd sensation. She was neither angry nor resentful. Suppressing all emotion, she calmly inquired, "How do you intend to exact your revenge?" Chen Zhizhong was taken aback. "You're not angry?" Xiao Zigui's expression was devoid of fury, leaving Chen Zhizhong perplexed. How could he draw out her essence if she was calm? This was not good. Time was running out. He had only an hour left since their first dual cultivation session the previous afternoon. Chen Zhizhong hastily sought ways to provoke Xiao Zigui, but upon seeing her impassive face, he realized the difficulty of his task. Had she been deeply affected by joy or sorrow? Either scenario was unfavorable for him. He needed to take drastic measures. He knelt before Xiao Zigui, leaning forward slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Do you think I will kill you?" "No. I intend to keep you by my side forever. Whether I am pleased or displeased, I will act accordingly. If you were to die, I would turn your body into a puppet, sealing your soul within. You shall never escape my grasp in this lifetime." Chen Zhizhong's sinister laughter echoed, and he clenched his fist. Was this not ruthless enough? "You should hate me. You should wish to flay my skin and tear my bones. The more furious you are, the more delighted I shall be." Xiao Zigui simply responded, "Oh." That single utterance shattered Chen Zhizhong's defenses. He cradled his head, resembling a defeated soul, resting upon Xiao Zigui's abdomen, his shoulders trembling slightly as he muttered, "Why? Why are you not angry?" Xiao Zigui observed that the Xiaoyang sword cultivator seemed to be losing his sanity due to the collapse of his Dao heart. Was there a possibility to pull him back? With this thought, though bound by the light, golden rope and unable to harness her powers, she felt no fear and spoke with increasing gentleness. "If we were to settle accounts, I would owe you 3 points. My only wish in this life has been fulfilled. Whether I pursue longevity or retreat to a hidden valley in my later years is of no consequence. If being bound to you eases your troubled heart, it would serve as a form of atonement. Furthermore, were our roles reversed, I might act in vengeance and commit far more malicious deeds. Yet, your desire is merely to keep me by your side, which is, in truth, rather tender. Ah, sister, have you mistaken the script? How could such a strong and tragic character suddenly become so understanding?" Chen Zhizhong, head lowered, felt tears welling in his eyes, accompanied by a sudden pang in his chest. Chen Zhizhong's body jerked violently, and he collapsed onto Xiao Zigui. Startled, she recognized that his time was running out. Rushingly, she urged, "Do what you must. I will comply." With his chin resting upon Xiao Zigui's fragrant shoulder, Chen Zhizhong found no inclination to savor her scent. At this moment, his insides felt as though countless blades were dancing chaotically, and every vein throbbed with excruciating pain. Beads of sweat fell like raindrops, quickly soaking his front and back. He resolved to speak the truth. Enduring the agony, he decided to lay bare his heart, hoping against hope. If all else failed, he would seize the remaining moments to pluck the purple lotus. After all, she had been raised in the demonic sect. Her hands were surely stained. "You listen to me?" Chen Zhizhong gasped through the pain, revealing the secrets of his Zhen Yin Yang, He Huan Gong, and the essence of others contained within it. Hoping to share his findings with Xiao Zigui, simultaneously, it was explained. However, directly absorbing the essence of the 5 elements could jeopardize the foundation of the other party. I pondered whether it might provoke you, thereby eliciting a greater flow of wood essence, and taking away the excess portion, resulting in a sudden spurt of pain from Chen Jizhong. As he coughed up blood, his internal organs were on the verge of collapse. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Xiao Zigui, having digested the information he had just received, flushed with anger and exclaimed, "You could have told me how to resolve this matter more swiftly. Yet here you are, being clever." Chen Jizhong forced a smile and replied, "Haven't you heard the saying? When one tries to laugh deliberately, tears often come first." What nonsense! Bound by a golden cord, lying on a soft couch, Xiao Zigui could only turn his head to glare at Chen Jizhong, his eyes filled with resentment as he declared, "You simply do not trust me. I know I have left a poor impression on you. In your eyes, I may not be perceived as a good person at all, but I, Xiao Zigui, have always repaid enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. I would never allow you to decline and perish after having aided me." Chen Jizhong observed Xiao Zigui, who was panting from anger, while Xiao Zigui returned the gaze. Suddenly, Chen Jizhong asked, "Are you very angry now?" "Indeed, I am furious," Xiao Zigui exclaimed, "because I have not earned your trust." Chen Jizhong then lunged forward. "What are you doing? Damn it!" Chen Jizhong sealed Xiao Zigui's mouth with a kiss. Outside, a sudden gust of wind rushed through, violently trampling the grass, resembling the sound of fabric being torn as it swept away. Delicate white or pink flowers swayed uncertainly, eventually severing from their stems, drifting away in the wind, rolling towards the horizon. In the vast sky above, celestial palaces hid among the clouds, their majestic gates seemingly newly opened, awaiting a visitor to enter. To the east, a pair of divine birds danced with radiant celestial aura, alighting upon a sacred tree, intertwining their necks in song. In the midst of midday, at the center of a colorful portal, a faint weeping arose, reminiscent of a crater formed by a meteor's impact. Zillian remained trapped within the formation, her complexion pale, tears and snot mingling as she lay on the muddy ground, gasping for breath. Even she felt that having fallen into the hands of that couple, her life was forfeit. At that moment, the sky darkened. A pair of black boots approached her. Zillian struggled to turn her head, catching a glimpse of a figure enveloping her. Sunlight cascaded around this person, as if they were cloaked in a halo of divine light. Judging by the silhouette, he appeared to be a tall man of remarkable bearing. To be able to step into this triple seal was no ordinary feat generally. Individuals from the demonic sect, acting on their whims, might possess only the former trait, suggesting that this person was likely of upright character. However, Zillian could not afford to consider such matters and hastily cried out, "Senior, please save me. Just last night, 2 ruthless demonic beings ambushed my sect. Now I am the only survivor. I implore you to rescue me. If you do not mind, I am willing to repay you with my life." A large hand reached out, grasping the back of Zillian's collar, lifting her up. Like a kitten, Zillian hurriedly wiped her nose, attempting to appear presentable. If the other party truly looked upon her, perhaps she could redeem herself. The situation seemed optimistic. Once lifted, she beheld a handsome face, characterized by thick brows and bright eyes, a straight nose, and full lips. As long as he was not too perverse, this was indeed a fortune in her eyes. "Do you not recognize him?" Xiao Zigui appeared at her side, resting a hand on Chen Jizhong's shoulder. You're that demonic being from earlier." Chapter 13. Waiting for you anytime, you are that demonic being from earlier. Zillian's face turned ashen as the pair returned, leaving her uncertain of their intentions. "You demonic woman, calling me a demonic being. One would think you are pure and righteous." Chen Jizhong shook his head, chuckling, then continued, "Now, there are 2 choices before you. First, I offer you a chance for revenge. Should you fail, I shall erase your memory, and what follows will no longer concern the current you." "I choose the second option," Zillian hastily interjected, having spent her early life learning the arts of indulgence and revelry. Losing all memory, to her, was tantamount to dying. No, I'm in to seek revenge. How can I avenge if I forget my enemies?" "Ah, it seems you still possess some spirit," Chen Jizhong remarked. "The second option is to forego the challenge and simply erase your memory." "What?" Zillian's mouth fell agape, dumbfounded. This rogue was worse than the demons. She quickly protested. "This does not count. I wish to choose again." Bang! Chen Jizhong gave Zillian's forehead, which was dusted with grime, a light tap, releasing a ripple of spiritual energy. Zillian's head jerked back, and she fainted. As Chen Jizhong released her, Zillion's body floated effortlessly in the air beside him, buoyed by his spiritual power. Xiao Zigui inquired, "Have you truly erased her memory?" Chen Zhizhong exhaled, "I merely rendered her unconscious. She is the master of a companion artifact. Erasing her memory might affect her ability to wield it. Moreover, doing so would require concealing her past identity, inevitably leading to the destruction of her cultivation, necessitating a complete retraining in another technique. Not to mention whether she possesses the resolve to begin anew. Just the effort to nurture a new cultivator would demand considerable energy from both of us. While that companion artifact is precious, delaying our own cultivation would be a grave mistake. I have already avenged myself. If you wish to keep her for your own purposes, there will be ample time to nurture her," Xiao Zigui said, hands on his hips, wearing a smile. Chen Zhizhong shook his head. "In the realm of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Although I have temporarily regained my health and appearance by absorbing your wood essence, I have not achieved a complete cure. If I do not gather other elemental essences within 15 days, I, too, shall meet my demise." Chen Zhizhong sighed, instinctively reaching towards Xiao Zigui's face, but suddenly realized something and withdrew his hand. "I share this not to cast a pall over our spirits, but to express my concern for your future. Should you encounter troubles while I am no longer around, I truly do not know how you will manage. Is that so?" Xiao Zigui took Chen Zhizhong's hand and placed it against his own cheek, eyes gently closed, his expression soft as he said, "I understand. I will strive, as I have in the past, to pursue the truth of the Tao with fervor until my cultivation catches up to yours and surpasses it. And then I will ascend to become a celestial being before you." Xiao Zigui opened his beautiful eyes, gazing at Chen Zhizhong with a tender expression. "Then you need not worry." "Ah, yes, that is precisely my intention." Chen Zhizhong, who had been reluctant to exert himself, revealed a satisfied smile. "Your most pressing task now is to find a female cultivator who possesses the remaining 4 elemental essences." After their moment of tenderness, Xiao Zigui continued, "Chen Zhizhong has acquired my wood essence, granting him an extension of 15 days of life. Otherwise, he would face a dire end. Only by collecting all 5 elemental essences, allowing them to circulate and transform within him, can he achieve complete restoration. However, gathering the remaining elemental essences not only requires finding individuals rich in essence, but also necessitates mutual cultivation, which complicates matters significantly. There's indeed a candidate." Chen Zhizhong confessed with some difficulty, "I have a junior sister in the Shaoyang sword sect. I recall she possesses a golden fate. Perhaps there is hope to pursue her." "You seem troubled." Chen Zhizhong's brow furrowed, and Xiao Zigui noticed his concern. Chen Zhizhong spoke truthfully. In his previous life, he had encountered countless individuals, but that had been a matter of mutual benefit. He had no need to seek solace in brothels. He could alleviate his stress and emerge victorious. Small streamers gain traction winning. In any case, both parties had been very satisfied. Yet, the pressing issue at hand was that Chen Zhizhong needed to win the heart of a good woman, who would willingly assist him in his cultivation. However, when it comes to good girls, there's always a sense that they might face divine retribution in the future. "Do you wish to fall in 15 days? Asked Xiao Zigui, raising her hands in a gesture of inquiry. Having been reborn, Chen Zhicheng had become even more cautious about his life. If he did not wish to perish, he had to find a way to minimize the harm to his junior sister. "This is the optimal solution," Xiao Zigui remarked. Chen Zhicheng nodded gently, recognizing that this world does not adhere to rigid doctrines. Thus, it is quite common for powerful cultivators to have several partners. By winning over his junior sister, he could significantly reduce emotional damage. With this realization, Chen Zhicheng felt a sense of liberation and turned his attention to the matter at hand, asking Xiao Zigui where she intended to go next. Xiao Zigui appeared to have a plan, her gaze drifting to the side as she spoke. "The harmonious energy we generated earlier, more than half of it has been absorbed by me. As you know, to break through in the practice of Huangong, one must rely on dual cultivation." During their previous intimate exchange, Chen Zhicheng had absorbed the essence of the wooden spirit, while the remaining harmonious energy had entered Xiao Zigui's being. After all, her temporary decline in cultivation was due to a disruption and not a fall in her realm. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zigui, her coy demeanor revealed her intention to engage in dual cultivation solely with Chen Zhicheng. Observing this, Chen Jichong was pleasantly surprised by Xiao Zigui's unwavering devotion. He wondered whether, after acquiring more partners for his survival, Xiao Zigui would still face others with the same natural demeanor as she had just displayed when discussing how to win over their junior sister. Nevertheless, putting such thoughts aside for the moment, Chen Jichong felt a warm sensation in his heart regarding Xiao Zigui's situation. As her first partner, it seemed likely that there would be no unexpected developments, and he need not worry about her running off with someone else. Slightly nodding, he said, "I do have a destination in mind, a mountain located less than 800 miles southwest of the Shaoyang sword sect. It is a long-abandoned cave, a property of the sect, since it has remained unused and has a moderately strong spiritual vein. It is inhabited by some low-level demon beasts and wandering spirits. Originally, after completing this task, I intended to clear that cave, but it appears that it can be quite suitable for you." "That sounds wonderful," Xiao Zigui exclaimed. Her small fist clenched in excitement. "From now on, we shall be neighbors. It will also be convenient for our dual cultivation," Chen Jichong added. Xiao Zigui's cheeks flushed, but she was determined not to appear weaker. She placed a hand on Chen Jichong's shoulder and leaned in close, whispering sweetly, "I will be waiting for you at any moment." Chapter 14. The Performance. Chen Jichong felt a tingling sensation in his ears from her breath, stirring ripples within his heart. Dual cultivation requires both parties to maintain their primal yin and primal yang. In simple terms, it is essential to avoid reaching the stage of forming a spiritual fetus as much as possible. Thus, while Chen Jichong and Xiao Zigui engaged in everything, if he were to be somewhat shameless, he could still claim that their interactions were innocent and pure. Therefore, when not necessitated by the need for dual cultivation to enhance their cultivation or preserve their lives, Chen Jichong aimed to avoid being misled by beauty. "Can I temporarily entrust her to your care?" Xiao Zigui glanced at Zillian. Her hatred was directed solely at the Icebone Ancestor and the Skeleton Taoist, but it did not mean she had no feelings towards Zillian. She directly voiced her concerns and the potential issues that might arise from leaving her in their care. "Caring for her is no problem. Using formations to suppress her will suffice. However, I cannot guarantee that she won't be harmed. If you're in a good mood, treat her as a puppet, a spirit child to use. If you find her displeasing, feel free to dispose of her as you wish. I'm only interested in the growth potential of the accompanying magical artifact, not in this person." Chen Jichong chuckled, understanding Xiao Zigui's sentiments and genuinely not particularly concerned about the fate of this demoness. As one seeking vengeance, sparing her life was already a tremendous mercy. Yet, keeping her around could prove to be a future source of trouble. "She cannot possibly turn into a tiger," Chen Jichong said with a slight smile, opening his left hand and slowly forming a fist, indicating that everything was under control. "We simply need to put on a performance, casting an invisible sword over her head, and she will naturally transform into a gentle and adorable little cat. Is it really okay to keep her around? Rest assured, I will not only erase her memories, but also place restrictions on her soul. Should she harbor any hostility toward either of us, she will experience excruciating pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing her heart." Indeed, within the flying chariot, Zillian, reclining on a soft couch, awakened from her soul's confinement. Without even opening her eyes, she heard the conversation between a man and a woman. Zillian could discern that these were the two demon beings responsible for exterminating her family. However, the content of their conversation raised her alarm. It seemed they had already begun the process of erasing her memories. Yet, Zillian still remembered the hatred of her family's slaughter and who they were. Had the memory erasing spell failed? Would she suffer backlash for harboring malice against them? Zillian attempted to visualize tearing the two of them apart in her mind, and indeed, she immediately felt a sharp pain as if steel needles were piercing her heart. Had they truly cast a spell on me? At this moment, the female voice said, so when she wakes up, her mind will be blank, and she won't recognize anyone. What kind of identity shall we fabricate for her, and what relationship shall we claim to have? What are your thoughts? You are her brother-in-law, and I am her sister. What do you think? Chen Jichong looked at the mischievous smile on Xiao Zigui's face and slowly nodded. That works. It is settled. Xiao Zigui paused momentarily. Suddenly, Zillian felt a sweep of spiritual awareness over her. She was awake. Xiao Zigui deliberately raised her voice, causing Zillian to break into a cold sweat. Her memories were still intact, If she revealed any flaws and these two discovered it, she would surely die on the spot. However, since they had already noticed her awakening, continuing to feign unconsciousness would only raise suspicions. Desperate, Zillian steeled her heart, praying for her old man as protection. She took a deep breath, gathering her courage, and slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze were indeed the two demon beings. Zillian let out a sigh, pretending to be weak as she propped herself up. "Where am I, and who are you?" The two exchanged glances, and Chen Jichong whispered to Xiao Zigui, "She has indeed taken the bait." Xiao Zigui, quick-witted, grasped the situation and understood that the more frightened she was, the less the little demoness would dare to expose that her memories were still intact. Thus, she turned to Zillian, her beautiful eyes wide open, and said, "You have regained your memories." "I have not. Absolutely not." Startled by the sudden scare, Zillian's body tensed, her heart raced, and she felt the urge to flee. But she managed to restrain herself, saying, "Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Also, it seems you know me. Then what is my name?" Zillian blinked her eyes, feigning confusion. Xiao Zigui wanted to laugh. This demoness from the devil sect had quite the survival instinct. However, the performance must continue. So she feigned suspicion. "You really don't remember anything?" Zillian raised her small hand to rub her forehead, her round face adorned with an apologetic smile. Seeing this, Xiao Zigui sighed. "It seems scaring you was of no use. I thought that might help you recover your memories, but I did not expect to fail." Xiao Zigui raised her hand to wipe away imaginary tears from the corners of her eyes, frowning slightly. "Little Lian, since you don't remember, I will explain our relationship." Zillian felt she had successfully deceived them and nodded earnestly. "Amicia." Xiao Zigui then shared the persona she had prepared for Zillian. "You are an orphan I found 16 years ago and have raised as my sister. A few days ago, while we were out for a stroll, we were attacked by demonic cultivators. In the chaos, I lost you and thought you had fallen into the hands of the demonic path, never to be found again. Yet, I never anticipated that you would manage to escape on your own. At that time, you were completely naked and in a daze. Before I could even inquire about the hardships you have endured, you fainted." Tears welled in Xiao Zigu's eyes as he leaned forward and embraced Zillian. "Is this truly the case?" Zillian managed to muster a faint smile. Her arms slightly outstretched, she dared not touch Xiao Zigu, fearful that he might detect her trembling hands, leaving them suspended in the air. Are women inherently adept at acting? Seated nearby, Chen Jichong picked up a small piece of frozen fairy melon from the icy jade plate on the table, biting off the sweetest tip, musing to himself. The performance of these two is utterly captivating. 2 days later, at the Shaoyang Sword Sect, all of Chen Jichong's assets, including connections, resided here. They could not be easily relinquished. Fortunately, Chen Jichong had already devised a strategy. In the Grand Hall, standing in the center with his tattered white robe, Chen Jichong, visibly agitated, spoke with fervor to the several elder masters seated above him. "If not for the selfless sacrifice of the eldest senior brother, I would have long since perished at the hands of the demonic forces. Yet, my current capabilities are insufficient to infiltrate the lair of the demons and rescue him." Chapter 15. The Half-Truth of the Master Uncle. The eldest senior brother has passed away, and no matter how he distorts the truth, no one can refute it. Moreover, Chen Jichong has shown great benevolence by not revealing the eldest senior brother's malicious intent to harm his fellow disciples. Otherwise, Xiao Duan would not only be physically dead, but the infamy of betraying his sect would also follow him, subjecting this 30-year-old cultivator, who achieved the 6th stage of Jiedan, to his second death. The reason for concealing this matter is that Chen Jichong harbors other intentions. Furthermore, since only he and the eldest senior brother were involved in this outing, if it were to escalate into infighting among the sect, it would be difficult to determine who the true aggressor was. It would be more prudent to gradually unveil the truth in the future to utterly disgrace the eldest senior brother. Alas, the sect leader, adorned in a blue Taoist robe, with white hair and a gaunt face, crowned with a white jade lotus, exuded an aura of celestial grace. Upon hearing that Xiao Duan, the most outstanding disciple of the 13th generation of the Sword Sect, had fallen into the clutches of the demonic path, he could not help but sigh. Perhaps this is a calamity destined for Lai Yangzi. With the upcoming grand competition among the sects in the South Continent, he should reduce his outings and focus on refining his skills, aiming for a commendable performance. Given the current circumstances, We can only hope he remains unharmed by the demons. Lai Yangzi is the title of the eldest senior brother, symbolizing brilliance akin to the sun's fiery rays. Yet in reality, he is a selfish individual who harms his own sect. One cannot help but wonder what title his master bears. Chen Jichong, moved, exclaimed, "Yes. The eldest senior brother possesses profound fortune and shall surely return unscathed." Yet in truth, Xiao Duan has already turned to spring mud, nurturing flowers. Now, only a wisp of his vengeful spirit is sealed within that sword-shaped jade pendant, maintaining the facade of his continued existence to deceive the sex collection of female jade. Given this situation, disciples should be dispatched promptly to search for Lai Yangzi's whereabouts. Additionally, a substitute must be chosen to represent Lai Yangzi in the sect's grand competition. After a moment of silence, the sect leader, lacking a better course of action, was about to proceed with the next matter when a female elder seated in the first position to the left interjected, her voice light, yet commanding, "I sense something amiss. This requires thorough investigation. Furthermore, shall we simply allow the demonic path to run rampant? Would that not invite scorn upon our Shaoyang sword sect?" Among the 7 elders present, all turned to regard the female elder. Chen Jichong, standing at the foot of the hall, raised his gaze to observe the stunning master uncle. Upon entering the grand hall, he had immediately taken note of her beauty, not merely because she was exquisite, but her figure was indeed striking. Even clad in a black Taoist robe, it could not conceal her ample bosom. The broad silver belt accentuated her slender waist, and her form nearly filled the white jade seat. Each aspect of her was extraordinary, and this master of Danhe Peak was even more assertive in her demands. In his recollections, the original owner, Xian Yangzi, had little interaction with this Danhe Peak master due to his apprenticeship under another master. Additionally, as the original owner was a rather conservative individual, he often treated this master uncle with excessive politeness, refraining from looking her in the eye. How many opportunities for admiration he must have missed! Moreover, this master of Danhe Peak, Ni, was also the mentor of the eldest senior brother. Chen Jichong had sensed that she was harboring significant thoughts. Now, the moment had arrived. However, it was not his place to interject as he listened to the sect leader respond. "Do you think I do not wish to rescue Lai Yangzi? However, we lack the precise identity of those who ambushed him, and we do not know where Lai Yangzi has been taken." The sect leader's tone softened suddenly as he inquired, "Does Master Sister possess a method to swiftly locate Lai Yangzi?" Master of Danhe Peak, Ni, replied, "Xian Yangzi has engaged with those of the demonic path. By investigating his body, we may uncover clues. Through the residual energy of the techniques, we could ascertain which sect of demons was involved." Chen Jichong felt a pang of anxiety. He had deeply exchanged insights on the dual cultivation techniques with Xiao Zigu. However, the harmonious energy absorbed during cultivation had permeated his very being. This energy, distinctly different from the sect's Shaoyang techniques, would be easily detectable by anyone at the pinnacle of Jiedan or above. At that moment, the sect leader stroked his beard, nodding in contemplation as he turned to Chen Jichong. "I have indeed overlooked this. This method is feasible. Xian Yangzi, do you consent to the examination of your spiritual essence?" Having reached this point, refusal would rather raise suspicions. Chen Jichong hastily bowed, stating, "I am willing to accept the examination." The sect leader was about to summon an elder to assist when Chen Jichong felt a slight relief. Within the sect, only the sect leader had attained the Jindan realm, while the next highest cultivator was merely at the 9th stage of Jiedan. That is, the one who... Master Ni coldly snorted. "I shall personally attend to this." In a flash, she appeared before Chen Jichong. As long as the sect leader did not intervene directly, Chen Jichong felt less anxious. It was at this moment that he boldly observed Master Ni's countenance. She was a tall, voluptuous woman with a long, slightly angular face, her features imbued with a spirited energy, and her nose proud like a majestic mountain peak. Unlike Xiao Zigu, who embodied both strength and softness, this Master Ni possessed a certain masculine vigor. Yet, it was precisely this hint of fortitude that made her appear more ferocious than the average beautiful woman, inviting fantasies of what charms she might reveal upon conquest. With a swift motion, Master Ni unleashed a compelling force from her palm, and Chen Jichong found himself unable to resist, his left hand ensnared within her long, pale grasp. Simultaneously, the chilling aura of the lesser Een enveloped him, as if he were laid bare before her. Master Een's slender brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion crossing her otherwise sharp features. Observing you. It seems you have indeed engaged with those of the demonic path, yet there is no trace of their techniques upon you. Master Uncle, it would be best not to inquire further, Chen Jichong replied with a troubled expression. I beseech you, please refrain from probing too deeply. It is difficult for me to articulate. His reluctance only heightened Master Een's suspicions, prompting her to intensify her probing. Areas previously avoided were thoroughly scrutinized, leaving no stone unturned. Chen Jichong felt as though he had been subjected to an incomplete examination at the hands of Master Een and I. Chapter 16, Master Uncle. Do not thwart my good fortune. Your essence is diminished. Even as a Master Uncle, this approach is exceedingly inappropriate. The 6 other sect leaders and the host, originally seated, were suddenly stirred and came closer. The leader furrowed his brow and asked coldly, historically, righteousness and evil cannot coexist in the eyes of righteous cultivators. The demonic sects are nothing but scum. Chen Jichong, merely a disciple with mid-tier sword spirit roots from the outer sect, despite his unremarkable appearance, was still one of their own. How could he be so disgracefully mistreated by the demonic sect? Furthermore, the leader had been suppressing his anger regarding the recent abduction of his eldest disciple, Xiao Duan, by the demonic sect. None of the cultivators were weaklings, and at this moment, there was an undercurrent of potential eruption. The leader was a genuine Jin Dan initial stage cultivator. Chen Jichong quickly took a step back to prevent further probing. Although he had managed to deceive the Jidan 9th-stage Master Een and I, he was uncertain about the alliance leader. Thus, he took the initiative to speak, slightly gritting his teeth, displaying a troubled smile. It seemed he was overwhelmed with bitterness as he cupped his hands in salute, saying, Since my master has already discovered the truth, I shall not conceal it any longer. In fact, I was the one who fell into the hands of the demonic sect first. The people of the demonic sect, seeing my low cultivation, forcibly employed the Hehuan technique on me. Chen Jichong chose to sacrifice a pawn to protect the king. Moreover, he had truly been with the demoness. Even the audience of Ji Bo could attest to that. Achio, 800 miles away, Xiao Zigue sneezed, relieved that she had only just begun to taste forbidden fruit and had not revealed anything. What? At the Shaoyang Sword Sect's council hall, the present masters gasped in unison. The demonic sect has insulted our Shaoyang Sword Sect too severely. This grudge shall be repaid in the future. Senior brother, calm down. This matter should not be publicized. The 3rd senior brother spoke wisely. Master Een and I, upon learning the truth, was equally astonished, her crescent-shaped brows knitting together. She merely sought to ascertain which faction of the demonic sect had captured her disciple, only to uncover such a distressing revelation. One could only imagine how embarrassed Chen Jichong must feel at this moment. Master Een and I intended to offer words of comfort to Chen Jichong, but the surrounding disciples, each chattering away, only served to heighten her irritation. Silence. With a commanding shout, the expansive hall fell abruptly silent. The other masters, regardless of gender, instinctively recoiled, glancing at the Dana fairy, Master Een and I, resembling a scene from 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Even the elder leader, with hair as white as snow, fell silent, hands clasped at his front, standing obediently like a well-behaved child. Chen Jichong understood well why they all feared the Dana fairy before them. The Shaoyang Sword Sect was originally known as the Shaoyang Sword Clan, one of the few sects in the righteous path of the South Continent with a Yuaning elder. However, 200 years ago, 2 Yuaning masters within the sect fell, one due to an inability to break through, exhausting his lifespan, and the other perishing in a failed ascension. The Shaoyang Sword Clan lost its backbone and subsequently splintered into 3 factions. The present Shaoyang Sword Sect, preserving its orthodox lineage, is akin to the eldest son inheriting the most substantial family estate. Regrettably, counting the leaders, 2 entire generations have passed without a Yuan-ing cultivator being born. Otherwise, they would not have endured such humiliation. After the clan's division, life grew increasingly challenging, and in the recent sect competitions, they continuously fell in rank. Now, the Shaoyang Sword Sect has become a nearly insignificant lower-tier sect, with only the leader being a Jin Dan cultivator. As long as he did not come into close contact with the leader, the risk of exposure was not particularly high. Master Enni of Danha Peak currently managed the entire sect's finances, supporting nearly 1,000 individuals, all of whom were cultivators consuming resources at an alarming rate. It was no simple task. Naturally, Master Enni bore extraordinary pressure. Yet, since assuming control, she had never allowed the sect to stagnate. It was precisely due to such capabilities that when Master Enni spoke, none dared to dissent. She was a true acting leader, competent, attractive, and still unmarried, engrossed in the sect's affairs. Stagnation was not a solution. Chen Jichong took a deep breath, sorrowfully stating, "Disciple knows this matter brings shame to the sect. Therefore, I shall write a letter later, voluntarily requesting to leave the sect." Resolutely closing his eyes and turning his head aside, he awaited his fate. This was a strategic retreat. No, it was Master Enni who spoke. As the head of the sect, she understood, well, how much resources were needed to cultivate even an outer disciple to the third stage of Jindan. The sect was not what it once was. Every disciple was invaluable. Thus, she decisively rejected. This incident was not your intention. Only by capturing the demonic intruders who attacked you can we cleanse this disgrace. Master Enni speculated that Chen Jichong felt he could not remain in the sect after being forced to reveal the truth. Although he was merely a mid-tier sword spirit root, the diligence he displayed made it possible for him to eventually reach the Jindan realm. Ironically, her eagerness to investigate had led to an unfortunate outcome. The leader also added, "Junior sister is correct. Just because a disciple was subjected to the demonic sect's humiliation should not mean he is cast out. Jichong, you may rest assured to stay and diligently hone your skills and elevate your cultivation. Given time, should we locate the assailants who abducted Xiao Duan, you will need to personally take action to avenge the humiliation suffered today." The leader raised his hand and gently patted Chen Jichong on the shoulder, feeling he was but a pitiful lad. "Thank you, esteemed master." Chen Jichong was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing deeply. Indeed, Master Enni nodded lightly, though several suspicious aspects remained unresolved. However, for now, further investigation would need to wait. Otherwise, if Chen Jichong was innocent yet forced to leave, it would be a loss greater than the gain. This hurdle had been passed. Internally, Chen Jichong felt a small figure wipe away sweat, letting out a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, he added, "There is another matter to report to the master. Senior brother mentioned that senior sister Yin tends to prefer solitude, rarely interacting with others. Upon hearing this distressing news, she may not withstand it and could suffer damage to her Dao heart. He requested that I take care of senior sister Yin. Xiao Duan and Yun, one the eldest senior brother and the other the second senior sister, were one of the few openly recognized pairs of companions within the sect. The original character, Xian Yangzi, was a simple child, and none present realized that Chen Jichong merely sought to repay a previous grievance. Moreover, as Chen Jichong noted, the second senior sister Yin did indeed tend to be solitary. In discussions of Dao, practicing skills, or engaging in combat, she was rarely seen. Often perceived as melancholic and given to sentimentality, she frequently neglected her cultivation and required someone to guide her. The leader, trusting in his words, nodded in agreement. Given Xiao Duan's recent plight, that girl must be heartbroken. It is good that you attend to her. Then let the other female disciples also keep an eye on Yin. Indeed, having lost Xiao Duan, we cannot afford for Yin to encounter any misfortune." Master Enni stated, "It is indeed more appropriate for female disciples to attend to her. As cultivators, we do not shy away from mundane customs. However, at this moment, perhaps only female cultivators can more readily provide solace for her sorrow. I warn you, do not interfere with my good intentions." The little figure in Chen Jichong's mind tilted its head, striking a threatening pose. Chapter 17. Little junior sister, do not interfere with my good intentions. Chen Jichong nearly lost his temper. He would make sure to teach this senior Anne a lesson when the opportunity arose, using a suffocating sense to convey to her that she should mind her own business. However, he maintained a worried expression, cupping his hands as he said, "Master, what my senior aunt says is indeed more appropriate. However, I have already sworn to senior brother that I would take good care of senior sister Yin. If she hears about this matter and encounters any issues," his heart filled with anxiety. He feared betraying his senior brother's trust, feeling he would have no face to meet the other disciples. The several leaders exchanged glances, Ultimately, it was Master Yin and I who made the decision. Since you and Xiao Duan have made a promise, you should fulfill it to the end. In the Shangchuan district, there existed an unoccupied cave dwelling not far from Nai Yun's residence, which you decided to move into for the convenience of caring for her. It was a matter of minor peril indeed. Rest assured, Master Brother, in the realm of the spirits, I will surely guide second sister well. Long Chun suppressed his excitement and said, "Disciples, obey." He then promptly took his leave. The sect leader nodded, and Long Chun hurriedly departed. Although he was the second disciple, his entry into the sect was merely earlier than others. Possessing only a mid-grade sword spirit root, he had not managed to enter the inner circle despite his diligent efforts. Most disciples of the Shaoyang sword sect resided in Sanchuan Valley. The earlier one entered, the closer one was to the northern region. Among male disciples, Long Chun ranked second, but when female disciples were included, he was actually fourth. The rankings for Shaoyang and Xiao Yin were calculated separately. In reality, two senior sisters were above him. However, due to the distinctions between inner and outer sects, Long Chen's cave dwelling was located relatively further south. Thus, he sought the sect leader's approval to relocate to a cave dwelling closer to second sister, facilitating his playful guidance of her. Upon returning to his former cave, Long Chun quickly washed up, emerging from the lotus pool and donning his attire. His shabby appearance was intended for the elders. Now, in preparation to meet second sister, he needed to present himself neatly to leave a good impression. While changing clothes, Long Chun noticed that several wounds on his body had nearly healed. Only the half-inch long wound inflicted by Master Brother remained, still throbbing faintly. Fortunately, with the assistance of Xiao Zigua, it had been extracted roughly but left no lasting repercussions. A cultivator's body can be viewed as a microcosm. Therefore, any injury would cause the vital energy within to leak out unknowingly, detectable by spiritual awareness. The fact that Master Yi had not noticed this indicated a good recovery. After moving his belongings to the new cave, he intended to find Ling Yun. Though 15 days was not a short time, truly conquering and winning over a girl from the heart could be somewhat challenging. Long Chun mused, brushing his fingers over the sword-shaped jade pendant at his waist. A stream of light shot forth from the pendant, transforming into a cherry-sized red pill in his palm, encased in a transparent crystal shell that resembled a layer of syrup. As he twisted the crystal shell, a faint pink aura began to seep out. Just a whiff brought a wave of warmth, prompting him to quickly seal the shell. Xiao Zigua likely gifted me this out of concern for my ability to accomplish my task. According to Xiao Zigua, this tiny pill could leave cultivators below the nascent soul stage utterly enchanted. Indeed, Xiao Zigua's unique way of caring for him was rather unconventional. The side effects of this pill would render the user an unconscious slave, knowing only to obey, which was somewhat morally questionable. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from employing such dubious methods. Long Chun concealed the pill and stepped outside. His original self was indeed impoverished. Even as a cultivator, there was little of value in his cave. Thus, he needed to move only a few alchemical tools and texts, not filling even his storage jade pendant. The Shaoyang sword sect did not encourage disciples to form partnerships, at least not before establishing their foundation. The cultivation of the Shaoyang and Xiao Yin sword techniques relied on maintaining a perfect state within the body to cultivate pure sword energy. If one disrupted this state due to romantic entanglements before their foundation was solid, that energy would dissipate. However, once a disciple reached the golden core stage, the sect would no longer interfere. Although male and female disciples resided together in Sanchuan Valley, the vast expanse of the valley, extending 800 miles north to south and over 400 miles east to west, with more than 900 caves, ensured it did not feel crowded. Once disciples entered partnerships, they could apply to move to the eastern side of Sanchuan Valley, known as the Mandarin Duck Valley, to avoid causing disturbances that might disrupt the focus of other disciples. Second brother, just as he exited the cave, the picturesque landscape under the blazing sun unfolded before him. A light blue shimmer, resembling a nimble swallow, descended in front of Long Chun, coalescing into the form of a charming young girl dressed in a verdant green dress. She stood around 1.6 meters tall, her hair styled in two playful buns, with soft, wavy strands cascading down, intertwined with long white ribbons that reached her slender waist. The girl had a delicate figure, her calves encased in white half boots. revealing only her knees and part her fair thighs. With a round face, she radiated an aura of positivity akin to a fresh bloom in the morning dew. The graceful gesture of her cupped fists exuded youthful vitality. Her round eyes sparkled with joy, capable of uplifting the spirits of those around her, making them feel inexplicably happy. Longchen immediately recognized her as the Lingyun's sister he intended to pursue, possessing a high-grade gold attribute spirit root. She was now at the age of 28 and already at the 5th stage of Golden Core. Unlike the demonic girl Zilian, who had advanced her cultivation through the consumption of pills, Lingyun had the potential to break through to the Golden Core stage by the age of 40 if her path unfolded smoothly. This speed was exceedingly swift among cultivators, underscoring that in the world of cultivation, opportunities often outweighed effort. "Have you encountered any extraordinary tales to share with me?" Lingyun inquired eagerly, her bright eyes sparkling as she spoke. Noticing Longchen's silence as he gazed at her, she playfully pinched her soft, candy-like cheeks. "Brother, why are you staring at me without saying anything? Is there something on my face?" Longchen's heart raced at her cuteness, prompting him to steady his resolve. He had encountered countless girls in his previous life, yet few possessed such pure and endearing charm. It was evident that Lingyun's innocence was genuine and not an act. This freshness, akin to tender tea buds glistening with morning dew, left him momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, fearing he might tarnish her essence. He inwardly cursed, wondering how the original memories depicted her as an ordinary girl when this body certainly did not suffer from nearsightedness, having once navigated through a myriad of experiences. Longchen quickly regained his composure and decided to test Lingyun's personality before formulating strategy. After all, the original memories were subject to subjective biases and thus could be quite flawed. With this in mind, Longchen maintained a calm demeanor and slightly cupped his hands, saying, "I apologize for my rudeness, but there is indeed something on your face." "Huh? What is it?" Lingyun waved her small hand, conjuring a water mirror before her. As she gazed into the rippling reflection, she saw her glowing complexion, slightly flushed but nothing amiss. With a slight frown, her rounded brows knitted together, she pouted. "Where?" "Second brother, you've learned to tease me as well. I wonder what scheme you are concocting here," Lingyun remarked. Her bright eyes fixed on Longchen's approaching hand near her face, showing no inclination to retreat. "You have such a large smudge on your face. And you didn't even notice?" Longchen teased, as her attention remained fixated on his hand. Chun Jizhong promptly spread his palm, revealing a beautiful, bud-green crystal camellia that began to bloom gently. Beneath the bright sunshine, it refracted a kaleidoscope of colors. "Wow!" Lingyun exclaimed, her fists clasped before her, her eyes seemingly bursting with starlight. "This flower is so lovely. However, senior brother, you have truly changed. A bit frivolous, perhaps." Despite her words, there was no trace of disdain on Lingyun's face. Instead, her cheeks flushed slightly as she extended her delicate fingers to caress the crystal camellia in Chun Jizhong's palm. Unlike other flowers, the camellia was slender and exquisite, cherished by few, and Lingyun was one of those rare admirers. Her attire mirrored the tender green of the flower, akin to the most precious buds in tea leaves. It appeared that the bond between them was more profound than anticipated. Otherwise, Lingyun would not have so candidly expressed her feelings towards him. Unless, of course, she was simply naive. If one maintained a single state from birth to death, it would indicate a life devoid of hardship or adversity. Chun Jizhong brought his hands together and then opened them again, revealing the bud-green crystal camellia, its petals now closed, transforming into a crystal sphere the size of a pigeon's egg. He placed the sphere into Lingyun's hands, gazing into her eyes, and remarked, "When a person undergoes change, their family or friends accustomed to their original state may find it hard to adapt, leading them to drift apart." He subtly hinted at his own transformation, testing Lingyun's perceptiveness while laying the groundwork for future revelations. Chun Jizhong was not adept at perfectly mimicking the original owner's every action. Familiarity would more easily expose him. It was essential to plant the seeds of this matter early on. "Not at all." Lingyun shook her finger playfully, smiling brightly. "No matter how much one changes, one ultimately remains themselves. Just like when I was younger, you would come play with me, but as I grew older, you gradually stopped visiting." This little sister was quite adept at self-deprecation. How charming. Chun Jizhong reached out to ruffle her hair. Indeed, senior brother has never changed. Your hair is messy. Lingyun stepped back slightly, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor, then sighed, "Thank you for the gift, senior brother. I must go to the Tsangjing Pavilion to assist the master with organizing documents, so I shall take my leave. Go ahead." Chen Jizhong smiled and waved. After Lingyun performed a polite bow, she transformed into a streak of light and leapt towards the northern Tsangjing Pavilion. The little junior sister was indeed quite busy. Chen Jizhong watched her disappear from sight and sighed softly. If she were to find out that I approached her with impure intentions, would she wield a 40-meter-long sword to slay me? Since the moment he gifted the crystal flower, Chen Jizhong had begun to pursue Lingyun. When she first entered the sect, she was quite young. Both senior brothers and sisters had taken great care of her, particularly the original owner, Xinyangzi, who had a younger sister of similar age to Lingyun and thus felt a natural affinity towards her. Consequently, some past connections existed between the two. The crystal flower, gifted by Chen Jizhong, merely continued the bond between them. Through such similar interactions, he aimed to transfer Lingyun's fondness for the original owner onto himself. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of the little junior sister," Chen Jizhong remarked as he gazed skyward, unsure to whom he was speaking. He added, "Should I fail to care for her properly, you must not come to frighten me at midnight. If I were to be startled into submission, I would have to bully the junior sister." Thunder rumbled ominously. "I was just jesting. Do not take it to heart." The weather in the mountains was unpredictable. It had just been a sunny day, and suddenly dark clouds rolled in. Chen Jizhong instinctively shrank back, glancing towards his new cave dwelling. As he soared towards the Shangchuan, he deliberately avoided open areas, fearful of being struck. In the disciples' residential area of Shangchuan Valley, Chen Jizhong searched for his second senior sister, Niyun's cave dwelling, pondering. Niyun did not reside in the Mandarin Duck Valley, indicating that she and the eldest senior brother had yet to reach that stage in their relationship. Thus, they had only made their partnership public. Was the eldest brother truly a sycophant? With these thoughts, Chen Jizhong landed at Niyun's cave door. He flipped his left hand, and a jade pendant shaped like a sword, sealing the eldest brother's soul, appeared in his grasp. Sensing the lingering resentment within was still quite active, he cast an additional layer of one-way perception-blocking seals. As the final rune was inscribed with his fingertip, the pendant inscribed with the characters Liangzi gradually became transparent, preventing others from discovering that he bore the eldest brother's jade pendant. "Would you explode if you had never even tasted it?" The pendant trembled, and Chen Jizhong revealed a sly smile. He secured the pendant, sealing the eldest brother's lingering soul to his left side for easy viewing as he flirted with the second senior sister. Chen Jizhong straightened his collar and called out respectfully into the cave, "Senior sister Niyun. Chen Jizhong has come to pay his respects. It seems I underestimated. He thought she isn't out. Time was of the essence." He had originally approached senior sister Niyun with the intent of seeking revenge against Xiao Duan. Now that she was absent, Chen Jizhong was eager to pursue his main quest. Just as he turned to leave, he felt the protective barrier at the cave entrance stir and slowly dissipate. Chun Shitty. As Chen Jizhong contemplated whether cultivators could be nearsighted, a female cultivator emerged, slightly tilting her head due to the bright light outside, squinting her eyes as if she had just been resting and was disturbed from her quiet cultivation. The female cultivator clasped her hands in greeting, her voice gentle. "Greetings, Chun Shitty. What brings you here?" As fellow cultivators, they were often preoccupied with leveling up and battling monsters. Even among peers, interactions were scarce, which ironically facilitated Chen Jizhong's disguise as someone whose soul had been exchanged. Chen Jizhong bowed once more. "Good afternoon, senior sister. I have moved nearby and came to inform you. Should I disturb you in the future, I hope you will be forgiving." The pursuit of affection. When attempting to approach someone, it is akin to a battle between armies. One must not reveal their true intentions. Otherwise, the other party can grasp the entire situation and place oneself in a passive position. Senior sister Niyun nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her delicate, fair face as she clasped her fists. "I did not expect the sect leader would allow Chun Shitty to enter the inner sect. I would like to congratulate you in advance. Among the outer disciples, most possessed inferior spiritual roots. If one were fortunate enough to be admitted into the inner sect, it not only provided access to greater cultivation resources, but also indicated a broader path for future cultivation. Indeed, something worth celebrating." Regarding Chen Jizhong's recent relocation, Niyun held this perspective. Chun Jizhong quickly clarified. No, it is I who did not explain clearly, leading to your misunderstanding. He hesitated for a moment, appearing as though he struggled to find the right words. Finally, he sighed and clasped his hands. The matter I wish to discuss is closely related to you, senior sister. Therefore, I ask that you prepare yourself mentally and not be overly distressed. What does Chinshiti wish to say? Niyun inquired, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she adjusted the strands of hair on her face, crossing her arms, accentuating her figure. She inherently disliked negative occurrences. She would mourn for a long time if her cherished spirit herbs withered. Chun Zhizhong observed Niyun's changing expressions closely, feigning sorrow as he spoke. A few days ago, the eldest brother took me down the mountain to carry out a task, and we unexpectedly encountered members of the demonic sect. To protect my retreat, the eldest brother fell into their hands. What? Niyun's eyes widened in shock, her hand clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. Chapter 19. The Master of Edits, what? Niyun exclaimed, her eyes wide, clutching her chest, her breath quickening. She then formed a hand seal to stabilize her turbulent emotions. Just as in her memories, this second senior sister was indeed susceptible to negative feelings. She directly began to circulate the Shaoyang Qingxin Ju to suppress her agitated emotions. It has been quite some time, yet the countenance of Niyun has grown increasingly grim. Her breath fluctuates erratically, suggesting that she may soon succumb to her emotions. Chun Zhizhong cannot help but ponder, if that is indeed the case, then it would be a cause for great delight. Sister Niyun remains in a meditative state, yet her aura is in violent turmoil. It is evident that she will not be able to contain her emotions for much longer. Chun Zhizhong discreetly clutches the jade pendant belonging to the senior brother at his waist, sensing the lingering resentment within. He discovers that the senior brother is equally bewildered, seemingly unprepared for the intensity of the second sister's reaction. It appears that even a devoted admirer understands their insignificance in the eyes of a woman. At that moment, Chun Shiti, who is currently forming hand seals and silently practicing the Qingxin Ju, suddenly calls out. Niyun's eyes remain tightly shut, her brows furrowed. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, adorn her forehead. Within the realm of spiritual perception, Niyun's breath oscillates as if it might explode at any moment. Alarmed, Chun Zhizhong steps forward to inquire, Sister, what is wrong? Your aura is highly unstable. If this continues, the chaotic spiritual energy could pose a danger. I cannot suppress my emotions. Shiti, help me. Niyun slowly opens her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, her delicate form trembling, her complexion growing ever more pallid. To be so profoundly affected by her emotions is indeed alarming. Upon witnessing Sister Niyun in such distress, Chun Zhizhong becomes increasingly serious. As the connection remains unbroken, the voice of the senior brother's lingering spirit reverberates. Shiti, Shiti, let me kill you. No, quick, help Niyun. She is easily swayed by her emotions. If she loses control, she will kill you, haha. Being merely a remnant of a soul, the senior brother's awareness is not fully coherent. However, his familiarity with Niyun indicates that her current state is exceedingly perilous. This illustrates that even in death, a devoted admirer harbors thoughts of the goddess in his heart. Sister, I beg your pardon. Yes, hurry. Niyun nods slightly, maintaining her hand seals. With her consent, Chun Zhizhong unleashes a gentle stream of spiritual energy to envelop Sister Niyun. Niyun's cave is remarkably spacious. At first glance, the garden alone could encompass 2 or 3 football fields. Rather than a cave, it resembles a hidden floral valley within the mountains. The top of the cave is entirely open, revealing a vast expanse of azure sky. The brilliant sunlight cascades down, bathing the extraordinary flowers, spiritual fruits, and jade trees within the cave in a resplendent glow. Moreover, a spiritual spring trickles softly, surrounded by an ethereal aura. As bees and butterflies flit about, what a splendid place! Chun Zhizhong marvels. In comparison, his original cave resembles a mere doghouse. Guided by Chun Zhizhong's spiritual energy, Niyun gracefully levitates midair, desperately attempting to suppress the chaotic spiritual energy within her. A pale white, ethereal shadow manifests upon her surface, gesturing toward a lakeside pavilion to the north before vanishing. Chun Zhizhong escorts Sister Niyun to the lakeside pavilion. where her form effortlessly floats to the center of a white jade platform. The tumultuous aura quiets considerably. The surface of the platform is intricately engraved with elaborate runes, emanating a tranquil and distant energy, seemingly crafted for Sister Nyun to stabilize the chaotic spiritual energy within her. After a careful observation, Chen Zhizhong concludes, owing to the memories of his previous incarnation, that he possesses ample knowledge of cultivation. Just then, the lake outside the pavilion appears to boil, tumultuous and unruly. Shitty, are you not going to act? Nyun's voice resonates, now transmitted through spiritual consciousness. She sits cross-legged upon the half-human high, 6-foot square, white jade platform. Her light gray gauze garment clinging to her form, causing Chen Zhizhong to realize that while Sister Nyun's face may seem languid and aloof, she possesses a certain allure. However, at this moment, her previously tranquil demeanor is marred by a sheen of sweat, indicating her strenuous effort to contain her internal spiritual energy. What are you waiting for? Act now and assist her. The senior brother's lingering spirit continues to prattle, seemingly less disjointed than before, perhaps due to his heightened concern for Sister Nyun. Brother, please refrain from urging. I am merely contemplating how to proceed. The lingering spirit of Xiao Duan interjects. What are you doing? Chen Zhizhong hastily shuts off his perception of the lingering spirit, seeking to prevent the senior brother from tainting his ears with his incessant chatter. A delicate gasp escapes Nyun's lips, as her aura has now surged like the boiling lake waters. Chen Zhizhong dares not delay and promptly forms seals. Sister, our spiritual energies share the same attributes, but they repel each other. This could provoke a violent reaction. If it becomes unbearable, you must endure. Chen Zhizhong transforms into an editing maestro, intermittently lifting the seal on his perception of the senior brother. Consequently, the words spoken transform in the senior brother's ears into second sister. Ah, Chen Zhizhong, our spiritual energies are the same. It might provoke a violent reaction. Please endure. Second sister, technically shitty, do not worry. I can manage as the spiritual energy enters Sister Nyun's body. Chen Zhizhong feels the jade pendant at his waist, housing the senior brother's lingering spirit, shake violently before losing its spiritual glow entirely. Has this little admirer truly reached his limit? Chen Zhizhong muses, intensifying the flow of spiritual energy from his hands, and the results are evident as Sister Nyun's tumultuous aura rapidly stabilizes. However, Chen Zhizhong's technique is evidently unrefined, eliciting a tender cry from Nyun. Shitty, be gentle. My meridians ache. Within the ethereal cave of Hua Yogu, Sister Nyun's voice resonates with a delicate plea. With her assistance, the wild surge of spiritual energy subsides, and the suppression proceeds smoothly without any unforeseen complications. As the aura that had been overflowing from her begins to converge towards him, Chen Zhizhong finds himself somewhat bewildered. Thank you, shitty, Nyun expresses, having endured a tremendous influx of spiritual energy. Before she can even request Chen Zhizhong to depart, she succumbs to unconsciousness, enveloped in a fragrant haze in his embrace. Oh no, Nyun, feeling the solid warmth of Chen Zhizhong's body akin to warm jade, seems to recall an unpleasant memory, her heart racing with alarm. Yet the overwhelming impact of the chaotic spiritual energy renders her unconscious. What is happening? Chen Zhizhong steadies Nyun's delicate shoulders, the sensation warm and ethereal. Yet his mind is preoccupied elsewhere. A buzzing sound emanates from the pendant at his waist, and in his daze, Chen Zhizhong briefly mistakes it for an alarm clock. Shitty, you are doomed. The lingering spirit within the pendant cries out, seemingly fearful of Chen Zhizhong's intentions towards Nyun. A sardonic smile graces Chen Zhizhong's lips as he completely severs the lingering spirit's perception of the outside world, gently placing one hand upon Sister Nyun's fair neck. Yet, unbeknownst to her, his hand is enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, never truly making contact with the second sister. Regrettably, Xiao Zigua's unconsciousness still allows her to sense external reactions, leaving a lingering shadow in Chen Zhizhong's mind. He must continue to vex the senior brother while simultaneously respecting Sister Nyun. Chen Zhizhong, I want to devour your flesh and drink your blood. The lingering spirit howls, akin to a dog witnessing his goddess fall into another man's embrace, yearning to leap out and destroy Chen Zhizhong. What are you barking about? With a swift motion, Chen Jizhong delivers a slap from a distance. Remarkably, the force is perfectly measured. A slightly heavier strike would obliterate the spirit entirely. After delivering the slap, Chen Jizhong seals off the spirit's perception of the external world. He merely wishes to irritate the senior brother. He is not truly a pervert. What is this? Chen Jizhong senses a vortex of energy congealing within his dantian. The ethereal essence emanating from the Shiji enveloped him, drawn into his being by the swirling vortex. However, practitioners possess protective auras that shield them from external influences, rendering it impossible for these energies to penetrate into Chen Jizhong's body. Instead, they circled around him incessantly, akin to a pack of eager young wolves, desperately seeking a gap to infiltrate. Chen Jizhong couldn't help but jest about the narration, noting that the essence spilling from his Shiji had been refined, boasting a high purity. Perhaps it was worth attempting to absorb it? His adventurous spirit surged once more. Yet, exercising caution, he decided to conduct an experiment first. Even energies of the same attribute can exhibit mutual repulsion. With careful control, Chen Jizhong created a small fissure in his protective aura, and the surrounding essence surged toward him like a swarm of bees drawn to nectar. Eager to enter through the opening, as the first thread of essence breached the boundary of his protective aura, he promptly sealed the fissure, keeping most of the essence at bay. The singular thread of essence, upon entering, rapidly dispersed into thousands of streams, flowing into his body through the acupoints. Under Chen Jizhong's guidance, this essence coalesced within his dantian vortex, merging with the innate energies already present. This vortex shifted from its original translucent state to a more solid form, though the change was subtle and only discernible upon close observation. After a stick of incense's time passed without any unusual sensations, Chen Jizhong's confidence grew. The refined essence, now exposed to the outside world, dissipated rapidly. Visible to the naked eye like sunlight melting snow. Confirming there was no danger, he boldly opened a basin-sized hole in his protective aura. The essence cascading from his Shiji, drawn in by the gravitational pull of his dantian vortex, was swiftly consumed, akin to vapor being absorbed by a powerful vacuum. Instantly entering his abdomen, a sensation of fullness invigorated Chen Jizhong. Ashi, I shall temporarily commander your throne. He gently lifted an Yun Shiji from the stone platform and set her aside. He then seated himself, practicing the He Huan Gong, focusing intently on absorbing the essence permeating the space around him. After cultivating the Zhen Yin Yang He Huan Gong and obtaining the Chaos Niden, Chen Jizhong embarked on an alternative path of cultivation. The Shaoyang Ju he had previously practiced no longer sufficed to elevate his prowess, as he absorbed increasing amounts of essence. The vortex within his dantian rapidly solidified, and at its center, a grayish-white danpei gradually formed. Was this a sign of Dan formation? Chen Jizhong was taken aback. He was indeed at the early stage of Jin Dan, having previously opted for a self-destructive explosion to vanquish the Icebone ancestor. Thus, only the nearly depleted Chaos Niden floated within his dantian. Given the current momentum, if he could absorb enough essence, he might just be able to reform the Jin Dan. If he could achieve that, his strength would ascend to new heights. As the vortex continued to draw in the remaining essence, Chen Jizhong's excitement intensified. Previously, he had reached the early stage of Jin Dan and witnessed the formation of the Chaos Niden. He had even employed the explosive technique as a trump card to eliminate the Icebone ancestor. If he were to reform the Jin Dan, could he confidently proclaim himself invincible below the mid-stage of Jin Dan? Just contemplating this brought him immense joy. Yet, he was not one to dwell in fantasy. He immediately began to ponder how to expedite the process of solidifying the danpei. Now, two questions loomed over him. First, what was the origin of the grayish-white danpei within his dantian? Would it ultimately condense into a Jin Dan? Could it pose any harm to him? What if it was something sinister, perhaps a remnant of an ancient powerhouse seeking to usurp his body? Or could it give rise to a monstrous entity that would use his body as sustenance before breaking free? If that were the case, Chen Jizhong would have no time to lament. He needed to act swiftly to eliminate any potential threat. Secondly, how could he ensure that this danpei continued to solidify? Was it merely a matter of continuing to absorb essence, or were there additional requirements, such as the necessity of dual cultivation? Calamity often conceals fortune, and fortune can lead to calamity. Given the current circumstances, Chen Zhizhong could not ascertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. With the last thread of essence absorbed, Chen Zhizhong concluded his practice and opened his eyes, only to behold Enai Yunshiji lying on the ground nearby. The boldness of one's ambitions is often matched by the size of their endeavors. Chen Zhizhong firmly believed in this adage, albeit somewhat eccentric. He resolved to attempt solidifying the dampe further before events spiraled out of control. Shiji, I implore your assistance in my cultivation. The flames of ambition flickered in Chen Zhizhong's eyes, reflecting the graceful figure of Enai Yunshiji. Meanwhile, the remnants of his Shixiang's spirit seethed in the jade pendant, wishing for nothing more than to disintegrate in that very moment rather than helplessly witness his goddess being consumed by another. Chen Zhizhong. Chapter 21. Barefoot movement and gentle suppression. Amber-hued tea cascaded from the pot, tracing an arc through the air before landing gracefully in the teacup. The soft sound echoed as Enai Yunshiji, reclining on her floral bed, stirred at the sound, her delicate ears tinged with a rosy hue. Awakening, she peered with dreamy eyes at Chen Zhizhong and exclaimed, Chen Shidi, why are you still here? The floral bed woven from vines trembled slightly, shedding a few petals. Me? Chen Zhizhong pointed at himself, momentarily taken aback. I was merely helping to suppress your uncontrolled spiritual energy. Accepting an invitation to dine together is one thing, but am I not allowed to pluck a few spiritual herbs and brew a tea to catch my breath? Internally, he scoffed at the notion. The tea had only just been brewed, and it took but a moment to enhance the nourishing properties of the herbs with spiritual energy. This indicated that the ailment causing Enai Yunshiji's fainting spell was not severe. However, lingering too long in a female cultivator's abode felt inappropriate. It would be best for her to invite him for tea, as it would be impolite to leave immediately after she had extended an invitation. Thus, Chen Zhizhong rose, slightly bowing his hands in apology. Though Shiji's sudden fainting was alarming, I found no physical anomalies upon examination, as the recent surge of spiritual energy was perilous. I could not, in good conscience, depart without ensuring your well-being. Now that you have awakened, I shall take my leave. Wait, Shidi, that is not what I meant. As Chen Zhizhong turned to leave, Enai Yun, still reclining, sprang up to retain him. Her light, gray, gauzy dress fluttered, sending petals swirling, and even the glasses he had set aside for her were forgotten. A gentle breeze, imbued with her fragrance, enveloped Chen Zhizhong as she approached, her face a blend of coolness and warmth, brimming with an apologetic smile. I'm simply astonished that Shidi remained here. I truly meant no offense. Moreover, in my cave dwelling, instinctively, Enai Yun raised her hand to adjust her glasses, only to realize they had been removed and were now resting beside the floral bed. With a subtle gesture, the elegantly framed glasses adorned with intricate floral patterns flew to her, settling upon her face. So, they were indeed a magical artifact. The moment Enai Yun donned the glasses, Chen Zhizhong sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from them, seemingly connecting to the entire cave dwelling. He recalled that these glasses were, in fact, non-prescriptive lenses. Following the nearly imperceptible traces, Chen Zhizhong utilized his spiritual energy to search, suddenly realizing that within this entire cave abode lay concealed dozens of formations, both large and small. Among them, 3 formations possessed the capability to effortlessly slay those at the peak of the Jidan stage. How fortunate I am to be a righteous and upright gentleman. For had I engaged in any wrongdoing, I would surely be filled with trepidation now. This revelation also prompted a newfound understanding of senior sister Enai Yun. With the eye dye securely in place, the entire cave seemed to come alive in her perception. The second sister of the Shaoyang sword sect continued, moreover, there are some perilous items within my abode, and I fear for your safety, junior brother. Senior sister, you mustn't deceive me just because I am younger. Are you truly certain these are merely a few? Chen Zhizhong replied with a bashful smile. The combined threat of all the formations in this cave would likely flay even a cultivator at the initial gene dance stage. Her words, rather than allaying his fears, only piqued his curiosity. He had been preoccupied with safeguarding her and had thus missed the opportunity to witness these dangers firsthand. The art of language conveyed a curiosity about the hazards within the cave, while subtly revealing a deeper concern for her well-being. If you're interested, I could show you a little demonstration, and Ai Yun said, crossing her left arm over her chest and raising her right hand to adjust the eye dye. The sleeves of her light and loose gauzy attire slipped down, exposing a delicate, white arm. Despite her repeating the gesture, her demeanor transformed dramatically, presenting an image akin to a tech-savvy individual eager to showcase her prized possessions. Chen Jizhong inclined his body slightly, his interest piqued. I humbly request your guidance, senior sister. Follow me, but do not be frightened, and Ai Yun replied, her confident smile illuminating her previously serene and gentle countenance, reminiscent of a pear blossom amidst freezing rain, suddenly basking in sunlight, exuding an astonishing beauty. Junior brother, you must see this. The lingering spirit of the eldest senior brother within the jade pendant witnessed the unfolding scene. Caught between words, before Ai Yun intercepted him, Chen Jizhong had intentionally removed the barrier obstructing the spirit's perception, wishing to demonstrate the myriad methods of wooing a woman. Look here, this formation may seem inconspicuous, yet it can subtly weaken the cultivation of anyone who steps within. Extraordinary, from the afternoon to the evening. Ai Yun guided Chen Jizhong through the entirety of this cave, resembling an otherworldly valley. Initially, she presumed that as a sword cultivator, Chen Jizhong was merely making conversation to alleviate any awkwardness. However, as their exchanges increased, she discerned that he was genuinely absorbing her insights on formations. Not only was she unafraid of him learning from her, but her enthusiasm grew to such an extent that she became deeply engrossed in her explanations, her typically cool visage blushing like a ripened fruit. She even showcased formations she had studied for years. Chen Jizhong understood the remarkable utility of formations. If arranged correctly, they could assist the wielder in slaying foes far beyond their level. He boldly asked questions about areas he did not comprehend, greatly satisfying the second sister's desire to teach. In her passion, she often stepped into the sunlight, her light, gauzy attire shimmering in the brightness like a thin veil. The scene was enchanting, with her beautiful arm appearing like a bridge pointing towards the stars. Chen Jizhong found himself compelled to recite the Qingxin formula internally, striving to prevent the allure of her beauty from distracting him from his studies. The spirit of the eldest senior brother, observing the growing camaraderie between them, nearly exploded with frustration at the sight of Ai Yun revealing a beauty even he had never witnessed. Chapter 22. My path is not lonely. The night was illuminated by a bright moon. Within Ai Yun's cave, the presence of illuminating magical artifacts rendered it as bright as day. So, the Gengjin formation can be combined in such a manner. Kneeling at the table, Chen Jizhong set down the scroll in his hands, gently massaging his brow. For cultivators, physical fatigue is rare. However, an overwhelming influx of knowledge can lead to mental exhaustion. Ai Yun, seated across the table, took a delicate sip of celestial tea, her face flushed and smiling as she remarked, indeed, it is akin to the cyclical nature of the five elements. The Gengjin formation is primarily offensive but lacks endurance. Without a substantial infusion of spiritual energy, its lethality diminishes rapidly. This is why few utilize the Gengjin formation, even if they could produce the 81 formation flags required. They often lack the spiritual energy to activate them simultaneously. Moreover, even those capable of activating all 81 flags may not regard the Gengjin formation as worthwhile. Chen Jizhong adeptly continued the dialogue. Yet, senior sister has built upon the Gengjin formation by incorporating the four symbols formation. By leveraging the incomplete cycle of the four symbols formation, which generates excess metal energy, you compensate for the Gengjin formation's lack of durability. Furthermore, you have reduced the number of flags needed from 81 to 19. Both formations, in terms of required materials and deployment difficulty, can be met even by those newly entering the Jidan stage. If the modified Gengjin Xiang formation were to circulate, it would provide cultivators everywhere with an affordable, essential formation for home defense and travel. Senior sister has perfected this formation, which was once overlooked, and its name will surely be remembered. Junior brother is too kind. Ai Yun replied with a shy smile, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling. Chen Jizhong genuinely admired her brilliance. It is noteworthy that the recorded history of this world has spanned millennia. Although several cataclysmic wars between celestial beings and demons have severed many civilizations, the last major conflict occurred 2,000 years ago, during which the Gungjin formation was birthed among numerous others. The fact that the issue of excessive spiritual energy consumption was resolved only by Ni Yun over 2 millennia later speaks volumes about her exceptional talent in formations. After a moment of contemplation, Ni Yun took the scroll from in front of Chen Jizhong, conjured a spiritual brush, and inscribed the elegant characters Gungjin Xiang formation in a delicate script upon the blank space at the beginning. "What is senior sister doing?" Chen Jizhong inquired, puzzled. Ni Yun smiled and explained, "Although the name you propose for this formation is succinct, it clearly conveys its essence. Thus, senior sister will directly adopt it." Chen Jizhong chuckled as he settled back down, as long as senior sister does not mind. Only then did he notice the silver-white moonlight casting its glow upon a cluster of blossoms nearby, as light purple spiritual flowers absorbed the moonlight, releasing a fragrant spiritual aura. "It's getting late. I should take my leave." Chen Jizhong slowly rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell, realizing he had lost track of time while engrossed in conversation with senior sister. "The hour is late. I must take my leave. Might I inquire if senior sister is available tomorrow? I have further questions to discuss." Although cultivators often engage in philosophical discourse for days, Chen Jizhong had ulterior motives, hoping to keep the conversation alive and increase their opportunities for interaction, rather than turning their meetings into mere technical exchanges. Upon seeing Chen Jizhong prepare to depart, Ni Yun could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Her aura began to stir once more. Fortunately, this reaction was not overly severe. After silently reciting the Qingxin mantra twice, the surging spiritual energy settled. Ni Yun rose and escorted him out, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she said, "Do not speak of tomorrow. I may have plenty of time in the years to come. Whenever junior brother wishes to visit, I shall be here to welcome you." "Why is that?" Chen Jizhong wondered. Has senior sister encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation? Sensing Ni Yun's impending loss of control, he prepared to absorb the spiritual energy she might release, only for her to suppress it herself. He then expressed his concern earnestly. Nijun, Verfit, treaded the pebble path leading to the entrance of the cave abode. As a cultivator with a protective aura, she remained untouched by dust, which led many cultivators to prefer walking barefoot in private. With a faint sigh, she confessed to her junior brother, "To be candid, the reason for my emotional instability, which in turn causes fluctuations in my spiritual energy, stems from a fragment of a formation scroll I encountered years ago. It contained a line of ethereal blue heart method remnants. This method is quite peculiar. Out of curiosity, I recited it silently. Yet this brief phrase inadvertently affected my Tao heart. I expended considerable effort to suppress its influence, but alas, I am left with lingering repercussions. Since then, my emotions have become exceedingly volatile, and I am at risk of losing myself should I encounter external provocations. Consequently, I have refrained from advancing my cultivation, fearful that should I unwittingly reach the golden core realm and confront the thunder tribulation, the remnants of that heart method might lead to my demise in the lightning's embrace." And Ni Yun smiled gently and replied, "However, it is not a matter of great concern. After all, there is ample time for my senior sister to gradually seek ways to dispel the influence. You need not dwell on it, junior brother. What a peculiar notion. A computer virus in the realm of cultivation? Fortunately, I was merely using machines in an internet CAF at that time. Even if infected, it bore little consequence. The CAF owner, however, suffered over the years, visibly stressed, leading to hair loss and acne. Chen Jichong kept this in mind, intending to have Zillion test any strange items he might encounter in the future. Please do not bear too heavy a psychological burden, senior sister, should the opportunity arise. I will also pay heed to matters concerning the ethereal blue heart method. If this affects your Tao heart, then it is indeed a scheme laid by the one who left behind those heart method remnants," he reassured her. The lifespan of a golden core cultivator can extend to 160 years. In comparison, Ni Yun, who appeared to be in her 40s, still had plenty of time ahead. "Then, I shall take my leave," Chan Jichong said, cupping his hands in farewell before soaring into the night sky. As Ni Yun stood at the entrance of the cave, watching Chen Jichong depart, she lightly patted her chest and exhaled softly. Today had been quite enjoyable for her. For most members of the Shaoyang sword sect were sword cultivators, leaving her with a wealth of theoretical knowledge on formations, yet no one to share insights with. Had it not been for Chen Jichang's visit after relocating nearby, she would have remained unaware that a junior brother in the sect held an interest in formations. In the realm of cultivation, one is never truly alone. Chapter 23. The little junior sister's worrisome? The little junior sister mentioned during the day that she was responsible for organizing the library's collection. With this thought, Chen Jichang made a 90-degree turn midair and flew towards the library. Approaching the library, he descended gradually onto the path leading to its entrance. Ascending the 1,000-step stone platform, he walked directly to the grand entrance of the library, presenting his token to the gatekeeper. Chen Jichang from Zhujian Peak, here to borrow the recipe for Qingxindan. The gatekeeper, a venerable elder appearing to be in his 50s, exuded an aura typical of a peak golden core cultivator. Clad in a blue Dao robe and a black jade belt, he indicated his status as an inter-sect elder. Although the Shaoyang Sword sect had a history of prosperity, it was currently regarded as a third-rate sect in Bihai Prefecture. This was also the reason why the senior brother dared to dream of inheriting the position of sect leader despite only being in the mid-golden core stage. Very well. You may enter, the inter-sect elder said, after reading the information on Chen Jichang's jade pendant. He registered the details on a jade plate the size of a chessboard, then returned Chen Jichang's waist token with spiritual power. Thank you, Elder. Chen Jichang responded with a bow before proceeding into the library. As he drew nearer, the 9-story library loomed large, reminiscent of the heavens and the earth. Regardless of past grandeur, the present was undeniably different. Chen Jichang gazed upward for a moment before striding inside and directly to the 3rd floor. Ling Yun was originally holding a spirit pen, poking its tip into her candy-like round face. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up, her expression brightening upon seeing Chen Jichang. Chen Xixiao. Indeed, Chen Jichang nodded, approaching her and remarking, I did not expect you to be so diligent, still studying late into the night. Oh dear, Ling Yun sighed, collapsing onto the table, her voice weak. Do not mock me, Xixiao. This pile of books is nearly drowning me. I estimate it will take 3 days and nights to sort through them all. How can I possibly find the time to study? Chen Jichang seated himself on the floor, casually flipping through one of the basic texts. Junior sister, I see that most of these texts do not seem particularly significant. Why has the sect assigned you to organize them? The library consisted of 9 levels, with only the upper 3 requiring trusted disciples for organization. The lower 3 tiers could be managed by ordinary disciples. Ling Yun, currently at the 5th stage of Golden Core, possessed commendable spiritual roots and had been an inter-sect disciple for several years, thus exempting her from menial tasks and eligible to receive monthly subsidies from the sect. Therefore, it was entirely unreasonable for her to be tasked with sorting these inconsequential texts. My master says that while I have talent in cultivation, I lack focus, which has led to my rapid progress yet stagnation at the 5th stage of Golden Core, Ling Yun said, sitting up straight and rubbing her large eyes. She then retrieved 4 or 5 books from the side to check for damages. Since these texts were not of great importance, they were not preserved with spells to prevent aging or damage, requiring periodic inspections for losses and repairs. To her left, a neatly arranged stack of checked books towered high, surpassing even Ling Yun, who was seated on a soft cushion. To her right, however, stood a pile of unorganized texts, taller than Chen Jichang when standing. Based on Ling Yun's current pace, her estimate of needing at least 3 days and nights to finish was indeed an overestimation of her abilities. Chen Jichang chose not to interrupt his junior sister, but instead picked up the registration book she had filled and began to review it. The process of checking for damages involved categorizing the texts into medicinal, weaponry, or technique classifications, identifying which page and line contained the missing parts, and registering this information in the book. He noted that Ling Yun had filled her registration book, but had not marked off the sections with a red pen, indicating she had yet to retrieve the backup text from the 5th floor to repair the damaged ones she had already identified. Why is Xixiang here? Is it to see me? Ling Yun thought, her heart racing, though she appeared engrossed in organizing the texts. Even the term for alchemy was mistakenly written as Xianjiong Liandan. At that moment, Chen Jichang rose and moved elsewhere. Ling Yun assumed he had simply come to retrieve something and would soon depart. However, when he returned an hour later, he was carrying a stack of already prepared replacement pages. Xixiang, what is this? Ling Yun exclaimed, having noticed that her completed registration book had vanished. And now, seeing Chen Jichong descend from the upper floor with those items, her heart surged with excitement, a rosy hue blooming on her candy-like round face. Chen Jizhong feigned ignorance, simply settling himself cross-legged at another low table. He summoned the damaged tomes from Ling Yun's left, meticulously following the prepared sequence. Without compromising the integrity of the books, he deftly used his magic to remove the torn pages, replacing them with freshly transcribed sheets. In a mere blink, he had already repaired 3 or 5 volumes. Feeling increasingly adept, Chen Jizhong finally diverted his attention to Ling Yun. I recall you were quite the lively child. It must be rather uncomfortable to sit here for so long, no? Ah, senior brother, you understand me too well. Staying here feels akin to being confined. Ling Yun's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as her small hand tightly grasped her spiritual brush, indignation mingling with a reluctance to defy. But Master believes this will temper my character. You still haven't mentioned the particular area where you feel stuck, hindering your progress, Chen Jizhong inquired, multitasking as he conversed with Ling Yun while guiding the flow of spiritual energy to mend the damaged texts. It's because I lack a golden spiritual root, Ling Yun replied, adopting a similar multitasking approach. Master had me practice the Xinjin sword technique since childhood. This technique, suited to my gold spiritual root, allows me to cultivate as effortlessly as eating or drinking. Yet recently, having reached the 5th scroll, I find myself unable to condense the sword intent. The more I struggle to gather it, the more anxious I become, the greater my anxiety, the more elusive the sword intent seems, and thus, I find myself trapped in a vicious cycle. Ling Yun pouted, conveying her sense of grievance. In a library on the 3rd floor, Ling Yun, resembling someone reciting a tongue twister, shared her predicament with Chen Jizhong before letting out a soft sigh, burying her head in the books awaiting organization. Chen Jizhong pondered deeply, with a gold spiritual root. If she wishes to enhance her cultivation, she must cultivate a more reserved and tranquil disposition to resonate with the essence of true gold. Through silent and rigorous refinement, she can nurture the sharpest sword intent. However, given her current vivacious age, it is no wonder she encounters a bottleneck in her cultivation. To access Ling Yun's refined essence, Chen Jizhong realized he must evoke her worries, thereby generating the needed golden essence. Her lively and extroverted nature would undoubtedly pose an obstacle. If I assist Sister Ling Yun in tempering her character, not only might she become more composed and introspective, but perhaps I could also extract the golden essence in the process. With these thoughts, Chen Jizhong completed the restoration of the organized tomes. He glanced out the window, noting the faint light breaking over the eastern mountains. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the night in the library alongside Sister Ling Yun. Fortunately, cultivators seldom succumb to fatigue, and both retain their spirits. After some contemplation, Chen Jizhong deemed it necessary to intervene, rising to address Ling Yun. Sister, since you find organizing the tomes tedious, might you be interested in a method I devised? It could prove more engaging and assist you in refining your mindset. Ling Yun suddenly looked up, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. What is your method, senior brother? Chen Jizhong teased her with a hint of mystery. This endeavor bears some risk. If you trust me, it would be wise to request a 3-day leave from Master. After we descend the mountain, I shall reveal my concrete ideas. You want to take me down the mountain? The playful Ling Yun instantly seized upon the intriguing proposition. Indeed, Chen Jizhong nodded slightly, but the success of this venture hinges upon whether you can secure the leave. Absolutely. Ling Yun promptly stowed away her brush, rising with a slight bow, resembling a spirited sparrow as she bounced down the stairs. Senior brother, await my good news. Chen Jizhong sighed, placing his hands on his hips, musing whether this could be construed as luring a young girl away. I am acting in her best interest. If she can break through her bottleneck at a young age, she will be better positioned to reach the Golden Core realm. The sooner one impacts their realm, the higher the chances of success. He rationalized his actions, convincing himself that he was merely nurturing her growth rather than misleading her. Ling Yun's master is Xie Cailian, the head of Jinxia Peak, a practitioner with a superior wood spiritual root and a pinnacle cultivator at the 7th stage of the Golden Core realm. The youngest among the current sect leaders at merely 29 years old, she is of the same age as senior brother Xiao Duan. Her prowess in the 7th stage is not particularly remarkable within the broader context of the Beihai Continent's cultivation community. But her mastery of the Shuaijian sword technique places her among the very few opponents within her realm. At only 29, given a cultivator's lengthy lifespan, Xietzian may well ascend to become a top-tier swordwoman in the future. This highlights the considerable disparities among cultivators, influenced by spiritual roots, opportunities, innate talents, and personal efforts, differences that can be even more pronounced than those between humans and dogs. Chen Jizhong sighed at the thought. Some, like Sister Lingyun with her superior gold spiritual root, achieve the golden core at the tender age of 16. With a stroke of luck, she might break through to the golden core by 25 and aim for the nascent soul realm before 30. Conversely, others, like the previous incarnation with a medium-grade sword spiritual root, reach the 3rd stage of the golden core at 25, and only with good fortune could they aspire to the golden core by the age of 50. With lesser luck, they might remain stagnant at the golden core for their entire lives. Fortunately, I practiced the Hahuan Gong, Chen Jizhong reflected, standing tall. While he lacked a golden finger, he had learned demonic sect techniques thanks to Xiao Zigui, allowing him to cultivate the chaotic inner elixir within himself. If that white elixir could solidify into a golden core under the nourishment of spiritual energy, he might become a world's only practitioner of dual cultivation with dual elixirs. Yet, I cannot grow complacent. My grand ambitions remain unfulfilled. Chen Jizhong forced down a smile, but suddenly felt a disquieting sensation. Gazing out at the dimly lit mountains, he felt a chill sweep over him. Surely, I have only spent one night awake. Could it be the chaotic inner elixir drain my vital essence? After sealing all entrances and shedding his garments, he inspected his body. In a moment of desperation, he even slapped himself a few times, but his vigor felt as though it had perished. Curse it! Chen Jizhong knelt, uncertain whether to laugh or cry, his heart cold. Clad in his clothes, he pondered how to divert his mind. Yet, whether polishing his brush or exerting himself with strenuous exercises, his thoughts spiraled toward images of dual cultivation. Despite this, he remained despondent. With his arms weakening, he collapsed to the ground. If he could not rally his strength, what good would it do to win over Sister Lingyun? Without the golden essence, time would inevitably lead to his demise due to internal decay. This was unacceptable. Death loomed like a sword over his neck. Chen Jizhong sprang up, transforming into a streak of azure light as he dashed from his abode. Lingyun spotted him from a distance and rushed forward, waving her delicate hand. Her face radiant with joy. Senior brother, Master has granted me leave to descend the mountain. Before her words fully registered, Chen Jizhong had already vanished to the south. Seeing the direction he fled, Lingyun couldn't help but wonder where his senior brother headed. In the southern region, 800 miles away, at Luoying Cave, Xiao Zigui emerged from a brief retreat. However, akin to a sudden illness, regaining his strength would be a gradual process. Thus, he found the opportunity to check on the little demon girl's condition. This cave had nearly hollowed out the entire mountain, comprising 7 levels with numerous branching chambers. After bringing the little demon girl, Zilian, he had settled her in the lowest level of the cave. As Xiao Zigui descended from his meditation chamber, he immediately spotted the little demon girl sitting by the lotus pool, her feet submerged in the water, lost in thought. Little girl. Xiao Zigui stepped forward and sat beside Zilian at the edge of the lotus pond, inquiring, "What occupies your thoughts?" She was contemplating men, as she was to portray a little sorceress whose memories had been erased. Xiao Zigui chuckled softly, having seen everything moments before, and remarked, "Xiao Yin, this place does not permit men. Otherwise, I could let you go out and catch one yourself." Xiao Zigui was no longer a person of pure righteousness, speaking more freely than before. With a graceful gesture, she summoned a fountain of water from the lotus pond, a pristine lotus root soaring through the waves and landing in her palm. Practitioners often cultivated various spiritual plants within their abodes, with lingji, ginseng, lotus root, and ginkgo being among the most common. Chapter 25. The enchanting lotus root. If it becomes unbearable, perhaps this will suffice. Xiao Zigui handed the lotus root to Zilian and rose to exit the cave. As Zilian gazed at the jade-like lotus root in her hand, her slightly elongated round face flushed a delicate shade of red. The heavy makeup that Xiao Zigui disdained had long been washed away, leaving her looking much more like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Yet, the inherent charm within her was not easily dismissed. Water droplets from the lotus root trickled down her hand, creating ripples in the pond, and Zilian could not help but feel a pang of sorrow as she lamented. If only father were still here, and the sect remained, we would not need such things. She hurriedly lowered her voice, fearful of being overheard. If Xiao Zigua discovered that she had not truly lost her memories, her death could be imminent. Meanwhile, Xiao Zigua waved her hand to deactivate the protective array and swiftly exited the cave. Just as she arrived, Chief Chen landed beside her, hands tucked into his sleeves. Sighing softly and furrowing his brow, he subtly said, "Dao friend, I seek a secluded chamber. I have matters to discuss." "Follow me," Xiao Zigua replied. As Chief Chen pondered how to broach the subject with Xiao Zigua, he wondered if she was aware of his hidden affliction and whether she would mock him. They passed through a spacious area where, despite his initial disinterest in the surroundings, Chief Chen's keen senses detected a series of gasps. Instinctively, he turned toward the left side where the lotus pond lay. Beneath the sprawling lotus leaves, a captivating figure engaged in activities best left unspoken. Chief Chen sensed his banner wavering, its energy feeble. Unable to suppress his frown, he inquired, "What is this enchantress doing? It is utterly repulsive." Xiao Zigua responded with a teasing smile, "It is merely a matter of enticing the lotus. There are no men here. This girl, accustomed to her libertine ways, must resolve her desires in such a manner." Although Xiao Zigua did not dwell in the realms of duality, her declaration that there are no men here struck a nerve in the already afflicted Chief Chen. Noticing the shift in his aura and his veiled demeanor, Xiao Zigua contemplated a rather absurd development and quickened her pace, leading Chief Chen into a secluded chamber. At the edge of the lotus pond, Zilian, her charming face flushed, exhaled deeply, clutching the jade-colored lotus root as if it were a treasure. She had never imagined that providing for herself could be such a delightful experience. However, her thoughts drifted back to the two individuals they had just passed, prompting her to murmur, "If there are no men here, what was it I just saw taken inside? A little eunuch, perhaps?" In the secluded chamber, Xiao Zigua was taken aback by Chief Chen's open robes, covering her mouth in astonishment. "I suspect it may be the result of the chaos inner pill drawing upon your essence," she ventured. Chief Chen, his brow furrowed, tightened his robes, and settled onto a soft couch. Noting no response from anyone, Xiao Zigua knelt beside him, her legs gracefully folded, leaning slightly on his shoulder, an expression of concern gracing her features as she gently inquired, No matter how I focus, it feels like weary troops and reluctant generals." Chief Chen's expression was grave. Yet Xiao Zigua, upon learning of his condition, did not exhibit any signs of disdain, offering him a measure of solace. Logically, with the deepening practice of the Hahuan technique, one would expect a corresponding increase in vigor and prowess. As you mentioned, having acquired the Yinyang Hahuan Gong and condensed this chaos inner pill, what could its adverse effects signify? Xiao Zigua endeavored to analyze the root cause of Chief Chen's inability to command his energy effectively. Upon absorbing Xiao Zigua's liver essence, Chief Chen disclosed the details regarding the true Yinyang Hahuan Gong. Given their dual cultivation partnership, there was no need for secrecy. Regrettably, Xiao Zigua, having practiced the ordinary version of the Hahuan technique, could not transition to the true Yinyang Hahuan Gong. Frustration welled within her, realizing that in a state of dual cultivation, one could overhear the thoughts of their partner. In contrast, Chief Chen, amused by her ignorance of this aspect, willingly complied with her need for control. The true Yinyang Hahuan Gong must originate from the same lineage or individual as the Hahuan Gong. I practice otherwise. You would not have been able to acquire it through dual cultivation. Therefore, the severe consequences of condensing the chaos inner pill could inadvertently jeopardize the practitioner's life. The depletion of essence would hinder one's ability to command energy, making the initial step of dual cultivation impossible, thus failing to replenish the lost essence. Is this not a deadlock? Xiao Zigua attempted to comprehend the situation from the perspective of the technique's creator. However, no matter how she theorized, she could not discern the original author's intentions behind such actions. Chief Chen speculated, perhaps it is a flaw within myself? The dual cultivation technique seems to compel one to bow their head, which is rather unreasonable. He questioned whether the original practitioner had any inherent issues. Though he assured himself of his robust health and appetites, he was uncertain if the original practitioner had any underlying flaws. Xiao Zigua suggested, While most practitioners are adept at alchemy and possess some medical knowledge, they seldom delve into bodily ailments. Moreover, a healer rarely treats themselves. Administering random remedies could exacerbate the situation. Chief Chen hesitated for a moment, as if coming to a resolution, and stated, "For now, this is the only course we have." Chapter 26. The medical clinic the physician we seek is an ordinary person, merely 20 years of age. Yet their mastery in medicine rivals that of practitioners over a century old. Xiao Zigua guided Chief Chen to a town named Shifeng, located approximately 200 miles southwest of her cave. Upon their arrival at the northern gate of the town, they drew the attention of passers-by, but only for a fleeting moment, as cultivators were not uncommon in this world, and curiosity was soon overshadowed by indifference. However, the self-doubting Chief Chen instinctively shied away from the gazes of others, pulling a hooded robe from his storage pendant to don. Clad in a striking red outfit, Xiao Zigua strode confidently forward, her braided hair swaying with each step. As she introduced, "The physician's name is Ruan Mioran. I often intercepted members of the demonic sect to seize their storage artifacts. Such endeavors inevitably led to injuries, and once, I nearly lost my life at the hands of a demon. Fortunately, I encountered Physician Ruan while she was foraging for herbs. Had she not spent hours reattaching my severed arm, I might have lost the use of my left arm long ago. Ever since, I have sought her out for treatment whenever I was injured." With his face obscured by the hood, Chief Chen sighed. Given her name, Ruan Mioran must be a woman. Is it appropriate to seek her help for such a peculiar ailment? Due to the specificity of his condition, he felt a sense of reticence in revealing it. "Healers do not discriminate between genders," Xiao Zigua reassured him. "Of course, if you prefer, we can seek a male physician instead. However, in terms of medical expertise, Dr. Ruan is the most proficient individual I have encountered thus far." Xiao Zigua, resembling a figure from the underworld, playfully draped his arm around Chen Jizhong's shoulders, grinning mischievously. "Friend Chen, are you perhaps shy about being examined by a female doctor?" "Go away," Chen Jizhong pushed Xiao Zigua aside, saying, "I merely fear I might startle the young lady. Indeed, it could be quite alarming." Dr. Ruan might have never encountered a patient whose internal and external conditions are normal, yet cannot marshal their forces, Xiao Zigua teased. "Do not call me." Chen Jizhong could no longer maintain his composure, and Xiao Zigua doubled over in laughter. The usually stoic, righteous cultivator was nearly brought to expletives by her antics, discovering a novel amusement in the situation. "Little Zhuanzi, wait for me. Once I am healed, I shall ensure you teeter between life and death," Chen Jizhong mumbled to himself, oblivious that his brother's lack of ambition had cast a shadow on his own demeanor. Little Zhuanzi was a rather playful nickname he had coined for Xiao Zigua, blending banality with charm. Furthermore, the phrase Xiao Mu Yu, Ziguat refers to the cuckoo bird, which also ties back to the previous encounter with the Wankai sect, linking Xiao Mu Yu to the same poetic origin. In the future, when Xiao Ziguai's cultivation ascends, and she no longer has to conceal her lineage or name, outsiders will inevitably connect the perpetrator of the Wankai sect massacre, who also bears the surname Xiao, to her, as both names derive from the same poem. Those with a penchant for imaginative leaps will easily deduce that the orchestrator of the Wankai sect's demise hails from the Xiao family. At that time, Xiao Zigua will come to realize, perhaps with profound gratitude towards Chen Jizhong's efforts, that any missteps on his part could be forgiven. Yet, this is merely the trivial scheming of a rogue man seeking to establish a harem. Readers should not emulate such behavior. And so it was. Xiao Zigua halted before the steps, while Chen Jizhong paused to look up, finding themselves before a modest two-story building. The front of the establishment bore a simple sign, yellow background with black letters, inscribed with the words Meow Meow Clinic, exuding an inexplicable charm. Through the open doors, one could glimpse the clinic's 3 walls lined with medicine cabinets, stocked with ordinary herbs such as qianma, huangqi, and di huang, alongside entry-level spiritual herbs like ling shun, haiyao dan, and shell powder, all contributing to a rich and potent aroma of medicinal scents. Additionally, within the clinic there were 2 recliners on either side, designed for accommodating immobile patients, though at present they were unoccupied. At the innermost counter, a woman in a green gown rested her left elbow on the surface, her right hand poised with a brush, her brow slightly furrowed as she contemplated the formulation of prescriptions. "Shall we enter?" Xiao Ziguai raised an eyebrow and inquired. Chen Jizhong pondered for a moment and replied, treating ailments is of utmost importance. He followed Xiao Ziguai inside. Dr. Wan, it has been a long time since we last met. Xiao Ziguai greeted as they entered. Dr. Wan raised her head at the sound, revealing a face as pale as silver. Chen Jizhong was slightly taken aback, for Dr. Wan was quite youthful. Yet her features were gentle, with fair skin and red lips, and her nose and facial contours were as harmonious as flowing water, embodying the benevolent visage often associated with seasoned physicians. Sister Xiao, every time I see you, I fear it may be our last, Dr. Wan sighed with a light laugh. Putting down her brush and stepping out from behind the counter to inquire, has my sister suffered an injury this time? Or is it your friend here? Clearly, Dr. Wan was quite familiar with Xiao Ziguai. However, upon noticing Chen Jizhong, a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes, indicating her uncertainty about his appearance. Chen Jizhong lifted his hand to remove his hood and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, I have the honor of meeting Dr. Wan. I am Chen Jizhong, here at the behest of friend Xiao, having heard of your remarkable medical skills, to seek treatment. He suffers from impotence, Xiao Ziguai bluntly revealed, gesturing with her thumb towards Chen Jizhong. I shall turn you into stir-fried bird. Chen Jizhong felt the veins in his forehead throb, his lips twitching. However, at this moment, he had no strength to retaliate and could only bitterly admit, to be honest, Dr. Wan, I am indeed afflicted by this condition. Dr. Wan did not exhibit any particular reaction to the mention of a man's private ailment. Her brows slightly arched, seemingly suppressing a laugh. She turned to Xiao Ziguai and asked, May I ask, sister, what is your relationship with this friend Chen? Xiao Ziguai clutched Chen Jizhong's arm, causing her delicate hands to squish together, gazing at Dr. Wan with a soft and timid plea, Dear sister, your future happiness will rely on you. Although Dr. Wan had shown no signs of embarrassment moments before, she now seemed slightly flustered, averting her gaze and clearing her throat softly. Chen Jizhong observed Dr. Wan, then turned to Xiao Ziguai, sensing an undercurrent of something more between them. As a doctor, well-versed in human nature, Dr. Wan quickly regained her composure, stating, I understand. This is not suitable. Please wait here, sister and friend Chen, while I fetch you to the second floor. As she spoke, Dr. Wan approached the entrance to retrieve a door panel stacked in the corner. With few patients on this day, and given that Xiao Ziguai had brought a male cultivator for a private examination, Dr. Wan certainly intended to close the clinic for the day. Securing the door would ensure that no one could intrude. Chen Jizhong promptly moved forward, assessing the structure. He lifted the door panel, estimating its weight to be around 30 to 40 pounds. Aligning it with the upper slot at the doorway, he effortlessly slid it into place in the lower slot, securing it with a few swift motions, all without expending a shred of his spiritual power. As a patient, one ought to show due respect to the healer rather than flaunt one's own capabilities as a cultivator. Thank you, dear friend, Dr. Wan smiled. Chen Jizhong returned the gesture with a smile and clasped his fists, replying, You are too kind, Dr. Wan. Dr. Wan then led the way, proceeding to the northeast corner of the clinic, where she opened a small door, saying, This way is the staircase. She ascended the wooden staircase first, her green gown providing a somewhat fitted appearance, causing her hair to cascade like a waterfall, accentuating her form. Chen Jizhong and Xiao Ziguai followed closely, and he heard her whisper softly, My sister has not yet been promised to anyone. Chen Jizhong replied telepathically, What purpose does that serve? We are here to treat your ailment. Perhaps if you have taken a liking to Dr. Wan, you might not need treatment after all, Xiao Ziguai teased, poking Chen Jizhong in the side. Chen Jizhong conjured a shadow only visible to Xiao Ziguai, turning around with an expression of disappointment, and communicated, What do you take me for? Dr. Wan is indeed exceptional, but if I were to desire every woman, where would that leave you? What would I regard you as? He then dissipated the shadow. In his eyes, was I not different from other women? Xiao Ziguai halted in her tracks. Chen Jizhong had been discreetly observing her with his spiritual sense, and upon noticing the contemplative look on her delicate face, he felt a sense of triumph within himself. Exclaiming inwardly, Did you see that? This is what we call high-end operation. Little bird, watch as I reshape your character, transforming you into a pure-hearted maiden. Upon reaching the second floor, Dr. Wan approached the side, tying her hair up with a cloth strip in front of the mirror at the washstand, revealing her fair neck. Dr. Wan gestured towards a recliner in the room, instructing, "Please remove your clothing and lie down, spreading your legs." Following her direction, Chen Zhizhong looked at the recliner. Recognizing its familiarity, it had supports on either side for the legs, resembling an examination table. Chen Zhizhong inhaled sharply, realizing it was indeed an examination table for women. However, to bolster his resolve, he pinched his nose and reluctantly removed his clothing, handing it to Xiao Ziguai for safekeeping, and lay down obediently on the recliner. After receiving the clothes, Shi Ozigu seemed somewhat lost in thought, as if still immersed in the profound implications of Captain Chen's words, and did not continue to jest about him. She opened her legs slightly. Dr. Ruin sat down on a small stool in front of Captain Chen, gesturing for him to place his legs on the supports at either side. Captain Chen took a deep breath, exposing his weary and fragile state to Dr. Ruin. Upon observing, Ruin squinted her eyes to focus, and upon realization, was immediately taken aback. It was over. Lying on the chair, Captain Chen felt an overwhelming sense of dread, and judging by Dr. Ruin's reaction, it was hard not to suspect he was suffering from some grave illness. Indeed, how could there be so many fortuitous events in this world? The mere act of soul crossing into another realm was already the culmination of several lifetimes of luck. If he were to attain the status of a protagonist, effortlessly cultivating into dual golden elixirs, how could others survive? Thus, fate chose to draw the curtain on his life with such absurdity. What? Was there truly no hope? Seeing Captain Chen close his eyes and lie still, Shiozigu nervously pressed on for answers. Ruin slightly averted her gaze and said, "It's not that. I just haven't encountered anything like this before. Is she unmarried, or is she a respectable young lady?" She couldn't help but think, Shio is indeed extraordinary, capable of accommodating what others cannot. "You little girl," Shiozigu retorted, feeling a bit irritated. Doctors, after all, are the profession that cannot be trifled with in this world. Even the slightest gasp of breath seems to suggest the sky is falling. "Doctor, I can be even more frightening, but please focus on treating him, all right?" Captain Chen opened his eyes again, his emotions akin to a roller coaster, fluctuating greatly. Although somewhat bashful, Ruin had treated patients for many years and had seen all manner of body parts. She quickly finished her examination, signaling Captain Chen to put on his clothes. She removed her gloves and tossed them into the nearby waste bin, informing Captain Chen, "I have examined you, and there is nothing seriously wrong with your body. It's merely a case of overindulgence in intimate activities recently." And both women appeared somewhat embarrassed. "It's good that there's nothing serious," Captain Chen thought, feeling a slight easing of his anxiety. The reason for the slight relief was that Dr. Ruin's hands were soft and cool, yet he remained unresponsive. Ruin continued, "I happen to have a prescription that can help regulate your body. As long as you take the medicine on time and maintain a relaxed mindset, in 3 to 5 days, you should be able to resume intimate relations." Blushing, Ruin pulled Shiozigu to the side, whispering something. Captain Chen took a deep breath, relieved. 3 to 5 days was a wait he could endure. However, he overheard the two women murmuring, "Sister, is it what he desires, or is it what you want?" "It's all my fault," Shiozigu admitted, albeit reluctantly. Captain Chen thought to himself, "Goodness. So it turns out you've been squeezing me too hard." Once his body recovered, wouldn't he savor teasing her for a few days? No, he immediately dismissed that thought, recalling the unsettling matters he had witnessed in Shiozigu's cave. What if she went astray? The enchanting woman. Had he known, he would have taken care of it back then. Now, he had to guard against leading Shiozigu astray. Achie. In the cave, Zilien felt a chill, rubbing her small hands together and sneezing. In the medical clinic, Ruin remarked, "Sister, regardless of the circumstances, it is somewhat excessive to torment someone like this. Men are not the same as women. They are inherently weaker in such matters." Captain grimaced, "Hey, I have become a pampered little flower." Huh? Chapter 27. Stepping out upon exiting Omi medical clinic, Shiozigu inquired. Captain Chen, however, had another matter to discuss. "Do you remember I mentioned my little junior sister who happens to possess a gold attribute spiritual root, and her body is brimming with gold essence?" "Of course I remember, but why do you bring this up? Given your current condition, Can you even manage to raise an army? Xiaozigu seemed a bit jealous, her tone laced with sarcasm. Captain Chen opened his mouth, disappointment evident on his face, shaking his head as he walked ahead. Xiaozigu realized she had inadvertently touched a nerve. Even though this issue would eventually have to be addressed, since their acquaintance, Captain Chen had suffered greatly due to her, yet he repaid her kindness with selfless devotion. Not only did he risk his life to help her seek vengeance, but he also generously shared the true yin-yang harmony technique. Although Xiaozigu could not practice it, she held this sentiment dearly in her heart. Reflecting on their past, Xiaozigu was not an ungrateful person. Guilt welled up within her, prompting her to rush after him. I didn't mean to bring it up. Let's wait until you're better. And you can handle it however you wish, all right? Xiaozigu cast a spell to conceal their figures, slightly adopting a charming demeanor. The passers-by were veiled by thick fog. Captain Chen was quite pleased with this. His woman, even if she were a vixen, could only sulk in his presence. Now that my cultivation is high and yours is low, how could I possibly deal with you? Wouldn't that just give you an advantage? Captain Chen said, wrapping an arm around Xiaozigu's waist, showing leniency and allowing the little bird her freedom. Xiaozigu, in a rare moment of compliance, leaned against Captain Chen, and the two soared into the air, departing amidst the clouds. The following day, Xiaozigu would return to retrieve the medicine prepared by Dr. Ruin. As they drifted beyond the town limits, gliding amidst the verdant mountains, Captain Chen broached a serious topic. I have less than 10 days remaining. My junior sister has recently encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, and I believe this presents a perfect opportunity to stimulate her gold essence. To do so, she must be enveloped in extreme distress. The comfort of our sect does not provide the necessary conditions, so I plan to take her down the mountain for training. This way, we'll not only evade the elder scrutiny, but also have greater operational freedom. Realizing Captain Chen's time was running short, Xiaozigu returned to her serious demeanor and asked, "What do you need me to do to assist you?" Captain Chen had already devised a plan and leaned closer to Xiaozigu, whispering in her ear, "I need you to play the role of the villain. When I lead my junior sister down the mountain," the warm breath brushed against her ear and neck, sending shivers throughout Xiaozigu's body. Although she was attentively listening, occasionally nodding to indicate her understanding, her cheeks gradually flushed and her breathing became rapid. Captain Chen sensed her rising temperature and knew that Xiaozigu was experiencing the initial stirrings of intimacy, a time of burgeoning interest. Alas, he was not in the capital. Even with 100,000 capable soldiers, he could not sweep through the Six Kingdoms. Upon entering, Captain Chen swiftly scooped up Xiaozigu and hurried through the hall into a bedroom. Zilian, who had come out to greet them, was filled with resentment at the sight, grinding her teeth in frustration. What kind of cave doesn't keep a man? She cautiously approached to eavesdrop. Throwing Xiaozigu onto the soft couch, Captain Chen sensed that there were ears on the other side of the wall, and with a mischievous inclination, he weakened the room's shielding array. "You are truly wicked." Xiaozigu realized Captain Chen's intentions, propping herself up and gazing at him, biting her lip. Outside, Zilian tiptoed to the door, standing for a moment before realizing she was not being chased away, finally pressing her ear against the intricately carved wooden door. Inside, she heard the two discussing floral care and musical techniques, occasionally catching the melodious, plaintive sounds emanating from Xiaozigu. Zilian, being perceptive, initially paid little attention, but as time passed, she gradually opened her mouth wider in disbelief. No way. Even if cultivators are strong, they can't possibly endure for over 2 hours, can they? In the end, she merely heard the sounds, and Zilian thought Xiaozigu was on the brink of death. "Ah, spare me, spare me." Fortunately, with the crescendo of raised voices, the heated discussion culminated with Xiaozigu's surrender. Leaning against the wall, Zilian felt a surge of emotions, her legs drawn together, breathing heavily. She pondered the nature of the person capable of such a prolonged battle, leading a woman to plead for mercy. Observing Xiaozigu reclining on the soft couch, seemingly in a slumber, yet not entirely so, Chen Jiang surmised that he could not rise to bid her farewell. He summoned a water basin to cleanse his hands, donned his attire, and proceeded to exit. Standing at the threshold, Chen Jzhing appeared to have only just noticed the presence of the enchanting little demoness Zilian. He sighed and shook his head before departing. Zilian instinctively felt trepidation towards Chen Jzhing, further intensified by the curse, rendering her incapable of harboring rebellious thoughts. It was only after Chen Jzhing's aura faded beyond the cave that she sensed a chill upon her legs. Upon touching the dampness, she was uncertain whether it was a result of eavesdropping or fright. Xiaolian called Shi Gu from within the chamber. Xiaolian was the name bestowed upon Zilian after her memories had been erased. Yet, both parties were well aware that her memories had not truly been obliterated. It was merely a fade. Zilian quickly wiped away the moisture on her legs and retrieved a knee-length dress from her storage pouch, covering her damp shorts, ensuring she would not be discovered before stepping inside. "Senior, is there something you require?" Zilian inquired, clad only in a sheer garment. With her snow-white bosom partially concealed, Gu had regained consciousness from their earlier fervent encounter, though her body remained languid and weak. She lay gracefully on the soft couch, her delicate hand supporting her head, and said, "Xiaolian, I need you to play the role of the demon's sex young master." Zilian was taken aback, wondering if this was another test of her loyalty. The following day, as dawn broke and the mountains stood like dark screens shrouded in mist, ethereal birds sang sweetly. At the south gate of the Sh sword sect, a lively voice called out, "Senior brother, hurry, otherwise we shall miss the morning market." A group of youthful disciples, upon seeing the radiant and charming Yin, blushed and raised their hands in greeting. Yin immediately stood still, wearing a smile as she returned the gesture. "Good morning, senior brothers." Within the sword sect, hierarchy was determined by the order of entry. Thus nearly everyone was a senior to Yin. However, as an inner sect disciple, she typically remained within the inner sanctum, seldom encountering these outer sect disciples. Nevertheless, the customary courtesies could not be neglected. "Good morning, junior sister. The morning mist has yet to disperse. Were you headed so early?" Upon seeing such a beautiful junior sister, the sword cultivators felt as if they had tasted honey and eagerly struck up a conversation. Dressed in a white robe of the sword sect, adorned with a white jade lotus crown, her hair tied back in a convenient ponytail, and with a new sword hanging at her left hip, she appeared almost like an elder from the inner sect. The disciples had previously encountered Chen Jzhing and knew him to be a taciturn, yet kind-hearted senior brother. Now, however, they felt a newfound respect and hurriedly greeted him. "Good morning, Brother Chen." "Good morning, junior brothers," Chen Jzhing replied with a smile and a nod. "I am accompanying junior sister Yin down the mountain for training. Is there anything you wish to procure? I could bring it along." The group of disciples was momentarily perplexed. Soon, a tall, slender disciple spoke up. "Is that brother jesting?" Chen Jzhing shook his head, chuckling. "Do I strike you as one who finds amusement in my fellow disciples?" "I did not mean that." The disciple scratched his head. Retrieving a small pouch from his storage artifact, "If it is convenient for you, could you exchange these 30 medium-grade spirit stones for silver on my behalf? They are for YSNNI in Exinga village, 600 miles to the east." "Ah, young disciple, your affections linger." Sensing the aroma of love emanating from the tall disciple. However, for cultivator, falling for a mortal often culminated in heartache. Yet, such matters did not concern Chen Jzhing. He accepted the spirit stones, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall deliver them to YSNNI. Etni no de." Laughter erupted around them, and the tall disciple realized that Chen Jzhing and the others were jesting at his expense. Yin covered her mouth, giggling, a flower blooming in the morning light. The tall disciple, having already captured someone's heart, only then understood that Brother Chen was merely teasing him. "You all." The tall disciple scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Rest assured, your request will be fulfilled." Chen Jzhing suppressed his laughter and turned to the others. "What about you? If you're to venture out, do not hesitate to ask." No, my family is over 1,000 miles to the northwest, and even I would struggle to find that village. For cultivator, at the core formation stage, traveling 1,000 miles would consume 3 days. Moreover, these outer sect disciples were bound by the sect's regulations and could not leave the sword sect easily. Even Chen Jzhing had to request leave from the sect leader to venture out. My family has long been gone, another disciple remarked, his expression somewhat forlorn. We are all in similar circumstances. The disciples expressed gratitude for Chen Jiang's kindness, but opted to prioritize their own matters. Very well. If opportunities arise in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. It was essential to maintain good relations with these gatekeeping brothers, especially as they would often be venturing out. Yin, who had been quietly observing the disciples' expressions, promptly nodded. Subsequently, the two soared into the sky on their swords, swiftly covering several miles. The morning mist lingered in the air, and soon after they took flight, Yin's garment began to dampen. Just as she was about to activate her protective barrier, the oncoming wind dissipated into nothingness. Thank you, senior brother, Yin said cheerfully, then swiftly pointed her sword, accelerating towards Chen Jiang. Yet, the young maiden had her own thoughts. Traveling could often be dull, although the aerial view of mountains and lakes was breathtaking. For a cultivator capable of flight, such sights became all too familiar. Feeling somewhat stifled, Yin inquired, Senior brother, as I understand it, your master has already passed on. How did you manage to request leave? Simply ask the sect leader for permission, he replied. To facilitate the swift advancement of our sect's outstanding disciples, the master specifically permitted me to take my junior sister out, extending the deadline by an additional 10 days. What a splendid opportunity to seize. Moreover, the reasoning was entirely legitimate. How could Chen Jiang let such a chance slip away? Although the new sword he bore was merely a mass-produced artifact, its quality was satisfactory, barely reaching the level of a superior magical item. Previously, Chen Jiang had entrusted Shi Ozigu to help him seek suitable materials for magical treasures or even purchase one if the opportunity arose. Behind the scenes, he had already attained the core formation stage and needed these treasures to enhance his capabilities. An additional 10 days? Yin's eyes sparkled. Realizing that this would allow for even more extensive training, she exclaimed, originally having only 3 days for their excursion. She had already decided to indulge in a day of leisure. Now, unbeknownst to her, plans were being concocted for new escapades. Chen Jiang noticed this and thought to himself that he was well prepared. After delivering the items, he had forgotten the name of the tall disciple. In any case, once he completed the delivery, he would take his junior sister directly to the designated location for their planned extraction of spiritual essence. Play? There shall be no playing. The young maiden's face flushed with excitement, yet a hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes. At the tender age of 16, having ascended the mountain at barely 5, she likely held little memory of the mortal realm. Let us see for ourselves, Chen Jiang declared, lowering his sword, causing the speed of their flight to surge as they headed towards Ngu village. Senior brother, slow down. Yin hastily pursued, barely managing to keep pace with him. She could not help but wonder how, despite being at the 3rd stage of core formation, he possessed such remarkable skills in aerial maneuvers. How awkward it feels to be dressed like this. Meanwhile, in a sunless valley on the route from the Oying sword sect to Xfing town, Shi Ozigu lay in ambush with Zilian. Several recruited rogue cultivators awaited Shi Ozigu's command not far away. Zilian gazed down at her attire, appearing somewhat self-conscious. However, this type of garment was one she often donned in the past. Yet, now assuming the role of a memory-erased little demoness, she naturally had to exhibit a semblance of shyness. As Shi Ozigu sat meditating, he opened his eyes and scrutinized Zilian from head to toe. Chapter 29. Black eating black in a valley. The little demoness, Zilian, felt her cheeks flush at the sight of her own attire. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired of the meditating Shi Ozigu, though the demonic sect is known for its boldness, do they truly dress in such a manner? Indeed, the demonic sect did wear such garb. However, Zilian was merely portraying a young girl with a limited understanding of the sect. In truth, her acting skills were rather rudimentary, but Shi Ozigu saw no need to expose her. You are now a member of HH and Ziyang, Shi Ozigu declared, waving his hand as a pink aura wafted forth, colliding with a large stone over a person's height. The sound of cracking filled the air as the weathered stone, which had endured countless years of wind and rain, crumbled into mere fragments. Upon closer inspection, the stone was riddled with tiny cavities resembling tofu dregs. The bone-corroding enchantment Zi Lian, having emerged from the demonic path, naturally recognized the representative spells of H, and Ziying. The technique I practice is H and Gong, and, as my sister, you are thus a member of H and Ziying. Wearing this attire is entirely reasonable, she Oz Gu remarked. Her current identity was that of Zi Li's sister. They had annihilated each other's entire families, yet now presented themselves as sisters to the outside world. Should this tale be revealed, even the demonic path would be astounded. Very well, Zi Lian was already quite liberated, yet she needed to perform as an inexperienced young girl. Having navigated through the transitional scenes, she donned the outfit, occasionally striking poses to summon a water mirror for self-admiration. For the sake of executing their mission, she Oz Gu imparted a few simple techniques to Zi Lian, assuring her that they were easy to learn and would come to her effortlessly. Given that Zi Lian already possessed 5th stage Jian cultivation, mastering them was indeed a swift endeavor. From this point on, she could openly utilize these spells. A simple performance led Zi Lian to genuinely believe that a formidable curse had been cast upon her. Should she rebel, her heart would explode and she would perish. Thus, she had no choice but to play the role of a demure girl. Observing the provocative attire adorning Zi Lian, she Oz Gu felt an inkling of embarrassment. This ensemble had originally been prepared for his own darkened persona. However, fortune smiled upon she Oz Gu when he encountered director Chen, who aided him at the cost of his life in avenging his grievances. With the necessity for darkness dissipated, she Oz Gu resolved not to embrace that path any longer. This alluring attire, however, had now fallen into the hands of the little demoness. She Oz Gu sensed the gaze directed towards them. Turning her head, she noticed several wandering cultivators covertly eyeing Zi Lian from a distance. Although Zi Lian was her adversary, she could not allow her to be brazenly observed. She Oz Gu narrowed her eyes with a cold smirk, addressing Zi Lian. Among those wandering cultivators, which one do you find displeasing? Go and slay 2 of them. Otherwise, how will you convince them of your identity as a member of the demonic path without any bloodlust? What? Must I kill? She feigned nervousness. Is it truly necessary? She Oz Gu tossed Zi Lian a small lavender pill, closing her eyes as she said, "These individuals are not to be trusted. You must suppress them. Additionally, you need to acclimate to the aura of a demoness." "Then I shall kill too," Zi Lian replied, gingerly catching the pill, raising her left hand to form a peace sign, and turning to approach the wandering cultivators with a bashful demeanor. However, her heart yearned for bloodshed. She had been discovered. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 wandering cultivators huddled together, and upon seeing Zi Lian approach, one thin-faced cultivator with a weasel-like visage called out with a lewd grin. "So what if we've noticed? The 2 of them dare to draw us in with such a small number. They should be prepared for a black-eat-black scenario." These individuals, having failed to elevate their cultivation due to weak foundations, had become complacent, engaging in all manner of nefarious deeds. Their initial acceptance of she Oz Gu's invitation was motivated by ulterior motives. Shall we strike now? After all, one of them is merely at 5th stage Jian, while the other, despite her potent aura, seems to be severely injured, displaying only 7th stage Jian cultivation. If we join forces, we can easily capture the weaker one. The thin-faced cultivator rubbed his small iron sword, which emanated a faint blue glow, suggesting it was a magical weapon. "Wait a moment. They might sense our ill intentions and raise the stakes. Let us wait until they think they have us under control before we make our move." The square-faced cultivator transmitted his thoughts. "You're quite perceptive." The thin-faced cultivator immediately grasped the meaning. They intended to catch Zi Lian and she Oz Gu by surprise when they least expected it. Just imagining the look of shock on their faces was delightful. At this moment, Zi Lian had approached them. Following she Oz Gu's guidance, she had applied heavy makeup, making her appear to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Combined with the allure she had cultivated since childhood, she seemed anything but proper. Consequently, the wandering cultivators responded in a rather frivolous manner. Observing this, Zi Lian donned a stiff smile, stepping between the thin-faced and square-faced cultivators, propping her chin with her fingers and awkwardly casting a flirtatious glance as she said, "Did the esteemed brothers just catch a glimpse of me? I wonder if I could catch your fancy?" All this awkwardness was merely a performance for Shi Ozigu. Truth be told, Zi Lian found it more challenging to feign innocence, for she was innately fiery. The thin-faced cultivator reached to grasp Zi Lian's left hand, but she startled and dodged away. At this moment, Zi Lian truly embodied the guise of a pure young girl. The thin-faced cultivator, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and gestured. Did you notice, junior sister? We've all been keeping you in our thoughts. If only we could share a moment of intimacy, we would gladly accept our fates. Indeed, junior sister, you are the most beautiful female cultivator I have ever encountered. The other wandering cultivators approached with lewd grins, their eyes ablaze with desire, as if Zi Lian were an easy prize. Observing Zi Lian's demeanor, the square-faced cultivator furrowed his brow. It was not that he disliked her. Rather, he found her behavior somewhat peculiar. However, recalling Zi Lian's attire, reminiscent of and Ziying, the square-faced cultivator dispelled his doubts. After all, and Ziying relied on seducing other cultivators to acquire cultivation resources and male essence. Perhaps this was an elder from and Ziying leading a newcomer on an outing for experience. Otherwise, they would not be luring individuals like them to ambush righteous cultivators. Of course, it was also possible they had their sights set on them. Zi Lian, as nimble as a little fox, slipped between the gaps of the cultivators, covering her chest and feigning shyness. Really? But I see that you all are lying. You clearly prefer men. Junior sister truly knows how to jest. We are all respectable individuals. The thin-faced cultivator pursued a few steps as Zi Lian continued to retreat, resembling a cat-and-mouse game. After several attempts to catch her, he realized she was deliberately teasing them, and it was impossible for her to truly give in. Realizing this, the thin-faced cultivator regained his composure, straightening his collar and stating, "Little Lian, we initially agreed to assist without realizing we would be targeting righteous cultivators. Thus, we have just conferred and believe that regardless of how unremarkable the SHOINGNP I may be, it is still an established sect. We find the risk outweighs the reward." The meaning was clear: either raise the price or disband. However, their true intent was to see something. Chapter 30, Truly Perverse Zi Lian, a name that perished alongside WNCIMN, now presented herself to the world as Xiao Lian. Upon hearing the words of the thin-faced cultivator, Xiao Lian appeared to be a beat behind, lingering on the previous topic. Yet a shadow flickered across her smiling face as her gaze drifted beyond the thin-faced cultivator, addressing the one behind him. Do you not see? You still deny your preference for men? Your eyes resemble those of a lustful ram, beholding a young ewe. Did you not comprehend my words? The narrow-faced cultivator, feeling a tinge of impatience, discreetly activated the black iron dagger in his hand, intending to ambush Xiao Lian while she was off guard. These individuals inherently lacked composure. Having resolved to eliminate the two female cultivators, it was merely a matter of time before they struck. Suddenly, he nearly collided with the square-faced cultivator who was closely positioned beside him. The narrow-faced cultivator swiftly evaded, crashing into another cultivator instead. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, shaking off the hands that reached for him, only to realize he was already surrounded by several rogue cultivators. Their heavy breaths and eager eyes made him feel like a fat sheep awaiting slaughter. "Damn it," he cursed, sensing a barely perceptible, peculiar aura in the air, compounded by the fact that Xiao Lian had already drifted away. It was evident she had just performed some trickery. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to decisively fling his dagger. The black iron dagger expanded in the wind, manifesting multiple sword shadows that surged toward the surrounding rogue cultivators. Although they were under the influence of that special aura, the rogue cultivators instinctively cast spells and activated magical artifacts, either blocking or dodging the attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the narrow-faced cultivator transformed into a streak of light, attempting to flee in the opposite direction. Trying to escape, the square-faced cultivator, his face flushed, gasped for breath as he locked onto the fleeing narrow-faced cultivator. He unleashed a flash of white light from his sleeve, intercepting the narrow-faced cultivator's path. Two silver rings, a soul-binding hook, and an iron bowl hurtled forth, illuminating with divine radiance, instantly restraining the narrow-faced cultivator. Unable to move, he roared in fury, "Are you all useless? How could you fall for this so easily? Wake up!" However, He underestimated the corrosive allure of the charm, and in the next moment, he was overwhelmed by a horde of burly men. "Don't touch my clothes." "Ah, you beasts." Zilwan observed the fierce clash from above, gripping two short blades in her hands. Yet, she did not rush into action. Instead, she awaited the moment when the cluster of men became enmeshed in deeper exchanges, akin to a hawk swooping down. Midway, she pretended to stumble due to her overly fluid movements, then dashed into the throng of men, feigning fear with tears flowing down her cheeks while releasing the pent-up killing intent within her. I'm sorry, I don't want to kill you," she exclaimed. "Ha ha, all of you die. Ha ha ha, perverts." Not far off, Xiao Ziguai, observing the commotion with his spiritual sense, frowned and muttered a curse. Zilwan's acting seemed to have improved, yet only rendered her more unsettling. Gradually, it incited Xiao Ziguai's murderous intent. She had no desire to keep the enemy's daughter alive, but Chun Zhizhong appeared to have taken a liking to the girl's accompanying artifact, compelling her to temporarily suppress her thoughts of eradicating the root of the issue. Soon, the chaos subsided. Zilwan, now drenched in blood, staggered over and collapsed before Xiao Ziguai, pressing her hands against the ground and retching, "Sister, I accidentally killed a few more." "Well, if you killed them, then so be it. Clean yourself up quickly. The person we are waiting for should be arriving soon. When we meet, you must portray yourself as a ruthless demoness of the demonic path, showing not a hint of vulnerability." As Xiao Ziguai spoke, Chun Zhizhong entered her spiritual sensing range, just as she intended to make contact. Chun Zhizhong conveyed a message through spiritual sense. "Ziguai, the plan has changed. It's been delayed by half a day. I need to take my junior sister to Shifeng Town first, then deliver some items, and we should return by tonight at the latest. Please wait for half a day, and I will explain the reason afterward." Waiting for just half a day, Xiao Ziguai felt no cause for concern. However, Chun Zhizhong's proactive explanation displayed a level of respect that made her feel valued. "That's fine." Meanwhile, Chun Zhizhong slightly nodded, leading his junior sister Lingyun through the mist. The outline of Shifeng Town appeared before them. Is this the bustling town of mortals? It looks so lively with so many signs, Lingyun exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she longed to leap into the town. Chun Zhizhong, also charmed by the girl's radiant smile, chuckled softly. "Let us approach from outside the town. If you were to land directly in the middle of the town, I fear everyone would gather to gawk." "Huh? Have the people here never seen a cultivator?" Lingyun felt her understanding shift. She had heard from other senior brothers and sisters that mortals were not overly curious about cultivators. If another female cultivator descended gracefully onto the street, mortals would likely be indifferent. However, if her junior sister suddenly appeared before everyone, they might panic as if a legendary fairy had descended to the mortal realm. Chun Zhizhong, suppressing his sword's tip, landed beside the road outside the town, walking along the path toward the town. Unbeknownst to him, Lingyun blushed deeply, her head seemingly boiling, puffing out steam. "What happened during your last trial that made you so bold?" Lingyun mused, trailing behind Chun Zhizhong into the town. Spirit stones could only be mined by cultivators. Mortals generally could not acquire them. Yet, spirit stones could nourish the body and prolong life, prompting many powerful mortals to go to great lengths to keep spirit stones in their rooms. Thus, many businesses engaged in the trade of spirit stones, allowing individuals to exchange them for silver. Although Shifeng Town was not large, its location at a transportation junction ensured a diverse array of goods. Just a few steps away from a merchant stall, a familiar figure clad in blue emerged from the opposite street corner. Chun Zhizhong's heart sank, and he quickly turned to Lingyun, saying, "Junior sister, have you had breakfast yet? Let us go eat breakfast." "Brother, have you forgotten we are cultivators and should abstain from food? Occasionally eating is fine. Besides, don't you want to try the sweet and sticky date cakes or the juicy dumplings?" "Gulp, then I'll heed my brother's advice." Lingyun, albeit a bit hesitant, allowed herself to be led by Chun Zhizhong to a breakfast stall. Chapter 31. Dr. Ruan's Tight Lips. 2 servings of dumplings, a basket of date cakes, and anything else delicious you have. Bring it all. All right. After the two sat down, Chun Zhizhong placed his order with the breakfast stall owner. "Ordering so much. One tea we end up with leftovers?" Lingyun appeared quite pleased, for although cultivators could sustain themselves on wind and dew without consuming grains, at their core, they were still mortal beings. Seeing delicious food made them crave it. and witnessing marvelous sights made them linger. It's fine. We rarely venture out, so we must indulge without regrets. Chen Jizhong smiled, internally sweating profusely. Is she really coming this way? Chen Jizhong thought in dismay, sensing Dr. Yuan leisurely approaching from the far end of the street. He instinctively turned away, hoping to avoid being recognized by her. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be an issue, as he and Dr. Yuan maintained a doctor-patient relationship, and greeting each other was perfectly normal. However, Dr. Yuan had mentioned that they were to collect the prepared medicine today. If he greeted her now, she might inadvertently reveal this matter, which was somewhat trivial but nonetheless undesirable to disclose. Moreover, if his junior sister learned of this, wouldn't it complicate matters further? If he succeeded in his endeavor but left an impression of being unable to fight, would she doubt his true strength after a 3-day battle? Merely contemplating this caused Chen Jizhong to shudder. Thus, he silently prayed for Dr. Yuan not to recognize him. "Brother, are you avoiding someone?" Ling Yun inquired, observing only a distinctly dressed woman in blue, seemingly unbothered by anyone who could cause her brother particular concern. Of course, Chen Jizhong would not admit to dodging. Instead, he deftly shifted the conversation. "It's merely that the stool is uncomfortable." "Ah, I didn't expect my junior sister to be so considerate of me. Now I feel I mustn't move carelessly." However, it was difficult for one to admit that their attention was solely captivated by the pedestrians and culinary delights, leading to a somewhat sheepish nod. "This explains the peculiar behavior of Shi Xiao," I thought. Ling Yun smiled awkwardly, as it was evident that the young girl was not adept at deceit. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. One cannot escape their fate. As Dr. Yuan drew nearer, before he could be seen by the other party, Chief Chen let out a sigh and proactively smiled at Ling Yun, expressing gratitude for the serendipitous encounter with an acquaintance. Subsequently, Chief Chen rose to greet the approaching Yuan Mioran. "Dr. Yuan, how have you been?" he called out, following with, "Dr. Yuan, this is my shimmy. In the presence of our peers, let us maintain decorum." Before Chief Chen could finish, Yuan Mioran, having caught on, gently pressed her palm down to indicate her discretion, ensuring she would not speak out of turn. She then clasped her hands in greeting, saying, "Chen Xianshi, it is good to see you." Turning her gaze towards Ling Yun, she inquired, "And who might this young lady be?" Her title was rather apt, as she did not belittle Ling Yun due to her youth. Ling Yun promptly stood, courteously clasping her hands and introducing herself. "I am Ling Yun, not yet privy to my elder sister's esteemed surname. Should you not mind, you may regard me as your younger sister, much like Qin Shi Xiang does." Yuan Mioran smiled and replied, "My surname is Yuan, and my name is Mioran. I am but an ordinary mortal and do not presume to take on the role of an elder." "What is inappropriate about that?" Chief Chen interjected. "As the saying goes, amongst 3 people, there must be a teacher of mine. Dr. Yuan's medical prowess is extraordinary, surpassing many practitioners. She selflessly aids the world, saving countless lives. Thus, she is certainly deserving of the title of elder." "This sister is a doctor? How did Shi Xiang come to know her? Was he injured at some point?" Ling Yun mused inwardly. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Yuan Mioran's face, and she gently shook her head, saying, "Chen Xianshi, you flatter me. I cannot bear the weight of the responsibility to heal the world. I merely do what I can to alleviate the suffering of others." Ling Yun clasped her hands, and seeing both of them looking at her, finally spoke. "So Yuan Jiejia is a doctor. This is indeed a profession of immense merit. Without doctors, even the simplest ailments could claim lives. To save one is to accumulate boundless virtue. How much more so for those whom Yuan Jiejia has treated. Your Shi Xiang has spoiled you. At such a tender age, your words are filled with flattery." Yuan Mioran chuckled, yet without a hint of reproach. She then continued, "Is there something of significance that Chen Xianshi is attending to while alone here?" Yuan Mioran's question was not a slip of the tongue or an oversight regarding Ling Yun's presence alongside Chief Chen. Rather, it was a subtle inquiry into why Xiao Zigui was not at his side, as their relationship suggested they should be inseparable. Moreover, considering the lovely little fairy accompanying Chief Chen, it was indeed curious. Chief Chen understood her implication, slightly bowing his head. Ling Yun's shimmy has encountered some challenges in her cultivation and has been staying on the mountain, fearing to waste time. Thus she has come down to seek an opportunity to break through her bottleneck. I am here on official business, so do not spread rumors." "I see." Yuan Mioran nodded, her expression turning slightly serious. If that is the case, you both should avoid the northern region. Yesterday evening, a group of righteous cultivators fled into this city. They claimed that while hunting a high-tier spiritual beast north of Shifeng Town in the Duanyang Mountains, they were ambushed by a group of unidentified cultivators. Over 100 people. Only a handful survived. This group is of unknown origin, and they are ruthless, leaving no survivors. Perhaps it is yet another scheme of the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun felt a surge of worry, her brow furrowing. But we were just about to head north. That Shi Xiang entrusted us to deliver silver to Baishui Xiang, which is indeed toward the north. No matter, we can take a slight detour to avoid them, Chief Chen replied, appearing quite composed, though he internally worried that Xiao Zigui might encounter this group. The individuals from the demonic sect often possess some degree of madness and should not be judged by common sense. Although Xiao Zigui had cultivated demonic arts, encountering a group of demonic sect members alone could lead to dire consequences. It was prudent to exercise caution. Indeed, Wan Mioran agreed. Chief Chen countered, since righteous cultivators have fled here, it stands to reason that demonic cultivators may also come in pursuit to eliminate witnesses. Wan Mioran nodded, saying exactly, which is why I set out early to gather medicinal herbs outside the city. Should this city be attacked, it could lead to unnecessary casualties. By preparing some herbs in advance, perhaps I can save a few more lives. Chapter 32. Escort Dr. Wan possesses a healer's heart. In such perilous times, a frail woman prioritizes the potential to save others over her own safety, showcasing her noble spirit, which Chief Chen deeply admired. Thus, while the presence of demonic sect members in the city was merely a possibility, Wan Mioran treated it as a certainty, briefly discussing the matter before departing the city for her procurement. Shi Xiang, why did Dr. Wan decline our company? As an array of delicious dishes was presented before her, Ling Yun found her appetite waning, and she inquired of Chief Chen. Dr. Wan is aware we have matters to attend to and does not wish to inconvenience us. Yet, she is fully aware that venturing outside the city at this time could be dangerous. Ling Yun was distracted, stirring her steaming wontons with a spoon, the delicate wrappers floating in the broth like clouds. Indeed, she is but a mortal. Should she encounter those demonic cultivators, she would have no chance to resist and would be at their mercy. After Chief Chen finished speaking, he scooped a spoonful of wontons, cooled it, and swallowed it with a nod of approval. The chef's skills were commendable, with smooth wrappers and tender meat, the broth savory and sweet. Hurry and eat while it's hot. Once you finish, we will exchange silver and quietly follow Dr. Wan, he urged. What? Follow Dr. Wan? Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Otherwise, shall we watch her fall into the hands of the demonic sect? Chief Chen smiled. Certainly not. Ling Yun hastily blew on her wontons, but seeing that they were still steaming, she released a breath of cold air, inadvertently freezing the entire bowl of wontons. Do not rush. It will take Dr. Wan a quarter of an hour to reach the city outskirts. Chief Chen chuckled, pushing the Jiaohua cake and several other pastries toward his little shimmy. Ling Yun hastily took a few bites before standing up, tugging at Chief Chen's sleeve, her cheeks puffed up. Wet chest, I'm ready. We should set off. Be careful not to choke. Chief Chen flicked her forehead playfully. The two of them quickly exchanged for silver at the merchant shop and hurriedly sped in the direction Dr. Wan had departed. After flying less than 3 miles outside the city, they spotted Dr. Wan accompanied by 2 men in plain clothes, driving a flatbed cart west-northwest. Dr. Wan is well aware of the presence of demonic sect members. Why does she head this way? In mid-air, Ling Yun, hidden from view, clenched her fist, perplexed by Dr. Ruan's intentions. Shimmy observed the surrounding terrain. Chief Chen gestured broadly. Ling Yun, being quite perceptive, quickly discerned something. Shifeng Town only had mountains to the north, and quality medicinal herbs predominantly came from the mountains. Are you suggesting that there may be a medicinal herb distribution center in that direction? Is that why Dr. Wan must go there? Perhaps, but that remains merely a conjecture, Chief Chen replied. Since Dr. Wan is aware of the danger, yet still ventures out to procure herbs, it indicates that her destination is not far. We shall follow. Ling Yu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Shi Xiang is correct. What is important is not where Dr. Wan is headed, but rather that we protect her. Otherwise, what would be the point of her knowing 2 cultivators? Well said. Chief Chen praised his little shimmy's chivalrous spirit. The two then leisurely followed Dr. Ruan's small party as they made their way northwest. As they journeyed onward, It was evident that Ling Yun pressed her lips together tightly, her delicate hands clenched into fists. Her small head darted about like a radar, vigilantly scanning for any potential dangers. Perpetually caught in a state of both tension and excitement. This intense focus rendered her round face flushed, reminiscent of a tempting peach. The expedition was indeed fraught with peril. Should they encounter individuals from the demonic sect, a conflict would be inevitable. Although Chen Jizhong, with his dual Golden Dan cultivation, could certainly safeguard his junior sister's safety against adversaries numbering no more than 2 Golden Dan practitioners. The secret of his practice of the Hahuan technique would be impossible to conceal if his junior sister, having been nurtured in the righteous teachings of the sword sect, were to develop a distaste for him. The endeavor to gather Jinjing energy would be doomed to failure. Conversely, this minor adventure could foster a deeper camaraderie, drawing Ling Yun closer to him. Optimistically reflecting, if they did not encounter any demonic individuals, his junior sister's fondness for him would undoubtedly soar. As Chen Jizhong contemplated, his gaze sharpened. "Senior brother, we have truly encountered those from the demonic sect." 2 dark figures emerged swiftly from the valley ahead, charging directly toward Dr. Wan and his companions. Ling Yun gasped, and with a swift motion of her left hand, the flying sword that had been at her feet soared into her grasp, radiating a golden glow as it expanded with the wind. In an instant, a golden sword, towering over her entire frame, materialized in her hand. Such a colossal blade. Chen Jizhong instinctively recoiled, fearful of being inadvertently harmed. He hurriedly cautioned his junior sister, "Those 2 are first-tier demonic cultivators. They can be dealt with. So we need not rush into action. Should circumstances change, our appearance will catch them off guard." The 2 men in plain clothing trailing Dr. Wan were, in fact, practitioners themselves, likely casual cultivators acquainted with him. Their strength surpassed that of the demonic cultivators, being at the 2nd-tier Golden Dan level, more than sufficient to handle the unexpected assailants. "Understood." Ling Yun, her bright eyes wide with determination, nodded earnestly but did not lower her golden sword. Her hands poised to strike as her delicate face reflected her anxiety. As Chen Jizhong had anticipated, the 2 first-tier demonic cultivators soon found themselves vanquished by the 2 plain-clothed men, fleeing in utter disarray. Are demonic sect members truly so inept? Ling Yun's mind was filled with questions. Despite the slight disparity in cultivation levels, it seemed improbable that they would be defeated so easily. "They are not retreating. They are luring us," Chen Jizhong exclaimed, leaping downwards as his flying sword shifted behind him, and with a flourish of his hands, he unleashed the Xiaoyang sword array. With a commanding shout, a rain of azure swords cascaded down. Boom! Over 100 sword shadows fell like cannonballs, creating deep craters in the ground and sending dust swirling. Dr. Wan, initially relieved by the support of his 2 friends who had successfully repelled the demonic assailants, suddenly heard a violent explosion erupt behind him. As the dust from the sword array settled, a massive black silhouette emerged. Dr. Wan squinted, recognizing it to be a black tiger, the size of a water buffalo. How could such a beast appear by the roadside? As his companions pursued the demonic figures, Dr. Wan, intimidated by the tiger's enormous stature, instinctively began to retreat. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust, revealing the black tiger, now motionless, its body riddled with azure sword projections, blood pooling beneath it, lifeless. "Doctor." Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Turning to identify her savior, her gaze fell upon a familiar white figure descending from the air. "Chun Xianshi?" she exclaimed, grasping his soft hand in preparation for flight. "Wait, I still have 2 companions," she protested. Dr. Wan, devoid of spiritual roots and unable to cultivate, found herself experiencing the world from an avian perspective for the first time. However, before she could marvel at the vastness of the earth below, she spotted a group of writhing black ants several miles away. These ants appeared to be dragging away captured insects, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. "Blood? Doctor?" Ruan's eyes widened in horror as she realized that she was airborne, and everything appeared minuscule. What was being taken away were her 2 companions. The black ants were, in fact, countless demonic beasts. As she recalled the scene she had just left, surrounded by the black tiger's corpse, she saw a gathering of demonic beasts converging, seemingly intent on claiming her companions' bodies as well. Gagging, Dr. Wan nearly lost her grip. Chen Jizhong instinctively caught her, swiftly transporting her to a cliff's edge where they reunited with Lingyun. Is Dr. Wan injured? Lingyun rushed forward to assist her. I am fine, doctor. Wan managed a weak smile, though her pallor suggested otherwise. Observing the demonic cultivators diverting the attention of the righteous practitioners while the demonic beasts launched a surprise attack from the flanks, Dr. Wan sensed a troubling level of coordination that implied this collaboration was not a mere coincidence. What do these demonic individuals truly seek? Dr. Wan questioned, her expression clouded with concern. Lingyun, filled with righteous indignation, insisted, setting aside our identities as cultivators, it is unfathomable how almost all practitioners are mere mortals. It is hard to comprehend how they can derive pleasure from the brutalization of innocence. What good can be expected from demonic practitioners? Chen Jizhong replied with a sardonic smile. In truth, every individual harbors a dark side. Those of the demonic path merely unleash their shadowy attributes without restraint. Indeed, Dr. Wan nodded slightly, recalling her experiences with patients who had, after consuming her precious medicinal resources, turned against her with false accusations. Yet there are still more good people than bad, she added. Junior sister, as practitioners of the righteous path, we must not turn a blind eye to such atrocities, Chen Jizhong declared. We shall split up from here. You will deliver the silver to Yu Sanyang in Xinghua village. I will escort Dr. Wan to safety and then report the new developments to the Tianzong branch. Let us reconvene at the Tianzong branch in Luoxia City. What do you think? Lingyun had initially intended to accompany Chen Jizhong, but after some thought, she realized that delivering the silver to Yu Sanyang was also pressing. Failing to do so would betray that trust. What was that senior brother's name again? She pondered, finding she had forgotten. Nevertheless, she was resolute not to breach any commitments. Clenching her delicate fist, she nodded. Since senior brother has made arrangements, I shall follow your lead. I must not delay any further. I will set off now. Very well. Chen Jizhong nodded gently, advising, though by Shui, Xiang Xinghua village is not far. Given the current situation, you must exercise caution and avoid acting impulsively. He then handed her a black orb, saying, this is a protective talisman. Keep it close. In a critical moment, channel your spiritual energy into it, then throw it at the enemy and quickly find a way to escape. Understood, senior brother, Lingyun replied, taking the egg-sized black orb, which felt chilling to the touch and seemed to emanate a hint of malevolence. Without pausing to consider why Chen Jizhong possessed such a sinister artifact, she stowed it away in her sword-shaped jade pendant. With a spirited salute, she transformed into a streak of pale yellow light, darting toward Bai Shui Xiang. Remember to take a detour, Chen Jizhong called out through his spiritual sense as he observed Lingyun heading directly northward. Got it, senior brother, she responded. The pale yellow stream of light bent eastward, seemingly aiming to circumvent the area where the Mo Dao emerged. Chen Jizhong appeared to envision his junior sister, Lingyun, making a cheeky face, steadfast in her refusal to admit any fault. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. He could not shake the feeling that trouble was imminent. He could only hope that the He Bing Gu Zhu, acquired from the Icebone ancestor, would assist his junior sister should danger arise. Dr. Wan, it is time for us to depart. Rather than placing his hopes on a one-time use talisman, Chen Jizhong preferred to carve out time to fetch his junior sister. As for notifying Tianzong, it was merely to prevent more ordinary individuals like Dr. Wan from being entangled in peril. Bai Shui Xiang has been reached. Despite taking a detour of over 500 miles at full speed, Lingyun encountered no obstacles along the way and arrived at Bai Shui Xiang just before nightfall. She descended by the roadside and entered a village, inquiring about the precise location of Xinghua village, only to find the villagers regarding her with peculiar gazes. From here to the east, walk another 15 miles, and you shall reach Xinghua village, directed a half-grown boy clad in gray cloth, his long, slender face reflecting curiosity. As he pointed the way, he scrutinized Lingyun with an unusual glint in his eyes, asking, are you going to Xinghua village for the transfer as well? Has news of the transfer conference spread outside? Transfer? Not quite. By the way, thank you for the directions. Here, take this. Wear it, and it will extend your life. Although the spiritual energy contained within the gift may seem negligible to her, for an ordinary person, wearing it would allow them to accumulate its essence over time, potentially extending their lifespan by at least 2 years and warding off minor ailments. Let's be off. With a respectful gesture, Lingyun soared into the air. As a disciple of the sword sect, a Xiaoyang Jianpai cultivator, she required no additional aerial talismans, with merely a treasured sword. She could traverse the skies like the wind. 15 miles passed in the blink of an eye, and indeed, Ling Yun spotted a valley surrounded by a stream below. While the twilight still lingered, she could see the valley adorned with numerous apricot trees. However, the pure white blossoms tinged with red possessed an ethereal quality. Yet, the village appeared deserted, with scarcely a soul outside, and not even the flicker of candlelight was visible, rendering the atmosphere excessively desolate. Having delivered the item, she intended to leave. With her senior brother's previous instruction in mind, Ling Yun withdrew an apricot-colored handkerchief from her sword-shaped jade pendant and, with a change of hand seals and an incantation, summoned a faint divine light from the handkerchief. As the feeble glow, reminiscent of fireflies, drifted toward a house on her left, Ling Yun discerned that it belonged to Yu Sanyang, due to having separated their households. The tracking spell passed down from the Xiaoyang Jianpai was incomplete, and with her 5th-tier Jidan cultivation, Ling Yun's exploration range was limited to merely a mile. Otherwise, as a cultivator, why would she need to ask for directions? After a few steps, she arrived at a small courtyard, where a chest-high fence gate was secured with a chain. The 3 rooms within were dark. Ling Yun called out, "Is Yu Sanyang here?" However, at that moment, she faintly heard some muffled female voices. Ling Yun's ear twitched as she expanded her spiritual sense, quickly pinpointing a faint pulse of life within the small house to the west. How are they bound? Ling Yun furrowed her delicate brow, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and in an instant, she appeared inside the west house. The room was heavily draped, with black curtains sealing off all sides, making the air stifling and devoid of starlight. Concerned that the occupants might be frightened, Ling Yun delicately illuminated a small, pale light with her sword finger. As the glow spread, the scene within the room came into view, leaving the young woman momentarily stunned. "I was here at this hour, and now the skies are darkening. Are the people from Tianzong this arrogant?" Luoxia City, Tianzong branch. Chen Zhizhong strode into the office hall, approaching the service desk with a calm demeanor and inquiring about the station steward of Tianzong. The steward, a young man clad in an opulent blue robe, appeared to be around 25 or 26, with fair skin and red lips, unmistakably a cultivator well supplied with resources. He exuded a 5th-tier Jidan aura without reservation. "You have all been kept waiting. What you mentioned is indeed quite unusual, but the elder on duty is currently out, and I cannot allow you to leave without a message. What if it turns out to be a jest on your part? The repercussions would fall upon me." Leaning back in his chair, the young man in the blue robe lowered the book in his hands, expressing his dilemma. Whenever someone claims there is movement from the Mo Dao, Tianzong dispatches personnel to investigate. How many can we spare? And who will cover the cost for those dispatched? You may leave, but the matter you mentioned must be reported directly to the stationed elder. Otherwise, even if your claims are true, regarding the unusual activities near Shifeng Town, I cannot relay that to the elder. Thus, he urged Chen Zhizhong to understand the challenges faced by Tianzong. "Understand your mother," Chen Zhizhong retorted silently, placing his self-written report down and turning to leave. This was a trivial matter that required him to speak directly to the stationed elder, who, as luck would have it, was absent. How likely was it that this was merely a ruse to garner rewards? As Chen Zhizhong exited the hall and ascended into the air, the young man in the blue robe chuckled softly, not even glancing at him, flicking a spark from his fingertip onto the folded paper. Chen Zhizhong's report was instantly reduced to ashes. "Save me." In Xinghua village, within Yu Sanyang's home, a small pale glow floated above, illuminating the cramped space. And the weak call stirred Ling Yun from a reverie. She hurriedly moved, retrieving a light yellow cloak to cover the woman bound to the bed, while simultaneously unleashing a blade of sword energy to sever the coarse ropes confining her limbs. Supporting the woman, she inquired, "Are you Yu Sanyang?" "Yes, yes. It is I. Who are you?" "I have been entrusted to deliver something to you. Do you remember?" Unable to recall her senior brother's name, she produced the apricot-colored handkerchief. "Do you recognize this?" As Ling Yun held the handkerchief, Yu Sanyang paused for a moment before suddenly bursting into tears. "This is what I gave to Han Ergo back then. I have long since married and transformed into this state, but he..." Ling Yun sighed inwardly. No wonder that senior brother Han had entrusted them with delivering silver. Times change, and encountering an old acquaintance with such a star transformation could profoundly disturb one's Dao heart. Perhaps senior brother Han knew his resolve was weak, hence he refrained from meeting an old friend? In that fleeting moment, Ling Yun was overwhelmed with emotions and fell silent. What has become of Han Erge? Where is he cultivating now? Yu Sanyang grasped the apricot handkerchief tightly, tears streaming down her face as she asked. He has not forgotten you. I came on behalf of senior brother Han to deliver. Yu Sanyang, clutching the handkerchief tightly, interrupted Ling Yun, her face a mix of tears and laughter. 800 miles is indeed far. For an ordinary person, 800 miles was an insurmountable distance, a journey fraught with obstacles. As if they would never meet again in this lifetime. You are Han Erge's junior sister? Yu Sanyang suddenly asked. Indeed, Ling Yun confirmed, recalling her earlier words. Quickly, leave this place. You must go. In the small room, Yu Sanyang suddenly pushed Ling Yun away, nearly causing herself to tumble from the bed. The stench within the chamber was unbearable. No sane person would linger here for long. Moreover, Yu Sanyang had been bound and exposed within these confines. This was the doing of the Mo Dao. Yu Sanyang, her appearance disheveled, lamented, 2 years ago, a group of strangers came to our village. Shoo! Ling Yun suddenly raised her finger to signal silence. Someone is coming. Do not make a sound. After issuing her warning, the faint glow hovering above her extinguished in an instant. The room was suddenly engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Ling Yun, with her left hand gripping the long sword, retreated to the corner of the door, concealing her presence. Preparing to catch the intruder off guard, she sensed a malevolent practitioner approaching at high speed. Although the Shaoyang sword sect was a righteous faction, it emphasized cunning and strategy in combat training for its disciples, allowing them the freedom to act without strict adherence to the guidebooks, had they followed the manuals. The righteous sects would have long since perished. You must leave quickly. They are too powerful. If you stay, you will surely be captured, and your fate will mirror mine. In the absence of light, Yu Sanyang fearfully retreated to the corner of the bed, still urging Ling Yun to flee. However, Ling Yun cast a sealing spell, silencing Yu Sanyang. Soon, Ling Yun distinctly felt the intruder land outside the room. The individual pushed open the main door and paused inside, yet Ling Yun, having entered through the wall, left no trace in the outer room. The intruder was slightly weaker, approximately at the second stage of the Jedon realm. Thus, unaware of the anomaly, he stepped inside, simultaneously igniting a fireball that illuminated a candle on a small table within the room. I shouldn't have married you, despite my efforts. You only bore me a single fortune pearl. As the candlelight flickered to life, it revealed a man of medium stature but broad shoulders, cursing under his breath. Ling Yun, hidden in the corner, possessed slightly higher cultivation and deliberately concealed her aura, causing the man to overlook her presence, while Yu Sanyang grew increasingly anxious and speechless. The man's next words sent Yu Sanyang into a panic. Who released you? No one. Yu Sanyang protested. How dare my woman act? The man raised his hand to strike Yu Sanyang, gathering a tremendous force. If he landed that blow, she would perish instantly. Gritting her teeth, Ling Yun thrust her sword into the man's body from behind. The man paused, looking down to see the sword piercing through his abdomen. The lethal energy contained within the blade erupted forth, annihilating the man's soul before he even had the chance to resist. With a swift motion, Ling Yun withdrew the sword, panting heavily due to the tension. Yet, having hunted beasts alongside her master, she was not particularly squeamish about blood, quickly adapting to the shock of her first kill. Is it acceptable that I've killed this man? Ling Yun inquired, her sword still trembling in her grasp. Yu Sanyang stared blankly at the corpse for a long moment before finally nodding. He was my husband. Ling Yun hesitated, and then Yu Sanyang ground her teeth. But he practiced dark arts. He deserved to die. Ling Yun fell silent before asking, was your husband also a malevolent practitioner? No, he originally was not. A few years ago, a group of people arrived. After their arrival, they frequently held discussions in the fields, expounding on a technique called Zhuan Yin Shengong. Initially, no one believed them. However, they began distributing food and medicine to the children and the elderly, gradually convincing many to practice their methods. One day, my husband, unable to refuse, attended one of their meetings with a neighbor. After that, he inexplicably began to cultivate the Zhuan Yin technique. Ling Yun pondered whether there was a connection between the two. What exactly is the Zhuan Yin technique? As she helped Yu Sanyang down from the bed, she inquired. I don't know, but it is indeed remarkable. It allowed my husband, An ordinary man without any spiritual roots to transform into a formidable practitioner in just a few years. Yu Sanyang coughed, having grown pale and weak from the prolonged darkness. Her legs like jelly. Without Ling Yun's support, she would have collapsed. Ling Yun flipped her hand, revealing a light blue spirit pill. Swallow this. Thank you. Yu Sanyang accepted it with both hands and swallowed it, regaining some strength. Ling Yun checked her pulse and suddenly raised her head, astonished. You just had a miscarriage? Yu Sanyang, still surprised by the pill's effects, revealed a bitter smile while glancing at the corpse at her feet. Otherwise, how could he have such power? What? Ling Yun appeared to grasp an unbelievable truth, her once radiant face overshadowed by clouds of despair. That's why I urged you to leave quickly. Yu Sanyang clutched Ling Yun's arm tightly. I will take you away. Ling Yun grasped Yu Sanyang's hand firmly, transferring her strength, and together they fled the courtyard. What in the world? Chen Zhizhong followed the attraction of the jade pendant to locate his junior sister. Yet as he approached Xinghua village, the information filtering through his spiritual awareness grew increasingly bizarre. The villagers seemed to place great importance on procreation, with nearly every household fervently making children. Even as he passed over certain densely populated villages, he could faintly hear the sounds of childbirth. Furthermore, what sect does this place belong to? Why are there so many practitioners? Could that junior brother be a spy sent to the Shaoyang sword sect? Chen Zhizhong's suspicions intensified. As he sped along, his spiritual sense swept over the villages below, revealing over 100 practitioners at varying stages from the initial to the third stage of Jedon, all of whom were engaged in intimate activities with women in their bedrooms. This led him to suspect that there was a hidden Hahuan sect in this place. However, it was precisely these anomalies that made him pay closer attention to the practitioners, even pausing above a village not far from his junior sister's jade pendant's location to observe the situation in several households. At that moment, Chen Zhizhong felt a mix of shock and disbelief. Most of the women entwined with practitioners appeared to be pregnant, and many were bound. This peculiar and unsettling scene made him instinctively retract his spiritual awareness and hasten his flight, following the jade pendant's guidance. He only wished to find his junior sister promptly. Chapter 36. A good medicine. A female practitioner has come to us. If this succeeds, could it not lead to ascension in one leap? Stop wasting time. Don't let her escape. In the night sky, several streams of light chased and tangled, darting westward. Shuajin slash. However, the myriad colors of light were overwhelming, resembling countless fireflies, quickly closing in behind the golden stream. Why are there suddenly so many people? Ling Yun increased her spiritual power output to enhance her speed while dispersing her spiritual awareness to prevent being flanked by enemies. Yu Sanyang, on her back, seemed to have lost consciousness. The cold arrow, entirely formed from spiritual energy, shot towards them unexpectedly, had Yu Sanyang not fortuitously blocked it. Both of them would have fallen into the hands of those malevolent practitioners. Yet the current situation was no less dire. Ling Yun, burdened with an ordinary person lacking spiritual energy, felt as if a mountain rested upon her back. This caused her to expend a tremendous amount of spiritual energy to fly. And as she also needed to counter the pursuing malevolent practitioners, in less than half a minute since they were discovered, Ling Yun found herself in desperate need of spirit stones to replenish her energy. This was the disadvantage of sword cultivators. They typically flew on their swords. And when burdened with heavy loads, particularly with an ordinary person described as a clay doll, they soon revealed their inability to fly without magical artifacts. Where are you running? Suddenly, a massive fishing net blocked their path ahead. Ling Yun tried to veer to the side, attempting to bypass it while unleashing a sword aura. With a swift slice, the net, not being a precious artifact, tore in half. This time, let's see how you can escape. Almost simultaneously, as Ling Yun severed the fishing net with her sword, several malevolent practitioners emerged from both sides, seizing the opportunity while she was unable to strike a second blow, rushing towards her with lethal intent. However, they underestimated the profound heritage concealed within the practitioners hailing from a sect. Ling Yun, realizing there was no escape, swiftly drew her right hand in a sword gesture, causing golden light to burst forth from her fingertips. Like a carp leaping from the water, she executed a backward somersault, the golden radiance seemingly cleaving through space, creating ripples as she vanished into the very center of the waves. When she re-emerged, she had already leapt out of the encirclement, appearing in the air farther to the west. Nevertheless, this evasion technique consumed an immense amount of energy, and Ling Yun found herself nearly drained of 30 blue mid-grade spirit stones, barely managing to sustain her flight. Yet, the burden of Yushan Yang on her back felt even heavier, compelling Ling Yun to grit her teeth, suppressing the exhaustion of her internal spiritual energy and forcefully accelerating her flight in an attempt to shake off these scattered practitioners. However, the golden stream of light traced a brief arc before coming to a halt. The earlier obstruction had granted these scattered practitioners the time to close in. Surrounded on all sides, Ling Yun hovered in the air with her sword, utterly devoid of an escape route. Breathing heavily, she absorbed the last spirit stone, discarding the withered and desolate stone, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, her gaze fixated on the several scattered practitioners blocking her path, determined to fight once more. The fate of Yushan Yang compelled her not to allow herself to fall into the hands of these scattered practitioners. Everyone, cease this at once. At that moment, a commanding voice emerged from behind her. Ling Yun remained vigilant, turning to see the scattered practitioners parting to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a blue-purple robe, stepping into her line of sight. His complexion was pale, with elongated eyes, and he immediately clasped his hands in respect, saying, "I am Mo Kong, may I inquire? Fair maiden, to which sect do you belong?" Ling Yun furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an inscrutable aura from him. His cultivation was at least 2 minor realms above hers. Given her own depleted spiritual energy, she could only respond, "I am Ling Yun, the 13th disciple of the Shaoyang Sword sect. Might I ask your esteemed name?" Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air from her left rear. Ling Yun's spine stiffened, and instinctively, she swung her sword to block. A crisp clang resounded as her sword, slashing horizontally, met an overwhelming force that felt as if a colossal beast had collided with her, causing her grip to falter and the radiant sword to slip from her grasp. The impact created a shockwave in midair, sending Ling Yun hurtling downward like a cannonball. The middle-aged man's palm not only bore immense spiritual power, but also infused a sinister energy into Ling Yun's body. This dark energy rapidly coursed through her meridians. Ling Yun managed to protect her 3 vital centers, the Naiwen, Huangting, and Qihai, but could spare no more strength to guard her other crucial channels. In an instant, the malevolent energy surged within her like a knife, churning her insides, and, as she plummeted, her vision blurred, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet she still made an effort to position Yushan Yang above her. At this height, a fall would be fatal for any mortal, and Ling Yun sought to use her own body as a buffer. However, the roaring wind around her quieted, replaced by the sound of someone breathing closely, gradually calming her. Ling Yun's breaths became somewhat rapid due to tension, yet she did not succumb to panic. A gentle hand grasped Ling Yun's, channeling soothing spiritual energy into her. Instinctively, Ling Yun struggled for a moment, but as her vision focused, she slowly regained her composure. "Shi Xiang," Ling Yun called out, and upon hearing a response from Chen Jichong, her head tilted, and she succumbed to slumber. Chen Jichong carefully laid Ling Yun and the unfamiliar mortal woman onto a flat patch of ground. He raised his gaze towards the numerous demonic practitioners swirling in the air like flies. Ultimately, his attention settled on the middle-aged man in the blue-purple robe. The man stood with his hands tucked within his sleeves, a cold smile gracing his lips as he looked down upon the diminutive figure of a third-stage Jedon practitioner. "You nearly destroyed my life-saving elixir," he remarked, his smirk fading, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. Nonetheless, this did not prevent him from issuing a command. "Everyone, advance. That female cultivator is a prime vessel for the Fortune Pearl. Whoever claims her will be on the brink of Jindan." As the scattered practitioners descended upon him like falling leaves, Chun Jichong revealed a cruel grin. Chapter 37. Rooting out the weeds, please, do not kill me. I will give you anything you desire if you spare me. In the early dawn, as the wind caressed the clouds, to the west of Xinghua village, 330 li away, a modest hill bore witness to the remains of over 100 corpses. Each individual had met their demise via piercing wounds, with those nearest the summit having suffered a barrage of sword energy, their bodies resembling torn sacks, innards spilled, rendering them unrecognizable. 2 crows, attracted by the scent of blood, had just landed on a branch when they were startled into flight by the pleas for mercy emanating from below. Chen Jichong sat cross-legged on the ground, allowing his little junior sister's head to rest upon his thigh. As for Yushan Yang, the fright from Ling Yun's battle with the demonic practitioner had rendered her unconscious, and she lay peacefully asleep nearby. Chen Jichong glanced up at the birds, reflecting on the numerous lives he had inadvertently taken, considering it a grave sin. However, if the corpses were consumed by nature-esque creatures, transforming into sustenance for the earth, it could be seen as a balance of merits and demerits. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of loss, contemplating the phrase, "Leave a line for others so we may meet again." I hold no grudge against you, fellow practitioner. Yet, my sister has sustained a severe injury from your strike and remains unconscious, fearing for her foundation. The injury she incurred can be fully healed with this elixir, leaving no residual effects. The middle-aged practitioner named Mo Tsong promptly retrieved a palm-sized pale jade box from his storage talisman, presenting it to Chen Jichong. This small gesture heightened Chen Jichong's vigilance, prompting him to activate 3 layers of protective barriers. Fortunately, the jade box contained no hidden weapons. It was lined with red velvet, housing 3 pill-sized orbs that gleamed like jade, their hue dark with a hint of purple. This item, known as the 100 Poisons Pill, required the use of a myriad of toxins and special alchemical techniques to concoct. It could automatically absorb toxic gases within a 100 jong radius, if worn for 3 days. It would completely eliminate the poison infiltrating his sister's body. Mo Tsong, presenting the jade box as if offering a treasure, extended it towards Chen Jichong. Chen Jichong accepted the box with his spiritual energy, releasing a wisp of pink Hahuan energy from his wrist, which was swiftly absorbed by the 3 pills. Nodding slightly, he placed the jade box into Ling Yun's embrace, allowing the pills to absorb the malevolent poison within her. Seeing this, Mo Tsong inquired with a smile, "Elder, may I take my leave now?" Chen Jichong replied, "Of course. It was merely a misunderstanding. My sister suffered severe injuries, and many of your men perished. Thus, we are even." Indeed, even. Mo Tsong's lips twitched, realizing that nearly all his men had perished, yet he felt compelled to agree. However, he was not in a position to argue further and stood up, preparing to flee. Yet, Chen Jichong continued, "However, my sister's storage talisman has been lost, containing a significant portion of her wealth and resources. The absence of these items will undoubtedly impact her future cultivation. Thus, it seems you owe us a debt." Mo Tsong instinctively touched the storage talisman at his waist, a small black jade gourd tied with a red cord, of mid-tier quality among talismans. "Ah, my fellow practitioner, you are too kind. If you insist on gifting your storage talisman, I shall accept it on behalf of my sister." Chen Jichong shook his head and waved his hands. Yet Mo Tsong understood that if he did not surrender his storage treasure to the other party, his life would be forfeit. This individual possessed an enigmatic technique, wielding both the piercing sword aura cultivated by righteous practitioners and the bone-corroding charm unique to the demonic sect, the Hahuan sect. Even if he risked his life, it would be impossible for him to exchange 1 for 1 with this opponent. At this moment, he could only relinquish his possessions to preserve his life. As the saying goes, a gentleman can take his time to seek revenge. Mo Tsong steeled his resolve, suddenly yanking the black jade gourd from his waist and offering it with both hands. This item contained all his wealth, and he was willing to present it as a token of apology to your esteemed junior sister. Chen Jichong laughed heartily, saying, "My friend is too modest. I shall accept it on behalf of my junior sister." He then opened his hands and drew the gourd towards him with formless spiritual power. "Senior, the rivers and lakes are vast. May we meet again." Mo Tsong thought he had finally found a way out and hastily planted a large banner, laying the groundwork for future retribution. Chen Jichong, however, could discern the hidden meaning within the other's words. He grasped the black jade gourd and sighed. "I can sense your resentment, dear friend. Why not leave behind a fragment of your essence to prevent any unforeseen retaliation against my junior sister in the future?" Mo Tsong's expression stiffened, regretting his earlier inability to remain calm. Yet this time, he was resolute and would not compromise. He had already surrendered the storage treasure, and its contents, spiritual stones and materials, could be replenished in the future. However, yielding a fragment of his essence would be akin to handing over his very lifeblood to the person before him. "What? Are you unwilling to part with it?" Chen Jichong's face contorted into a cold smirk. Indeed, which cultivator was without pride? Then I must keep you here. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Mo Tsong quickly interrupted Chen Jizhong, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect and saying, No, no, esteemed senior, you misunderstand. The essence is far too significant to a cultivator. I was merely hesitant. I do not intend to seek revenge in the future and naturally do not fear you holding my lifeblood. In a desperate attempt to escape, Mo Tsong forced out a wisp of essence from his brow. This essence, translucent and mist-like, floated within his palm, resembling a formless jellyfish that undulated and shifted. Esteemed senior, please take this. It pertains to my very life and must not be handed to anyone else. Beneath his facade of forced cheerfulness, Mo Tsong felt a surge of rage within, hands trembling as he extended the wisp of essence towards Chen Jizhong. He vowed that he would exact vengeance on this dual practitioner and would turn that female cultivator into a talisman for fortune. Fear not, such an important item will be well utilized. Chen Jizhong replied with a smile, extending his hand. Just as he was about to touch the wisp of essence, a sword aura burst forth from his sleeve, obliterating the essence. The essence shattered, and Mo Tsong felt a backlash, clutching his head and letting out a wail, his mouth agape and his eyes losing their luster. Go! Chen Jizhong swiftly unleashed another sword aura, which pierced Mo Tsong's brow, part of it penetrating his skull and embedding itself into the mountain behind him, while another part wreaked havoc within Mo Kong. In a mere flick of his wrist, he executed a lethal strike. Cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to regrow with the spring breeze, Chen Jizhong remarked with a cold smile, flicking a spark from his fingertip. The flame split in midair, igniting all nearby corpses, and soon black smoke filled the area. Holding a black jade gourd, Chen Jizhong gathered Ling Yun and prepared to leave this place. However, just as his feet lifted from the ground, his spiritual sense jolted as though scrutinized by a fierce beast. Instinctively, Chen Jizhong glanced northward, immediately sensing someone rapidly approaching, their spiritual sense locking onto him. Next time, I should speak less nonsense, he sighed, shaking his head. Yet he merely sought to assist his junior sister in gaining some advantage. Regardless of the outcome, the black jade gourd contained a wealth of treasures. Chapter 38. The maiden in white from the north approached three presences in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. However, when the flying boat drew near, Chen Jizhong discovered it carried 4 individuals. Among them stood a young woman in a white long dress, positioned at the center towards the rear of the boat, and surprisingly, she exhibited no signs of spiritual cultivation. Nevertheless, her stature was upright, her complexion fair, her features well-defined, adorned with a red jade ring on her left hand and a longevity lock around her swan-like neck, exuding an air of immense nobility. The remaining 3 were men, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, each emanating a golden core aura, their expressions composed and dignified, subtly indicating that they were not ordinary individuals. However, due to the absence of totemic patterns on both themselves and their flying boat, Chen Jizhong was unable to ascertain their true identities. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his vigilance, and he was prepared to detonate the white embryo at any moment to secure his escape. It had not been long since the last detonation, and the 5 energies within him had yet to accumulate sufficiently to heal his injuries. The 3 opponents were all in the Golden Core realm, and should matters take a turn for the worse, Chen Jizhong would have no choice but to employ this trump card, sacrificing himself to aid his junior sister. The reason for assisting her was solely because Chen Jizhong's vital energies were depleted, leaving no chance of survival should he detonate again in such a short span. Silently, Chen Jizhong increased the flow of spiritual power to his junior sister, hoping she would awaken quickly. Otherwise, his sacrifice would be in vain. May I ask, esteemed friend, what transpired here? Why are there so many corpses? As Chen Jizhong observed the newcomers, a man clad in yellow, standing at the bow of the flying boat, clasped his hands in inquiry. Arrogant, did he rely solely on luck to reach the Golden Core realm, completely ignorant of the ways of the world? The yellow-clad man clenched his fists, frowning, as though ready to rush forth and subdue Chen Jizhong on the spot. What is with this show of bravado in your inquiry? Is it not you who is unaware of the ways of etiquette? Chen Jizhong thought, recognizing the young girl as the most influential among the 4. Impressively, Chen Jizhong noted that the seemingly unremarkable girl was the most effective in conversation. However, in the world of cultivation, one could never be too sure. Who knew if she might be an esteemed ancestor from a powerful family? After being reprimanded, the yellow-clad man's demeanor softened considerably, and he clasped his hands towards Chen Zhizhong, quietly asking, "I am Huang Tianxiao. May I inquire what transpired here?" Chen Zhizhong nonchalantly replied, "These individuals sought to kill me, and I killed them." The three men, all in the Golden Core realm, could easily discern the remnants of sword energy lingering on the corpses, revealing that Chen Zhizhong was indeed the one responsible for their demise. Thus, his deliberate concealment only betrayed his unease. Moreover, as a righteous cultivator, what is wrong with killing a few rogue cultivators from the demonic sect? Chen Zhizhong added, "Then, this person was also killed by you?" The yellow-clad man raised his left hand, palm facing up, using spiritual power to conjure an image. With his right hand, he gestured towards one of the burning corpses, and the flames instantly extinguished, revealing a charred, unrecognizable body. The image that appeared in the palm of the yellow-clad man was unmistakably that of the demonic cultivator who had just perished at Chen Zhizhong's hands. It seemed that the man intended to compel Chen Zhizhong to identify the corpse. However, he was a moment too late. The body had already been incinerated. With demonic activity occurring in the north, and this group approaching from that direction, coupled with their accusatory demeanor, Chen Zhizhong surmised that they were likely high-ranking members of the demonic sect. Having spoken a few more words, he had inadvertently attracted even greater trouble. Yet, what was done. He would not deny his actions. Nodding slightly, he acknowledged, "This individual bears an unmistakable resemblance to the one in your image. A short incense stick ago, he met his demise at the hands of my sword after he attempted to harm my junior sister. Do you know who this person is?" The yellow-clad man inquired, glancing at the charred corpse floating beside Chen Zhizhong, still emitting the scent of burnt flesh. "No, he is the elder responsible for guarding the Tianzong Luoxia city branch, Immo Song." Huang Tianxiao's words had barely left his lips when the sword at Chen Zhizhong's side unsheathed, poised to strike. Regardless of whether one can seize the upper hand, one must at least be prepared and not be caught off guard by the opponent. However, Chen Zhizhong is no longer the impulsive youth he once was. He calmly retorted, "So, are you gentlemen here to seek justice?" Huang Tianxiao waved his hand and declared, "No. We are here to apprehend Immo Songlu." Upon arriving at Luoxia City, Immo Songlu realized that it was remote from Tianzong and poorly governed. He gradually replaced several key positions within the branch hall with his confidants, intending to control Luoxia City and claim it as his own territory. It appears that the situation is more complicated than we had anticipated. Another individual spoke up, dressed in a leaf green outfit with slightly long hair, possessing a lean face, thick eyebrows, and a prominent nose, with a shiny silver metal headband adorning his forehead. He appeared decisive and straightforward. After introducing himself with a respectful clasp of his fists, he said, "I am Shen Nanyun, an external elder of the law enforcement hall in Tianzong. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator." The atmosphere was polite, and Chen Zhizhong reciprocated the courtesy, albeit briefly, as he was holding his junior sister in his arms. He simply nodded and introduced himself. "I am Chen Zhizhong. A pleasure to meet you, Shen Daoyu. Although you vanquished Immo Songlu due to personal grievances, you have ultimately spared us the trouble of acting ourselves. Therefore, in gratitude, you may state one request." The girl in the white dress stepped forward from between Huang Tianxiao and Shen Nanyun, extending her left hand adorned with a red jade ring. Palm up, then clench her fist as if to imply her considerable power, and said, "As long as it is within the capabilities of the branch hall, we can fulfill any request you have. How about going on a date with me?" Chen Zhizhong squinted slightly, sensing a strong, earthy aura emanating from the girl, indicating that she was a suitable target for replenishment. He dismissed any notion of compensation, stating simply, "My junior sister is injured, and this woman is also unconscious. May we board your flying vessel to ensure their safe transport to a secure location?" Chen Zhizhong tempered his emotions, opting to begin the relationship with the others as friends. "Very well," the girl agreed decisively. The other three, however, displayed varying expressions, seemingly displeased by Chen Zhizhong's attempt to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 39. "One more, where would you like us to take you?" Shen Nanyun inquired with a smile as the flying vessel began to move slowly. Chen Zhizhong initially intended to engage more with the girl in the white dress, hoping to forge a friendship. However, after inviting him aboard, she retreated to the stern of the vessel to meditate, as if their earlier conversation and the invitation were merely a part of some task. This peculiar atmosphere left him puzzled, reminiscent of certain films he had seen. Nonetheless, since they presented themselves in such a manner, Chen Jizhong refrained from pursuing further interaction and addressed Shen Nanyun, who was piloting the vessel, saying, "Please take us to Shifeng Town. I plan to stay there for a while to allow my junior sister to recover." His intention was to conceal his own background, as this group might be sent by Tianzong to capture Mo, Songlu, or could simply be impersonators. In any case, Chen Jizhong had not witnessed any proof of their identities. Shifeng Town is indeed along the way. Shen Nanyun nodded, adjusting the vessel's course slightly. Subsequently, the four aboard fell into a meditative silence, making Chen Jizhong and his companions feel somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, Chen Jizhong remained unconcerned, focusing instead on caring for Ling Yun and monitoring the progress of the toxic energy being expelled from her body. Although Mo, Songlio's identity, had taken a surprising turn, the items were genuine. The Baidu Dan indeed could gradually absorb toxins from the surroundings. Within less than an hour of being placed beside Ling Yun, approximately 20 to 30% of the toxic energy within her had already been extracted. At this rate, she might awaken by evening. However, in addition to this, Ling Yun had also sustained an injury to her left shoulder, resulting in a fracture of the scapula. It was through this very blow that Mo Songlu had forced the toxic energy into her body. Despite the urgency, Chen Jizhong resolved to inform Xiao Zigui to postpone their action plan once more, allowing his junior sister to rest adequately. The innocent sunshine exuded by Ling Yun stirred feelings of reluctance within Chen Jizhong regarding her suffering. Suddenly, a gasp startled everyone. Chen Jizhong turned to see the woman whom his junior sister had been protecting awakening. He approached her and helped her sit up, retrieving a small jade bottle from his storage artifact. Removing the cork, he offered it to her, saying, "Inside is spiritual spring water. You do not seem well. Please take a sip." Although Yu Sanyang did not recognize these sudden newcomers, seeing Chen Jizhong caring for Ling Yun, she accepted the jade bottle and cautiously took a sip. The spring water, rich in spiritual energy and nurtured within the jade bottle, unleashed a gentle force that spread through her abdomen, soothing her limbs and bones. Overwhelmed by its potency, she took a deep breath. During her pause to catch her breath, Chen Jizhong asked, "Are you Sanyang?" "Yes, thank you for the water." She nodded, reluctantly returning the jade bottle to Chen Jizhong. "You may keep it. It is not a precious item." Chen Jizhong waved his hand and inquired, "What troubles have you encountered that brought you into conflict with so many demonic cultivators? Where did they come from?" As his junior sister had fainted upon their first encounter, Chen Jizhong could only glean the details from Yu Sanyang, holding the jade bottle close. She recounted how a group of outsiders had come to Xinghua village to teach a transfer technique, leading to her husband being taken away for training, resulting in drastic changes to his temperament. She had been imprisoned and was subsequently rescued by Ling Yun, which had attracted the pursuers, sharing the events in a stammering manner. During this, the girl in white and her companions were also listening intently. When Yu Sanyang spoke of the transfer technique they were learning, which actually involved using dark arts to transfer misfortune to unborn children and siphoning their life force to enhance their cultivation, the girl's face hardened. Her hands clenched on her knees, suppressing her rage. These treacherous traitors dare to propagate such vile techniques. Huang Tianxiao, clad in yellow robes, erupted with a wave of energy, gritting his teeth, nearly sending Yu Sanyang flying. Chen Jizhong placed a hand on Yu Sanyang's shoulder, saying, "Do not lament too soon." According to what Yu Sanyang has said, Mo Songlu has been teaching this dark art in Xinghua village for 5 years. The evil cultivators I just eliminated numbered barely over 200. Although Mo Songlu is dead, the mess he left behind remains. Furthermore, such a multitude of individuals has relied solely on the transfer technique to ascend to the first and second stages of the Golden Core realm, having inflicted untold suffering upon countless mortal women. Mo Songlu may be dead, but it is your responsibility to rectify these issues. Yu Senyang nodded, knowing that dozens of mortal women like her had suffered persecution from family or friends, becoming vessels for the transfer technique. They endured repeated pregnancies, miscarriages, sacrificing the lives of countless unborn children to satisfy the desires of those evil cultivators for longevity and power. Many women lost their lives in the process of repeated conception and miscarriage. Yu Senyang was fortunate to have survived after her first pregnancy. Reflecting on the persecution she had endured, she felt the rising sun in the east was an illusion. What you say is indeed true. Shen Nanyun replied with a slight bow. We shall endeavor to atone for the evils committed by Mo Tsonglu. I hope you will keep your word. Chen Jizhong stood up, offering a slight bow before lifting his junior sister into his arms, signaling Yu Senyang to hold onto his arm, addressing the group of girls in white. We have arrived at Shifeng Town. We shall take our leave. Then, amidst Yu Senyang's cries, he leapt down, landing gently on the ground. The girl in white remarked, with 3 of you, cannot you split up to act independently? Shen Nanyun wore a bitter smile and said, Young master, the command from the first seat is that if you encounter any mishap, we must all sacrifice ourselves for you. Moreover, the situation in Luoxia City has already been infiltrated by Mo Tsonglu, and there may be practitioners of the demonic path there to aid him. Therefore, it is imperative that someone is always at your side for protection. The girl in the white dress frowned slightly, but the circumstances were as they were. She waved her hand dismissively and said, all right, all right. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air like an air raid siren, causing the people on the road outside Shifeng Town to look up in search of the source of the shriek. They soon beheld a man and 2 women descending from above. The man not only held one girl in his arms, but also had another hanging from his arm. It was enough to make one exclaim that the life of a rogue practitioner was truly decadent. Only Chen Jizhong understood the immense power of a woman's scream. His left ear was rendered deaf. Yu Senyang was still shrieking when Chen Jizhong shouted, We've landed. The girl clinging tightly to Chen Jizhong's arm, Yu Senyang, opened her eyes and, upon realizing they were on the ground, immediately released her grip. Let's enter the city first. Arrangements will be made for you afterward. Thank you. Master, Yu Senyang expressed gratefully. Chen Jizhong carried his junior sister into the city. Suddenly, he received a message from Xiao Zigui. How is it? Did you succeed? Why is there an extra woman? Chapter 40. Senior brother, I feel awful. Why is there an extra woman? An immortal at that? Don't mention it. In short, we encountered some unexpected events. The plan to act for my junior sister will be postponed for a few days. Chen Jizhong turned to look for Xiao Zigui and found her actually inside the city, seemingly within the Miao Miao medical hall. She must have sensed his presence, which prompted her to reach out with her spiritual awareness. Chen Jizhong inquired, Is there anyone else in the medical hall? Ling Yun has sustained some injuries and needs a quiet place to rest. No one. Dr. Ruan has had no guests these past few days, which has delighted her. Very well. Chen Jizhong made his way to the Miao Miao medical hall with familiarity. Upon ascending the steps and entering, he saw Xiao Zigui and Ruan Mioran seated at a small table in the first floor hall, drinking tea and reading. Xiao Zigui, dressed in a loose-fitting, deep red gown, sat with her legs crossed, her left foot rocking a beautifully embroidered shoe as she engrossed herself in a book. Ruan Mioran, clad in a green dress, maintained an upright posture while reading a book with her hands. The 2 women each possessed their own charm and simultaneously noticed someone entering. Xiao Zigui tilted her book to the side, waved, and cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Jizhong. Recognizing him, Ruan Mioran put down her book, stood, and clasped her hands, saying, Taoist Chun, have you encountered some danger? What has happened to Fairy Ling Yun? Seeing Ruan Mioran's reaction, it seemed that Xiao Zigui had not informed her of her visit in advance. Although Chen Jizhong was puzzled by Xiao Zigui's intentions, it mattered little. He decided to act as though he had not been briefed by Xiao Zigui and replied, There's been a minor incident. Of course, you can bring her in. This is a medical hall after all. Ruan Mioran then led Chen Jizhong upstairs. The upstairs area was quite proper. The medical hall wasn't too large, but it had been partitioned into 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. The room closest to the stairs was the one used previously by Chen Jizhong for examining his younger brother. The innermost room was Ruan Mioran's bedroom. This is my room. Let Fairy Ling Yun rest here. Ruan Mioran pushed open the door and stepped aside. Chen Jizhong was immediately met with a fragrant blend of floral and medicinal scents, reminiscent of Ruan Mioran's own fragrance. For some reason, a gentle ripple stirred within Chen Jizhong's heart. Perhaps Ruan Mioran's scent possessed some magical quality? Nevertheless, being seasoned in the tumult of life, he maintained a composed facade as he carried his junior sister into the bedroom and gently placed her on Ruan Mioran's fragrant couch. However, as he set her down, a small jade box nestled in Ling Yun's embrace slipped from under his arm. With a thud, the box fell to the ground, its lid popping open and 3 Baidu Dan rolling out. One of them bounced several times before rolling under Wan Yaren's skirt. What fell? What? However, Baidu Dan, drawn by spiritual energy, had already landed in Chen Jizhong's palm. A wisp of green smoke rose from his hand, accompanied by a fierce burning sensation, as if he were clutching a piece of hot coal. Don't drop it, Wan Mioren promptly warned, and Chen Jizhong quickly supported the Baidu Dan with his spiritual power, only to find that his palm had already been scorched to a charred black. Unexpectedly, the 3 Baidu Dan scattered across the room suddenly cracked open, releasing a black smoke that filled the entire chamber in an instant. Not good. Chen Jizhong hurriedly summoned his protective barrier to shield himself, his junior sister, and Wan Mioren. Unfortunately, the sudden turn of events was too swift, and he could not completely block the black smoke from reaching Wan Mioren and his junior sister. As Chen Jizhong braced for the worst, he heard Wan Mioren cough amidst the black smoke. Cough, cough. Quickly get the medicine from the first drawer beneath my vanity mirror. Before she could finish, Chen Jizhong heard the sound of Wan Mioren collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the black smoke dissipated into nothingness. Chen Jizhong then saw Wan Mioren lying on the floor, her arms crossed over her chest, trembling in pain. Although his junior sister was unconscious, her brows were furrowed in distress, indicating her suffering. Chen Jizhong, having maintained his protective barrier out of caution, was unaffected by the black mist. He bent down to ask Wan Mioren, "Do you know what this is? Is the antidote in the cabinet?" Wan Mioren's complexion was pale, her cheeks unusually flushed, and she could only emit pained groans. Yet, she still managed to nod in affirmation. Chen Jizhong then brought the item before Wan Mioren. "Is this it?" "Yes." Wan Mioren's breathing grew increasingly labored as she weakly nodded. He looked inside, only to find a white leech. Chen Jizhong leaned down to inquire, "Dr. Wan, are we to use the leech to draw out the toxins?" "Yes." Wan Mioren clutched her shoulders tightly, as if fearing that someone might strip her of her clothing. The leech within the bamboo tube seemed to sense the presence of life, gradually wriggling out from the depths of the tube. It was a white leech, adorned with golden circular ridges along its body. Raising its floral-shaped mouth, it sensed its surroundings before swiftly attaching itself to Wan Yaren's fair, slightly sweaty neck. Ah! The creature was evidently not gentle, and Wan Mioren emitted a soft gasp. However, the tiny creature proved effective. In the blink of an eye, it had grown plump and balloon-like after gorging itself on blood. Its body transformed to a bright crimson hue. As the toxins were expelled, Wan Mioren gradually regained her composure. Reaching up to tear the leech from her neck, a thin line of fresh blood trailing from the wound. Handing the leech to Chen Jizhong, she urged, "All right, quickly go help your junior sister expel the toxins." "Understood." Chen Jizhong carefully accepted the leech, fearful that even a slight misstep might crush the little creature. Placing the balloon-like leech on his junior sister's neck, Chen Jizhong observed that it had not yet satisfied its hunger and began to suck blood anew, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, as the leech wriggled, a delicate white hand came down and slapped it dead. With a pop, the bloated leech burst, warm blood splattering onto Chen Jizhong's face. Before he could react, he was knocked to the ground. "Senior brother, I feel awful." Chapter 41. Sister Xiao must be struggling greatly. "Senior brother, I feel awful." In Wan Mioren's bedroom, Ling Yun, who had been lying unconscious on the soft couch, suddenly awoke and slapped dead the white leech that was helping to draw out the toxins. She then leaped into Chen Jizhong's arms, flailing like a newborn kitten, seemingly seeking something. Had the Baidu Dan contained an aphrodisiac? Dr. Wan, having just struggled to rise from the ground, approached Ling Yun to take her pulse. After a brief moment, she turned to Captain Chen with surprise. "Did you allow the Baidu Dan to absorb the bone corroding charm? How did Dr. Wan know that I also practiced the Hahuan Gong? Was it something Xiao Zigua mentioned, or did she deduce it herself? Given Dr. Ruan's exceptional medical skills and her previous experience in taking my pulse, it should be impossible to conceal it from her." Captain Chen dismissed his doubts and nodded. "The person who poisoned my junior sister gave me the Baidu Dan as an antidote. To verify its efficacy, I released a trace of bone-corroding charm to see if it could draw out the toxins." Dr. Ruan's expression turned serious. "That is correct. You understand the effects of the bone-corroding charm, don't you? I do not possess any antidotes for it here. What is your relationship with your junior sister?" She could feel Ling Yun's temperature rising as she continued to apply the medicine. The warmth of Ling Yun's breath against her face was already quite intense. The bone-corroding charm serves two primary purposes. First, for attack, it can cause the hardest divine iron to corrode from within. Second, for inducing desire. As long as the target's level does not exceed that of the user by 2 major realms, they will inevitably fall victim. Since Xiao Shimi's cultivation is far inferior to Captain Chen's, the trace of bone-corroding charm contained in the Baidu Dan has already overwhelmed her, causing her emotions to surge like a flood. If relief is not administered promptly, she may succumb to the flames of desire and perish. Moreover, the antidote is notoriously difficult to concoct, and most individuals would not keep it on hand. Captain Chen gazed down at his junior sister, who had transformed from her usual sunny disposition to one resembling a peach blossom, her face flushed with shyness and allure, and found himself at a loss. I will step outside. Ruan Mioran assumed Captain Chen intended to utilize a certain method to alleviate Ling Yun's symptoms from the bone-corroding charm. Upon exiting, she spotted Xiao Zigua standing at the door, looking up in search of spiderwebs. Considering the imminent events unfolding within, Ruan Mioran quickly shut the door behind her, feeling a pang of guilt. If only she had the antidote, she would not have to resort to such measures for Ling Yun, especially in the presence of her partner, Xiao Zigua. Once this matter concludes, the dynamics between Xiao Zigua and Captain Chen remain uncertain. Ruan Mioran felt a twinge of discomfort, knowing that Xiao Zigua could sense what was transpiring inside, and must be feeling both anxious and angered in this moment. She quickly changed the subject. Sister Xiao, Ling Yun's life is at stake. Enough chatter, step aside. Xiao Zigua cleared her throat a couple of times and moved Ruan Mioran aside, stating, "You handle your business, and I will guard here." Guard? Guard what? Ruan Mioran found it difficult to comprehend Xiao Zigua's actions. Her partner was inside with another woman, and yet she chose to stand vigil? Could it be that Xiao Zigua was so overwhelmed by Captain Chen's presence that her mind was clouded? Ruan Mioran felt it necessary to conduct a thorough examination of Xiao Zigua. Xiao Zigua seemed to sense something and promptly pushed open the door. Ruan Mioran quickly covered her eyes. Yet, she could hear no peculiar sounds, only Xiao Zigua's voice. What is going on? Upon entering, Xiao Zigua encountered a white-haired man facing the soft couch, seated with his back to her. From his attire and aura, there was no mistaking it was Captain Chen. Xiao Zigua swiftly moved to the front, squatting down to see Captain Chen transform back into his aged state after acquiring the Chaos Inner Dan. What has happened? Xiao Zigua inquired urgently. Weren't you helping your junior sister with the poison? Why do you look like this now? Captain Chen, seated cross-legged with eyes closed, transmitted his voice. My junior sister is very important to me, akin to a sister and also the antidote. However, I cannot take advantage of her vulnerability. So what does this mean? Xiao Zigua asked. Captain Chen's voice was weak as he replied. I have drawn the bone-corroding charm from my junior sister into my own body. I am suppressing this force. Xiao Zigua, perplexed, remarked, You mentioned that Ling Yun has feelings for you. Surely, even if you were to be intimate with her, she would understand it was to save her and might not hold it against you. Why then this? Captain Chen fell silent for a moment before transmitting. You are outside. I do not wish to cause you pain. Xiao Zigua opened her mouth, having just been eavesdropping outside, and felt a pang of discomfort. Regardless of the perspective, Captain Chen was her first and quite possibly her last man. To see her partner engaged with another woman right before her eyes was unbearable for anyone. Yet, Xiao Zigua understood that Captain Chen was in this state because of her. His intimacy with her junior sister was merely a means of prolonging his life. As the root of this predicament, she had no right to oppose Captain Chen's actions. Nevertheless, an inexplicable emptiness lingered within her heart. Now, hearing Captain Chen forsake dual cultivation to draw the bone-corroding charm into himself, she could not help but feel distressed. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Xiao Zigua leaped into Captain Chen's arms, her voice breaking. You foolish man. Then, she felt something pressing against her. Xiao Zigua lifted her head, cupping Captain Chen's face, and asked, Are you all right? Captain Chen opened his eyes and nodded. I am well. Xiao Zigua laughed in exasperation. Then why are you still suppressing it? Let me help you dispel the poison. With that, she pushed Captain Chen down, pinning him to the ground. Hey, Ruan Mioran, standing at the door and prepared to intervene, let out a sound of concern, realizing she could not dissuade Xiao Zigua, and blushed as she prepared to close the door. Captain Chen quickly wrapped his arms around Xiao Zigua, who clung to him like an octopus, and hurriedly retreated to another room, calling out, "Dr. Ruan, please take care of my junior sister." Xiao Zigua covered his mouth, prompting him to shut the door quickly. A sudden silence enveloped the bedroom, and Ruan Miaoren's expression shifted. This couple is truly amusing. I was worried they were quarreling. Ruan Miaoren shook her head with a smile and intended to check on Ling Yun's condition. However, she was met with the sounds of laughter and song emanating from the adjacent room, courtesy of Xiao Zigua. For reasons unknown, Ruan Miaoren, who usually held no interest in matters of intimacy, suddenly felt a flutter in her heart, recalling something she had seen while assisting Captain Chen with a body examination. Sister Xiao must be exerting herself greatly. Ruan Miaoren exhaled deeply, closing the door to block out the noise. Chapter 42. Sister, do not frighten me. Enough, enough. 3 hours later, as night fell, within the examination room on the second floor of Miao Miao Medical Hall, Captain Chen pulled Xiao Zigua off him, saying, "If you continue like this, I am certain to take Dr. Ruan's medicine." Xiao Zigua released Captain Chen, reclining in the rocking chair, her chest rising and falling as she said, "I can feel it. You have grown stronger, at least in my presence you do not fall behind." Captain Chen lifted Xiao Zigua into his arms and lay down beside her. "There will be ample opportunities in the future. Let me recuperate properly." However, nestled in Captain Chen's embrace, Xiao Zigua remarked, "I fear you may not live long." Captain Chen furrowed his brow slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Zigua's breathing gradually steadied, her face pressed against Captain Chen's chest as she explained, "You are too soft-hearted. If you had taken your junior sister directly, just now, you would have acquired 2 forms of 5 elements essence, perhaps gaining a few more days to seek the next one. And when your junior sister returns to normal, you would then have to go through the trouble of winning her favor." Captain Chen replied, "Would you like to hear something?" Xiao Zigua raised her head, her cheeks still flushed with a hint of shyness as she expressed a serious demeanor. "Speak." Lying in the chair, Captain Chen cradled Xiao Zigua as if she were a child, his strong thighs and smooth, silky back supporting her. While he continued, "I lack the essence of the 5 spirits. Under such circumstances, I will inevitably become entangled with the other 4 women. Approaching them with impure intentions would inherently cause them harm." Captain Chen gazed intently into Xiao Zigua's eyes without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Zigua nodded again, indicating her agreement with Captain Chen's reasoning. This was only natural, for Xiao Zigua was, after all, a woman herself. If a person were to deceive her into bed for the sake of survival, Xiao Zigu would undoubtedly sever the other's second brother and compel them to swallow it whole. Chen Jzhing was suddenly engulfed by a chilling sensation. Initially, to provoke Xiao Zigu and obtain more with liver energy, he staged a grand performance by eliminating the Skull Daoist, vanquishing the Icebone ancestor, and obliterating the WNCI gate. In the end, upon learning that Xiao Zigu was willing to assist him, he found his efforts thwarted, though his initial intentions had indeed been duplicitous. Chen Jzhing continued, expressing his desire not to let anyone down and, if possible, to offer genuine affection to them. He embraced Xiao Zigu tightly, affirming to the Empress with a special acknowledgement, "Will you be unhappy with my actions?" Due to the embrace resembling that of a mother with her child, Xiao Zigu found her knees pressing against her chest, yet she felt no discomfort. Instead, she gently nodded, resting their foreheads together. "If someone wishes to accompany you, let it be known that I shall never meet them." Chen Jzhing loosened his grip, allowing her body to stretch, their hearts aligned closely. "I apologize. Truly, I must admit that it was my fault from the very beginning." Xiao Zigu became emotional once more. This time, Chen Jzhing did not refuse, and for the first time since their acquaintance, he offered Xiao Zigu a gift of strength, saving it for such a moment. Meanwhile, Usnin, who had been waiting on the first floor, was already aware of the creaking sounds emanating from above. If not for the lack of alternatives, she would certainly not have stayed there. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, the noises resumed. Realizing it was 3 against 1, she felt a pang of sympathy for the Chen elder. If this continued, it would truly lead to trouble. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, the commotion next door made Ruan Miaoren, who had just changed into a new pair of undergarments, blush and gasp for breath, her heart racing. Unable to contain her irritation, she muttered to herself, acknowledging that even women could feel pent-up frustration. After an hour, Shi Ozigu's voice had grown hoarse, yet she had never felt such fulfillment. Perhaps this was the essence of dual cultivation between partners? What if it led to your cultivation? As Chun Zh cleaned the remnants from Shi Ozigu's body, he explained, "We are cultivators, seizing the essence of heaven and earth. It is not so easily attained." Shi Ozigu paused, playfully capturing Chun Zh's hands, though her legs still felt somewhat weak. "If it happens, I shall create a little doll for you." "Huh? Please do not frighten me." The thought of charming women with a baby doll trailing behind was amusing. Noting Chun Zh's serious, intense demeanor, Shi Ozigu suppressed a smile, saying, "I understand. My dear, cultivation is indeed crucial. I do not wish to ascend while you remain behind. Please do not let your heart be led astray." Chun Zh chuckled in agreement, continuing his ministrations. Shi Ozigu was a person easily deceived, loyal in relationships, and willing to be his support. Truly, she was an exceptional companion. "Oh no, I fear I might be swayed by her innocence." Chun Zh hurriedly silenced his thoughts. Yet, he could imagine the repercussions of ever harming the seemingly gentle, yet genuinely innocent Yedenashche Ozgu. He would need to cultivate even stronger than her, allowing her to strike at will. Once that was done, it would be his turn to retaliate. 3 days later, on a clear morning, Chun Zh was aiding his junior sister in washing her face. Perhaps the water was too cold, as she shivered and slowly opened her eyes. Ling Huayan lay on the soft couch, momentarily dazed, before suddenly widening her eyes and exclaiming, "Senior brother, why are you in my cave dwelling?" Chun Zh furrowed his brow, his towel slipping from his hand as he lamented, "Oh no, my junior sister has lost her wits." No, that is not it." Ling Huayan realized what had transpired and quickly sat up, waving her hands. "Senior brother, I'm not foolish. I just woke up and was a bit disoriented." With a swift motion, Chun Zh playfully tapped her on the head, causing her to tear up and whimper. "Why did you do that? Didn't I tell you to be cautious?" Chun Zh wished to maintain a stern demeanor, but his junior sister was simply too endearing, unable to resist. He ruffled her hair, softening his tone. "Why didn't you use the protective talisman I gave you to escape?" "Oh, I forgot." Ling Huayan pretended to be oblivious. Chun Zh stared at her, his eyes gradually reddening. "If something were to happen to you, how could I explain it to the sect?" Ling Yene, quick bitif, grasped the implication behind his pause, lowering her head. "Senior brother," with a gentle hand, Chun Zh lifted her chin, noting the delightful texture of her face. "Do not apologize. I will report to the sect that it was my failure to protect you that led to your danger. Reflection is important, but do not feel guilty. Instead, learn from this experience, for it will aid you in your journey of immortality. Do you understand?" Ling Huayan nodded earnestly, her pouted lips conveying sincerity. Chun Zh released his hold, and she immediately beamed. "Senior brother, what is this place? It smells so medicinal. And why are you wrapping your hair in cloth and wearing powder on your face?" Ling Huayan unexpectedly poked a finger at Chun Zh's cheek. He could have evaded, but only noticed her cool fingertip upon contact. Trying to conceal his embarrassment, he stammered, "It's nothing. I just got a little sunburned." "Yes, sunburned. Are you hungry, junior sister? I shall fetch you something to eat." "Cultivators don't get hungry," she retorted, recognizing his feeble excuse. Sensing that Chun Zh intended to flee, the clever Ling Huayan stood in his way, only to stumble as her legs weakened. Chun Zh swiftly caught her. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Huayan yanked the neatly tied cloth from Chun Zh's head, allowing his disheveled hair to cascade down, obscuring his face, which had been made pale by the powder. "Senior brother, what is this?" Ling Huayan gaped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting that she was still clinging to him. "I have an appointment today to consult on a diagnosis." Chindi Oyu, Wan Mi, or In entered, only to find the pair embracing and quickly retreated, shutting the door behind her. A cough escaped Chun Zh as he released his hold on Ling Huayan, internally reflecting that Ruan Di if arrived at a most opportune moment. Ling Huayan understood that Chun Zh would not disclose the reason behind his ashen hair. Thus, she took advantage of his distraction to intercept Ruan Mi, or In, who was heading downstairs. Ling Huayan, brimming with determination, startled Ruan Mi, or In, who hastily waved her hands. "I saw nothing. Nothing at all. If you saw nothing, then what is there to explain?" Ruan Mi, or In, sighed in relief. yet suddenly felt guilty towards Shi Ozigu. As soon as Shi Ozigu departed, Oyu became entangled with his junior sister. If Shi Ogg were to learn of this, one could only imagine the commotion that would ensue. The once ethereal image of the cultivator in Ru In-mi or In's heart had become somewhat mundane. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Ozigu even played the role of an accomplice to Njzhing. Should the day come when Ru In-mi or In discovers their intricate and convoluted relationships, it would surely shatter her worldview, leading her to lament that the hearts of cultivators have become thoroughly rotten. However, in this moment, she felt a distinct sense of relief. At least she need not worry about being silenced by Ling. Ru In-mi or In had already discerned Njzhing's condition after her initial diagnosis. She later inquired about the situation through Shi Ozigu, who candidly admitted that he was the one who had caused Njzhing's predicament, and asked Ru In-mi or In if there was any remedy. Yet, Njzhing's condition, marked by a severe depletion of his vital essence, had reached a point where he could almost be deemed as on the brink of death, yet he remained lively, which was beyond Ru In-d's expertise. How could she possibly devise a treatment plan? Thus, Ru In-mi or In subtly shared what she knew with Ling, omitting the part that implicated Shi Ozigu as the primary culprit, lest the three of them become embroiled in a more intense and intricate conflict. Your senior brother's current condition is quite dire. He may not have much time left. To cure him, it is essential to— What? How could this be? Ling, in her agitation, inadvertently interrupted Ru In-mi or In, covering her mouth and stepping back, her legs giving way as she leaned against the wall and sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face. When we descended the mountain, he was perfectly fine. How could he have changed so drastically? Ling sobbed uncontrollably, instinctively believing that her senior brother had transformed into this state in order to save her. Njhing emerged, half squatting before Ling, gently wiping away her tears with a handkerchief, and softly reassured her, "No, my condition has nothing to do with my junior sister. Do you remember not long ago when I descended the mountain with DSH-11ing to vanquish demons?" Ling nodded. "Of course, I know. DSH-11ing was even captured by the forces of evil because of it. Thanks to Njzhing's embellishments, the incident involving Shi Oju-in's ambush on his fellow disciples had not leaked out. In everyone's eyes, Shi Oju-in was still alive. In reality, he was forced to endure watching Njzhing and In exchange tactics from the perspective of a victim every few days. Suddenly, Ling realized something and grasped Njzhing's hand. Did my senior brother become like this because of the machinations of the forces of evil? Ah, yes, indeed. It was a demoness named Shi O who attacked me. Njzhing replied with a pained expression. I was simply outmatched and inadvertently harmed DSH-11ing. No, Ling suddenly raised her voice, gripping Njzhing's hand tightly. The forces of evil are cunning and treacherous. My senior brother is an upright person and must have fallen into their trap. Ling then turned to Ru In-mi or In and asked, "Is there any way to treat my senior brother's ailment?" As a healer, Ru In-mi or In naturally prioritized saving lives, and, feeling somewhat guilty towards Shi Ogg, replied, Oyu's current condition is due to a depletion of his vital essence. He cannot regenerate or transform. Only with sufficient replenishment of this essence can he activate his organs to restore vitality and possibly return to normal. Ling stood up, wiping the tears from her face, and inquired, "How can we replenish this vital essence?" It turned out that Shi Ogg was attempting to save Oyu. At that moment, Ru In-mi or In recalled the event from days prior involving Shi Ozigu and Njzhing. Just as she was about to share the method Shi Ozigu had revealed to her, Njzhing slowly stood, shrugged with a smile, and said, "Currently, there is no solution, but that is inconsequential. Perhaps one day, my ailment will resolve itself. Who can say?" Ru In-mi or In's eyes flashed with intrigue. Having interacted with Ling, she could sense the abundant vital energy within her. Was Njzhing reluctant to provoke his junior sister for the sake of his own survival? Ru In-mi or In began to reassess her views on Njzhing. Chapter 44. I do not wish to know. How could it ever resolve itself? Yin's delicate arms drooped weakly, tears welling in her reddened eyes, her lips trembling as she prepared to sob uncontrollably. Arms outstretched, only to realize something, and coughed lightly into his fist. Senior brother. The 16-year-old Yin, disregarding all taboos, embraced Sich Njing, her face pressed against his chest as she wept incessantly. Soon, her tears and snot soaked through his clothing, leaving Sich Njing feeling a warm, damp sensation in his chest. Oh dear, my little junior sister is so soft. Too bad there's no cushioning. After having just executed a strategic retreat, he gently caressed her smooth, silken hair and asked, "Does my junior sister wish to continue weeping on my shoulder?" Yin sniffled, gazing up at him with a quivering voice. "Ever since I ascended the mountain as a child, you have always treated me the best. I just want to spend more time with you." Immediately, Yin leaned back into Ing, sobbing anew. What a little crybaby. Ing felt his heart soften, yet he recognized that In's worry for his condition was generating a surge of vital energy, compelling him to play along with this charade. All right, I'm not going to die just yet. Have you forgotten our most important task on this journey? We must traverse the mortal realm in search of opportunities to help you break through your limitations. Ing spoke these words while feeling a sense of urgency, according to the timeline from when he had harvested Goo's liver essence. He had only 3 days left. If anything else were to go awry during this time, he would truly meet his end. Ing clung tightly to Ing, seemingly resolute, wiping away her tears and pulling him along. I will not wander anymore. Oh, my ill-fated words. Ing regretted his outburst, realizing that it had inadvertently caused an unforeseen consequence. Should he not consider an alternative? Perhaps he could just take advantage of the situation with his junior sister? Ing recalled the purple-red pill that Gu had previously handed him. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought, for the same reasons as before. He could not bear to harm Yin, who was so pure and beautiful. What was the purpose of his elaborate plans? Why not have simply taken action before? But ultimately, he refrained. Ing nodded and said, "Like you, I began my journey on the mountain at a young age, and I dedicated myself to cultivation until now, realizing that I have squandered countless days and nights." He lifted his left hand, attempting to clasp the small hand of Yin, which was gripping his right hand. Yin smiled through her tears. One adorable child. Ing nearly laughed, but he managed to contain himself, feeling a surge of gratitude and warmth as he addressed her junior sister. Ing's shoulder injuries had mostly healed, and upon learning that Ing had little time left, she said, "Wait here for a moment. I promise nothing will go wrong this time." In a manner reminiscent of comforting a child, Ing reassured him. After witnessing her growth since the last incident, Ing felt a sense of relief. Ing smiled. Yet due to the lessons learned from past experiences, he still felt uneasy and concealed his aura, following closely behind her. However, during the brief journey of 20 miles, nothing else occurred. Ing immediately expanded his spiritual awareness to gather the sights and sounds from within the medical clinic. Ruin me, or In, set down a brush. Didn't he, your senior brother, just say it himself? This is an incurable illness. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression sorrowful. Your senior brother is indeed a good person. Ing interjected. Ruin me, or In. Do not hand out good person cards indiscriminately. He continued to eavesdrop. In suddenly grew excited. It seems that Ruin truly knows something. Ruin me, or inside, in truth. Treating your senior brother's condition of depleted vital essence is quite simple. One only needs to find a woman with an abundance of vital energy within her body. Could the voice be obscured? Chun Jizhong furrowed his brows tightly, leaning slightly forward to catch the faint whispers. It turned out that Wan Mioran had activated her unique girl skill of hushed conversations. The two girls leaned against the counter, their cheeks nearly touching as they exchanged secrets. Through his spiritual perception, Chun Jizhong could see Ling Yun's face quickly flush crimson, her beautiful eyes gradually widening, losing their brilliance and transforming into spirals, with faint wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. This was dire. The information was overwhelming for his junior sister to process. Chen Jizhong felt a pang of concern, urging Ruan Daifu not to frighten the child. Yet, he noticed Ruan Yaren's face was also a deep shade of red. What was going on? Ruan Daifu, are you not the season expert? With his spiritual insight probing, it was as if he were receiving the subtle shifts of energy from afar, akin to the whispers of the world. The two girls, enveloped in his perception, were like being surrounded by an unseen slime. Even the most minute reactions, which would typically go unnoticed, were conveyed to Chen Jizhong with precision. They were wet. Here, the two Thays should be read separately. Stop. I have no desire to know this at all. Chapter 45. Such a method today was destined to be extraordinary. After the morning market, people occasionally glanced up to see a white line formed entirely of mist suspended in the sky. Stretching from north to south, it resembled a bridge of clouds. Those who had never witnessed such a sight began to speculate, debating the nature of this phenomenon, reminiscent of discussions in another world regarding missile trails. Finally, from a distance, Chen Jizhong was spotted waiting on the hillside. Ling Yun quickly patted her face, took a deep breath, and thought, I must regain my composure. I cannot let my senior brother notice anything amiss. She promptly descended before Chen Jizhong. Initially, he mistook the trail Ling Yun left behind for a missile launch. Only when she landed did he relax his guard. However, upon seeing Ling Yun's flushed cheeks and her averted gaze, a teasing impulse arose within him, leading him to ask, Junior sister, have you found what you dropped? Who are you arguing with? Your face is so red. Ling Yun hastily waved her hands, fearful that Chen Jizhong would discern something, pouting, No, I was just in a hurry. Chen Jizhong nodded, glancing at Ling Yun's back. Junior sister, it seems you have mastered a new aerial technique. It looks quite novel, but it might expose your location, wouldn't it? What? Her eyes turned into spirals devoid of spirit as she stammered an explanation. It's not like that. Ababa. Chen Jizhong nearly burst into laughter. Deciding not to tease her further, time is of the essence. Let us hurry along. Perhaps we can even spend the night in Yunxia City. Senior brother. Ling Yun recalled the lanterns she had seen in her childhood. They were beautiful, but could easily turn into charred remnants if mishandled, much like Chen Jizhong, who could become dangerously unpredictable at any moment. Shaking her head, she dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on helping her senior brother heal his deficiency of the 5 vital essences. But how could she transfer her own Jing essence to him? Remembering Ruan Daifu's words that only a certain method would suffice, Ling Yun felt her cheeks heat once more. Junior sister, why is your face red again? Are you still not back to normal? Chen Jizhong teased again, prompting Ling Yun to stammer and then dart away. Wait, it's to the east. Chen Jizhong called out, watching as his junior sister headed straight east. He chuckled and shook his head, quickly following her. Meanwhile, Xiao Zihui had left the clinic several days prior, laying in ambush along the main road to Yunxia City with Zillian and several recruited rogue cultivators. Sensing Chen Jizhong's aura within a 500-mile radius, Xiao Zihui rose from behind a large stone and instructed Zillian, Have you reviewed the taboos I mentioned? Do you still remember them? Zillian, who was meditating, immediately stood up and replied, Of course, we need to abduct the girl among the two. We must first feign an aura of violence to separate them. Xiao Zihui nodded, but warned coldly, That is correct, but let me reiterate. If that girl gets hurt, I will not spare you. Since Zillian's memory loss, Xiao Zihui had assumed the role of her sister. Despite Zillian needing to disguise the truth of her amnesia to survive, she would do her utmost to maintain their false sisterly bond. However, given their profound enmity, Xiao Zihui refrained from reprimanding Zillian in her capacity as a sister. Moreover, for the reasons mentioned, Zillian adhered to Xiao Zihui's commands as best as she could, for she was now Xiao Zihui's sister. Zillian took her role seriously, glancing at the scattered cultivators resting a short distance away. They shrank back under her gaze, having been left with a deep impression from her previous acts of violence, which had vividly illustrated what it meant to be a practitioner of the demonic path. Had Zillian not mentioned it, Xiao Zihui would have already instilled a bone-corroding charm in them to prevent any treachery. However, since Zillian had brought it up, Xiao Zihui nodded. Go ahead, ensure they are more obedient than a puppy. Understood. Zillian rose and, as she walked away, Xiao Zihui conjured a wisp of pink-purple, bone-corroding charm in her palm. Pondering, this little girl is so patient. Is she waiting for an opportunity to betray us? Will she seize the chance to abduct Lingyun? Why is she coming over here? As Zillian approached, two of the scattered cultivators immediately panicked, attempting to flee, but under some unseen pressure, they stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. The other three were utterly baffled and inquired, Lingu, Wanggu, what is going on? Don't ask me, just be careful around this lady. Wang replied, as they were the first to recruit her, and had witnessed Zillian tear the others apart. Their fear of Zillian was genuine. Who would have imagined that this girl, appearing no older than 16 or 17, could commit such horrific acts? What are you discussing? Zillian asked curiously, her youthful appearance still retaining a hint of innocence. Just sharing insights on our cultivation practices. Cultivation insights? Here we go again. She's about to kill someone. The two cultivators who had witnessed Zillian's ruthlessness recoiled in terror, yet were too frightened to run, knowing that fleeing would seal their fates. The new recruits, however, looked down on their cowardice, thinking, how can you be so afraid of such a lovely young lady? They eagerly asked, though, if the little fairy doesn't mind our humble backgrounds, perhaps you could share your troubles with us. We might just have the answers. Zillian sighed softly, mumbling something under her breath. As they were close enough, the new recruits instinctively leaned in to listen, not deploying their spiritual perception. Chapter 46. The odds suddenly. A horrific scream pierced the air, accompanied by a buzzing sound. As the scattered cultivators approached, Zillian swiftly retrieved a cloth pouch from her storage artifact. Upon opening it, a swarm of tiny black insects burst forth like a dark cloud. Instantly, they enveloped the cultivators. These men were not without experience in the martial world, quickly employing their abilities to fend off the black flying insects. However, what they did not expect was that these minuscule creatures, no larger than a fingernail, could penetrate their protective barriers and rapidly swarm over their faces and necks, even slipping down their collars and into their garments to bite them. Despite being of the second stage of Dan formation, they were no longer mere mortals. Ordinary mosquitoes and flies are utterly incapable of piercing their skin. However, these peculiar insects are different. Each bite seems to penetrate the flesh. It appears that their stings carry a toxin, and after the initial sharp pain akin to a needle prick, a sensation of numbness and discomfort spreads throughout the body. In the blink of an eye, three wandering cultivators find themselves paralyzed, collapsing to the ground and twitching uncontrollably. Fairy, what is the meaning of this? One of them twisted on the ground, gazing up in inquiry. His face, neck, and palms were infested with a myriad of tiny black insects, along with the wounds inflicted by their bites. Zillian raised a hand to touch the corner of her lips, only then realizing that an uncontrollable smile graced her face. Deep within her heart, she relished this tormenting sensation inflicted upon others. Yet, with she Ozigu observing from short distance, Zillian had done a fa ade of reluctant compliance, stating, I released these dreadful insects only out of fear that you would not heed my commands. Rest assured, once this mission is complete, I will provide you with the antidote. At that moment, a complex expression of obsession and helpless pity flickered across Zillian's face, leaving the three wandering cultivators momentarily stunned. They thought to themselves, what was the point of their struggle? They fancied themselves able to navigate both the righteous and the wicked. Yet this enchantress toyed with them effortlessly. Once this matter was settled, if they were to survive, it would be wiser to seek a tranquil valley and devote themselves to cultivation. Shiozigu observed the scene with keen interest, her resolve to eliminate Zillian growing ever more steadfast. The girl's acting skills had improved remarkably. One day, it would become impossible to discern which facet of her was genuine. Should her plot to seize another's innate spiritual artifact fail, she risked facing dire consequences. It would be a case of losing more than she had gained. As Shiozigu pondered whether to share her thoughts with Captain Chen, she suddenly sensed a sharp spiritual presence locking onto her. Who dared? She exclaimed, unleashing a purplish-red arc of spiritual energy while simultaneously activating her protective barrier. Hearing the commotion, Zillian momentarily abandoned the three wandering cultivators and concealed herself to observe the situation. The purplish-red arc shot forth, shattering several large trees in its path. Amidst the chaos of flying leaves and wood splinters, two figures emerged, each sustaining a protective barrier, coming into view. I am Zh Gunga. a disciple of the Hen sect. Perhaps we were even fellow sect members. The male cultivator, named Gu, possessed a slender, rectangular face, pale complexion, and deep-set eyes, adorned in a robe reminiscent of the Oi sword sect. Had it not been for the notorious reputation of the Hen sect, a malevolent sect on Bhi continent, one might have mistaken him for a righteous individual. It was evident that the other individual was no paragon of virtue either. Both were cultivators at the early stage of the Golden Core. Xiaozigu scrutinized them cautiously, having roamed the world for many years. She was well aware of the Hen sect's infamy. Interestingly, there existed a connection between the Hen sect and the WNCMN. Both were practitioners of blood magic. The WNCMN, being of a lower generation, practiced inferior techniques, directly using living beings as offerings to extract blood, condensing it to enhance their cultivation. In contrast, the Hen sect was more adept in the art of blood magic. They did not kill, only extracting essence blood to cultivate blood puppetry. However, practitioners of the demonic path often acted recklessly, leading to the depletion of innocent lives. Since joining Captain Chen, Xiaozigu frequently accompanied him. Because Captain Chen hailed from an upright sect, she developed a distaste for her demonic identity, despite not being of the demonic path herself. Consequently, she endeavored to distance herself from the demonic way in her daily conduct. Captain Chen once noted that Xiaozigu's attire had become increasingly modest, to the detriment of many an admiring gaze. Now, with two practitioners of the demonic path before her, even though they merely lurked in the shadows, Xiaozigu dared not lower her guard. In a moment of reflection, Xiaozigu clasped her hands in greeting. I am in the presence of two senior brothers. I am Xiaozigu, and I apologize for my earlier rudeness. The two men smiled silently. The aura they emanated was already indicative of Golden Core cultivators. In this isolated corner of Bhi, they would hold the status of elders or patriarchs in any sect. No one would dare to disrespect them. Xiaozigu continued, I initially thought there was ill intent, but now I realize it was a misunderstanding. There is no need for violence, even among cultivators. We ought to observe the nuances of human relationships. Acknowledging their superior cultivation, she reframed her previous actions, stating that it was merely the gaze of respected seniors. I acted first. Thus, I owe you an apology. It is my fault for not recognizing this old ghost's overly straightforward gaze, which left no room for concealing his admiration for my junior sister. Gungu chuckled. Beside him, the man in a green robe, sporting a long, beautiful beard, had eyes that resembled those of a cunning fox, a smile gracing his lips as he stroked his beard. Jedenaście Ozgeu replied, Senor brother, you jest. The long-bearded cultivator said, That was indeed a jest, but now I genuinely admire you. Would junior sister consider becoming my Tao partner? A smile of apology graced Ozigu's face. I am but a wandering cultivator, with a mere century of life. I wouldn't want to burden you, senior brother. The long-bearded cultivator shook his head slightly, unappreciative. Ozigu's lips twitched slightly. Although displeased, she found herself powerless against the affront. Practitioners of the demonic path could be cruel to mortals and even harsher to their own kind. Many female cultivators of the demonic path, with a moment's carelessness, became playthings for their senior brothers, elders, or patriarchs. If they were beautiful, they could leverage their status to live a life of power and influence. However, should they incite dissatisfaction, they might meet a swift end. Have they been harassing you? Suddenly, Captain Chen's voice echoed in her mind. Xiaozigu instinctively looked around, realizing it was merely a message transmitted through spiritual awareness. Captain Chen was still 100 miles away. With a slight sigh of relief, she discerned the discontent in his tone. Recalling how he had avenged her earlier, she felt a mixture of gratitude and concern for his well-being. Just play it cool. It won't hinder your plans. I intend to eliminate them. What are your chances? What? Xiaozigu's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 47. A flash in the clear sky, Xiaozigu's heart tightened. Yet a warm sensation blossomed within her. She sensed that while Captain Chen harbored protective instincts, he also displayed a hint of naivety. Perhaps this was a trait unique to righteous sword cultivators, a sort of blind affection. She couldn't help but think of her father. who was similarly devoted to his wife and cherished his daughter. Tears welled in Shi Ozigu's eyes. Fate had stolen the first and most important man in her life, only to gift her another. To be frank, Captain Chen's display of concern made her feel appreciated. Yet the situation had not escalated to such severity that she wished to convey to him that he was overreacting. The two demonic practitioners remained, and after weighing her words carefully, Shi Ozigu advised, "You will recover. It is unwise to engage now. We should observe their next move." "I don't think that's wise." Captain Chen rushed through the air, completely concealing his presence as he approached. Around him, there was no one. Moments earlier, Captain Chen and his junior sister Yin were about to enter Shi Ozigu's ambush zone. To facilitate the plan, he had temporarily separated the two. Seizing the opportunity, while Yin sulked in silence due to his earlier remarks, he had fallen back several paces, allowing her to enter the trap first. As Captain Chen replayed the scenario in his mind, he envisioned pretending to be injured, prompting Yin to assist him in fleeing, while subtly hinting at an opportunity for mutual cultivation. Suddenly, a black spear of sufficient quality to be considered a magical artifact shot forth. Chen Jizhong swiftly evaded, and upon lifting his gaze, he found that Ling Yun was inexplicably missing from just ahead. He quickly locked onto the two auras that had brazenly abducted Ling Yun, who had fled at full speed, leaving Chen Jizhong unable to pursue. To his utter astonishment, those two miscreants dared to disregard him, instead choosing to taunt Xiao Zigui. How could Chen Jizhong remain calm in such a situation? As Xiao Zigui prepared to intervene, Chen Jizhong appeared within a mere 100 feet of the two assailants. With a clang, Xiao Zigui, wielding dual serpent-shaped swords, readied himself to attract their attention, but Chen Jizhong remained stationary. Although he refrained from striking, Xiao Zigui's movements captured the attention of the two Jindan cultivators. They feigned politeness, yet their amusement hinted at something more intense. It was not merely Xiao Zigui's challenging gaze that provoked them. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Xiao Zigui thought to himself that she wished to stab Chen Jizhong with two blades, leaving him mortally wounded, with the swords drawn and the atmosphere charged. Xiao Zigui could not possibly suggest a performance for the two gentlemen. He could only internally curse Chen Jizhong for being all show and no substance, transforming into a crimson flash as he charged toward the two Jindan cultivators. "What on earth? Xiao Zigui, how could you act so recklessly? Who advised me just moments ago?" Witnessing Xiao Zigui's immediate engagement, Chen Jizhong felt a surge of panic. He could utilize an explosive pill as a trump card. Yet even against those two, he could not confidently claim he could eliminate one in a single blow. He could only attempt a surprise attack to kill or capture one in exchange for Ling Yan. To his astonishment, that madwoman, Xiao Zigui, had charged headlong into battle. "Forget it, I'll risk my life for my lady." Chen Jizhong gritted his teeth and let out a fierce shout, channeling the power of two inner elixirs within him, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forth, elevating his aura from the third stage of Jiedan to the initial stage of Jindan. With a resounding crash, he propelled himself from a hidden depression, leaving a deep crater in the ground. At that moment, a refined cultivator in a blue robe, boasting a magnificent beard, stood his ground, relying on his profound cultivation. He neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he swept his sleeve with force, effortlessly countering Xiao Zigui's cross-shaped sword energy. With the other arm, he produced a gleaming black spear from his sleeve, thrusting it directly toward Xiao Zigui's brow. Xiao Zigui had no intention of engaging in a prolonged fight. He merely sought to divert their fire. As the black spear surged toward him, he swiftly bent backward. The spear narrowly grazed his chest, evading him by a hair's breadth. Not only that, the serpent-shaped sword in Xiao Zigui's left hand danced like a spirit snake, ensnaring the spear's shaft. Utilizing the spear's momentum, he propelled himself out of the danger zone. What a remarkable maneuver! Zhu Guanghui, clad in a white robe, applauded enthusiastically from the sidelines. Both he and the bearded cultivator possessed the second stage of Jindan cultivation. Together, they required no combined effort to deal with Xiao Zigui. It was akin to two fierce tigers toying with a fledgling sparrow. However, with a sharp clang, the iron star shattered and a cyclone surged. Chen Jizhong's sword unexpectedly broke, leaving him to wield the remnants through sheer will, forming a swirling mass of iron that enveloped his fists. With a combination of pushing, pulling, sweeping, and charging, he compelled the bearded cultivator into a more precarious position. In an instant, he felt a sting on his cheek, leaving several red marks. Chen Zhizhong's sudden arrival genuinely startled the bearded cultivator, who found himself unable to counter the close-range assault, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Furthermore, had it not been for his gun that blocked the first strike, he would have taken a direct hit and sustained severe injuries. The bearded cultivator sought to regain his breath, sweeping his black spear while retreating to create distance from Chen Zhizhong. Yet, a piercing warning echoed in his mind. The spear's gleam continued unabated, tracing arcs in the air as he struck backward. With a clang, 2 darts aimed at his waist flew back, reflecting sunlight as they soared. Yet, it was merely a feint from Xiao Zigui. Oh no! The bearded cultivator's spear, like a ferocious serpent, pivoted to stab him from below the ribs. The spear pierced with a visceral sensation. The bearded cultivator decisively infused a massive amount of spiritual energy into the spear, attempting to explode the assailant from within. As his spiritual senses expanded, he realized he had penetrated a skeletal corpse. Oh no! Just as the bearded cultivator thought he had fallen into a passive position, on the periphery, a flash of spiritual energy erupted. In an instant, it surged forth, engulfing him. Boom! A blinding white light flickered and vanished. A powerful gale reversed, shredding everything in its vicinity, and Chen Zhizhong's back collided heavily into Xiao Zigui's embrace. Yet, all that remained was a spine and a head connected to it. Chen Zhizhong's arms and everything below his waist had been obliterated in the explosion. Xiao Zigui, caught in the blast, felt her internal spiritual energy spiral into chaos, but she clung desperately to Chen Zhizhong's remaining form, preventing him from plummeting to the ground. The two of them skidded nearly 100 feet through the air before stabilizing. Xiao Zigui hurriedly summoned a flying palanquin to support their weight. Zhizhong, Zhizhong. Gazing down at the near lifeless body of Chen Zhizhong in her arms, Xiao Zigui trembled, tears streaming uncontrollably. Chapter 48, Bai Mang. How is it? Are you all right? The bearded cultivator, having regained his composure after the explosion, approached Zhu Guanghui. That man is truly insane. I merely intended to capture that woman. And he detonated an explosive pill. Zhu Guanghui clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of foul blood. His white robe tattered from the explosion, revealing the muscular frame adorned with grotesque patterns. What shall we do now? The bearded cultivator, also affected by the blast, had singed half of his beard, and his eyebrows were entirely gone. Yet, his injuries were less severe than Zhu Guanghui's. We must kill that pair, otherwise, I cannot swallow this grievance. Zhu Guanghui's eyes were bloodshot, fixating on the couple. A half-skeletal corpse whizzed past them, emanating an aura that brushed against the peak of Jidan, nearly reaching the realm of Jindan. The bearded cultivator, recalling the earlier ambush, instinctively raised his spear. However, the corpse merely sped past them, heading toward the couple. Zhu Guanghui furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears to be a puppet with the strength of peak Jidan." What? The bearded cultivator, now a short-haired cultivator, was taken aback. This meant the corpse had been a Jindan cultivator in life. Chen Zhizhong, I will not allow you to die. Do you hear me? Xiao Zigui, while transferring her dwindling spiritual energy to Chen Zhizhong, poured various healing, blood-stopping, and flesh-replenishing pills into his mouth. Unfortunately, Chen Zhizhong's injuries were too severe. His lower half, along with his arms and entire torso, had turned to ash in the explosive aftermath. No matter how much spiritual energy Xiao Zigui infused, it merely leaked from the extensive wounds across Chen Zhizhong's body, dissipating into the air. The forcibly administered pills soon fell away from his disintegrated abdomen. Is she seeking vengeance for me? Chen Zhizhong had encountered an unexpected outcome from the explosive pill. The violent energy not only severely injured Zhu Guanghui, who attempted to capitalize on the chaos to ambush Xiao Zigui, but also almost killed Chen Zhizhong himself. His consciousness remained intact. Yet he feared the pain and sealed off his bodily sensations, which led to a loss of control over his own body. Sensing Xiao Zigui's determination, Chen Zhizhong, though deeply moved, unsealed his consciousness, enduring the excruciating pain that coursed through him as he transmitted a message to Xiao Zigui. Do not act rashly. Wait for my opportunity, and then we shall flee. Xiao Zigui's eyes flickered as she glanced at the Chun Zhizhong in her arms, suppressing her impulsiveness. Chun Zhizhong felt slightly at ease. He had his reasons to confront the enemy. However, Xiao Zigui did not share the same motives. He must devise a way to ensure that Zigu departs safely. What does she intend to do? Is she seeking revenge upon us? Meanwhile, the short-bearded cultivator, upon encountering Zigu's gaze, which was as chilling as that of a demon, faltered in surprise. Realizing he was experiencing fear towards these two lunatics, he forced a smile and scoffed. What can she do? This is sheer folly. He then charged forward with his spear, declaring, "Become my female slave." In a flash, a shadow appeared, and the puppet stood in front of the short-bearded cultivator. "Do you think a mere puppet can obstruct me?" He sneered, for he regarded it as nothing more than a lifeless corpse, incapable of thwarting him. With a swift thrust, his spear effortlessly pierced the puppet, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that erupted from within, inflating the puppet's body like a balloon. The force radiated outward from all directions. Such an attack, when directed at other cultivators, could easily result in instant death, obliterating their internal organs, meridians, and very form. After being struck, the puppet froze mid-air, and then, like an overinflated balloon, it burst apart. The remnants of its flesh were entirely stripped away, leaving only a dark skeletal frame suspended upon the spear of the short-bearded cultivator. "Ho, imp-ho, mea trifis," he remarked, glancing past the puppet towards Zigu, his expression one of certainty in victory. However, just as he withdrew his spear, a pair of dark skeletal hands seized the shaft with an iron grip. Upon looking up, he beheld the puppet, now fully transformed into a skeleton, climbing down the spear towards him, its bony palms, as if forged from fallen iron, clasping his arms. Even with all his escape techniques, he could not break free. "I shall utterly annihilate you," declared the short-bearded cultivator as he raised his other hand, from which flew a gleaming copper nail, aimed directly at the puppet's forehead. This skeletal puppet, now devoid of flesh, seemed to conceal some secret within that very spot. The puppet opened its jaw, appearing oblivious to its own demise, its hollow eye sockets fixated on the short-bearded cultivator. Suddenly, he felt a wave of terror, yet it was too late to evade. As the copper nail was about to pierce the puppet's brow, two enormous, icy skeletal hands emerged from either side. Opportunity knocks. Zigu observed the short-bearded cultivator fall into a trap and prepared to command her flying chariot to escape. "I will hold them off for a moment," Chun Zhizhong shouted. "But you are left with only half a body?" Zigu inquired. "This is the effect of the chaos inner pill. After the explosion, it can temporarily restore my body by consuming vital essence. Though I have used it a few times, each instance leaves her breathless with anticipation. Perhaps it is because that place represents growth and reproduction. Thus the chaos inner pill prioritizes its restoration." Zigu did not fully grasp the rules of the chaos inner pill's recovery. As her body healed, the pain gradually subsided, and Chun Zhizhong began to regain his senses. He felt the cool wind brushing against him, yet there was little to be done, as the vital essence collected by the chaos inner pill was still insufficient. He aimed to restore other areas first, but when it came to that place, a lack of vital essence would lead to dire consequences. Therefore, Chun Zhizhong guided the chaos inner pill to first mend the critical areas. This time, the explosion's effect was not as anticipated. Both of their opponents remained alive. Even if they managed to eliminate the short-bearded cultivator using the puppet, one adversary would still remain. How would they resolve this predicament? Moments earlier, Zigu swallowed a pill, narrowing his eyes as he focused on the puppet. "I can ascertain that this entity was summoned by those two. But who possesses the ability to craft a puppet from a cultivator of the Golden Core realm?" He pondered to himself. It is imperative to handle this matter thoroughly to prevent any revenge. The act of silencing witnesses is a fundamental tenet of the dark arts. Moreover, these two were already at their wits' end. The short-bearded cultivator could manage the situation without his intervention. Suddenly, Zigu was caught off guard as the short-bearded cultivator was intercepted by the puppet. What should have been a simple matter turned complex, as the skeletal puppet appeared to wield magical artifacts. Do puppets also possess magical artifacts? Zigu questioned his own perception, wondering if his prolonged seclusion had caused him to miss such astounding changes in the world. The skeletal puppet summoned its icy skeletal hands, closing in on the short-bearded cultivator like a flytrap, and in an instant, blood erupted from the gaps between the skeletal hands, akin to bursting a blood-filled balloon. Simultaneously, a wisp of soul escaped. "It is over," Zhgungu gasped in shock. The short-bearded cultivator, a formidable opponent of the Golden Core's second stage, had fallen to a mere puppet. Though affected by the explosion, it was ludicrous to witness a Golden Core cultivator reduced to nothingness in such a manner. "Why do you not act?" The wisp of soul surged towards Zhgungu, furious. Had he assisted earlier? How could he have possibly fallen to a puppet? That old fool, Zhgungu cursed inwardly, yet extended his hand to allow the soul to take refuge within him. Their bond was strong enough that he would not abandon him in this moment. Most importantly, they had ventured out together to confront the fierce beast that had recently been spotted in the area. This beast was powerful, nearly rivaling cultivators in the late Golden Core stage. Only by joining forces did they have a chance to slay the beast. However, it now appeared that they were fated to miss their opportunity. At that moment, the ground trembled. A section of earth beneath Zhgungu suddenly heaved upward, as if a torrent of mud and stones surged forth from below, rushing toward him. His companion had already suffered a grievous loss, and while he sensed no spiritual energy within the mud, he understood that anomalies often heralded danger. Zhgungu swiftly transformed into a streak of light. Retreating 100 paces, from the mud emerged a colossal white python. The soul of the short-bearded cultivator was caught off guard and was devoured in an instant. With a resounding thud, the massive serpent swallowed the short-bearded cultivator's soul, crashing to the ground and sending plumes of dust into the air. "Now's your chance, Flea." Chapter 49. Death in the same hole. The white giant python, having consumed the short-bearded cultivator's soul, appeared to revel in its feast, shaking its head and exhaling. At this moment, neither Chun Zhing nor Zhgungu dared to make a move, fearful of provoking this formidable beast. Yet, my inaction does not imply that the enemy will remain idle. "What shall we do?" Yedanashche Ozgiu inquired. Chun Zhing contemplated before responding. "First, we must stabilize our position. Given our current circumstances, even if we turn and run, we will not escape." His body had mostly healed, but he sensed the vital essence stored within the chaos inner pill beginning to dwindle. Xiaozigu's state was equally dire, her spiritual energy nearly exhausted. Acting now would not only hinder their escape, but would also present an opportunity for the white-clad cultivator. Xiaozigu nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall heed your counsel." Before her words had fully faded, the white giant python turned its gaze towards the white-clad cultivator, Zhgungu, emitting a piercing shriek. Hiss! It then lunged forward. "This is bad," Zhgungu silently admonished himself, turning to flee. "Now's the time to escape," as Chun Zhing urged. Xiaozigu hastened her flying chariot, veering left in a wide arc to evade the area. The skeletal puppet followed closely, tossing a bloodstained black pouch to Chun Zhing. He caught it with his newly restored left arm and placed it beside him. This was the storage artifact of a short-bearded cultivator, who was of the Golden Core's second stage, likely containing a century's worth of accumulated wealth. It should hold numerous valuable items. However, Chun Zhing felt no thrill in seizing the spoils. He originally intended to capture one of them for an exchange involving Lingyun. Instead, his actions had inadvertently misled Xiaozigu. The subsequent unexpected events had completely derailed his rescue plan. Who bore more blame in this situation? Chun Zhing concluded it was himself. He and Xiaozigu had been so focused on their desires that they faltered in their cooperation at a critical moment. Now, whether they could even find Lingyun again remained uncertain. Xiao Shimi lamented, "Oh, I do not wish to perish." With less than 3 days remaining for Chun Zhizhong, he recalled the pill given to him by Xiaozigu. If all else fails, he would seek a woman endowed with the essence of the 5 spirits. Survival is of utmost importance. Under the looming threat of death, Chun Zhizhong's heart darkened considerably. A series of thunderous sounds erupted behind him, accompanied by a fierce wind. The aftermath of a confrontation between Zhu Guanghui and the colossal white python. At that moment, both Chun Zhizhong and Xiaozigu sensed an overwhelming presence materialize above them. Someone had landed atop their flying chariot. Who could it be? Chun Zhizhong cursed under his breath. Feeling the pursuit behind him, Xiaozigu clenched her teeth, focused solely on maneuvering the chariot. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned two snake-shaped long swords, launching the previously disturbed flying darts to flank the opponent. Twisting to strike at the legs of the figure atop the chariot. They were at such close proximity that failure would mean certain doom for both her and Chen Zhizhong. However, with a few crisp sounds, the long swords clashed against an invisible barrier. Spiritual power rippled across the surface of a shield. Within the transparent barrier stood a silver-haired woman, completely unclad, her long hair the only veil to conceal her modesty. She regarded Xiao Zigui's with a gaze that seemed to brim with disdain. Outside the barrier, Xiao Zigui's hands trembled slightly around the hilt of her sword. The sight of this woman filled her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In truth, to protect Chen Zhizhong's life, Xiao Zigui had been pouring her spiritual energy into him like flowing water, yet it dissipated into the air. But now it was my turn to save you, after which we shall be even. Resolute, Xiao Zigui ignited her essence. With a thunderous roar, her aura surged, and she thrust her long sword with all her might. The snake-shaped swords pierced the barrier, and the mirror-like blades shattered inch by inch. The splintered shards of the sword inflicted thin, crimson lines across Xiao Zigui's exposed skin. Yet, she succeeded. The shattered blades had created a fissure in the barrier. With the long sword in ruins, the two flying darts that circled around her surged forth, aiming for the breach in the shield. To her astonishment, the opponent was capable of breaching her defenses. The naked woman raised a hand to block, but one of the flying darts had already penetrated the barrier. The woman swiftly dodged, her flowing silver hair billowing, revealing her beauty. Meanwhile, Xiao Zigui used the other dart to strike at the woman's heart. The dart embedded itself in the woman's chest as if it had struck iron, generating a shower of sparks before it abruptly snapped. Simultaneously, the flying chariot, under Xiao Zigui's command, sped away. It was merely a feint to cover Chen Zhizhong's escape. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the white python had stealthily approached and, like a gaping maw, swallowed the chariot carrying Chen Zhizhong. With a resounding thud, the cavernous mouth of the python closed, emitting a muffled sound. Xiao Zigui's eyes widened in shock, as the world around her seemed to dim. Had he perished? A cold hand grasped her neck, causing her to turn rigidly. A pale, expressionless face reflected in her lifeless gaze. She had thought she had found something to care for in this world, yet now she felt utterly alone once more. The naked woman held Xiao Zigui with one hand and extended an impossibly long, delicate tongue to prick her neck. An electrifying sensation coursed through her, and in the blink of an eye, dark purple veins swelled, creeping from her neck up to her face. Yet she did not resist. "Foolish girl, I must save you once again." A clear voice resonated from behind. Xiao Zigui's spirit lifted, her eyes regaining their brilliance. Yet urgency surged within her, and under the influence of the poison, she could no longer control her body. Truly, there is no understanding. Chen Zhizhong, cradled by the skeletal puppet princess, sighed inwardly. Thankfully, he had chosen to hold the rear. Otherwise, he would have been swallowed along with the chariot. However, he was injured and, relying on the puppet's mobility, could not match Xiao Zigui's speed. Now, it was impossible to discern who had aided whom in their retreat. What was clear was that neither had escaped. Before such a formidable foe, escape was futile. With no option left, Chen Zhizhong attempted to defuse the situation, offering a solitary fist salute. "I do not recognize your esteemed presence. I humbly seek your guidance." The naked woman regarded Chen Zhizhong, tilting her head slightly, her face devoid of emotion as she slowly tucked Xiao Zigui under her arm and soared toward the giant python. "Foolish man, why do you not flee?" Xiao Zigui, held under the woman's arm, sensed no hostility directed at Chen Zhizhong and longed to shout. Alas, the poison rendered her incapable of feeling her body, let alone speaking. She feared he would not abandon her to escape alone. In that moment, her heart burned with anxiety. Shall we not flee? In this dire situation, Chen Zhizhong swallowed hard. The repairs from the Chaos Inner Pill had reached their limits. He had painstakingly gathered some essence of the wood liver, only to deplete it. Fortunately, the repairs had not harmed the essence of the wood liver. He need not gather anew. However, the energy stored in the Chaos Inner Pill was scant, and his body had yet to be fully restored, now missing an arm and a leg. The woman was formidable, radiating an aura that suggested she was at least at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Such a peak was a level of power most cultivators would never encounter in their lifetimes, now laid bare before him. It was not merely a description. It was the literal interpretation. Even at his peak, Chen Zhizhong would be but a mere pawn before this audacious woman. The most prudent course of action would be to depart, seeking another woman rich in the essence of the five spirits to cultivate the yin-yang harmony technique. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never late. He could take his vengeance after achieving the true dual golden core. Yet, Chen Zhizhong felt no hesitation as he commanded the skeletal puppet to follow suit. "Senior," he began, but before he could finish, a serpent's tail emerged from behind, wrapping around him and the puppet like a tentacle. It became evident that the opponent had no intention of letting him go. Foolishness. Utter foolishness, Xiao Zigui thought, realizing they were both destined for the same grave. Yet perhaps it was not such a bad fate after all. Chapter 50, The Lair with a Thud. Chen Zhizhong was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by the massive serpent, coughing twice before regaining his senses. The damp, decaying scent of the cave overwhelmed his senses, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "Am I in a sewer?" he mused, surveying his surroundings. It appeared to be a dark cavern, with only a single opening above casting a feeble beam of light, barely illuminating the contours of the cave. The gigantic python had vanished into the surrounding darkness, its whereabouts uncertain. The ground was covered in half-dry black sand, soft and warm to the touch. The cave walls bore the marks of carving, adorned with numerous horizontal grooves. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were scratches left by the python's scales, the earlier sounds having originated from the creature's body scraping against the walls. The hardness of the stone had been compromised by the slicing of its scales, a testament to the python's formidable physical defenses. But where was Xiao Zigui? Chen Zhizhong could not detect her presence. Perhaps she had been taken elsewhere, or worse, consumed by the python en route. The giant python coiled its tail around Chief Chen. The immense pressure combined with its thrashing left him in a semi-conscious state. Surviving to this point was indeed a testament to the tenacity of his life. A sound emerged from nearby, prompting Chief Chen to turn his head. It was the skeletal puppet clawing its way out of the soft earth. This creature had caused him much suffering along the way, binding them together with its serpentine tail, and the brittle bones were as dangerous as sharp stones. Utilizing his mental command, he directed the puppet to assist his one-legged self, while he extended his spiritual sense to explore the cavern. However, this place resembled a vast anthill, with an uncountable number of tunnels crisscrossing in every direction. The area exceeded the maximum range of perception of his spiritual awareness, influenced by various elements of nature. The range of a practitioner's spiritual sense could be affected to different extents. Much like radar, in an unobstructed high altitude, a cultivator could often detect enemies from miles away. Yet, in the complex structure of the underground filled with diverse earthy spiritual energy, Chief Chen could perceive only within a radius of a little over 10 miles. The scale of this cavern was evidently much larger than that. Not sensing the presence of Xiao Zige, Chief Chen, with the puppet support, proceeded in a specific direction. However, after only a few steps, more accurately, after a second leap, as he possessed only one leg, he heard a faint sound beneath him, akin to the cracking of fine porcelain. He shifted his foot, crouched down to investigate, and discovered a piece of white porcelain adorned with irregular light blue patterns, revealing the black earth beneath. The pressure from his previous step had caused a radiating crack on the white shard. What would this be? Chief Chen brushed aside the dirt, revealing a curved shape. Could it be that some predecessor was buried here, rather uniquely with tattoos on their skull? Muttering to himself, he continued to excavate the black soil. After a considerable amount of time, he unearthed an egg the size of a human head. What did this be? He looked around. The cavern was as large as 2 football fields, with the ground entirely covered in soft black earth. It indeed resembled a hatching ground. What creature would lay eggs here? A shiver ran down Chief Chen's spine as he recalled a scene from a film, where the protagonist discovered an underground lair filled with facehugger eggs and alien. It was evident that facehuggers could not possibly inhabit this place, leaving only one possibility. Chief Chen summoned a gust of wind, clearing away the moss-like, soft black soil. One by one, white giant eggs emerged from their concealment. Snake eggs. Through the eggshell, Chief Chen could clearly see small snakes coiled within. Even the egg he had just cracked open contained a small snake that appeared to awaken, slowly wriggling within the narrow confines of its shell, making squelching sounds. Chief Chen swallowed hard, steadied himself with the puppet, and chose not to linger any longer, departing from the scene. He had no intention of using these snake eggs to coerce the silver-haired woman. There were simply too many eggs in the cavern. Unless he found a way to carry them all at once, he could not threaten her. Moreover, having left him a stranger in this place, it was likely she cared little for the snake eggs. Suddenly, Chief Chen's hopping steps came to an abrupt halt. He was certain he had not stepped on any of the eggs. He needed to be more cautious while walking, or he might step on a little snake. With a swift motion, he slapped the puppet's bald head, then sprang up, and the puppet extended its arms to catch him. "Hurry, dog," Chief Chen urged. The eggs made him feel an unsettling tightness, and finding Xiao Zige was crucial, yet escaping this place was paramount. However, as the puppet strode forward, a series of faint cracking sounds echoed around him, this time emanating from all directions. "Stop!" With a command, the puppet halted abruptly, nearly throwing Chief Chen off. He landed and observed that several eggshells had shattered, giving rise to numerous large, sprouting snakes. The white snake heads, slick with mucus, shimmer in the light, filtering through the crevice above. These little snakes hissed and flicked their tongues, as if equipped with some innate radar, all turning their tiny heads toward Chief Chen. This was bad. He had unwittingly become the first buffet for these snakes. Wide-eyed, Chief Chen realized why he had been cast into such a place. Those small snakes, arching their bodies, suddenly burst forth from their shells, lunging toward him. With a leap on his one leg, he evaded backward, narrowly missing the advancing puppet. As the puppet charged forward, it swiftly smashed the heads of the approaching little snakes. As easy as chopping vegetables. The number of broken, white eggs multiplied, dozens, perhaps hundreds. More little snakes emerged from their shells, all honing in on Chief Chen's position. At first, he managed to dodge and weave, but soon the ground was teeming with writhing snakes and the slimy residue they left behind. Already drained of energy, Chief Chen gasped for breath, leaping to a protrusion on the cavern wall, glancing up at the ventilation opening above. Should he attempt to escape through there? With a powerful leap, he propelled himself toward the gap large enough for a small boat to pass through. Unexpectedly, a thick shadow surged from the surrounding darkness, striking toward him like a whip. The impact reverberated against the opposite wall, shaking the entire cavern and exposing its own position. The giant python hissed angrily. It had not left, but rather concealed itself within the shadows, using some form of divine ability. Chapter 51, The Kiss. The feint successfully lured out the giant python hiding in the dark. Chief Chen halted midair and retraced his steps, balancing on the protrusion of the mountain wall. He grasped a stone crevice above, hanging in midair. Meanwhile, the python, lurking in the shadows above the cavern, descended. The white little snakes, sprawled across the ground like surging white waves, seemed to sense the disturbance and quickly scattered, clearing space. The puppet, enveloped within, finally saw daylight, only to be crushed into fragments the next moment. The giant python's colossal body slammed down, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Such a beast. Even a mid-stage Jindan cultivator would have little chance of victory against it, let alone Chief Chen, who was depleted of spiritual power and physically impaired. Yet, he had no retreat left. This creature possessed formidable defenses. To injure it would require. Chief Chen narrowed his eyes, fixated on the python. Its scales larger than lotus leaves. Not only blades, but even magical artifacts would likely be deflected by them. He quickly concluded that inflicting damage from the outside was nearly impossible. If the outside wouldn't work, then he'd have to find a way from within. A peculiar smile crossed Chief Chen's face as he struck the mountain wall and charged toward the white giant python. In response to such reckless provocation, the python opened its mouth to bite down. With a smooth motion, Chief Chen dove headfirst into the python's throat. It was simpler than slurping noodles. Of course, this was largely due to his missing arm and leg, combined with the absence of clothing from a previous explosion, rendering him as slick as a large, glistening fish. Effortlessly slipping through the narrow passage, the python, stimulated, shook its head violently and coughed. Yet, only some mucus emerged. A white light materialized from the python's forehead, gradually coalescing into the formidable, silver-haired woman from before. She hovered in midair near the python's belly, glancing curiously. If I consumed him, what will my siblings eat? She turned her gaze toward the ground, where thousands of intertwined little snakes writhed, as if pleading for sustenance. as he traversed the twisted, elongated throat of a white python. Chen Jizhong suddenly sensed a loosening around him, indicating he had entered its stomach. He was soon enveloped by a searing liquid that immediately scorched his skin, akin to touching hot coals. Summoning the dwindling remnants of his spiritual energy, he erected a protective barrier, barely managing to shield himself from the viscous fluid. He then attempted to condense his remaining energy into a blade to pierce through the stomach of the python. However, the seemingly soft inner wall of the stomach felt like a dull knife slicing through flesh, inflicting only minimal damage. Perhaps this was the reason why Xiao Zigua had failed to escape after being swallowed. Indeed, Xiao Zigua was trapped within the python's belly. Upon entering, Chen Jizhong's perception of Xiao Zigua's spiritual presence became markedly clearer. It was evident that she was still alive, merely ensnared in this dire situation. The body of the python seemed to possess an effect that hindered spiritual perception. Had the python not roared and opened its maw towards Chen Jizhong, allowing him to sense Xiao Zigua, he would have remained uncertain of her fate. Yet, what could certainty bring? After all, he was ensconced within a beast's belly, and no matter how he struggled or maneuvered, he was constantly compressed and shoved by the massive stomach. It felt as if he were trapped inside a colossal water balloon, tossed into the very heart of an underwater vortex, utterly disoriented. His search for Xiao Zigua relied solely on the faintest spiritual signals. Moreover, the python's gastric fluid was not only corrosive, but appeared to possess the capability to dismantle his protective barrier. As Chen Jizhong searched within the belly of the beast, he was also compelled to allocate part of his focus to continuously repair his shield. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he found himself on the verge of collapse. Was this how he was destined to perish? Xiao Zigua felt her meridians throb with torment, a consequence of forcibly extracting spiritual energy to sustain her protective barrier. Cultivators typically refrain from depleting their last vestige of spiritual power. Previously, to cover Chen Jizhong's escape, Xiao Zigua had only burned her essence, wary of exhausting her internal energy. For if a cultivator were to run out of spiritual energy, they would immediately succumb to a deep coma. Without spiritual energy, all bodily functions would cease, akin to an engine deprived of fuel. Unless an external force vigorously injected spiritual energy, revving the engine, awakening from such a state would be nearly impossible. However, the side effect of burning one's essence is the death of the spirit, a grim trade-off of which fate would come first. At this moment, Xiao Zigua, striving to maintain her protective barrier, was concerned for Chen Jizhong, eager to know if he had found a way to escape the python's maw. Alas, human endurance is finite, and she could not hold on much longer. The protective barrier enveloping her began to dissolve like a soap bubble, and she was soon submerged in the python's gastric fluid, which rapidly corroded every inch of her skin. In no time, she would be reduced to a mass of pus and blood, nourishing the python's body. How she longed to remain together with him. Yet, she would soon reunite with her mother and father, wouldn't she? As Xiao Zigua's consciousness gradually faded into chaos, the last image to flash before her eyes was that of Chen Jizhong, the righteous cultivator, unflinching in the face of her coercion. The memory of him surreptitiously learning the Hahuan technique brought a smile to her face. Chen Jizhong squeezed himself beside Xiao Zigua, his strong arms encircling her waist, drawing her into his protective barrier. However, his own spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. The addition of another person rendered his barrier as fragile as a soap bubble left to sit for a minute on the brink of shattering. Xiao Zigua, Xiao Zigua, he called out repeatedly, but to no avail, so he decided to kiss her. With only one hand available, the only means to share his spiritual energy was through their lips. Yet, Xiao Zigua's mouth was still tainted with gastric fluid from the python. As he bit down, the corrosive liquid caused both their mouths to emit smoke, quickly adhering their lips together. Xiao Zigua slowly opened her eyes and forcefully separated their connected mouths, both of them bleeding. In the absence of light and with insufficient spiritual energy to activate their spiritual sense, they could only gaze into the inky darkness ahead. Xiao Zigua turned and embraced Chen Jizhong, her face marred and corroded, yet she laughed through her tears, saying, "We shall never part in this lifetime." "Not yet. There is still hope," Chen Jizhong replied, releasing her and retrieving an object from behind, placing it in her hands. Xiao Zigua felt it. It seemed to be the aphrodisiac pill she had previously given him. However, she noticed something else. Chen Jizhong was devoid of clothing. Where had he procured this item? Chapter 52. Wild mandarin ducks in the dim cave. A single beam of light illuminated the floating motes of dust in the air. A silver-haired girl knelt at the center of the cave, surrounded by numerous small white snakes that flicked their tongues. Their overwhelming numbers caused them to intertwine, roll, and crush against one another, resembling a living ball of flesh, sending shivers down one's spine. The white, giant python coiled like an Ouroboros in the shadows at the periphery, forming a triad with the girl and the snakes, as if encircling a fortress. The girl extended her hand, grasping several small snakes and cradling them, gently stroking their smooth, cold scales and whispering in a peculiar serpentine tongue. "There are too many of you. How many prey must I catch to sustain you all? Perhaps I should consume a few myself." The small snakes nestled in her arms, along with those nearby, immediately raised their heads, entering a state of alert. The silver-haired girl chuckled, caressing her abdomen. "Unfortunately, I am not hungry at the moment." The more intelligent snakes scattered in a panic, retreating into the countless surrounding caves. Observing her siblings fleeing in haste, the girl tilted her head slightly, bemused. Suddenly, the giant python raised its head and let out a howl, causing the silver-haired girl to clutch her heart in alarm. Before she could utter another word, her body transformed into a stream of light, merging into the python's forehead. The python writhed and twisted within the cave, howling in anguish. It then exited through a side tunnel, emerging into a serene mountaintop lake, diving into the water and stirring ripples. The python's disturbance caused the entire lake to appear to boil, and the splashing vapor, illuminated by the setting sun, formed several rainbows, casting a strange yet magnificent spectacle. Is it truly effective? Inside the python, the violent turbulence made Chen Zhizhong aware that the aphrodisiac pill was taking effect. Regardless of Xiao Zigua's well-being, she clung desperately to his waist, striving to prevent being separated by the python's writhing stomach. The aphrodisiac pill is refined from the essence of the bone-eroding charm, eliminating harmful effects while enhancing its arousal properties. Even for a Yuan-ing, swallowing a whole would be unpleasant, let alone for a demon beast. The nature of demon beasts renders them unable to control their desires. Even in their transformation phase, they struggle to overcome their primal emotions. The use of aphrodisiac pills on demon beasts yields exponentially amplified effects. After Xiao Zigua spoke, her head drooped, her arms around Chen Zhizhong's waist hanging limply like strands of noodles. This time, she truly could not endure any longer. Chen Zhizhong, too, had reached the brink of emptiness. Both were at their limits. It seemed that before the python could produce a more intense reaction, they would face their demise within its belly. As the python's stomach began to contract violently, the immense pressure made it difficult for Chen Zhizhong to breathe. Fortunately, cultivators possess the ability to absorb, so the impact was not too severe. However, as they were already entwined, the enormous pressure was causing them to meld together like two pieces of dough. With another round of intense contractions, the python's stomach squeezed everything into a singular mass. Suddenly, Chen Zhizhong sensed another presence beside him. As he felt the aura, the other party sensed him as well. They both moved almost simultaneously. The difference lay in Chen Zhizhong's choice to squeeze past from his side, narrowly evading the other's palm imbued with spiritual energy. "Old dog, I didn't expect you to still be alive." Chen Zhizhong recognized the aura of the person before him. He was the one in white among the two who had abducted Lingyan. "Kid, now that we find ourselves in such a predicament, it would be prudent to discuss cooperation first and devise a means to escape the serpent's belly," Zhu Guanghui declared as he thrust his palm forward once more. However, it seemed that Chen Zhizhong had anticipated this renewed ambush, having already shifted slightly away from the constricting force of the giant python's stomach. As he maneuvered through the viscous substance, he taunted, "Old dog, I see your consecutive strikes lack the strength of a child." Filled with rage, Zhu Guanghui retorted, "You sharp-tongued brat, let us see how far you can flee." Despite his bravado, Chen Zhizhong sensed that his adversary had not changed position but was merely being forced to adjust as the python's belly contracted. The proximity earlier had been for this very reason. This old fellow must have sustained grievous injuries before being swallowed by the giant serpent, Chen Zhizhong surmised. And he ventured cautiously, "Let me guess, have you lost your legs or perhaps your spine?" The silence from his opponent only confirmed Chen Zhizhong's suspicions regarding his dire condition. The long-bearded cultivator was dead, and this man was likely the last to know the whereabouts of his junior sister. Having pursued the two kidnappers at full speed, Chen Zhizhong noted that they had not encountered anyone else along the way. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. Oddly enough, after catching up to them, he had seen no trace of his junior sister. Thus, he was determined to extract from this man the location of his junior sister, at the very least, to see her remains. Suddenly, it seemed that the aphrodisiac-esque effect had fully taken hold, as the giant python could no longer contain itself and began to regurgitate violently. Chen Zhizhong felt the pressure pushing outward, prompting him to clutch onto Xiao Zigui tightly. In an instant, he was propelled through the python's narrow and elongated throat, along with a myriad of other items, and ejected into the air. "I made it out," he exclaimed in delight. The potent effects of the aphrodisiac were typically unbearable for such beasts. He had gambled on the fact that the white python, once affected, would attempt to expel the source of its discomfort. The outcome was evident. He had succeeded. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Zhizhong noticed that, in addition to himself and Xiao Zigui, another figure, namely the white-clad cultivator, was also expelled from the giant python. However, this man's condition was far worse than his own. His entire body was marred, and his face resembled a ghastly red skull. His lower half had been corroded into a skeletal structure, with intestines hanging limply from his abdomen, swaying in the air like a corpse ravaged by wild dogs. As he tumbled through the air, he spotted Chen Zhizhong, his eyes filled with murderous intent and resentment. In an instant, Chen Zhizhong quickly released Xiao Zigui, reached out, and snatched a square jade pendant from the man before once again securing his grip on Xiao Zigui, casting a cold smile at his adversary. "Kid, you're seeking death," the white-clad cultivator bellowed in fury. With a resounding crash, the giant python swallowed the white-clad man once more, generating a powerful shockwave at its jaws. Chen Zhizhong stood in stunned silence. Both of the individuals who had abducted Ling Yun were now dead, leaving his junior sister a figure of uncertainty. As the giant python turned its gaze towards him, Chen Zhizhong, clutching Xiao Zigui, gritted his teeth and propelled himself away from the python's direction with a powerful leap. Having lost his junior sister, he knew he was beyond salvation, but Xiao Zigui still had a chance to live. They were ultimately a pair of wild lovebirds, saving and betraying each other in equal measure. Chapter 53. What does this amount to? As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended, a white river thundered through the mountains, crushing everything in its path and carving a winding road through the dense forest. Chen Zhizhong, relying solely on his remaining leg, leaped through the woods like a bullet. Yet due to his depleted spiritual energy, he relied only on his physical prowess. He could not shake off the massive white python that relentlessly pursued him, and, astonishingly, the distance between them was quickly diminishing. "Should I just throw you away? That way, I could seize the opportunity to escape and use the last 2 days to find a suitable burial site," Chen Zhizhong mused, patting the well-rounded rear of Xiao Zigui resting on his shoulder. "No, I can't bear to feed such a fine backside to that beast," he exclaimed, bouncing joyfully through the forest like a frog. At that moment, he sensed the massive python behind him, propelled by its formidable physical strength, leap into the air, aiming to crush him with its colossal body. In a split second, Chen Zhizhong hurled Xiao Zigui away from the shadow of danger. With a thunderous crash, the python's immense form slammed into the ground, causing the entire forest to tremble. Chen Zhizhong felt as if he had been utterly crushed, and yet miraculously, he was still alive. "Why am I not dead? Let me die, please," he cried out, feeling utterly defeated. After what felt like an eternity, he sensed the weight pressing down on him rapidly diminish until it seemed there was barely 100 pounds left. As he gasped for breath, a chill coursed through him. He could not discern what had occurred, but in the next moment, it felt as though a pair of cold hands lifted him from the ground, turning him over like a piece of dried rice paper. Under the night sky, a hazy silhouette materialized before him. In the moonlight, the silver hair of the figure shimmered, blending with the lunar glow, making her identity unmistakable even before he could see her face. She was the woman who had commanded the giant serpent to capture him. Suddenly, the silver-haired woman straddled him, bursting into a fit of giggles. In the next instant, she coiled around him like a serpent. No, more accurately, she was a serpent. Under some external influence, she could not maintain her human form for long. Chen Zhizhong, already suffering from shattered body, felt as though he might disintegrate at any moment under her ministrations. "Please give it to me," she pleaded, oscillating between her human and serpentine forms. Noticing his lack of response, Chen Zhizhong had already realized that this silver-haired woman was the giant white python, driven by the effects of the potion, consumed with a singular desire. Chen Zhizhong gazed at the starry sky, tears welling in his eyes as he pondered the cold-blooded nature of his captor. Just as he was lost in thought, a melodious bird's song pierced the air, startling him awake. He bolted upright, sending the silver-haired woman tumbling off him. As they separated, a soft pop echoed in the air. Suddenly thrust away and feeling an emptiness in her belly, the silver-haired woman groggily awoke, rubbing her eyes with a gaze full of longing directed at Chen Zhizhong. Her eyes, a pale gray, held the faint outline of hearts within them. Chen Zhizhong looked down to find his body fully restored. He focused inward and discovered that the chaotic inner elixir he had detonated the previous day was now slowly rotating within his dantian, as if it had never vanished. He turned to the silver-haired woman and asked, "Does the Hahuan technique also work on demonic creatures?" Chen Zhizhong was utterly bewildered. The creator of the true Yin-Yang Hahuan technique must have been an extraordinary figure, one who did not spare even the demon race. What else would he not dare to attempt? Where is Xiao Zigui? He wondered, realizing he had carelessly discarded a direction to prevent Xiao Zigui from being crushed. Now, he was suffering the consequences of his hasty decision. Fortunately, thanks to the nurturing of the silver-haired woman, his strength had been restored to the pinnacle of the Jiedan stage, with an abundance of spiritual power coursing through him. After dispersing his spiritual sense, he swiftly located Xiao Zigua among a pile of withered leaves. Remarkably, she was still asleep. Chen Zhizhong chuckled softly, sensing a hint of victimhood in Xiao Zigua. Her partner had been assaulted in the wild, yet she remained undisturbed in slumber. Despite her teasing words, Chen Zhizhong promptly extricated Xiao Zigua from the debris of leaves. After meticulously examining her body and infusing her with a significant amount of spiritual energy, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unable to resist, Chen Zhizhong gently caressed Xiao Zigua's face. For whom was she undertaking all of this? Would it be permissible to consume her? Suddenly, a slightly hoarse and sweet female voice whispered in his ear. Chen Zhizhong spun around, warily regarding the silver-haired woman, akin to a lion on guard, warning, "If you dare to harm her, we shall not rest until one of us is dead." The silver-haired woman knelt, resembling a chastised child, her hands nervously entwined on her lap. Observing her peculiar demeanor, Chen Zhizhong discerned the affection reflected in her eyes. Was this the effect of the elixir's recognition? His brows furrowed slightly. The elixir possessed the ability to implant a seed of affection within the consumer, compelling them to obey the first person they shared intimacy with. Chen Zhizhong's face twitched as he turned his head. He had never considered himself a good person, yet such a circumstance was beyond his capacity to accept. He grumbled to himself, now that it had come to this. It was purely his subjective will. So what of it? With a firm resolve, he decided to test the waters, turn around, and raise your backside. The silver-haired woman nodded obediently and even bent her waist. Yet Chen Zhizhong couldn't help but rest his chin on his hand and say, "Good, sit still." He noticed some red marks, uncertain if they were remnants of injuries sustained by his second brother or the tears of the silver-haired woman's sister. The silver-haired woman complied once more, kneeling on the ground with her hands placed between her legs, appearing far more docile than the ferocious beast that had once pursued Chen Zhizhong. What was this? Had she become Mai Xingnu? Chen Zhizhong smirked, unsure how to assess the situation. Half a day later, Xiao Zigua awakened, realizing that both were still alive. She eagerly nibbled on Chen Zhizhong, only to spot the silver-haired woman standing behind him. Instantly, she became tense. What is she doing here? Chen Zhizhong scratched his forehead. Do you recall our experience within the giant python, where we utilized spiritual power to activate the aphrodisiac? Xiao Zigua replied, "Of course. But what does that have to do with her?" Chen Zhizhong explained, "She is the Bai Meng." His expression turned peculiar as he continued. "There is something I must tell you. I hope you're mentally prepared." In truth, he was preparing himself, as he had yet to smoothly accept the reality of having been with a serpent, to avoid lingering psychological scars. Chen Zhizhong resolved to share this with Xiao Zigua as a means to help himself emerge from the shadows. He jested, having lived 2 lives. He had traversed through many flowers. His tastes and aesthetics were perfectly normal, right? Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Chen Jizhong felt as though life resembled a theatrical performance, rife with absurdities. What? Chen Jizhong did not elaborate further, summarizing the events of the previous night in just 5 minutes. Xiao Ziguo's expression was complex upon hearing it. However, to accommodate Chen Jizhong's feelings, she optimistically replied, "In my view, this is a good thing. You will have plenty to enjoy in the future." She forced a smile, mentally preparing herself for the possibility of something occurring between Chen Jizhong and her junior sister. Yet, the sudden revelation that Chen Jizhong had been with a beast left her unable to articulate her current state of mind. If she had to define it, she would say she longed for a bowl of snake soup. A good thing? Is that how you perceive it? Chen Jizhong offered a bitter smile. Fearing that continuing this conversation would lead Xiao Ziguo to an overly optimistic conclusion, he hastily shifted topics. Let us set aside that for now. I have some bad news. My time limit is approaching. Xiao Ziguo immediately grasped Chen Jizhong's wrist, her spiritual sense effortlessly probing his condition, and she couldn't help but frown. Chen Jizhong explained, dual cultivation with a beast can yield a unique harmonious energy which can be directly absorbed by that chaotic inner Dan. However, it does not alleviate the symptoms caused by the deficiency of the 5 essences. As he spoke, he raised a peculiar object. Xiao Ziguo looked closer to discover it was a strand of white hair. This was not from the silver-haired woman, as its texture was brittle and frail, almost identical to the white strands upon Chen Jizhong's own head. It dawned on Xiao Ziguo that Chen Jizhong had transformed into an elderly figure due to the impending deadline. Why not venture into the mortal town to seek a suitable woman? After all, preserving one's life is paramount. Xiao Ziguo said, her hand instinctively clenching. She realized she was not as magnanimous as she had thought. While she could accept Ling Yan, she had not yet reached the point of allowing Chen Jizhong to be with Ling Yan, just having learned that Chen Jizhong had been with the snake demon. Xiao Ziguo recognized an inexplicable possessiveness within herself. Forget it. Fate has dictated this. Suddenly, Chen Jizhong settled beside Xiao Ziguo, resting his head upon her lap, gazing up at the remaining 2/3 of the sky. Xiao Ziguo, I wish to spend this last day with you. The mortal town is too distant. I no longer wish to move. Xiao Ziguo grasped his collar, pulling him up with an incredulous expression. You're giving up? Why? You are a peak Jidan cultivator. As long as you offer sufficient benefits, many women would be willing to dual cultivate with you. Chen Jizhong clasped Xiao Ziguo's hand and said, There is something you should know. Those 2 who provoked you had actually encountered me and my junior sister first. Xiao Ziguo queried, What? Are you implying that your initial intention to deal with them was not because of me? Chen Jizhong had anticipated this turn of events. He could have avoided Xiao Ziguo realizing that he had followed those 2 due to his junior sister's abduction. The reason he deliberately allowed Xiao Ziguo to discover this was simply to fortify her trust in him. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the performance. Chen Jizhong's inner child presented a playful grin. However, they had spoken disrespectfully to you, and he could not decipher why a surge of anger had arisen within him. Xiao Ziguo smiled, but said nothing. What does that mean? Did I take the bait or not? How am I supposed to play if you don't respond? Chen Jizhong felt a bit perplexed. He had indeed been quite cautious. Logically, sacrificing himself to rescue Xiao Ziguo should have been sufficient for her to selectively increase her tolerance towards him. Yet it seemed this had not produced the desired effect. Had he perhaps overused his chances? However, that did not seem right. She had previously helped him and his junior sister keep watch. The difficulty had doubled. Chen Jizhong envisioned a battlefield descending upon them. Maintaining his composure, he attempted to salvage the situation. I had not anticipated losing control of my emotions, leading to a misunderstanding. I was nearly frightened to death when you made your move. Xiao Ziguo raised a finger to silence Chen Jizhong's lips. What are you trying to explain? Do you believe I could misunderstand that your actions were not for me? Let me tell you, you are overthinking it. I fully comprehend how you treat me. So no need for explanations. Chen Jizhong nodded, feeling elated within. This tactic was a straightforward strategy. He had indeed acted not solely for Xiao Ziguo. However, to let her understand that she was the spark igniting his passion was all that was needed. As long as she felt that she was his utmost priority, that was sufficient. Nevertheless, Chen Jizhong still wished to probe Xiao Ziguo's limits. At last, to fall by your side, I shall consider my life devoid of regrets. However, there remains one matter. My junior sister's whereabouts are still unknown to this day, and I implore you, after my passing, to endeavor to seek her out. Regardless of whether she is ultimately found or not, I wish for you to convey any news of her misfortune to the Shaoyang sword sect. The act of bringing my junior sister down the mountain was, after all, for my own selfish desires. Thus there is no need to conceal my failures. Consider it a duty to the sect. In truth, if possible, I would desire to find my junior sister myself, but alas, I must entrust this to you now. Chen Jizhong gazed deeply into Xiao Zigua's eyes, as if imparting a final testament. Xiao Zigua's heart tightened. He took it upon himself to have a fellow disciple search for his beloved junior sister, yet he never considered that his own demise would render him a widower. To say he would not take responsibility while still harboring thoughts of his missing junior sister before his demise was a conundrum. Xiao Zigua found it difficult to ascertain whether Chen Jizhong's character was good or ill. However, the guilt he felt towards him surged forth, overwhelming him with emotion, and tears flowed freely as he embraced Chen Jizhong tightly, declaring, "Rest assured, I will find Ling Yun, I promise. You need not exert yourself too much. You are equally important to me." With his chin resting on Xiao Zigua's shoulder, Chen Jizhong held him firmly, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he squinted, reveling in the success of his cunning. With less than a day remaining, Chen Jizhong felt as if bound by a ticking bomb, drenched in sweat, yet striving to maintain composure. After a prolonged embrace, sensing the atmosphere had settled, he released Xiao Zigua, preparing for the next phase of his plan, laying the groundwork for his dual cultivation with the junior sister. In truth, he had already located her, but for prudence's sake, he needed to keep Xiao Zigua calm. Despite Xiao Zigua's previous declarations of indifference towards his entanglements with other women, as a staunch believer in the concept of possession, Chen Jizhong felt compelled to offer Xiao Zigua as many precautionary measures as possible. Such a splendid girl, who could be both a sister and a confidant, must not be allowed to slip away. However, before he could speak, Xiao Zigua interjected, "There is still one issue. Those two are dead, leaving no trace to pursue." "I have a lead," Chen Jizhong replied, producing a silver, great pattern Tiangong sphere and a jade brush from his waist, handing them to Xiao Zigua. "The two have perished in the belly of the serpent, leaving behind these two storage artifacts. Once deciphered, perhaps they will yield information regarding my junior sister's whereabouts." Chapter 55. She is angry. The artifacts are sealed. Forcibly breaking them would render them unusable. In the forest, Xiao Zigua meticulously examined the items, returning the Tiangong sphere and brush to Chen Jizhong. "It's fine. The contents will remain intact," Chen Jizhong reassured. "Nevertheless, you should break the seal. Your cultivation surpasses mine." Chen Jizhong nodded, beginning to channel spiritual energy into the two artifacts, employing his spiritual awareness to manipulate them, attempting to unravel the seals left by the two who were at the second stage of the Golden Core realm. The task would require considerable effort. Xiao Zigua stood by, safeguarding him while also regulating his own energy. Since their acquaintance, Xiao Zigua's cultivation had fluctuated dramatically. The recent burning of part of his soul had severely weakened his vitality, reducing his cultivation to the fourth stage of Golden Core, and he was perilously close to regressing to the third stage. Conversely, Chen Jizhong's cultivation had risen to the peak of Golden Core, though he bore injuries that had yet to heal. With a bit of nurturing, he could easily return to the initial stage of Golden Core. It was as if Xiao Zigua had become his furnace. Fortunately, both were aware that the reality was far more complex. Xiao Zigua was diligently striving to recover his strength through dual cultivation, with Chen Jizhong assisting wholeheartedly. The silver-haired serpent maiden, resembling a delicate doll, knelt nearby, watching him with an air of fascination. However, the pink heart-shaped patterns in her eyes posed an immense question regarding whether this formidable demon, capable of devouring two Golden Core cultivators, possessed any awareness of her own. After a considerable time, as the sun set once more, a sharp crack resounded, and Chen Jizhong opened his eyes. The two storage artifacts before him had cracked open, as he beheld the shimmering light emanating from the fissures. He blinked and turned to flee, yet a torrent of items erupted from the two artifacts, burying him instantly. The cascade of items formed a mound over 10 feet tall, and Chen Jizhong surfaced, gasping for breath and exclaiming, "These two were truly wealthy." Xiao Zigua hurriedly pulled him free, striving to dismiss the thought that Chen Jizhong was on the verge of death, asking, "Was this still a 30-70 split?" Chen Jizhong casually grasped a sheer garment imbued with water elemental energy, seemingly a treasure of water attributes. He draped it over Xiao Zigua, who found it surprisingly fitting. This time, let us not split it. You know I am but an ordinary sword cultivator without any wealth. These items shall remain with you. The path to longevity is long, and you will need resources. These may serve you well in times of urgency. Xiao Zigua clutched the hem of the garment, nodding. I will make good use of these items and strive to attain the Yuanying stage soon. Chen Jizhong reached out to caress Xiao Zigua's cheek. His eyes filled with an infinite reluctance. Alas, one cannot merely pursue the Yuanying stage. The ancients of the Yuanying realm only enjoy 300 to 500 years of life. The time has come. It is time for dust to return to dust. Xiao Zigua's forehead throbbed, his lips quivering as tears brimmed in his eyes. Struggling to suppress his emotions, he choked out, "Without you, how can I endure the passage of 300 to 500 years, watching the world change? Not to mention transcending to immortality and achieving eternal life. For me, that would merely be prolonged suffering." Xiao Zigua's earnest demeanor stirred a twinge of guilt within Chen Jizhong. Yet, as the rightful heir, he must possess a certain resolve. Chen Jizhong's performance in this charade was intended to provide a buffer between himself and Xiao Zigua, preemptively addressing potential conflicts that might arise from increasing relationships with other women, ensuring that the bond between them did not falter due to shallow emotions. As Chen Jizhong pondered the absence of his junior sister, wondering if she had been harmed, a sudden movement from the pile of items caught his attention. "Be careful." Xiao Zigua instantly sensed something stirring within and unsheathed his sword in readiness. Chen Jizhong quickly shielded him, causing warmth to blossom in Xiao Zigua's heart. Yet, the more Chen Jizhong cared for her, the more guilt Xiao Zigua felt. Had their initial acquaintance merely been ordinary, how could she now face such life and death separations? Just then, the heap of artifacts and materials cascaded like an avalanche. Xiao Zigua instinctively stepped back, only to see a young girl rolling out from the side. She lay on the ground, appearing dazed, trembling as she propped herself up, attempting to rise. "Who is this? Junior sister? What are you doing here?" Chen Jizhong, incredulous, rushed over to assist the girl. She, still dazed, attempted to strike him, but upon recognizing his face, burst into tears, exclaiming, "Senior brother." Then she flung herself into Chen Jizhong's embrace, sobbing, "It's all my fault. I was caught off guard and didn't react in time." Chen Jizhong hurriedly reassured her, "Do not cry. It is all my fault for allowing you to be taken." Lingyun replied, "No, it's not your fault. It is I who was too careless." The girl, clearly young and perhaps inexperienced in such perilous situations, clung to Chen Jizhong, weeping as she recounted her ordeal of being captured and held in a pitch-black place that suppressed her very soul, where she could not sense the events occurring outside, succumbing to worry and fear before losing consciousness. "I initially believed that I would never see the light of day again, but fortunately, my senior brother came to my rescue." Lingyun's eyes were red and swollen, resembling two small peaches, as she sobbed. Chen Jizhong gently patted her head and reassured her that everything was all right now. Meanwhile, Xiao Zihue bit her lip, feeling like a mere bystander. Observing Chen Jizhong embracing other women stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. She thought sharing Chen Jizhong with others was indeed a bitter experience. However, in the next moment, Xiao Zihue sensed that Lingyun, overwhelmed with worry, had reached a critical point regarding her internal lung qi. If they were to cultivate together at that moment, Chen Jizhong could potentially prolong his life. Without hesitation, Xiao Zihue stepped forward and asked, "Are you Junior Brother Chen's disciple?" Lingyun then noticed another person beside her, and, feeling embarrassed, released Chen Jizhong. Sensing no malice from Xiao Zihue, she politely responded, "Yes, I am Junior Brother Chen's disciple, with the Dao named Lingyun. May I ask who you are?" Previously, when she was at Dr. Ruan's clinic, Lingyun had been in a state of unconsciousness and had not met Xiao Zihue. Although Xiao Zihue was only a few years older than Lingyun, her experience in the world allowed her to introduce herself naturally. "I am a friend of Dr. Ruan. My surname is Xiao. I have met Junior Brother Chen once." Xiao Zihue skillfully guided the conversation, and indeed, Lingyun's thoughts shifted back to Chen Jizhong, who appeared frail and aged. She expressed her concern, "My senior brother." Chen Jizhong intentionally interrupted her, suppressing her emotions. "Lingyun, understanding his intent to keep outsiders uninformed about his condition, decided to change her words. My senior brother is fine. Although he looks quite pitiful now, he will soon recover. Is that so? I seem to have worried unnecessarily, Xiao Zihui remarked. Your junior sister appears to be unaware of the severity of the situation. Tell me honestly, can you manage her? If not, I can lend a hand. Is it appropriate to show such concern for your junior sister in my presence? Xiao Zihui's surprise turned to frustration as she conveyed her understanding telepathically. Chen Zhizhong sensed her irritation and found the situation thrilling, enjoying the tension. Chapter 56, A Closer Affection with That. Xiao Zihui expressed her intention not to intrude further upon the two, feeling a pang of jealousy, yet knowing Chen Zhizhong could handle Lingyun. After exchanging polite farewells, she departed. Senior Xiao, take care, Lingyun said earnestly, eager to assist her brother in alleviating his symptoms with the right timing. Rest assured, junior sister, Chen Zhizhong responded, his words laden with deeper meaning. However, he discreetly knelt and whispered, Zihui, do not stray too far. Understood. Xiao Zihui rolled her eyes, relieved that Lingyun had her head lowered, missing her expression. Safe travels, Senior Xiao. Lingyun bowed once more. Until we meet again. With that, Xiao Zihui took her leave. What a pleasant exchange, he mused, hoping for such harmony in the future. However, he vaguely sensed that the likelihood of peaceful coexistence was slim. Yet, did that not present him with a splendid opportunity to display his true nature? It was time to reveal his roguish side. No, that was not right. Chen Zhizhong's inner self appeared somewhat mischievous, reminiscent of a young scoundrel. Xiao Zihui had inadvertently taken away the bright and distracting presence of the silver-haired snake woman. Do not misunderstand. While the snake woman was indeed a remarkable distraction, it merely described her presence as bothersome. Just as she departed, Lingyun shyly approached, her eyes resolute yet evasive. Brother, I implore you to tell me the truth about your condition. It is of utmost importance to me. Chen Zhizhong gazed at Lingyun's radiant complexion, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Realizing she had prepared herself mentally and genuinely wished to assist him in alleviating the symptoms caused by the depletion of his vital essence. To claim he was not tempted by such a beautiful flower would be a blatant falsehood. Yet, reaching that point, he felt a twinge of reluctance. He inherited all memories from the original owner, and under their subtle influence, the label of younger sister attached to Lingyun had solidified their unspoken relationship. Thus, if Chen Zhizhong were to engage with Lingyun, he could not help but feel a pang of guilt. He tenderly brushed Lingyun's hair, his inner self reveling in the thrill of the moment. This is indeed exhilarating. Yet, he did not reveal his true feelings, sighing, since we have come this far, it would not hurt to share with my junior sister. After today, it will be difficult for me to witness tomorrow's sunrise. Upon saying this, a serene smile graced Chen Zhizhong's face as he turned to gaze at the rising sun in the east, seemingly resigned to his fate. Lingyun, still blushing, lifted her gaze to see Chen Zhizhong's expression, her eyes shimmering with tears. Brother, is there something else you haven't told me? Feigning confusion, Chen Zhizhong replied, Is there? If I do not remember, then there is nothing. There is, Lingyun exclaimed, her fists clenched, a few crystalline tears trailing down her flawless cheeks. Brother, you have clearly found a way to treat the depletion of your vital essence. Why do you not save yourself? Oh, Chen Zhizhong suddenly recalled the matter. Scratching his head and laughing, the art of dual cultivation requires a certain fate. I grew up on the mountain, solely desiring to attain the fruit of immortality. I have never even encountered a favored celestial being, let alone a partner. Moreover, even if you were to find a partner, it would not guarantee compatibility for the gathering of vital essence. Suitable candidates for such cultivation might not necessarily be aligned in feelings. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had not considered this matter. Brother, Lingyun shouted, her cheeks flushed with determination. Do you not care about the immortality you have always pursued? Is it so easy to give up? I do not, but to forge a bond with a stranger for the sake of longevity. If both parties are cultivators, that might be acceptable. What if the right person emerges from the mortal realm? Even if I could truly cure the depletion of my essence, what then after a century? I cannot bear to witness someone I hold dear perish due to the passage of time or an incurable illness. That would become my inner demon. Despite the gravity of the topic, Chen Zhizhong spoke lightly, reflecting on his past life where he lost many peers for various reasons, which led him to remain unwed, entangled in fleeting romances. This sentiment was, in truth, a genuine feeling deep within. Then, brother, seek a suitable female cultivator. That way, you will not have to lose anyone. Ling Yun's face reddened, frustrated by Chun Zhizhong's pessimistic attitude. I am merely an intermediate-grade sword spirit root, fortunate to even brush against the threshold of Golden Core Dao. My lifespan is but 150 years. After a century, would I not be leaving the other person behind? You truly are. Ling Yun stomped her foot in frustration. Her brother was wonderful in every way, yet too considerate of everyone's feelings. The thought that he might not survive the night made her nip her tongue and pounce towards Chen Zhizhong. With a thud, they tumbled to the ground. And Chen Zhizhong was momentarily at a loss. Junior sister, what are you doing? Ling Yun's face was flushed with embarrassment, yet she gazed at him with unwavering determination. I want to save you, brother. What? No. If you do not speak, no one will know. But, brother, do not interrupt. I mean, we are in the wild. I'm fine with it. Ling Yun panted, asking, what should we do next? Chen Zhizhong responded, next. He suddenly realized that he was a legitimate upright cultivator in front of Ling Yun. How could he possibly know about such indecent things as Wei 18 styles, 72 techniques of a chamber, or 108 methods of dual cultivation? I do not know. Chen Zhizhong stammered like a novice. Ling Yun, feeling flustered, could sense her earlier emotions fading away. Chen Zhizhong hastily added, in the realm of life and earth, there exists a guiding force of creation. Let us follow our feelings, shall we? Is that so? Understood, senior brother. Ling Yun leaped forward, and Chen Zhizhong felt as though he were a large piece of meat. As the morning mist dissipated, a layer of moisture lingered on the flower leaves, with a pale pink camellia bud poised to bloom. With the ascent of the sun, the white mist, reminiscent of frost, gradually coalesced, dripping from the crevices between the flowers and leaves. The camellia slowly unfurled its petals, revealing the crystalline nectar within. Drawn by the fragrance of the nectar, a diligent little bee arrived, landing on the outer rim of the bud. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the camellia to tremble slightly, prompting the bee to follow the sweet scent and begin its work. Ling Yun, reclining on the soft meadow, stretched languidly, her slender waist arching like a bridge. As she relaxed on the ground, her breathing gradually steadied. A wave of shyness surged within her, as if she longed to hide within Chen Zhizhong's embrace. Senior brother, we must become even closer from now on. Do not distance yourself from me. Chapter 57. The complex relations of the human race, just as Ling Yun, feeling exhilarated, began to drift into slumber. Tendrils of dense, white energy seeped from their pores, floating around them like delicate silk. Is this the energy of harmony? Chen Zhizhong thought, surprised that, due to his deep involvement with his junior sister, the Hahuan Gong had begun to operate subtly. He was aware of what this phenomenon entailed, yet he deemed it inappropriate to disclose his practice of Hahuan Gong to his little sister. However, he could not let this harmonious energy go to waste. Thus, he said, it is not a strange thing. In fact, absorbing it can enhance your cultivation. Sister, give me your hand and follow my guidance to absorb this white energy. All right. Senior brother, Ling Yun replied, shyly extending her hand. Chen Zhizhong directed a strand of his spiritual energy into Ling Yun's body through his palm, assisting her in practicing the Hahuan technique. The creator of Hahuan Gong was incredibly considerate. Even if another person had not practiced it, as long as they did not resist the circulating spiritual energy within, they could passively operate the technique without prior study. Perhaps from the very beginning, the ancestor of Hahuan never intended for dual cultivation practitioners to be solely from the demonic sect. Senior brother, this feeling is quite peculiar, Ling Yun remarked, sensing a playful worm wriggling through her meridians, bringing with it tingling sensations. Chen Zhizhong chuckled. That is quite normal. A talent like yours has likely never experienced the unblocking of meridians with the assistance of a master. The influx of another's spiritual energy into her body naturally produced a tingling sensation. If you were to reject me internally, it would turn into sharp pain. That would be your body resisting the intrusion of external forces. Ling Yun's mouth fell slightly open. How terrifying. But I only feel a tickling sensation. The energy flowed to Ling Yun's heart, causing her to laugh involuntarily. Initially, it was indeed uncomfortable. However, with time, one becomes desensitized to it. I see. But senior brother, you are very gentle. I do not feel any pain at all, Ling Yun said, pulling her neck in, smiling charmingly. Well, bear with it a little longer. It will be over soon. In the memories he inherited, the original owner, possessing mediocre spiritual roots, often require the master's help to unblock his meridians during his initial cultivation. However, the worse the talent, the more difficult it was to clear the block channels. As a result, young Chen Zhizhong would shudder at the mere mention of unblocking meridians. The unique nature of the harmonious energy ensured that there would be no situation where it could not be refined. Ling Yun successfully absorbed all the harmonious energy, though the sudden influx made her break into a light sweat. Yet, cultivators are untouched by worldly dust. Their physical forms are self-purifying. After sweating, Ling Yun did not emit any strange odors. Instead, she exuded a refreshing fragrance reminiscent of camellias, soothing and calming. After assisting his junior sister in absorbing the harmonious energy, Chen Zhizhong sat cross-legged, feeling the changes in his body brought about by the accumulation of Jin Qi, while inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from Ling Yun. He had now gathered 2 types of the 5 essence energies. The most noticeable change was that his body could enter a positive cycle. The qi of the wood liver flourished, generating heart fire. The heart fire thrived, producing the earth of the spleen, and the spleen earth, when abundant, gave rise to the metal of the lungs. The Jin Qi of the lungs, in turn, gathered and solidified the water of the kidneys, which nourished the wood. This effectively reconstructed the cycle of the 5 essence energies. Consequently, Chen Zhizhong felt a dramatic reduction in the sense of emptiness within him, and the spiritual power in his body became more substantial and dense. However, the heart fire counteracts the Jin Qi, while the kidney water inversely restrains the heart fire. Both of these are generated by the other 5 essence energies, and if not careful, they could become excessive and lead to destruction. Thus, it is challenging to maintain the continuous cycle of the 5 essence energies for long. It is imperative to quickly gather the remaining essence energies, Chen Zhizhong mused. After a brief rest, Ling Yun suddenly asked, supporting herself on Chen Zhizhong's hand as she stood up. There was still a heavy discomfort in her body, perhaps the price to pay for ecstasy. Feeling slightly dejected, she sighed, I did not get to play in the mortal realm, travel, or explore. Ling Yun revealed her true feelings. Sticking out her tongue, the elders were quite understanding. The worst punishment was merely to copy a few more volumes of the sect rules. Ling Yun smiled faintly, yet still harbored doubts. Will this work? What if the elders blame us? It would not be as simple as copying scriptures. Having grown up on the mountain, Ling Yun had rarely descended, as she was not yet of the age to undertake tasks. Despite her love for fun, deliberately delaying time felt exceedingly rebellious to her. If the master were to find out, it would be quite a scandal. Deep down, she was still a well-behaved child. Why has it become slower? She remarked. However, continuing straight would mean arriving the next afternoon. Therefore, if we stay overnight in Yunxia City, we can travel faster. Isn't that a double benefit? Chen Zhizhong said, taking his junior sister's small hand and soaring into the air. Ling Yun clenched her fist to her chest, surprised to see a different side of her senior brother after becoming closer. On a cliff, Xiao Zigui watched Chen Zhizhong and his little junior sister soar through the skies, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Did they intend to go to Yunxia City? There are no skilled doctors like Dr. Wan there. What could they possibly do? Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Zigui. Yunxia City was hosting a lantern festival. Remembering that he had yet to schedule a meeting with Chen Zhizhong, his heart ached with jealousy. It's fine. He promised me he would take care of the other women and only be my Dao partner. Do you believe everything he says? A voice suddenly interrupted from behind, belonging to the snake woman. Xiao Zigui's spine stiffened, and he turned to face her, nerves on edge as he questioned. You have been affected by the aphrodisiac's bonding effect. Why do you still possess your own consciousness? The snake woman raised a hand to cover her mouth, yawning, her unfocused gray eyes locking onto Xiao Zigui. That pill is indeed powerful, but as you said, its effect is merely to establish a bond. It does not compel me to obey everyone. Xiao Zigui had never used an aphrodisiac on anyone before, so he was unaware that the bonding effect only applied to the user. Little did he know that this minor oversight would leave him alone to face this snake demon. Rest assured, I will not and cannot harm you. My orders are to follow and protect you, and I cannot disobey him, she stated, yawning again and spreading her arms. Xiao Zigui remained vigilant, subtly activating his magical artifacts while saying, In that case, you can simply be a bodyguard. Speaking suddenly indicates you have something to say. The snake woman stretched her arms above her head, her slim waist arching backward, accentuating her ample bosom. You humans often refer to certain perverse individuals as less than beasts. Yet I find it strange that it is you who enjoy creating bizarre situations. The snake woman lowered her arms and continued, for instance. I cannot comprehend the nature of the relationship between you and those two others, despite the unmistakable scent of that man lingering around you. You can nonchalantly observe him with another woman. The more Xiao Zigue listened, the more he felt the snake woman was teasing him. With a hint of irritation, he asked, "What exactly are you trying to achieve with all this talk?" The snake woman shrugged and encouraged, "I merely wish to say that if you intend to follow, you should set off quickly. Otherwise, you might miss some splendid moments. You resemble not a snake, but rather a fox." Exposed in his thoughts, Xiao Zigue gritted his teeth. The snake woman, nearly dozing off, stretched her arms wide. "I'm a Tsangling python, not just an ordinary snake demon. Moreover, while I have transformed from a beast into a human, it does not mean I lack intelligence." A cryptic smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 58. Reunion Tangaoyo Tuan. Osmanthus pastries. An array of delicacies await your tasting. Carp frolicking in water, golden toads spitting pearls. May the flowers bloom and the moon be full. Come, purchase a lantern. A night pot once used by immortals. Don't miss out as you pass by. As night fell and the lanterns illuminated the city of Yunxia, it was bustling with tourists. "Senior brother, this place is truly lively," Ling Yun exclaimed, dazzled by the myriad of delicious treats, amusing diversions, and the stunningly dressed women around her. As she linked arms with Chen Jichang, as she spoke, her gaze fell upon a jewelry stall not far ahead. Although referred to as a stall, it was actually a three-room jewelry shop connected together. The place was aglow with a multitude of lanterns, as if candles were free, shining brightly both inside and out. The jewelry, ranging from a few taels to thousands, sparkled under the lights, seemingly worth far more than their actual value. In this festive atmosphere, throngs of people were purchasing these processed stones and metals at exorbitant prices, showcasing the immense profit of this industry. However, Chen Jichang remained unfazed, purchasing more than 10 exquisitely crafted pieces of jewelry in one go. With a flourish on a paper ticket akin to a purchase certificate, he handed over 30 mid-grade spiritual stones to the shopkeeper. "Senior brother, these items are surprisingly expensive." Ling Yun, despite her inexperience, understood that 30 mid-grade spiritual stones represented nearly 2 months' worth of training resources for outer disciples in the Shaoyang sword sect, which lacked a spiritual stone mine. Chen Jichang selected 2 bracelets from the neatly packed gift boxes, slipping them onto Ling Yun's delicate wrists, saying, "It's rare for us to venture out. Who knows when we will have another chance? Besides, these items are not meant to be given to you all at once. Senior brother, I'm too poor. I must save the rest for more significant occasions," Ling Yun replied, glancing at the unopened boxes, contemplating returning the items. Chen Jichang chuckled. "I was just teasing you. We wouldn't want anything of inferior quality." Ling Yun, bewildered, was let out the door. The shop attendant, who had overheard their conversation, silently watched them leave with a smile. How presumptuous! Merely spending 30 mid-grade spiritual stones, and they expect to be fawned over? Oomph. The shopkeeper's face displayed a haughty expression, as if the store belonged to her. Had working made her foolish enough to assume the role of the owner? However, clad in a brown robe, and with Ling Yun in a plain green dress devoid of symbols or distinguishing marks, they appeared at first glance to be just a pair of attractive, ordinary individuals. It was indeed easy for them to be underestimated. Yet, this attire was acquired from a spatial artifact, seemingly unremarkable but crafted from high-quality materials. While it did not reach the level of a magical treasure, it possessed functions to ward off cold and heat. If used for trade, it could potentially purchase that very shop, highlighting the extravagant lifestyle of high-level cultivators. Oh dear, the crowd is growing. As the night deepened, Ling Yun finally understood the meaning of a throng of people. Yet the proximity allowed her and her senior brother to be close together. For a girl who had just established a relationship, such intimate contact was exhilarating. Chen Jichang wrapped his arm around his junior sister's shoulder, shielding her with his body while deftly stepping on the feet of those who encroached upon their space, ensuring no one took advantage of the situation. With a calm demeanor, he explained, "Today marks the most significant day of the Lantern Festival. At the hour of high The Lord of Yunxia City will ignite the Grand Lantern Mountain in the central square and hide 12 exquisite lanterns throughout the city, inviting everyone to partake in their search. Those who find any of these 12 lanterns will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Ah, such an intriguing event. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled, and she no longer felt the crowd's pressure. Chen Jichang, taller than most, spotted a tea house with fewer patrons and led his junior sister there to sit down. Phew, we're finally free. Ling Yun sighed with relief as Chen Jichang settled in nearby, summoning the tea. He turned to Ling Yun, saying, "Let us wait here for a moment. It's already late, and the city lord should be making an appearance soon, initiating the lantern search game." At that moment, Chen Jichang noticed familiar figures seated a little further away. What are they doing here? He recognized a white-clad girl he had met before in Huang Tianxiao, who seemed always ready to brawl, along with Shen Nanyun, who appeared carefree yet was actually a peacemaker. Chen Jichang took a sip from his teacup, discreetly releasing his spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. Apart from the white-dressed girl and her companions, he detected several auras of cultivators around the 7th stage of Foundation establishment. Clearly, they were of notable status, accompanied by such numerous bodyguards. Chen Jichang mused, understanding why there were so many cultivators around. At that moment, Shen Nanyun, with her short hair adorned by a metallic headband, noticed him and smiled. Chen Jichang nodded politely and then turned his gaze away, indicating his reluctance for further interaction. However, Shen Nanyun approached, clasped her fists, and smiled. "Fellow Taoist, we meet again." Chapter 59. What does this mean? "Fellow Taoist, we meet again." At the tea stall, Shen Nanyun approached directly, greeting him as an old friend. Chen Jichang set down his teacup, stood, and returned the gesture, saying, "Fellow Taoist Shen." Ling Yun quickly rose to follow suit, though she wisely remained silent, understanding that the attention was directed toward her senior brother. Shen Nanyun glanced at Ling Yun and smiled. "Ah, I've seen this fellow Taoist before, but unfortunately, you were in a coma. How is your health now? What scheme is this person concocting? By the way, since we parted last time, didn't TU and your companions head to Luoxia City? Why do I see you here the next day?" In essence, he was just an ordinary person. How could he resist such a grand event nearby? Furthermore, the upcoming lantern search activity would surely elevate the atmosphere. What else more? I've heard that one of the 12 lanterns this year conceals a top-grade magical treasure, which explains the gathering of so many cultivators. There's even such an insider secret. Chen Jichang nodded, now understanding the influx of cultivators. However, given their cultivation levels not exceeding the 7th stage of Foundation establishment, they were likely mere background figures in this event. Realizing this, Chen Jichang pondered whether the sudden addition of activity prizes was due to someone's arrival. It was not entirely a secret, as this event had been held for many years and must include some thoughtful gestures. Moreover, the more cultivators drawn to this place for that magical treasure, the better it might be. Although practitioners may not necessarily be wealthy, the concepts of wealth, law, companionship, and the vast ocean of Tao are indeed vital resources for cultivators. They come here to seek treasures, casually purchasing medicinal herbs and consumables from magical artifacts. It is not uncommon for them to possess 30 or 50 mid-grade spiritual stones at their fingertips. Regardless of who engages in such transactions, it would suffice to sustain them for several years. Goodness, is this tourism economics? Chen Jichang found this notion oddly familiar, especially since the same tactics employed on cultivators seem to yield consistent results. Thus, it appears that in any location, if one cannot control their desire to consume, they will inevitably become a robust leak, sacrificing their personal interests for the collective. Shen Nanyun said mysteriously. Moreover, according to insider information, this special prize is a companion artifact, seemingly a purple lotus. Chen Jichang perked up at the mention of the purple lotus. It sounded familiar. Could it be you, the one who plays with lotus? The purple lotus was indeed no longer by Xiao Zigui's side. It was said that after encountering Zhu Guanghui and the short-bearded cultivator, it had fled. Chen Jichang's interest was piqued. If the mysterious prize truly was the purple lotus, he would indeed want to contend for it. It was not so much that the purple lotus held great significance for him, but rather that companion artifacts were exceedingly rare, with even a single instance not surfacing for centuries. Furthermore, the purple lotus-esque companion artifact leaned towards passive defense. Upon sensing a threat to life, the purple lotus would activate on its own, shielding its bearer from fatal blows. This held immense allure for any cultivator. It seemed as though it was waiting for him. Shen Nanyun whispered, "If you are interested in that artifact, you might take a stroll to the east of the city. Perhaps you will discover something along the way." Chen Jizhong narrowed his eyes slightly. This information felt rather deliberate. A smile emerged on his face, as if he were wholly engrossed in the pursuit of that special prize. Nodding earnestly, "Brother Shun, my junior sister and I have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave first." Shen Nanyun shook his head with a chuckle. "Ah, I had hoped to savor the vibrant world with you, discussing the Tao amidst the bustling life. Since you have affairs to handle, I shall not delay you." Shen Nanyun clasped his hands, bidding farewell, "Farewell, my friend, until we meet again." Chen Jizhong returned the gesture, leading Ling Yun away. Once the two had blended into the crowd, Shen Nanyun snorted softly, unlikely to achieve great things. "Brother, is that person your friend?" Ling Yun, navigating through the throngs of people, couldn't help but inquire. "We have only met twice," Chen Jizhong replied. "The last time was when you were attacked by scattered cultivators from Xinghua village, and I took you to Shifeng town." Ling Yun's mouth fell open in surprise. "Ah, so you are not familiar with him, yet he treats you as though you were longtime friends. Indeed, it is quite peculiar. The other party should also realize that such behavior is unusual, yet they still act this way towards me." From the very beginning, Chen Jizhong had not placed his trust in Shen Nanyun. Superior-grade magical artifacts are merely of middling quality within the hierarchy of artifacts, and even many mid-stage Jindan cultivators look down upon them. However, this world is still populated by more Jindan cultivators, and, for them, the allure of a superior-grade magical artifact could drive cultivators to commit acts of murder for treasure. Thus, why would he reveal the hiding place of the prize to us? Ling Yun grew increasingly anxious, gripping Chen Jizhong's hand with such force that it felt as though she could crush iron. One must remember, she wielded a great sword. Despite her delicate appearance, her strength far exceeded that of an ordinary sword cultivator, and she might even hold her own against certain body cultivators in an arm wrestling match. Hence, one could understand the contorted expression on Chen Jizhong's face. Nearby, children strolling with their families fell silent in fright. However, Chen Jizhong found humor in the situation, thinking that a little girlfriend like this should not encounter the problem of an unscrewed bottle cap. No, that sort of thing usually involves the girl acting coy. What if my junior sister acts coy? "Brother, I can't open the skull of this beast. Could you help me out?" "Ah!" Chen Jizhong suddenly shouted, startling Ling Yun and drawing the attention of those around them. Ling Yun, showing no signs of embarrassment, focused solely on her brother's well-being, asking, "Brother, what happened? Why did you suddenly scream?" With tears in his eyes, Chen Jizhong raised his hand, now resembling a chicken claw, under Ling Yun's tremendous grip. Ling Yun blinked her large eyes, realizing the reason for his outcry. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly closed her eyes and bowed. "I'm sorry, brother." "So, that person harbored ill intentions. Why did you not leave, brother?" Under the bright moon in Yunxia City, Ling Yun queried as she walked alongside Chen Jizhong. Chen Jizhong leaned against the wall, overlooking the entire city as he replied, "We are not acquainted at all. He has no reason to deceive me." Yet he still lied, attempting to mislead us towards the eastern part of the city. What does that imply? Chapter 60. The young master of Tianzong, what does that imply? Chen Jizhong asked. Ling Yun pondered for a moment, grasping her chin. The purpose of the deception is to swindle others' possessions without incurring any cost. And brother, you are rather impoverished. So he likely has some motive for not wanting you to linger near the tea house. Are you? Chen Jizhong thought, recalling the moment Ling Yun saw his nearly empty purse during their earlier expenditure. "Little girl, I just looted 2 mid-stage Jindan cultivators' bags. I'm quite wealthy right now. I'll take you on a shopping spree soon." Clearing his throat, Chen Jizhong remarked, "No, we have nothing to offer him, and we are not familiar with them. Therefore, we must be an inconvenience." Ling Yun felt puzzled, but if we are not familiar, how could we possibly hinder them? That is precisely the abnormality. Chen Jizhong also found himself confounded by this. How could unfamiliar individuals obstruct their activities, unless what they were planning was highly questionable? Nevertheless, these matters did not concern Chen Jizhong. As long as they did not provoke him, he would remain a respectful passerby. The only reason he lingered was to discern the nature of the prize for the lantern-seeking game. Or perhaps Shen Nanyun merely spoke casually. Coincidence struck with the name. Or had the purple lotus truly fallen into someone else's hands? If it were the latter, Chen Zhizhong would not stand idly by. After all, that was the daughter of Xiao Zigui's enemy. The only reason he had spared her was due to the unique growth properties of the companion artifact. Should that truly be the purple lotus, Chen Zhizhong would attempt to claim her. If unsuccessful, he would find a way to eliminate her. This individual once vowed to seek revenge, and now that the threat had been uttered, how could he afford her the opportunity? What if she were fortunate enough to latch onto a powerful ally in return for retribution? As for any feelings of guilt, Chen Zhizhong felt none. After all, Xiao Zigui's family had suffered first, and seeking vengeance was merely just. If one were to argue that the grievances of the previous generation should not involve the next, that would be utter nonsense. As the children of murderers, they had grown up from birth on the flesh and blood of others, enjoying the nurturing of others' parents, while absurdly claiming they had not directly inflicted harm, deluding themselves into thinking they could escape retribution. Such a notion is ludicrous. Chen Zhizhong did not consider himself a virtuous individual, nor had he ever been. In fact, he harbored a certain loathing for malevolence. Of course, this was all contingent upon the purple lotus being the one he recognized. "Brother, look, the lanterns are lit," Ling Yun exclaimed, and at that moment, Chen Zhizhong distinctly felt a radiant light shining from the side. Turning his gaze, he beheld a magnificent array of colorful lanterns illuminating the central square of Yunxia City. The brilliance emanating from them was so intense that even those standing on the outer city walls felt a slight sting to their eyes. The lantern-seeking event must be commencing as well. Chen Zhizhong extended his spiritual sense and indeed found that the crowd, initially gathered around the square, dispersed like a swarm of bees upon hearing the city lord announce additional rewards for tonight's lantern-seeking activity. Among those who acted most swiftly were undoubtedly those endowed with cultivation, who unreservedly revealed their presence and ascended into the air amidst the mortals. After a moment of astonishment, the ordinary people followed the direction of the cultivators. However, their limited perspective on the ground prevented them from realizing that all the cultivators were heading towards the same destination. Chunji, squinting slightly, remarked that there was indeed something amiss, indicating that they had inadvertently interfered with others. Lingyan approached, asking if they should leave. Chunji took her delicate, soft hand and assured her not to worry. They were not the targets of the commotion, and remaining there to observe might yield unexpected benefits. Trusting her senior brother, she nodded and moved a little closer, feeling no fear of potential chaos. Even if an unexpected situation arose, as long as it wasn't a trap, Ling Yun had confidence in her ability to escape. Previously, when she had been with Yusen Yang, the swarm of scattered cultivators had overwhelmed her, depleting her spiritual energy. However, her senior brother's cultivation was not particularly high, and if following the norms of other sects, she would have been considered a senior. This left Ling Yun concerned that in the event of an emergency, she might not be able to protect Qinji. Yet, since he had reassured her, she decided to stay by his side, prepare to fight their way out if necessary. Chunji, lacking the ability to read minds, could only sense Ling Yun's untapped potential. Thus, he wrapped his arm around her soft shoulder and watched the life-and-death struggle beneath the bustling city. "You two traitors!" A loud shout erupted amidst the clamor of the crowd. Suddenly, a violent explosion tore through the street, obliterating a large number of people searching for the 12 lanterns, leaving a gory clearing akin to a crop circle. A girl in a white dress stood at the center of the devastation, surveying the horrific scene with a look of panic and confusion. Amidst the cries of horror, two figures, propelled by the explosion, rose from either end of the street. Huang Tianxiao, still clad in his yellow robe, and Shen Nanyun, wearing a metallic headband. Shen Nanyun wiped the blood splattered on his face and said, "Young master, or should I say, Xiao Zhao Zhongzhu, we are merely undercover agents. How can we be labeled as traitors? While we acted, the Holy Master of Tianzong is also under siege. Before dawn tomorrow, news of the Holy Master's demise will surely spread throughout Bihai continent. Foolish delusion. My mother alone can annihilate your demonic sect, even under attack. It merely presents an opportunity to eliminate the elite of your sect." The girl known as Xiao Zhao Zhongzhu glared at Huang Tianxiao, her aura causing him to feel an acute sense of dread, heightened by the recent explosion. Yet, seizing the moment to manipulate the situation, Huang Tianxiao feigned ease and suggested, "Xiao Zhao Zhongzhu, There's no need for such hostility. Why not end it swiftly to avoid dragging the countless mortals in this city into conflict? With a grimace, the girl bit her silver teeth, and the space around her began to crack like glass, rippling as if disturbed water. This strange phenomenon sent chills down Chunji's spine from 2 miles away. He realized that she was indeed the holy master of Tianzong's daughter. No wonder these two chose such a crowded place to act. He quickly embraced Ling Yun and made his escape. Initially, he had thought the girl was merely a daughter of the upper echelons of Tianzong, and he had contemplated approaching her due to the abundance of earth energy within her. Now knowing she was the holy masteress daughter, he felt no desire to pursue that thought any longer. Chapter 61. Estimation Senior Brother. Something approaches from behind. Outside Yunxia City, to the southeast, Chunji recognized the identity of the girl in white and swiftly departed to avoid trouble. However, he had barely covered a few miles when Ling Yun, held in his arms, alerted him. Chunji's spiritual awareness remained vigilant towards Yunxia City, and he noticed that the girl in white was indeed charging out from the city, crossing the walls and heading towards them, trailed by no less than 20 powerful auras of the 7th stage of the Golden Core realm. Realizing that trouble was finding him despite his efforts to avoid it, Chunji immediately veered eastward to evade those pursuing him. Just as he adjusted his direction, he noticed that the girl in white had also changed her path, seemingly locking onto him. Even when he attempted to shift his position, she continued to follow closely, as if equipped with some artifact that enhanced her speed. Despite his utmost efforts to flee, Chunji soon found himself caught up. "You brought this upon yourself," Chunji thought, narrowing his eyes. To avoid being burned, the most effective strategy was to extinguish the source of the flames. The girl in white was now within 5 miles. Should she dare to approach further, he would not hesitate to assist those pursuing her. It would be absurd to attempt to rescue someone under such perilous circumstances. As for his own reputation, Chunji glanced at his little junior sister in his arms, reasoning that as long as no one revealed his actions, he would be fine. Thus, Chunji leaned in for a kiss. Senior brother, Ling Yun, fully focused on the situation behind them, was momentarily taken aback by this sudden action, but quickly succumbed to unconsciousness during the kiss. Chunji raised his head as a fist-sized white pouch floated out from his storage talisman, embroidered with a pair of red and blue koi fish in an yin-yang pattern. The pouch opened automatically, projecting a colorful light that enveloped Ling Yun, drawing her into the pouch before settling in Chunji's hand. Unfortunately, it could only contain 2 individuals. Chunji examined the pouch's design before returning it to the jade pendant. This was a well-earned prize. From the inscriptions on the jade stone, he learned it was called the Shuangyu Songjiao pouch. Previously, when Ling Yun had been abducted, she had been concealed within this very pouch by a white-robed cultivator. Fortunately, it had come into his possession, allowing him to stage an appearance of Ling Yun materializing from nowhere while Xiao Ziguo left, urging him to act swiftly. Now, with Ling Yun hidden within, he had no fear of his subsequent actions being exposed, which could jeopardize his reputation. While executing these maneuvers, Chunji maintained a safe distance from the approaching girl in white. He swiftly changed into another brown outfit, employing a technique to obscure his face from view, and gradually slowed his pace. As Chunji decreased his speed, the girl in white soon caught up. Just as he prepared to dash away while passing each other, she unexpectedly dodged him, veering in another direction while calling out, "This place is dangerous. You should leave quickly." The girl was already injured, blood staining her left shoulder. Yet her gaze remained resolute. In this hurried exchange, Chunji developed a newfound understanding of this holy master of Tianzong. Chunji had been cultivating a bone-eating charm in his hand, only to realize he had been overly cautious. She was merely trying to shake off her pursuers, and their paths had inadvertently aligned. Under the night sky, one after another, figures surged past Chunji, chasing after the girl in white. They all noticed him, but his aura of early golden core cultivation caused them to retract their hostility, except for Huang Tianxiao, who approached him. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Huang Tianxiao, seemingly in a foul mood due to his severed arm, halted a short distance from Chunji, no longer concealing his aura. Chunji could distinctly sense that Huang Tianxiao's strength was likely around the 4th stage of the Golden Core realm, with a margin of error not exceeding a minor realm. This marked the highest level of cultivation he had encountered since arriving in this world. Confronted with Huang Tianxiao's hostility, Chen Zhizhong summoned all his mental fortitude and remarked, I was merely passing by. If I have caused any inconvenience to you, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Shortly thereafter, Shen Nanyun arrived and inquired of Huang Tianxiao. What are you doing here? It is imperative that we capture Zhao Lingjun. I understand now. You need not tell me. The two of them hastily pursued the direction in which the young maiden in white had departed. To Chen Zhizhong's astonishment, Shen Nanyun's aura was at the 4th stage of the Golden Core realm, and he appeared to be approaching the 5th stage, once again elevating the pinnacle of combat prowess he had witnessed among others. Chen Zhizhong gazed at their vanishing forms, murmuring to himself, Zhao Lingjun. He had not detected the extent of the white-clad maiden's cultivation earlier, likely due to her concealment. The demonic sect had deployed 2 formidable practitioners of the mid-Golden Core stage, along with over 10 experts at around the 7th stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, to besiege the maiden named Zhao Lingjun. That she managed to escape foretold a perilous chase ahead. Should I follow in hopes of seizing an opportunity? Chen Zhizhong contemplated, weighing the risks too heavily. Primarily, his junior sister was still by his side, making it unwise to take unnecessary gambles. He proceeded at a measured pace toward the nearby Shifeng town. With so many cultivators having engaged in battle within, the chaos would undoubtedly be unbearable for ordinary mortals. From their dialogue, it seemed the demonic sect was simultaneously targeting both the young master of the Tianzong and the sect itself, indicating that a righteous-evil conflict was poised to erupt anew. Who knows how long the little vessel of the Shaoyang sword sect can endure the tempest? If it cannot withstand the storm, we shall flee with Lingyun. And what of the second senior sister? Wouldn't you agree, big senior brother? Chen Zhizhong touched the jade pendant in the shape of a sword belonging to his senior brother. The vengeful spirit within, having been provoked previously, appeared more solidified and capable of lasting longer. Damn it! How could Zhao Lingjun so brazenly unleash Tai? Meanwhile, unable to catch up with Zhao Lingjun, Shen Nanyun could not suppress his complaints. That girl is truly ruthless, willing to risk the lives of hundreds of innocents to unleash Tai and break free. The horrifying aftermath of Tai left him somewhat incoherent. Having been an undercover agent in Tianzong for many years, he was familiar with the young master Zhao Lingjun. Yet her ferocity still unsettled him. Huang Tianxiao exclaimed angrily, that yellow-haired girl severed my arm. If I can capture her, I shall torment her for several days. Shen Nanyun retorted, do as you please, but capturing Zhao Lingjun is our foremost priority. If we fail and stand before Elder Hongxue, neither of us will escape unscathed. Huang Tianxiao swallowed a healing potion and coldly remarked, those who cultivate Tai must not take lives lightly, lest they suffer a backlash of malevolence. Zhao Lingjun has just slain hundreds of innocents. She must be plagued by malevolent energy now. If we keep pursuing her relentlessly, she will not escape. Shen Nanyun, slightly smug, replied, isn't that precisely why we chose to act in a bustling area? Suddenly, Huang Tianxiao raised his remaining arm and pointed forward, exclaiming, look, young Zhao has fallen behind the mountain. Chapter 62. Dr. Ruan arrives at the door. The wind whistled past her ears, reminiscent of childhood games played with her mother. Were the first to succumb to the tickling of their ears would lose. Zhao Lingjun, having exhausted her spiritual energy and plummeted from the sky, barely opened her eyes, only to be met by a myriad of shadowy figures obstructing her view, as though they intended to devour her. These were the vengeful souls of the innocents she had mistakenly slain in the city. Their spirits would remain with her until the day she met her demise, at which point they would feast upon her soul. Yet, these vengeful shades, seeking retribution, were instantaneously dissolved in the soft golden glow radiating from the maiden's body. Unable to approach her, with a thud, Zhao Lingjun crashed onto the ground strewn with jagged stones and overgrown with weeds. Her white dress, now tattered and stained with blood, resembled a wilted flower upon the dark, ashen earth. She understood that capture was not an option. Should her mother, the holy matriarch of Tianzong, encounter difficulties, the entire sect would collapse in an instant. In the face of demonic incursions, the entire Bihai continent would be plunged into chaos and despair. However, pain coursed through her body like fracturing glass, leaving Zhao Lingjun to gaze up at the sparse stars, struggling to catch her breath. Soon, silhouettes appeared in her line of sight. As the young master of Tianzong, her fate in the hands of these individuals was grim indeed. The denizens of the demonic sect would likely leverage her as a means to threaten her mother. Contemplating this, a resolute glint surfaced in Zhao Lingzhen's eyes. How astonishing that the side effects of Tai were so profound that even cultivators of the fourth golden core stage could not withstand its backlash. Huang Tianxiao, who had lost an arm, landed beside Zhao Lingzhen, revealing a cruel smile as he regarded the incapacitated maiden, his gaze fixated on the injured left shoulder of the girl. Zhao Lingzhen's eyes, devoid of fear, unnerved Shun Nanyun, whose temperament was typically fierce, prompting him to speak. First, seal her soul. Whatever your intentions for revenge or torment, we shall discuss them once we have left this place. Huang Tianxiao nodded, but replied, "It won't take long to break an arm." He then extended his remaining arm toward the maiden's left shoulder. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, an unusual surge of spiritual energy emanated from Zhao Lingzhen's body. Observing Huang Tianxiao, who had lost an arm yet remained unheeded, Shun Nanyun cautioned. "She is merely drained of energy and has been infiltrated by malevolent energy. She is not entirely immobile. Be careful." Yet before he could finish, a blinding light suddenly engulfed everyone, saturating the entire valley. Shun Nanyun instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, feeling as though a watery sensation enveloped his body. Stripping away his garments, the surroundings transformed into a vast chasm, as if a colossal hand had scooped away a substantial portion of the earth. Zhao Lingzhen and the others vanished from sight. Shun Nanyun realized he had not lowered the hand, shielding his vision. A sense of dread washed over him as he glanced down, discovering his own form appeared semi-transparent and ethereal. He lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with fury. "How on earth did you cultivate to the golden core stage?" A melodious chirping of birds echoed from outside the partially opened window as Chun Zhizhong slowly opened his eyes. The fragrant scent of herbs mingling with the delicate fragrances of the two maidens lingering in the air, adding a touch of enchantment to the otherwise ordinary morning. With his junior sister nestled in his embrace, soft and warm, and having just arrived at Shifeng Town in the early hours of the previous night. Regardless of a cultivator's fatigue, Chun Zhizhong felt a strong inclination to remain in bed. The chatter of passers-by and vendors outside soon stirred Lingyun, who, disturbed from her slumber, nuzzled into Chun Zhizhong's embrace like a small kitten before finally waking up. Upon opening her eyes, Lingyun sprang up, scanning her surroundings and realizing she was in a standard attic room, which brought her a measure of relief. She glanced at Chun Zhizhong, who lay beside her with his arm beneath his head, though she felt a twinge of shyness. The thought of their future moments of rest together prompted her to focus on her concerns. With a worried expression, she asked, "Senior brother, why did I faint last night? I can hardly recall what transpired after we left the city." Chun Zhizhong pulled his junior sister into an embrace, wrapping his arms around her slightly stiff shoulders. "Last night, turmoil erupted in the city, likely due to a conflict between righteous and demonic cultivators. We left in haste to avoid being caught up in it. You fainted along the way. I suspect it was due to your energy being depleted in Xinghua village, followed by your transmission of lung qi to me, resulting in a cumulative strain on your foundation." Lingyun quickly propped herself up, sitting cross-legged beside him with closed eyes for introspection. After a considerable time, she opened her eyes and remarked, "Indeed, there is some depletion, but it should not have reached a level that affects my foundation, right?" As she sensed the warmth of Chun Zhizhong's hand, her cheeks flushed, observing her bashful demeanor akin to that of a newlywed. Chun Zhizhong felt a strong urge to cherish the moment, but the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs interrupted his thoughts. With a creak, the door nearby swung open, and Ruan Mioran, clad in a robe of azure, entered, bearing a black wooden tray. Lingyun instantly brushed aside Chun Zhichang's hand, like a well-behaved child caught in mischief, and sat down properly. Chun Zhichang wore a helpless smile. Ruan Daifu had impeccable timing. Disrupting the intimate moment between the two, Ruan Mioran placed the tray on a high stool beside the soft couch, gesturing towards the bowl of medicine contained within. Lingyun Xinzi, this bowl contains some nourishing herbs. Although they are not essential for cultivators, consuming them can do no harm. Lingyun nodded. No wonder the place seemed familiar, for it was indeed Ruan Daifu's clinic. Ruan Mioran smiled and shot a glance at Chun Zhichang. This fellow was utterly outrageous. Before dawn, he had barged in to monopolize his little junior sister's room. She resolved to report this to Xiao Zigui at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 63. Reasoning Ruan Daifu. It seems you have something on your mind? We are acquainted, so you may speak plainly without pretense. Chen Jichong, having discarded his garments, descended from the soft couch, resembling a sly wolf, smiling widely. Ruan Mioran turned her face away. Clearing her throat, she nearly suspected that Chen Jichong had discerned her thoughts. However, cultivators were not omniscient. How could they possibly know what one was thinking? Ruan Mioran replied, Chen Daoyu is overthinking. I have no intentions of speaking to anyone. Chen Jichong, with a knowing glance, remarked, what needs to be said should be said. Nonetheless, I trust in Ruan Daifu's character. You would not embellish. Lingyun blinked. Shi Xiang, what are you two discussing? I cannot comprehend. Chen Jichong gently patted Lingyun's back, lifting the bowl and offering it to her. Come, drink your medicine. It will cool. Oh, Lingyun accepted the bowl, cradling it in her hands and gulping it down in one go, scrunching her little face and sticking out her tongue. So bitter, Shi Xiang. Let's go buy some sweets. As they passed by Ruan Daifu, Chen Jichong remarked, I apologize for troubling you last night, Ruan Daifu. I shall surely bring a gift next time. However, her impression of Chen Jichong had not soured. Recalling his words upon entering last night after settling Lingyun, Ruan Mioran approached the window, watching the pair traverse the street towards the outskirts of the city, murmuring, with the resurgence of demonic forces, many will be affected. Chen Jichong continued walking. Indeed, a significant event is likely to unfold in Bihaizhou. Lingyun queried, is it due to last night's incident that you sense something, Shi Xiang? Chen Jichong grasped Lingyun's hand firmly. The one besieged last night was the young master of Tianzong, while the assailants were from the demonic sect. Given the circumstances, the young master of Tianzong is in grave peril. Tianzong leads the righteous path in Bihaizhou. Should anything happen to them, all righteous sects in Bihaizhou will inevitably be affected to varying degrees. Furthermore, if the attack on the young master succeeds, the demonic sect will likely take further action, potentially orchestrating a grand conspiracy. Lingyun felt a surge of anxiety, perceiving the passers-by as ominous figures. Chen Jichong continued, the reason we stayed here last night was to avoid being followed. Our movements on the city wall could have attracted attention. Thus, we took a circuitous route to ensure no one was tailing us before seeking refuge at Ruan Daifu's clinic. It was also to inform Ruan Daifu to find a safe place to avoid the storm. Once the demonic sect launches a large-scale operation, it is the ordinary folk residing within the righteous domain who will bear the brunt. While cultivators can flee, commoners have only their feet to rely on, without prior warning. Where can they escape? Lingyun nodded, realizing she had not misjudged him, murmuring, Shi Xiang is indeed kind-hearted. Chen Jichong was focused on walking and did not catch the girl's whisper. The primary reason for taking refuge in the clinic was to ensure Lingyun could rest well. Ruan Daifu's room was permeated with the fragrant aroma of herbs, which had a calming effect on cultivators. Chen Jichong had utilized a small amount of bone-gnawing charm to lull Lingyun into slumber, although it bore no side effects. Lingyun was already in a slightly depleted state. A good night's sleep would greatly assist in her recovery. Returning to the sect would take at least an hour. Lingyun would have to meet with her master to account for their tardiness, as they were given 10 days. And returning a day late was a breach of the sect's rules. A verbal reprimand was unavoidable. Meanwhile, Chen Jichong needed to report the circumstances gleaned from their excursion. In the main hall, the sect leader and several influential elders had gathered, awaiting Chen Jichong's entrance to discuss matters. The first to speak was the Danha Xianzi, Inanai. The sect leader inquired, Chen Jichong, our disciple who ventured out, encountered the young master of Tianzong being besieged by the demonic sect in Yinxia City? The sect leader nodded, his white brows furrowed. Were it not for Xing Yangzi's diligent nature, I would not have summoned all of you for this meeting. Dinity remarked, I recall seeing the young master of Tianzong at the last Wan Zone conference. He is a prodigious cultivator who reached the 5th stage of Jindan at the age of 17. How could he be in Yinxia City without cause? Another elder frowned, agreeing, there is a possibility of mistaken identity. The sect leader continued, Xi and Yangzi stated that a girl referred to as Xiao Zhao Zongzhu by the demons can wield Tai. At this, the assembly fell into a hushed tension. The sect leader concluded, let us allow Xi and Yangzi to elucidate the specifics. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Danha, Xianzi, Yin and I nodded in agreement. The sect leader then signaled, Jichong, please enter. Awaiting outside the grand hall, Chun Jichong promptly stepped inside, immediately spotting the striking Dan Xianzi. Inanai. It was not that her robe was particularly distinctive, but her ample figure was hard to overlook, making her a focal point. The seating arrangement in the hall also reflected the elders' varying degrees of authority, with Dan Xianzi and the sect leader occupying the central positions, flanked by the other elders. Greetings to the sect leader, Shibua, and Shi Xiao. Chun Jichong stood still and bowed. Inanai inquired, dispense with the formalities and detail the events you encountered. Yes, Shi Xiao. Chun Jichong replied with another bow, taking a breath to recount how, after descending the mountain, he first went to Shifeng Town to train, only to hear of demonic disturbances and escort Ruan Daifu to procure medicine. After parting ways, Chun Jichong went to the Tianzong branch to deliver the news, while Ling Yun ventured to Xinghua village to deliver exchange silver, only to stumble into a chaotic situation involving a malevolent cult, from which she narrowly escaped thanks to a group led by a girl in white who was there to purge infiltrators. Later, Ling Yun was captured, and Chun Jichong attempted to rescue her, only to witness a fierce battle between Zhu Guanghui and a short-bearded cultivator against a serpent demon, resulting in mutual destruction. In just 10 days, a multitude of events unfolded, and Chun Jichong summarized the crucial information for the sect leader and elders. It was not that he was verbose. Without clarity, he found it challenging to explain how he became entangled with the girl in white. Last night, in Yunxia City, he had witnessed her executing a technique that caused the surrounding space to shatter and warp, emanating a terrifying power felt even 2 miles away. Coupled with the demons referring to her as Xiao Zhao Zhongzhu, Zhao Lingjun, he was able to ascertain that she was indeed the young master of Tianzong. After a brief pause, the vast deliberation chamber fell into a momentary silence, with several elders furrowing their brows in contemplation. After a cup of tea, Yin and I solemnly stated, "It appears all events can be interconnected." The sect leader asked, "What does Shimi mean by this?" Yin and I directly explained. Xi and Yangzi's initial reports from Shifeng Town were of demonic followers ambushing righteous cultivators hunting beasts in the mountains. It is possible that someone discovered that serpent demon and attempted to hunt it down, only to inadvertently collide with the practitioners of the demonic path, who were hiding in the mountains northwest of Shifeng Town. This led to a harrowing chase. These individuals were likely awaiting the arrival of the Tianzong's young master. After all, Shifeng Town is not far from Yunxia City, and the mountainous region conveniently lies between the two cities, even being in close proximity to Xinghua village. Moreover, the two Jindan cultivators who abducted Ling Yun may have been preparing to lay an ambush for Yunxia City. They merely encountered you along the way and seized the opportunity to abduct the promising Ling Yun. That gigantic python may very well have been the target that those righteous practitioners intended to hunt. Elder Yin and I added, of course, I am not a first-hand witness to these events. The above conclusions are purely conjectural. The sect leader nodded but turned to Chief Chun, asking, what does Xi and Yangzi think? As for my thoughts, I had not considered this direction at all. Also, Elder Yin and I, those final 2 remarks surely reflect a fear of erroneous deductions, don't they? Quite cautious indeed. Chapter 64. A trap for you within the Grand Hall of the Shaoyang Sword Sect. Chief Chun stood composed at the center, clasping his fists as he declared, since the sect leader has inquired, I shall boldly express my conjectures. However, if there are any inaccuracies, I hope the esteemed elders and seniors will forgive me. An elder's voice resonated. This Xi and Yangzi, I had not perceived his capabilities before. He is quite adept and knows his place. Another female elder remarked, he hasn't even said much yet. How do you know? You only know how to retort at me. A buzzing sound filled the sect leader's ears as he reprimanded. 3rd senior brother, 4th senior sister. If you do not wish to listen, you may retreat to seclusion. The sect leader turned his gaze towards Elder Yin and I on his left, admiring the invisible pressure she emanated. Regarding the first conjecture from Elder Yin and I, that group of righteous practitioners who hunted beasts stumbled upon the evil cultivators by chance. Although I have not witnessed those evil cultivators, they seem to only be driving away the righteous ones. After the righteous practitioners departed from the Duanyang mountain range, they were not pursued by the evil cultivators. This indirectly supports the notion that both parties encountered each other by coincidence, rather than the evil cultivators lying in wait. Otherwise, it would not be possible for more than half of the righteous practitioners to escape from the Duanyang mountain range. Secondly, Those two Jinan cultivators were merely on their way to Yunxia City when they opportunistically abducted Lingyun. Based on their intended direction, it is evident that the Duanyang mountain range was an essential route for them, and crossing it leads directly to Yunxia City. Thus, Elder's conjecture holds merit. As for whether the target the righteous cultivators intended to hunt was that gigantic serpent, I cannot ascertain. However, we can seek out those who initially participated in the operation for inquiries. That said, I believe our primary concern should be the potential aftermath if the Tianzong's young master was indeed ambushed and has already fallen into the hands of the demonic sect or worse. This would certainly cause upheaval within the Tianzong, allowing the demonic sect to take advantage of the chaos. What should we, the Shaoyang sword sect, do? The sect leader fell into contemplation. Elder Ni interjected. To the west of the Shaoyang sword sect lies the territory of the demonic sect Wan Kamen, a distance of 1,500 miles. Although we received word days ago that Wan Kamen was attacked in retribution and annihilated, other demonic sects will undoubtedly seize their territory quickly, posing a new threat. Should the demonic sect take any action, the Shaoyang sword sect will be the first righteous sect to be impacted. Thus, our foremost task is to gather the outer disciples of the Shaoyang sword sect and urgently amass the vast quantities of spirit stones required to initiate the mountain protection array. Elder Ni seemed to have meticulously prepared, arranging matters with impeccable order, her curvaceous figure emanating an air of reassurance. She then turned to the sect leader. Simultaneously, the sect leader should venture out to establish good relations with other sects, forming an alliance for mutual defense and protection to weather this storm. However, it is crucial that this matter does not remain solely our own conjecture. Chief Chen stated, Elder, I believe we should refrain from making this public for now. At least until the Tianzong reacts or issues a statement. We must not let others know that we are aware of the ambush against the Tianzong's young master. Otherwise, he paused. Human emotions are inscrutable, and since I did not intervene to assist that young Zhao master, should the Tianzong learn of this, they may hold the Shaoyang sword sect accountable. I could bear the punishment alone, but I fear it would implicate our sect. The sect leader sighed softly. This matter of not intervening cannot be blamed on you. After all, no one revealed their identity. Without a full understanding of the situation, acting rashly is a grave error for a cultivator. Nonetheless, Xin Yangzi is correct. The young master of the Tianzong being attacked is a matter we fortuitously came to know first. However, those unaware of the truth may speculate that we are in collusion with the demonic sect. Therefore, it is unwise to disclose this too soon. Elder Ni nodded slightly, acknowledging her oversight in nearly leading the sect into a crisis of trust. The sect leader, fulfilling his role as a mediator, reassured, Sister, there is no need for self-reproach. Even the wisest can err, and this serves as an opportunity for the younger generation to shoulder some burden. If all matters are left to us old-timers, the sect will be in dire straits. Yes, dire straits. A portly elder chimed in, earning bewildered glances from the others. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. I shall provide a detailed execution plan shortly. The specific actions will depend on the brothers and sisters to carry out according to the plan. Elder Ni raised her hand in salute. The assembly replied, Thank you, Elder. Elder Ni nodded slightly, then turned to Chief Chen. Follow me. There are matters requiring your cooperation. Chief Chen, slightly perplexed, nonetheless clasped his fists and replied, Yes, Elder, please command me. The sect leader advised, All right, go and communicate with your respective disciples to prevent any confusion when the time comes. The other elders responded, We obey the sect leader's orders. The crowd dispersed, and Chief Chen followed Elder Ni towards Danhe Peak, located in the northeast of the Shaoyang sword sect. Upon arriving at the platform in front of Elder Ni's cave dwelling, Chief Chen instantly sensed several hidden auras locking onto him. Is she seeking revenge for the senior brother? Chief Chen recalled that senior brother Xiao Duan had initially been a disciple of Elder Ni. Is this a trap for me? Chapter 65. The elders rear upon realizing that Xiao Duan was a disciple of Elder Ni. Chief Chen felt a chill run down his spine, coupled with the predatory gazes surrounding him. He hesitated to take a step forward. Pretending ignorance, Chief Chen inquired, Was the elder speaking of? Just then, several beams of light illuminated the area around the platform. Chief Chen recognized at a glance that the four-wind sword array had already been set up here. The four-wind sword array, a unique formation of a law enforcement hall? is specifically designed to capture errant disciples. There are 3 specifications requiring 24, 36, and 72 practitioners to activate. The highest specification of the 4-wind sword array can restrain even the peak of Jindan, leaving those below helpless. Judging by the number of light beams, it far exceeded the 36-person formation. Elder Een and I had calculated from the very beginning to counter the most dangerous enemy, in Chief Chen. This illustrates that Elder Een and I had anticipated he might sense something amiss. Even if a disciple has erred, they shall receive clarity. Floating in midair, Elder Een and I radiated an imposing aura, her ponytail billowing and her robe fluttering without wind, the pressure of a peak Jindan cultivator unmistakably displayed. Yet, she had no intention of striking directly. Instead, she summoned a long sword into her hand and, looking down from above, declared, "Chief Chen, I am aware that you were recently attacked by members of the demonic sect, and Xiao Duan sacrificed himself to protect you, allowing you to escape. Conflicts between the righteous and demonic paths frequently arise, and it is not uncommon for cultivators to be attacked and narrowly escape death. However, how do you explain that each time you return from an outing, your cultivation level rises significantly?" So it is true. The elder had long since noticed something amiss with me. But when did she discover it? Strangely enough, although Shu embodies the archetype of a strong woman, her methods of searching are surprisingly more pleasurable than those of a massage therapist. If possible, I would be inclined to request her assistance once more. No, what am I thinking? Chen Jizhong blinked, realizing that he had been led astray by Shu's alluring curves. Shu, you are truly a source of turmoil. It is imperative that someone skilled in the art of discipline intervenes. Furthermore, that despicable senior brother must be exposed swiftly. Otherwise, he may ascend to the status of a sage. Chen Jizhong scolded inwardly but dared not leave Shu unattended. His expression shifted subtly, revealing the burden he bore. It remained not overly conspicuous. With a respectful gesture, he spoke, "I must report to Shu that I have indeed concealed my cultivation level from the beginning. The reason being, my life is drawing to a close, and my ailment is beyond the reach of ordinary remedies. Thus, I intended to depart quietly from the mountain gate. This time, I merely wished to assist Lingyun shimmy one last time, only to find that it was she who rescued me." Suspended in midair, Een and I did not decline a private conversation, for activating the 4-wind sword formation required a multitude of participants, and any occurrence here would swiftly spread throughout the entire Shaoyang sword sect. Should this merely be a misunderstanding, it could easily lead to Chen Jizhong losing the trust of his fellow disciples. Upon hearing Chen Jizhong's account, Een and I narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. His words were cryptic, and the previous matter had yet to be clarified, yet he was already entangled with Lingyun again, she thought. Chen Jizhong, as if he were privy to her innermost thoughts, immediately clarified, "Last time, when I was attacked alongside senior brother, though I survived due to his selfless protection, I was struck by a practitioner of the demonic path, injuring my internal organs and causing a depletion of my essence, leading to my imminent demise." Yet Chen Jizhong only divulged half the truth, intentionally leaving the rest unspoken to pique her curiosity. In reality, he could not reveal that he was practicing the Hahuan technique. Otherwise, he would be expelled from the sect immediately, or worse, branded as an evil cultivator and hunted down by the sect. Although there are many evil cultivators in this world, Chen Jizhong's background was too dismal, devoid of any wealth. Even if the sect were impoverished, it was still a refuge. Should he leave, he would truly become a solitary wolf without ties. Perhaps this notion isn't so bad, Chen Jizhong pondered, feeling a flicker of temptation. "Extend your hand." Upon hearing this, Een and I released a tangible tendril of spiritual energy from her palm, reaching towards Chen Jizhong. He instinctively extended his left hand, revealing his wrist, staring intently as the light blue spiritual tendril approached without an ounce of hesitation. Witnessing this, Een and I felt a pang of misunderstanding towards Chen Jizhong. She mused, "The symptoms of depleted essence are not easily discernible unless one is in the late stages. Generally, even cultivators cannot detect it without a pulse examination." The last time she had touched him, she had not conducted a more thorough inspection. Een and I felt a slight guilt. How could she have let such trivial matters interrupt her examination? This time, she was determined to inspect thoroughly, for it was her responsibility towards Chen Jizhong. With a soft touch, the spiritual tendril made contact with Chen Jizhong, and both held their breath in anticipation. In this close proximity, with no angles left unchecked, Chen Jizhong's secrets could not remain hidden. The fact that he possessed 2 golden Dan would soon be revealed to Shu Yin and I. The ramifications of this revelation were beyond imagination, causing Chen Jizhong to feel a surge of anxiety. How could it be that his physical condition was worse than that of an elderly person? She couldn't help but gaze at Chen Jizhong's face, only to find that he bore none of the awareness of impending death, instead displaying an air of serene detachment. Cultivators seek the celestial, yet they are not celestial beings. At least before ascending, they are merely individuals with slightly longer lifespans and greater abilities. While there are certainly selfless cultivators, such a state is fundamental to their path. It is a glimpse of the celestial mysteries that leads to profound enlightenment. However, this profound understanding is a rare fortune that most cultivators may never encounter in their lifetime. Thus, many cultivators traverse their paths, seeking that glimmer of insight while severing the endless ties of love, hatred, and animosity that bind them. Among these, the fear of death remains the most formidable obstacle to overcome. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, a cultivator nearing the end of their lifespan succumbed to fear of the great annihilation following death. Yet here was Chen Jizhong, still in the prime of youth. Exhibiting such profound enlightenment, Yin's gaze grew increasingly intricate. She felt perhaps she had previously overlooked this outer sect disciple with only a medium-grade sword spirit root. Shu, please speak. Your silence makes me anxious, Chen Jizhong thought, attempting to divert his mind from the image of Shu's slender waist and the sensations of her touch, striving to prevent himself from becoming overly tense and losing control. This led him to a bizarre state, akin to appreciating a piece of art or selecting a dinner steak. Meanwhile, Yin and I remained focused on examining Chen Jizhong's condition. Though her suspicions had diminished, they were not entirely dispelled. Perhaps Chen Jizhong's imminent demise was due to the fact that only practitioners of the demonic path held the remedy, a notion that Yin and I found inconceivable. She managed the sect's finances and understood better than anyone how impoverished the Shaoyang sword sect was. Even the most ordinary demonic sects, through pillaging and oppression of mortals, accumulate considerable wealth, often looking down upon them. As the examination continued, it must be said that Chen Jizhong felt as if Shu Yin and I were excavating within his body, eager to unearth every secret. He almost believed that in the short span of 10 days since their last meeting, Shu had transformed into a rogue. Surprisingly, he found enjoyment in it. The thought of her spiritual awareness dancing within him, exploring his chest, then his back, and next trailing down his spine, was oddly exhilarating. Shu, Chen Jizhong suddenly exclaimed, realizing that Yin's spiritual awareness had unknowingly wandered below his waistline. She quickly redirected her focus, traversing past his kidneys and probing into his dantian. Then, Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. How is it that you possess 2 golden Dan within your body? Outside the platform, the disciples of the enforcement hall, resembling cattle and horses, maintained the 4-wind sword formation. As time passed, they began to question, are we capturing someone or not? If this continued, the formation would falter. One disciple remarked, we must hold on. This year the sect's finances are strained, and Shu Yin and I, responsible for internal affairs, has already prepared to cut several less critical departments to reduce expenses. Our enforcement hall is at the forefront of this list. If we do not perform better, perhaps there will be no enforcement hall next year. Another disciple inquired, where did you hear this? I was unaware. The first disciple replied with a smile. I know a senior sister beside Shu Yin and I. The third disciple chuckled. I see. But if the enforcement hall is disbanded, who will punish errant disciples? The first disciple responded. It is said that Shu Yin and I plans to personally enforce the rules. Without the enforcement hall, any misdeeds will likely result in Shu Yin and I administering punishment herself. The third disciple exclaimed, is this true? The enforcement hall should disband immediately. Chen Jizhong, having distracted himself by observing the surroundings, could not help but smile at the conversation among the disciples. However, at that moment, Shu Yin and I stood before him, elevated above the ground, and he could indeed see her delicate feet, approximately size 30. Although she wore soft gray cloth shoes, the feet revealed were fair and translucent. with visible tendons and faint blue veins beneath the skin. It was clear that being stepped upon would be a rejuvenating experience. Chen Jizhong's lips instinctively curled into a smile. But the next moment, he jolted awake. What has come over me? Why do I keep indulging in such fanciful thoughts? Chen Jizhong quickly scanned himself both inside and out, finding no abnormalities. It must be said that Shishu possesses an extraordinary allure. Imagine a woman brimming with mature charm, clad in an exceedingly austere Taoist robe that fails to accentuate her figure. The contrast is akin to witnessing a striptease through a sheer veil. Nothing is revealed. It leaves one's heart racing and blood surging. 2 golden elixirs. The sight within Chen Jizhong's body was so astonishing that even a stray lock of hair falling from her temple went unnoticed. 2 golden elixirs. Ever since Ina and I reached the pinnacle of Jidan 2 years ago, her cultivation has stagnated. No matter how diligently she practices or contemplates, her progress remains utterly imperceptible. Some ancient texts have recorded that such a cessation in cultivation can occur, particularly at this significant juncture. The Jindan realm represents the first major threshold for cultivators, requiring an immense accumulation of energy to advance. Yet, these texts also suggest that once one reaches the peak of Jidan, progress may slow considerably, creating an illusion of total stagnation. However, in truth, it does not cease entirely. A complete stop signifies an insurmountable barrier to break through. Should such a halt occur, it foretells a fate of obscurity after a century and a half, rendering her earlier triumphs as mere dust and fading away. Contemplating this outcome, Ian and I felt a profound sympathy for the cultivator who had met a tragic end. Mortals often claim that longevity leads to a nonchalance towards life and death. In contrast, cultivators find the opposite to be true. As time passes, they accumulate wealth beyond the imagination of ordinary beings, and their advanced cultivation allows them to evade ailments, granting them extended lifespans to fulfill their desires at leisure. Thus, cultivators harbor a greater fear of death than mortals. This resembles the disparity between a farmer and an emperor. The farmer toils tirelessly under the sun for mere sustenance, tending to a meager plot of land, often unable to afford a new garment for his family throughout the year. For them, mere survival requires every ounce of effort. Conversely, the emperor enjoys the finest in all aspects of life, with little to trouble him, save for the occasional reminder from a eunuch to preserve the royal health. In comparison, it is evident that the emperor fears death more acutely. When comparing a high-ranking cultivator to an emperor, the former is invariably superior. If adept at concocting elixirs for longevity, one could even seduce the emperor himself. Ina and I harbors no such peculiar desires, yet she is far from indifferent to life and death. Among her peers, her innate talent is commendable, even exceptional. She initially believed that the obstacle she faced was merely a matter of perspective, yet fate has a way of delivering unexpected blows. Consequently, Ina and I sought to distract herself with the complexities of sect affairs. The sect leader might assume her preoccupation with management was the cause of her slow cultivation, entirely misunderstanding the reality. Now, upon discovering that Chen Jizhong possesses 2 golden elixirs, she is overwhelmed by a sense of irony at the whims of fate, igniting a surge of anger within her. I have a basket with 2 eggs, Chen Jizhong mused, while outwardly stating, this matter is unclear to the disciple, but I can assure you it is not the type of golden elixir we normally comprehend. After a brief pause, he added, if Shishu wishes to learn more, I shall impart all knowledge available. However, with so many fellow disciples present, it may not be appropriate to keep them waiting. In chapter 67, titled Fortune, Chen Jizhong reflects on his past, having risen from humble beginnings to establish his own studio with nearly 100 artists under his wing. His perceptive nature enables him to sense Ni's interest in his dual golden elixirs, prompting him to suggest a private conversation. Yin and I, with narrowed eyes, addressed the disciples maintaining the Si Feng sword array, expressing gratitude for their hard work. She assured them that their commendable performance would soon be evaluated, with each receiving 3 mid-grade spirit stones to take back to their respective caves. With just a few words, she reframed the tense operation as a mere assessment exercise, leaving no room for suspicion among the disciples who were pleased by the prospect of rewards. However, Chen Jizhong could distinctly sense the presence of the sect leader and 5 elders nearby. Yin and I's intention to disperse the disciples was not merely self-serving. It was a protective measure in anticipation of a potential conflict. Nonetheless, Chen Jizhong was not inclined towards rebellion, and sensed that Ina and I was confident in resolving the crisis of trust between them. "Let's converse in my cave," Ina and I stated, leading the way. Chen Jizhong followed her into a spacious and brightly lit hall adorned with numerous tables separated by screens depicting flowers and landscapes, reminiscent of an administrative office rather than a scenic retreat. Each table bore a collection of scrolls and bamboo slips, appearing akin to an examination hall. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these documents were the accumulated records of the sect. This was, in fact, Inni's office, with the partitions serving to delineate various functional areas. A true woman of strength, Chen Jizhong thought to himself. Yin and I, seemingly uninterested in discussing matters here, led Chen Jizhong through the hall to a more suitable meeting space. As she turned to face him, her bare feet firmly planted on the ground, she warned, "Do not entertain any ulterior motives. Simply convey the truth to me. I am a person of integrity and will not allow you to suffer injustice." A contradiction, indeed, Chen Jizhong mused internally, recognizing that her insistence on privacy suggested she sought something from him. With this understanding, he felt a sense of control over the situation, his composure unwavering. "As you wish, Sure Shu," he replied, slightly bowing, and began to weave his tale. "The matter of my dual golden elixirs began during my last outing with the Shixiao. After we were ambushed, I narrowly escaped under his protection." The initial part of his story mirrored what he had previously recounted, and Yin and I listened patiently until they reached the crux of her interest. After escaping from the hands of the demonic beings, I discovered they had forced me to practice a technique known as He Huangong. Little did I know that this would result in lingering side effects, culminating in the formation of a white elixir embryo from my 5 essences. He continued, "During my descent from the mountain with Ling Yun Shimi, the symptoms of my essence depletion intensified, nearly leading to my demise. Thankfully, Shimi sacrificed herself to save me. Otherwise, I would not have returned to the sect." Ni's expression shifted continuously until, in a voice tinged with uncertainty, she asked, "Are you saying that your practice of He Huangong led to the condensation of an elixir embryo within you, which in turn absorbed your 5 essence energies?" Chen Jizhong replied, "Indeed, that is correct." Yin and I fell into deep contemplation. Stealing a glance at her furrowed brow, Chen Jizhong stood silently, awaiting her next words. He revealed the details of He Huangong to her because he had glimpsed a unique spark of ambition in her eyes, reminiscent of a new broadcaster captivated by the allure of power and the means to shape their existence as they desired. That broadcaster had become utterly enchanted upon encountering the youthful and affluent Chen Jizhong. In a remarkable display of mentorship, Chen Jizhong devoted himself entirely to nurturing a fledgling broadcaster, transforming her into a renowned figure with over 10 million followers within a year, devoid of any embellishments. Regrettably, their relationship soured once she gained fame. The newcomer, under the illusion of her newfound stature, believed she no longer required Chen Jizhong's guidance in her personal affairs. Consequently, Chen Jizhong relinquished his role, and within mere months, the newcomer found herself embroiled in scandal, burdened with substantial debts owed to other entertainment companies, leading her to resort to compromising means, which were subsequently captured and shared online. Following a wave of ostracism, she vanished from public view. Meanwhile, Chen Jizhong had already elevated another newcomer to prominence, showing no need for a mere bedwarmer. However, the current apprentice, Sure Shu, appeared distinct. There was an undeniable spark of ambition in her eyes. Chen Jizhong discerned her keen interest in his precious Shuang Jindan. Yet the catalyst for such intrigue remained elusive. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him from leveraging the secret of the Shuang Jindan to negotiate a transaction with her. He needed to swiftly amass power, and she happened to possess it, despite the Shao Yang sword sect being relatively modest in size, with only a couple of thousand members. The internal atmosphere, aside from the troublesome de Shixiao, remained harmonious. If he could bring it under his control, Chen Jizhong was confident he could elevate the Shao Yang sword sect to a first-class sect. However, he chose to keep the specifics of which industry he aimed to dominate under wraps, lest it diminish the drama of the narrative. He could, however, hint at a subtle connection to his He Huangong. At that moment, Sure Shu, Yin and I began to pace to the side, subtly concealing her expression. Chen Jizhong immediately focused his attention, attempting to unearth more clues. In and I inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Jizhong explained, "This form of He Huan Gong is somewhat sinister, as it extracts one's 5 essences to consolidate Dan embryos. Thus, once cultivation commences, the practitioner's life enters a countdown. If a remedy is not found within the stipulated time, the practitioner will wither away and perish." In and I furrowed her brow. "But you seem to be in good health now?" Chen Jizhong smiled with a blend of helplessness and happiness, for his disciple had been granted extraordinary blessings. Chapter 68. Fishing. Chen Jizhong wore an expression of helpless joy, signifying that his disciple had received immense fortune. What did this imply? Upon hearing this, and knowing that Chen Jizhong was accompanied by Ling Yun, In and I began to piece together certain insights. However, she remained uncertain about the extent required for Chen Jizhong to extend his life, leaving her with lingering questions. Chen Jizhong offered an apologetic smile, choosing silence. Some matters could not be articulated too plainly. Allowing her to deduce them would be far more intriguing, guiding her thoughts in that direction. As In and I observed Chen Jizhong's ambiguous demeanor, tinged with shyness and subtle joy, she began to form her own speculations. Consequently, she refrained from pursuing the topic further, recognizing it as a private matter between 2 disciples. Instead, she remarked, "It seems you were left with no choice. My lack of trust has led to this misunderstanding." Chen Jizhong immediately offered a smooth way out. "Shu and the elders are solely concerned with the development of the sect. Any grievances I may have are easily understood." In and I nodded, relaxing her toes within her shoes. Her display of authority could potentially indicate that Chen Jizhong harbored some discontent, yet she maintained a facade of harmony. Perhaps she would contemplate departing from the sect after this, no longer willing to endure the discomfort of feeling like a guest in someone else's home. Yet at this moment, In and I found herself in need of Chen Jizhong. Her cultivation had stagnated entirely. Unless she encountered some extraordinary opportunity, she might remain stuck at the pinnacle of the Jidan stage for the rest of her life. The pinnacle of Jidan, for an ordinary person, was akin to an ethereal existence. Beyond that lay the realms of Jindan, Yuanying, Huashan, and others. To take it to extremes, until one ascended to immortality, one was merely immortal with some knowledge of techniques. Therefore, In and I was determined not to remain in a state of stasis. Consequently, Chen Jizhong's thoughts on this matter were of paramount importance, as In and I sought to obtain the cultivation methods of He Huan Gong from him. The demonic sect had coerced Chen Jizhong into practicing He Huan Gong, which meant he had certainly perused the scriptures of the technique. His ability to learn it indicated that it was already etched in his memory. Transcribing the He Huan Gong was not a daunting task. However, the crux of the matter lay in how In and I, as a mentor, could justify asking Chen Jizhong to transcribe the He Huan Gong. Lost in thought, In and I resumed her pacing. Observing her contemplation, Chen Jizhong tentatively remarked, "There is another matter I wish to report to Shu." With a respectful gesture, he continued, "I recall some techniques of He Huan Gong. Perhaps I could transcribe them to aid the sect in its research on counteracting such methods." "What?" In and I seemed to misunderstand. Prompting Chen Jizhong to repeat, "I recall the techniques of He Huan Gong. Perhaps I could transcribe them to enhance the sect's understanding of demonic arts." What had Xin Yangzi discerned? Was he testing her? Suppressing her eagerness for the He Huan Gong, In and I replied, "Transcribing may lead to errors. And should such sinister techniques be leaked, it could lead sect members astray, posing a grave danger." Chen Jizhong swiftly countered, "Shu speaks wisely. I will endeavor to forget the methods of He Huan Gong and ensure they remain undisclosed." Yet In and I grew anxious. "I never implied that I should know. I merely stated that others must not." With a slight cough, she clarified, "What I mean is that transcribing is permissible, but it should first be kept with me, where I can edit out the harmful parts before it is placed in the scripture repository for collective study." "Shu, you truly desire the He Huan Gong." Chen Jizhong was now certain of his suspicions. The apprentice was after the He Huan Gong. But why did she want it? Did Dao know? Chen Jizhong felt no urgency, for as long as Shu maintained her interest in He Huan Gong, it was akin to a fisherman luring fish with bait. Without taking the bait, she would not easily depart. His task was to ensure she consumed the bait while also getting hooked, preventing her from slipping away. Throughout this exchange, he aimed to gradually uncover her intentions behind wanting the He Huan Gong. If it were for her own cultivation, Chen Jizhong had always held her in high regard. He now raised his gaze to observe her. Her tall stature, voluptuous curves, and a waist that seemed to be encircled by two hands, along with a posterior that could nearly fill a single seat, made him wonder what it would be like to possess such a master. Should she truly intend to use it for her own practice, he could provide personal guidance. A smile crept onto Chun Jizhong's face, only to be abruptly interrupted as he became aware of his wandering thoughts. Here we go again. He realized he was not merely daydreaming. Just as he intended to slip away, Enai called out, "Wait." Enai paused, feeling slightly awkward, yet her tone remained unchanged. This was indeed a misunderstanding. Now that the matter is clarified, Xian Yangzi is absolved of suspicion. I will personally address the matter with the sect leader. So I hope you will remain silent to avoid any inconsistencies in our accounts, which could lead to further misunderstandings. She had summoned a host of elders to act as enforcers, and was now prepared to suppress this incident for the sake of He Huangong, fearing that she might inadvertently expose Chun Jizhong's ulterior motives. Ah, Shi Shu, this is merely the beginning. You are already handing me leverage, which I may use against you in the future, Chun Jizhong mused internally as he turned to leave. Indeed, he unexpectedly encountered the sect leader and his fellow disciples outside the cave. Xian Yangzi, what brings you here? The passing sect leader showed no signs of embarrassment and greeted him warmly. The sect leader stroked his beard and nodded. Ah, so that is how it is. He waved his hand, but added, by the way, I heard that Sister Xie is looking for you. It would be wise for you to visit Jin Xiaofeng. Sister Xie? Si Gai Lian? Chun Jizhong felt a shiver run down his spine. Was she not Ling Yin's master? Would it be that upon learning that his prize cabbage had been taken by another, he would consider ending his own life? Chun Jizhong was drenched in sweat. He had not felt such anxiety even when facing the inquiries of Shi Shu and I. He felt as though he were a scoundrel who had run off with someone else's daughter, lucky to escape unscathed. Yet, whether one extends their neck for the blade or withdraws it, the outcome remains the same. He had indeed taken away Ling Yun, his junior sister, and sooner or later, he would have to meet her family. Perhaps now was an opportune moment. If he could secure the support of Shi Shu Xie through Ling Yun's connections, it would allow him to stabilize his position with Shi Shu Yin, granting him a measure of initiative. At the very least, in the absence of proof of his espionage. Any confrontation from her would have to consider the mother-in-law as perspective, wouldn't it? Yes, the disciple shall change into appropriate attire and proceed. The sect leader watched Chun Jizhong's retreating figure, stroking his beard and shaking his head, as he, along with several elders, made their way to the cave dwelling of the immortal Danhe, Yin and I. His fellow senior brothers had been waiting outside for quite some time. Surely, a proper explanation was in order. Should they fail to provide one, it would be an affront to the sect leader, who might then consider resigning from his position. Chapter 69. Did you not expect this? I'm a gold core. Shi Shu, I pay my respects. On Jin Xia Peak, in the Shujian Cave, Chun Jizhong, now clad in formal robes, performed the disciple-s salute to Xie Cailian, seated in the elevated position. Xie Cailian was a woman of considerable literary elegance, somewhat akin to second senior sister Enai Yin in nature. However, there were distinctions between them. Second senior sister Enai Yin resembled a romance novel wrapped within a manual for advanced mechanical maintenance, or perhaps a seemingly artsy engineering prodigy. After all, if cultivation were to be categorized into the sciences, the study and development of formations would undoubtedly belong to the engineering domain. In contrast, Xie Cailian appeared to be a woman nurtured in a scholarly family, her demeanor reflecting that of a young mentor from a literary academy. From her hairdo to her embroidered shoes. After Chun Jizhong had offered his respects, Xie Cailian rose from her seat, her black skirt flowing as she approached him, observing him with a gaze devoid of aggression. It seemed that Ling Yun had divulged everything, and indeed, she could not maintain her bravado in front of her family. However, there was nothing left to conceal. Chun Jizhong's expression was taut, betraying his anxiety as he bowed his head and clasped his hands, stating, if it were not for my junior sister's rescue, I would have perished long ago. Yet my feelings towards her extend beyond mere gratitude. I have watched her grow into a young lady, and with her extraordinary talent, having reached the 5th stage of Gold Core at just 16, I dare not reveal my affections. This unfortunate circumstance has turned into a blessing, for I now have the opportunity to become her companion. However, this approach is indeed inappropriate. Hence my presence before you, Shi Shu, to formally propose. As Xie Cailian listened, she paced slowly, Her cave was adorned with labyrinthine bookshelves and exquisite bonsai, crafted from spiritual herbs and trees. She employed her leisurely stroll and the act of admiring the scenery to mask her internal displeasure. Yet, she could not contain herself when Chen Jizhong uttered his next words. Turning around with a cold smile, she remarked, "Nephew, the most crucial aspect of cultivation is the ability to suppress one's inner desires. Thus, I urge you to think carefully before speaking." Chen Jizhong responded resolutely, "I have given this considerable thought." Xiet Salian's brow furrowed slightly. As cultivators enjoy long lifespans, they tend not to prioritize marital bonds. However, forming a partnership implies a certain degree of sharing one's cultivation resources with another. As Chen Jizhong was the one of lesser cultivation, he would naturally receive more assistance. She inquired, "Cultivation emphasizes the importance of law, wealth, and partners. What can you offer Lingyun? Or do you intend to take her from me while being entirely unaccompanied?" "Sure, Shu, what happened to your artistic persona?" Chen Jizhong felt as though he was standing before a genuine mother-in-law. Yet, due to his premature actions, this mother-in-law did not appear to grow fonder of him. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Inwardly, Chen Jizhong donned a persona of affluence, crossing his arms with a smirk. "I am indeed quite formidable now." Chen Jizhong once again bowed and stated, "I certainly did not come empty-handed." With a flourish of his left hand, 3 large wooden chests appeared beside him. With a wave of his right hand, 3 more chests emerged on the opposite side. Notably, a rich spiritual essence emanated from the gaps in these chests, akin to standing beside a small spiritual vein. However, Xiet Salian merely glanced at them, not bothering to inquire about their contents, and instead remarked, "To my knowledge, you and Lingyun have faced numerous dangers while out together, and she was even abducted at one point. Is this how you protect her?" Chen Jizhong replied, "I have undergone significant transformation and have now attained the Gold Core realm. While I cannot claim absolute security, I can assure you that as long as she is within my sight, I will not allow any harm to befall her." Xiet Salian responded, "A person without integrity cannot stand, and the same holds true for cultivators. I hope you do not exaggerate. The realm of cultivation can be discerned through many means, and to propagate such falsehoods is to deceive oneself." Upon sensing Shirshu's disbelief, Chen Jizhong sighed and immediately released the suppression of his aura. Boom! A wave of pressure surged forth, causing Xiet Salian to involuntarily take a step back. After a moment, she exclaimed, "You've truly reached the initial stage of Gold Core? You actually did break through to the initial stage of Gold Core." Xiet Salian's chest rose and fell noticeably. Chen Jizhong reveled in the thrill of this moment, for it was the art of subtlety. Yet, to maintain his persona, he could not appear too self-satisfied, and thus he cupped his hands, stating, "I would not dare deceive my Shirshu. I have indeed reached the Gold Core realm. I owe this to my junior sister, whose selfless rescue allowed me to rise from despair. However, the specifics cannot be disclosed for now. As per Shirshu En's directive." "En? What does she have to do with this?" Xiet Salian's brow furrowed as she murmured, though she chose not to pursue the matter. Since En managed the internal affairs of the sect and had instructed Chen Jizhong to keep the reasons for his sudden rise in cultivation a secret, she must have had her reasons. Yet, a hint of bitterness lingered within Xiet Salian, for her sole, beloved disciple had been taken by Chen Jizhong, and she could not even ascertain how he had ascended to Gold Core. However, she was unaware that Chen Jizhong's advancement was facilitated through the Hahuan technique, which was applicable to anyone. Sighing softly, Xiet Salian stated, "You have proven your strength and resources. I entrust Lingyun to your care from now on. However, I must emphasize that she is still quite young and must not be subjected to any hardship. Should such a situation arise, I will do everything in my power to ensure her vindication." Her words held a cold undertone, and for a cultivator of her stature, this was as stern a warning as she could offer. "Noble Shirshu, you can rest assured, I will always remember this." Chen Jizhong smiled, feeling quite accomplished, having secured another favorable outcome. "Now I've said all that needs saying. You may go and bring Lingyun back." Xiet Salian sighed. "This foolish girl should leave my protection." As she turned to depart, nearing the exit of the book-laden hall, she seemed to murmur a phrase. She should not have agreed to descend the mountain for training. Chen Jizhong caught the tail end of her words and could not help but click his tongue. It appeared that Shirshu still harbored some grievances. Cultivators often have no parents. Generally, one's master becomes the closest person in their life. Should the feelings be mutual, a disciple could inherit their master's entire legacy. Of course, this presupposes longevity. Otherwise, if the disciple departs, the master remains. Therefore, Xie Zalian undoubtedly played the role of a parent to Lingyun, making her effectively Chen Zhizhang's mother-in-law. Yet, when true disagreements arise, most cultivators refrain from excessively interfering in their disciples' choices, as there are always karmic consequences to consider. Forcibly intervening in the causal affairs of others can sometimes lead to one's own misfortune. Thus, when one can genuinely express that Lingyun feels aggrieved and will undoubtedly seek a resolution, it becomes evident that Xie Zalian truly cherishes Lingyun. This mother-in-law possesses a tender heart. Chen Zhizhang used. Chapter 70. What a disgrace. Senior brother, this way please. Junior sister Lingyun is practicing on the back mountain. At that moment, a young boy dressed in green with a topknot entered to pay respects, leading Chen Zhizhang to find Lingyun. Lingyun also has a cave dwelling in the disciples' residential area of Sanchuan Valley, but she mostly resides in a special place established for her on Jinxia Peak, allowing Xie Zalian to guide her swordsmanship at any time. Upon arriving at Lingyun's residence, Chen Zhizhang happened to witness her engaged in sword practice with two self-moving puppets in an open space before her cave. With a resounding crash, the petite Lingyun swung her large sword, sending the two puppets flying, and immediately noticed Chen Zhizhang standing at the edge of the arena. Her face flushed from exertion. She waved and called out, "Senior brother." Chen Zhizhang approached with a feigned, sorrowful expression, remaining silent. Sensing something amiss, Lingyun sheathed her sword and cautiously inquired, "Senior brother, what is troubling you?" "Did Master," Chen Zhizhang sighed. "Master has said much, and I find it all quite reasonable." Lingyun's expression shifted to one of alarm. "What exactly did Master say?" "Senior brother, do not keep me in suspense. If Master disapproves." Lingyun grasped Chen Zhizhang's hand. Biting her lip in contemplation, she resolutely declared, "If Master does not agree to our becoming partners, I shall go and plead with her." Ultimately, the bond between teacher and student is profound, and Lingyun possesses the discernment not to act impulsively. Even if met with resistance, she would employ soft persuasion. In contrast, many girls who have been swept away by fleeting passions, even to the extent of clashing with their families, appear rather naive. This is not to say that one should not pursue true love, but one must discern between mere infatuation and genuine connection. Chen Zhizhang gently grasped Lingyun's arm, sighing, "Junior sister, there is something I must tell you." "Yes, what is it, senior brother?" Lingyun looked anxiously into Chen Zhizhang's eyes, her palms beginning to sweat, fearing that he might yield to Master's pressure and make an unfavorable decision. Chen Zhizhang wrapped his arm around Lingyun's waist, stating, "We may need to select a new cave dwelling together." "What?" Lingyun gasped, momentarily taken aback. The young boy who had been waiting nearby, witnessing his sister's foolish expression, shook his head and departed. It was only then that Lingyun realized her usually serious senior brother was teasing her, and she felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Playfully punching Chen Zhizhang's arm, "Senior brother, how improper." Blushing, she leaned against him, savoring the warmth in the secluded surroundings. However, Chen Zhizhang had many matters to attend to. After a brief embrace, he placed his hands on her shoulders, saying, "Once we become partners, residing in Sanchuan Valley will no longer be suitable. It is also inappropriate to remain on Jinxia Peak. Thus, I plan to choose a cave in the eastern Tiaohua Valley as our new home. What do you think?" The Shaoyang sword sect does not prohibit disciples from forming partnerships, but it is stipulated that those who do so cannot continue to reside in the disciple living area of Sanchuan Valley, to prevent any influences on the resolve of other disciples. The eastern Tiaohua Valley is designated specifically for those disciples who have formed partnerships. Upon hearing that they would officially be moving in together, Lingyun's heart raced. She also recalled the previous day's encounter with her senior brother in the forest. As a young girl experiencing such feelings for the first time, just thinking of that day made her legs weak. Realizing her discomfort, Lingyun gently pushed Chen Zhizhang away. Fidgeting with her fingers, "If you have this intention, have you selected a cave dwelling?" Noticing Lingyun's unease, Chen Zhizhang stepped closer, taking her to a pathway beside the open area, saying, "This is merely a thought. The final decision on which cave to choose depends on your preference." Even if it were just a simple hut, it would suffice for my needs. My suggestion is for you to take some time to explore Tiaohua Valley first. If you find something suitable, we can go together to handle the transfer formalities with Master Yin and I. As the internal affairs manager, Yin and I naturally oversees all the sect's properties. Ling Yun sensed something and looked up, asking, "Senior brother, are you not coming with me to select the cave? I have received instructions from the sect master to spend time guiding our second senior sister. We will be away for nearly half a month, so I must first check on her current condition. However, it will not take too long. If you wish for me to accompany you to Tiaohua Valley, we can wait until tomorrow or the day after. Once we ascertain that there are no issues with our second senior sister, I will have ample time." Ling Yun nodded. Yes, our second senior sister is indeed quite sentimental. Although they had not met often, she could still sense it, since it was the sect master's directive. Prioritizing the care of their second senior sister is only natural. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water filled the air, and a cool mist enveloped Ling Yun's face. She looked up, realizing she had unknowingly followed her senior brother to the waterfall on the back mountain. Just a few steps ahead was the Tingyu Pavilion, situated beside the pool beneath the waterfall. Due to its secluded location, it was rarely visited. "Isn't senior brother supposed to check on our second senior sister?" Chun Jizhong pulled Ling Yun into the pavilion, saying, "No need to rush. Let's linger here for a moment." He then cornered her against a pillar, the sound of the waterfall crashing deafening around them. Ling Yun seemed to anticipate Chun Jizhong's next move and lowered her head, gripping her collar, her voice barely above a whisper. "Although few come here, is still." Chun Jizhong silenced her, capturing her words with a kiss. Initially, Ling Yun attempted to push against his chest, but gradually, she began to respond. However, her movements were quite inexperienced, and she accidentally bit Chun Jizhong's lip. A metallic sweetness filled their mouths. Yet neither had the leisure to acknowledge this minor incident. Their breaths intertwined, drowned out by the roaring waterfall. A spirit bird alighted on a nearby tree branch, tilting its head to observe the increasingly chaotic scene within the pavilion, until a sudden breeze rustled the trees, startling the bird away and dispersing the sounds of their intimacy to the east. After leaving the hall, Siet Salian wandered around Jinxia Peak. However, at every turn, she encountered pairs of spirit birds nesting, spirit deer in pairs, and butterflies fluttering together. Each sight compelled her to recall how her beloved disciple had been spirited away by Chun Jizhong after just one trip down the mountain. This fellow must have planned it all along. Siet Salian regretted her earlier negligence, but it was too late for lamentations. Thus, she could only hope that the two would become a pair of celestial lovers. Just then, a solitary bird flew past overhead from the nearby woods. Siet Salian nodded slightly. The vastness of the world allows for solitary wanderers to be as free as the wind. Following this, she began to hear some peculiar sounds, expanding her spiritual awareness. She passed through the trees and beheld Chun Jizhong striking his beloved disciple Ling Yun. Ling Yun was crying and pleading for mercy. Yet Chun Jizhong continued to strike her backside with fervor. What disgrace! Siet Salian immediately drew her sword and rushed over, but before she could break through the trees, she realized something was amiss with their actions. Her face turned crimson, and she clenched her teeth, exclaiming, "What a disgrace! What a disgrace!" She turned and fled, while scolding Chun Jizhong for his lack of decency and resenting Ling Yun for indulging in such antics. She cast a protective barrier over the entire mountain to prevent anyone from inadvertently intruding. Having completed all this, Siet Salian left the area with a grim expression. "Senior brother, I think I'm going to die." In the pavilion, as the rain fell, Ling Yun clutched the railing with both hands, her expression unraveling. Her spirits stirred more fiercely than the waterfall before her. Her voice nearly drowned out the sound of the cascading water. In Chapter 71, Foreshadowing, after the rain clouds dispersed, the two temporarily parted ways. As they bid farewell, the attachment in Ling Yun's eyes was almost thick enough to suffocate. Chun Jizhong managed to extricate himself after much persuasion, soaring into the sky, lamenting the efficacy of corporal punishment. He then headed towards Sanchuangu. However, before he could escape the domain of Jin Xiaofeng, he encountered his master, Siet Salian, who seemed to be waiting specifically for him. Chun Jizhong adjusted his attire and approached respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. "Master, were you waiting for your disciple?" Siet Salian snorted coldly. "Chen Shizhi, I previously failed to articulate my words clearly, and I have come to reiterate them now. Upon seeing her accusatory demeanor, Chen Jizhong understood that the scene he had deliberately allowed her to witness earlier had taken effect. Pretending ignorance. He inquired, "What instructions does Master wish to impart? Please enlighten me. I am all ears." Such matters were inherently unsuitable for open discussion, especially considering the gender differences involved. Siet Salian's reprimands lingered on her lips, but became more veiled, her tone still frigid. "Chun Shirji, I merely wish to convey that Ling Yun is young and possesses limitless potential. Do not allow your selfish desires to hinder her future path." Chen Jizhong feigned confusion, cupping his hands again. "Your disciple is dull-witted. I humbly request Master to clarify." Siet Salian opened her mouth, aware that Chen Jizhong had entered the sect quite early and was the second among the male disciples of his generation to do so. Naturally, she understood aspects of his character: upright, obedient, somewhat dull, and slightly solitary. A typical cultivator from a humble background, he aspired solely to immortality, remaining indifferent to other matters. Yet, the Chen Jizhong before her bore a significant transformation, prompting Siet Salian to feel as though she were dealing with a cunning fox. However, he seemed perpetually masked, concealing his dangerous side. She could not pinpoint when this sensation had emerged, but her keen intuition led her to trust her judgment. At that moment, Chen Jizhong began feigning ignorance once again, suppressing his irritation. "You were at the rain-listening pavilion on the back mountain, were you not?" Feigning sudden realization, Chen Jizhong remarked, "So this is what Master refers to. I hope you will not take offense. It was an act of necessity." "An act of necessity?" Siet Salian scoffed. "I fear it is your impatience that has led to this." Chen Jizhong hastily explained. Master pressed for answers, and I had no choice but to disclose the circumstances. I and the disciple were coerced by members of the demonic sect to practice the dual cultivation technique. This resulted in a depletion of our vital energies, and Ling Yun was only attempting to rescue me by engaging in dual cultivation to replenish my lungs' vital essence. Chen Jizhong shifted the blame once more, albeit with slight alterations, suggesting that he and Ling Yun had mutual affections all along, merely using this incident to break through the veil of ambiguity. Furthermore, this narrative was irrefutable unless Master found another witness, Xiao Zigui, to the events in question. Is that truly the case? Siet Salian's initial skepticism arose, yet the account she had gleaned from Ling Yun corroborated this version. If so, this outer sect disciple was no longer a mere fox, but a cunning tiger, intent on devouring Ling Yun completely. Does Master have further doubts? Chen Jizhong inquired. "You would do well not to deceive. This matter I shall verify myself," Siet Salian stated, transforming into a stream of light as she descended upon the peak of Jin Xiaofeng. "Investigate as you will. Regardless of how it unfolds, these are the facts." As for why he had deliberately allowed Master to stumble upon him and Ling Yun in dual cultivation, it stemmed from a touch of mischief on Chen Jizhong's part. However, this foreshadowing would only take effect once Master sought Ling Yun for further clarification. At Jin Xiaofeng, Peng Yundong was the cave abode Ling Yun occupied during her time at Jin Xiaofeng, characterized by its cozy and intimate layout, adorned with exquisitely crafted trinkets and animal hide rugs, inviting for barefoot walking and exuding a youthful charm. A soft hum echoed within the cave as Ling Yun stood at its center like a conductor, directing items to converge from all directions into boxes, organizing them neatly, awaiting sealing and transport. Before long, 10 large boxes were filled, yet a myriad of items still floated nearby. Ling Yun felt a twinge of worry. I did not anticipate having so many belongings. Perhaps I should part with some? However, this piece holds sentimental value. That one was a gift from my senior brother. This one is the largest, yet it is the sword rack bestowed upon me by my master. It seems I must seek a larger cave abode. After surveying her possessions, unable to part with any, Ling Yun resolved that a more spacious cave would be more appropriate. Although Yuanyanggu was not particularly large, it boasted more than a dozen cave abodes. Due to the rarity of senior brothers and sisters forming partnerships and the absence of spiritual veins, most caves lay in a half-deserted state. Even if one were to purchase a cave from the sect for personal use, it would require a reconfiguration of the spirit-gathering array. Otherwise, residing within would lead to a diminishing personal spiritual energy due to the external low concentration of spiritual energy. This would also entail a considerable expenditure. Ling Yun understood that Chun Jizhong did not possess much wealth. After all, a cultivator without a master above or a mortal family to support below would have limited avenues for earning spirit stones or resources. They could only undertake sect tasks, descending the mountain to slay demons and eradicate evil. Yet the Shaoyang sword sect was on the brink of falling out of the third tier, and the commissions available were all of a low caliber, often yielding only a single low-grade spirit stone per task. Fortunately, I have some savings. Ling Yun brushed her left hand over her storage jade pendant, and a pouch appeared in her palm. She opened it slightly with 2 fingers and peered inside, discovering a collection of colorful orbs the size of pigeon eggs. Altogether, these amounted to approximately 200 to 300 medium-grade spirit stones. Converted into human currency, that would equate to several thousand taels of silver. Although these spirit stones would not last long, they could suffice to purchase a sufficiently large cave abode. Of course, this would be a cave without a spiritual vein. Those nurtured by spiritual veins were not available for selection. Moreover, even if she were to buy a cave in Yuanyanggu, ownership would still belong to the sect. She would merely be permitted to reside there permanently. Have you begun managing household affairs before even marrying? Chapter 72. Xie Shishu's flushed face and racing heart. Have you begun managing household affairs before even marrying? She had never set defenses while residing at Jin Xiaofeng, as everyone around her was trustworthy. Ling Yun quickly clasped her hands in a bow. Master, what brings you here? She had been remiss in not noticing someone enter, a rather poor showing on her part. Observing the cave, nearly emptied, Xie Zalian glanced at the boxes on the ground, ultimately focusing on the pouch in Ling Yun's hands, sighing. You are leaving, as your master. How could I not come to see you off? A shy smile graced her face, clearly indicating Ling Yun's slight embarrassment regarding her impending cohabitation with Chun Jizhong. Had she not concealed her aura in time, the encounter between master and disciple could have been exceedingly awkward. But now, the awkwardness seemed to rest solely on her shoulders. Just seeing the flush on her disciple's face brought to Xie Zalian's mind the scene she had witnessed on the back mountain. Although it did not compromise her resolve, her perception of Ling Yun was no longer as simple as before. Xie Zalian shook her head slightly, then inquired, What are you preparing to do? Are you moving out? Although she had previously mentioned allowing Chun Jizhong to take Ling Yun away, she had not anticipated it happening so soon. Cultivators do not adhere to the trifles of mortal customs regarding courtship, yet that does not mean they undervalue the rituals associated with forming a partnership. Her earlier urging for Chun Jizhong to take Ling Yun had also been a subtle hint for him to publicly acknowledge their relationship. Who would have thought that after just one meeting, Ling Yun had already begun to pack her belongings? Xie Zalian felt a surge of frustration. Ling Yun was undoubtedly a bright child. Yet how had she transformed in the company of Chun Jizhong? Was it possible that Chun Jizhong had persuaded Ling Yun in such a manner? As Xie Zalian pondered this, Ling Yun, wearing a blissful smile, remarked, Disciple believes that, considering senior brother's income, there should be little savings. Thus, I wish to share a portion of the expense for acquiring a cave dwelling. Little did Ling Yun know that Chun Jizhong had been secretly saving money. However, since the two had practically become Dao partners, Xie Zalian refrained from disclosing this matter and instead shifted the conversation, saying, Disciple, you previously mentioned encountering a remarkably skilled mortal healer at the foot of the mountain, and that you were abducted by 2 Jindan cultivators, particularly concerning the portion about Xinyangzi. Why does the master inquire about this again? I have already mentioned it. Although Ling Yun found it puzzling that her master was once again asking about matters concerning her descent from the mountain, she felt there was no harm in reiterating. Then, I shall start from the day I descended the mountain. She began, recounting her experience from the moment she set off, where she encountered her senior brother at the mountain gate and proceeded together. As Ling Yun narrated, Xie Zalian found herself distracted, occasionally feeling her cheeks flush. Were Chun Jizhong present, he would surely take pride in the effectiveness of his subtle hints. Whenever Ling Yun uttered the name Chun Jizhong, Xie Zalian would recall the events that transpired in the back mountain, leaving her both angry and embarrassed, her face glowing red. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ling Yun inquired with concern, Master, are you feeling unwell? Oh no, Xie Zalian dismissed, shaking off the images from the back mountain. Let's discuss the details of your descent later. She hastily departed, seemingly forgetting she had come to find Chun Jizhong. Why does Master seem so strange today? Ling Yun furrowed her brow in worry. Sister, I hope you're well. Emerging from the cave adorned in delicate sheer garments, Ai Yun exuded a languid charm, yawning and adjusting her black-framed glasses before clasping her hands in greeting. Junior brother, I hope you're well. I heard you took Ling Yun Junior's sister down the mountain for training, seeking opportunities for a breakthrough. What gains did you achieve on this journey? Shun Jizhong returned the greeting, saying, there were quite a few challenges. I can share the details at your leisure. And Ian smiled, please come inside. It has been 7 or 8 years since I last descended the mountain. As she led the way, Chun Jizhong followed closely. And Ian continued, thanks to you, I improved 2 formations after our last exchange, significantly reducing spiritual power consumption and enhancing defensive strength. I have already set up a smaller version of the formation flags in a space to the east. You should visit when you have the time. Moreover, perhaps due to my wholehearted focus on improving the formations, I have noticed a considerable alleviation in my symptoms of loss of control. In fact, I sense signs of a breakthrough to the 5th level of Jindan. Thus, I can confidently listen to your numerous challenges without fear of emotional turmoil, leading to a surge of sword energy. Chun Jizhong immediately clasped his fists in congratulations. That truly is splendid news, sister. However, this is due to your favorable circumstances. I cannot take credit. And Yin turned her head slightly to glance at him, smiling softly. In truth, I suspect that when you absorbed the chaotic sword energy from within me last time, you helped me discover a solution to my emotional fluctuations that caused the sword energy to go awry. I am not jesting. What do you mean? I absorbed the sword energy, and thus the symptoms of emotional instability were alleviated? So, in the future, might sister seek me out to absorb her excess sword energy in order to remedy her condition? Chun Jizhong raised an eyebrow, secretly loosening a small portion of the seal on his senior brother's lingering spirit. Ni Yun, and I Yun, save me, he cried out, as his lingering spirit faced relentless suppression, akin to dough being mercilessly kneaded, losing track of which part was once his rear and which was his face, resulting in great anguish. Unfortunately, Ai Yun could not hear him. Only Chun Jizhong bore the brunt of the auditory disturbance. Yet, the more his senior brother's lingering spirit howled in agony, the more exhilarated he became. Furthermore, soon his senior brother would wail even more pitifully, for once Ai Yun began sharing insights into formations, she would become irresistibly enchanting. Chun Jizhong said, sister means that as long as someone can help you digest the excess sword energy, you will no longer suffer from emotional instability that leads to surges of sword energy? Perhaps it is indeed so, Ai Yun replied, as they entered a cave filled with exotic flowers and herbs. Sister, these flora seem quite suspicious. Could they be concealing a formation? Ni Yun la fraitli. You guessed correctly. Since the last time I awoke from my coma and gained insights into controlling several hidden formations through my glasses, you have developed a psychological aversion. You fear that what appears to be a mere tree might actually be a self-guided formation cannon. Chapter 73, Junior Brother. Junior Brother? Upon seeing Chun Jizhong's strange expression, Yin could not help but call out. Chun Jizhong cleared his throat. Ahem, I was merely admiring the flowers and herbs sister has cultivated. The seeds were scattered, and they grew of their own accord. Yin chuckled lightly, and Chun Jizhong noticed that her mood seemed significantly improved compared to their last encounter. Back then, she had seemed as if she might succumb to an emotional crisis at any moment. I see. Chun Jizhong nodded. I shall heed sister's guidance. With that, Chun Jizhong readily followed Ai Yun as she led him out through another eastern exit, arriving at the open space. From afar, they could see 2 large formations transparent barriers, arranged side by side like 36 delicate garments. The gentle breeze rustled through, and the flimsy protective barriers seemed as if they would crumble with the slightest touch. Ai Yun appeared to anticipate the reactions of those who first beheld these 2 protective formations and explained, Junior brother, do not underestimate these 2 formations. They are capable of withstanding sustained attacks from peak Jindan cultivators. Chun Jizhong stepped closer and observed. Shall I give them a try? Ai Yun confidently replied, feel free to test them. If you can breach either formation, it would mean that my recent research has been in vain. Chun Jizhong laughed. That simply will not do. If I were to break through the formations, it would prove that your research direction was fundamentally flawed. How could I consider your futile research as a penalty for losing a bet? Ai Yun nodded, previously confident in her protective barrier's ability to withstand Chun Jizhong's attacks. especially since he was merely at the third level of Jindan. Thus, she made a jest, but knowing Chun Jizhong was serious about the wager, she was unafraid and responded. Then, what shall be the stakes, junior brother? I am certain of victory. Chun Jizhong contemplated for a moment, raising a finger and declaring, if sister loses, she must unconditionally agree to one request of mine. Of course, it must be within sister's willingness. And Aiyun stifled a laugh. Very well, let it be as you say, junior brother. However, if you lose, you must also grant me one request. After all, they were both disciples of the same sect. It was merely a matter of exchanging words in the heat of the moment. Sister, a wager cannot be retracted, Chun Jizhong insisted. But I do not think so. He added, Sister, be cautious not to cause harm. With that, he leaped into the air, hands forming seals, and shouted, Xiaoyang sword rain. Ni yun gracefully distance herself. And soon they witnessed green sword shadows cascading like rain, striking against the two defensive barriers. However, just as Aiyun had anticipated, Chun Jizhong's attacks failed to penetrate the seemingly fragile protective barriers. The sword rain landed upon the barriers, deflecting off at an angle and embedding itself into the earth surrounding the two protective formations. The rising dust quickly engulfed the two formations entirely. Chun Jizhong landed beside Aiyun, gazing at the cloud of dust. Sister's formations are indeed impressive. And Aiyun, slightly proud, replied, It is merely a modification. At this moment, as the smoke dissipated with the wind, the expression of Aiyun, who had been triumphant, gradually transformed into one of disbelief. She beheld the vanishing of two defensive barriers, leaving behind only a few flags of formation, askew upon the ground where the protective array once stood. Chun Jizhong smiled and clasped his hands. Sister, do not be disheartened. Junior brother merely discerned the arrangement of the formation and fortuitously found the escape route. And Aiyun sighed, her demeanor easing in the art of Chimanduanjia. The symbols of rest, birth, and open signify fortune, while those of injury, death, and shock indicate peril. The symbols of earth and scenery represent neutrality. Every formation subtly embodies these 8 gates. It appears my skills are still inadequate. Chun Jizhong, possessing a high emotional intelligence, replied, That is not the case. Junior brother has merely encountered this type of formation in a book, and upon seeing similarities, he dared to experiment, fortuitously dismantling your defensive barrier. Niju Nadif, seemingly convinced that such a book existed, chronicling similar formation strategies, and her curiosity was piqued. These 2 miniature formations had only consumed 2 medium-grade spirit stones, yet had held for 6 days, successfully withstanding 2 assaults. There is still some utility in that. Perhaps junior brother could lend me that book another day. It might help refine the formation. Curiosity can be a perilous thing, sister, he teased. And have you forgotten our wager? Chun Jizhong had merely spoken casually, having been here for less than 2 months. How could he have fortuitously seen the method to resolve the formation? He had merely utilized the cover of dust to unleash a blade of qi with his golden core cultivation, forcibly breaching the 2 barriers. This was to observe whether sister and Aiyun would succumb to emotional turmoil and enter a state of rage. Previously, he had discovered that absorbing the excess sword energy within Aiyun could solidify that alchemical embryo. Unfortunately, during the confrontation with the 2 white-clad cultivators, he had inadvertently destroyed the embryo that was on the verge of crystallizing into a true golden core. If Aiyun were to experience emotional fluctuations due to the breach of her formation, and her sword energy erupted once more, Chun Jizhong could conveniently absorb it to replenish his own embryonic core. However, Aiyun maintained her composure, proving that it was indeed possible to alleviate the dangers posed by the surging sword energy by extracting the excess from within her. This was a remarkable 2-fold benefit. Yet, Chun Jizhong could not produce the book detailing the method of resolution. Thus, he could only say, Sister, do you recall the initial terms of our wager? And Aiyun blinked, seemingly taken aback that Chun Jizhong was serious. Though being fellow disciples, he surely would not make any unreasonable demands. Uncertain why she assumed Chun Jizhong might propose something excessive. Yet recognizing that a promise made must be honored, she replied, Of course I remember. What do you wish me to do, junior brother? Sister, actually, Chun Jizhong feigned shyness, cautiously stepping closer to Aiyun. What was he doing, approaching her like this? Faced with his advance, and Yun felt the urge to retreat, but feared that doing so might provoke unnecessary speculation, compelling her to remain rooted in place. However, as Chen Jizhong closed the distance further, she could even catch the faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him, characteristic of cultivators. Junior Brother. Chapter 74. The Development of Formation's Junior Brother. And Yun felt a surge of panic, uncertain whether to intervene and stop Chen Jizhong or to flee the scene. Her impression of him was largely favorable. At the very least, he was not unpleasant. Yet his sudden proximity left her bewildered. This exemplified the shortcomings of academic sect cultivators. Despite being arranged for practical experience, they often found themselves floundering in unusual circumstances. Chen Jizhong internally assessed the situation while also hearing his senior brothers clamoring. Chen Jizhong, spare me the agony. What benefit does this serve you? From the perspective of the senior brother, it seemed that Chen Jizhong and the second sister were already locked in a kiss. Yet, this was merely a positioning akin to a scene from a drama. Nonetheless, it was evident to anyone that their proximity was such that a mere tilt of the head could lead to an actual kiss. This was the source of the senior brother's fury. Though he had already perished, leaving only a remnant of his soul, fragments of his past memories lingered. To witness such an intimate moment before him was more tormenting than death itself. Thus, he yearned for release, preferring to be obliterated than to endure further suffering. Oh, brother, when you sought to kill me, did you ever consider the possibility that I might turn the tables? Chen Jizhong mused, realizing that Xiao Duan likely had never anticipated his own downfall. In his planning, Chen Jizhong was merely a plump chicken, a pawn easily disposed of. The current predicament was a consequence of Xiao Duan's selfishness and jealousy, for which he could only blame himself. Chen Jizhong was not sadistic. When the time was right, he would grant his senior brother a swift end. However, that moment was evidently not yet at hand. The wails and pleas of the senior brother brought Chen Jizhong a sense of joy. Yet, one must be cautious, for excess can lead to downfall. A wise individual knows when to withdraw. Provoking the technologically inclined second sister would complicate matters further. As he leaned close to Sister Yun's ear, he could see the delicate blush on her earlobes. Chen Jizhong stifled the urge to taste them and whispered softly, "Sister, I wish to request your assistance in developing a killing formation. I seek a singular effect, one that can inflict significant harm upon those at the Golden Core stage. Even those at the pinnacle of the Golden Core should suffer serious repercussions upon entering." And Yun's heart raced. Upon hearing Chen Jizhong broach the subject of formations, she exhaled in relief. It was truly necessary to be so close for such a discussion. This may prove challenging. The cultivators at the Golden Core stage not only surpassed their earlier counterparts in cultivation, but also in physical resilience and defensive capabilities. To inflict damage upon those at the Golden Core level, the formation must at least reach the quality of a top-tier magical artifact. Alternatively, one would need a suitably powerful offensive magical artifact as the focal point of the formation. Only then could they breach the defenses of Golden Core cultivators. Both elevating the formation's level and employing a high-grade offensive artifact as the core would require vast amounts of resources. Even if such a formation could be created, Junior Brother might not be able to bear the exorbitant costs. Chen Jizhong took a couple of steps back, creating some distance, and remarked, "So, that means, sister, you are capable of creating a formation that can harm those at the Golden Core level?" The moment the topic of formations arose, Yun seemed to forget the earlier ambiguity. She paced over, bending down to pick up the flags from the two small formations and stated, "If you truly desire it. I do know of a formation within our sect's protective mountain array that can harm Golden Core cultivators. However, activating it just once requires an investment of over 1,000 spirit stones into each of the 9 focal points. Even our entire sect may not sustain the protective array for over a year. In reality, the storage of spirit stones in the Shaoyang Sword sect averages around 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The cost to activate the protective mountain array is nearly 10,000 spirit stones, and it can only remain operational for 1 month. After a month, we would need to infuse it with potent spirit stones to keep it functioning. Thus, I had overestimated our sect's spirit stone reserves. This information had been gleaned by Chen Jizhong during a visit to Master Ennis' cave, where he had perused a document on a table. After accounting for the spirit stones required to maintain the sect's operations, the actual number available for activating the protective mountain array would be far less than 20,000. This was why Master Ina and I had emphasized the need to limit the sex activities and concentrate resources during her mobilization. Chun Jizhong interjected. Isn't this precisely the opportunity for Sister to showcase her talents? If a miniature version of the protective mountain array could be optimized for single-person portability, it would be advantageous. However, optimizing the spirit stone consumption based on this miniature version presents a challenge. Ni Yun revealed a polite, albeit pained smile. Junior brother, setting aside whether my abilities are sufficient to optimize the protective mountain array, merely conducting repeated experiments would require a significant expenditure of precious spirit stones. To be candid, even if I were to deplete all the resources I have accumulated over the years, I could only muster a little over 1,000. Just 2 or 3 experiments would exhaust that supply. The protective mountain array was established long ago by a senior of the nascent soul level. Even if the methods for maintaining and setting up the array are documented in the Secret Classics Pavilion, thoroughly understanding the array necessitates repeated trials. My modest resources wouldn't even suffice for the initial phase. A penny can thwart even the most heroic, and without adequate spirit stones, even cultivators renowned as immortals among mortals would find themselves in distress. Chun Jichong crossed his arms resolutely and paced, furrowing his brow. After a moment, he turned to Ni Yun and declared with determination, I wonder if this will suffice. With a wave of his left hand, 3 streams of azure light emerged from his storage jade pendant, landing gracefully on the ground to transform into 3 chests. The lids of the chests opened automatically, revealing them brimming with spirit stones. Ni Yun's expression shifted. So many? There must be nearly 10,000. Indeed, these spirit stones were obtained from those of the demonic path. So Sister can use them with confidence, Chun Jichong replied. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a dark jest that the spirit stones belonging to those of the demonic path are acquired through theft, stained with blood. Yet, once they fall into the hands of righteous cultivators, they become pure and untainted resources. These spirit stones were all painstakingly collected by Chun Jichong himself, initially intended for emergencies. However, witnessing the attack on the young master of the Tianzong, whose fate remains uncertain, he sensed that this news would soon spread. At that moment, the demonic forces behind these events would be poised to strike. Given its geographical location, the Shaoyang sword sect would undoubtedly be among the first to face danger. He had contemplated persuading the sect leader to relocate everyone to a safer location temporarily. However, despite the vastness of Bihai continent, areas with spiritual veins had long been claimed by various sections. The mountain range occupied by the Shaoyang sword sect was inherited from its offshoot. Departing too easily would mean depriving all the disciples of their source of spiritual energy. Relying solely on refining energy drawn from the myriad of heaven and earth would require at least 80 years to endure the qi refinement stage. Thus, a complete evacuation was impractical. Instead, they must transform the Shaoyang sword sect into a formidable stronghold. Furthermore, if they could indeed create an array capable of injuring cultivators at the Golden Core stage, it would serve as an additional layer of protection for himself, alleviating the need to rely solely on detonating pills to confront adversaries. Besides, during the last encounter with the white-clad cultivator, he could not depend on the explosive pills to resolve the situation, indicating that unless one catches an opponent off guard, such tactics are ineffective against those of a higher realm. Chun Jichong was determined to find ways to enhance his strength. Junior brother, if you're not concerned about me wasting these spirit stones, I shall gladly give it a try. Ni Yun adjusted her glasses, the sunlight reflecting a distinctive brilliance from the lenses. Chapter 75. The unruly senior brother Ni Yun, the second senior sister, agreed to Chun Jichong's request for the development and improvement of the killing array. Her demeanor visibly brightened, as she was another cultivator passionate about array research. Coupled with her loss in a bet, Chun Jichong had a solid 70% confidence that she would agree from the outset. Yet, matters unfolded even more smoothly than he anticipated. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave dwelling, Chun Jichong realized that the sun was still high in the sky. What should he do now? Uncle Ian and I had just stabilized her situation. She was likely still anticipating my transcription of the Hawan Gong for her. Uncle Xie Tsalian had only just met him. Though she was somewhat dissatisfied with him, she held great respect for Ling Yun's opinion and would likely not trouble him in the short term. Moreover, having witnessed his discussion with his junior sister about the intricacies of the human body, Uncle Xie would probably refrain from making things awkward for her. As for the second senior sister engrossed in her research, all he needed to do was provide her with ample spirit stones. Efficiency was lacking compared to before. They should strive for improvement. Chen Jichong sighed, reminiscing about the days before his journey across realms when he would soothe various affluent streamers in whose city in the morning, attend meetings in Jinling in the afternoon, and revel with the big shots in Fengtian and Dongbei at night. Now, his efficiency had clearly declined. Perhaps instead of seeking a new cave dwelling, he should visit his junior sister. Unable to remain idle, Chen Jichong set off immediately. However, just as he turned to leave, he sensed something amiss. He turned back to his cave dwelling, which he had barely occupied for a few days. What happened to the protective shield? He hastily entered the cave, only to find it completely emptied. Had they sealed my cave dwelling? Had he narrowly escaped this predicament after visiting senior sister in Aiyin? No, that couldn't be. Uncle Ian and I still needed my handwritten copy of Huan Gong and wouldn't act so impulsively. Chen Jichong swiftly made his way to the management office of the Sanchuan Valley cave dwellings. He approached a junior disciple on duty and greeted him with a respectful gesture. Junior brother, has anyone applied to open my cave dwelling shield today? He also provided his cave dwelling's identification number. Ah, brother, please wait a moment. The junior disciple, dressed in a blue robe with his hair in a Taoist bun, replied, rolling up his sleeves to check the records. He quickly found the entry on the first page, noting the request to open Chen Jichong's cave dwelling's defensive shield. It was Sister Ling Yin who asked us to use the master key to open your cave dwelling, but she had a token you gave her, so we complied. Does that mean I never agreed to let Sister Ling Yin into my cave? The disciple glanced up at Chen Jichong, confirming, indeed. It was Sister Ling Yin who applied for this half an hour ago. Ling Yin? Chen Jichong couldn't help but chuckle with a mix of exasperation and amusement. It appeared that Ling Yin had helped to move. Had she already chosen a new cave dwelling? He then clasped his hands in farewell and proceeded to Yuanyang Valley. Indeed, at the entrance of the valley's residency office, he spotted Ling Yun's figure. She was engaged in conversation with a female cultivator who appeared to be in her 30s, but was actually around 80 years old. Chen Jichong stealthily approached, positioning himself behind Ling Yun. In the safety of the sword sect, Ling Yun was blissfully unaware of his presence, pleading, Aunt Sheen, it's only 1,800 spirit stones, right? We can't afford any more than that. Please, I'm begging you. Ling Yun clung to the arm of the older female cultivator, employing her charming demeanor. Among the current generation of disciples, Ling Yun was quite favored, so when addressing older female cultivators, she would refer to them as Auntie or Goddess. The older cultivator, feeling overwhelmed, finally pushed Ling Yun away with a wry smile. All right, as you wish. Is that satisfactory, my little goddess? Ling Yun's face lit up with joy as she embraced the older cultivator. Aunt Sheen, you are the best to me. Yet, Aunt Sheen retorted, I've never encountered such a poor cultivator like you, renting a cave dwelling and still needing your partner to provide spirit stones. Ling Yun, feeling perplexed, suddenly heard Chen Jichong's gentle voice. Aunt Sheen speaks wisely. I will certainly strive to ensure that Ling Yun no longer worries for me in the future. After bowing respectfully, Chen Jichong raised his head only to find Ling Yun standing there, her gaze fixed on the ground, her demeanor shy as she softly inquired, When did you arrive? You startled me. Chen Jichong found his junior sister utterly adorable. Thinking she was concerned he could not afford enough spirit stones for the cave rental and was willing to draw from her own resources. This thought brought him immense comfort. Without concern for the onlookers, he wrapped his arm around Ling Yun's waist. If it weren't for your quietness, I wouldn't have known how much you were secretly sacrificing. Next time, you must inform me in advance, because I am quite dull. If I fail to notice your contributions, wouldn't your heartfelt intentions go unnoticed? Like water flowing eastward without recognition? Understood, brother. Please let go of me. Ling Yun's cheeks flushed crimson due to Chen Jichong's boldness, and she hurriedly pushed him away. The young maiden, Ling Yun, was evidently quite taken by the charm of Chen Jichong. The notion of giving, if unbeknownst to the other party, yields only a fraction of joy. Yet, if the other partner acknowledges and appreciates such efforts, the happiness can endure for an eternity. Come on, you two are deliberately trying to disgust us, aren't you? Aunt Sheen rolled her eyes dramatically, tossing a jade token to Chen Jichong. This token served as the key to unlock the cave dwelling. Possessing it marked the completion of the handover ceremony. The two exchanged glances, revealing Ling Yun's excitement, eagerness. and a hint of shyness. Clearly, she was impatient to show Chun Jichang the cave she had chosen. Thus, they bid farewell and departed. Aunt Qin observed their retreating figures, shaking her head with a smile. After counting the spirit stones Ling Yun had given her, she sent them to the storage room managed by the Saxine and I. Meanwhile, in the air on their way to the cave dwelling, Ling Yun nestled against Chun Jichang's arm and whispered, "Brother, you one tea hold it against me, will you?" Chun Jichang teased, "Though I am unsure when you may have offended me. I must say, I choose not to forgive you just yet." "What? You don't even know what I'm talking about, yet you refuse to forgive me? How petty." Ling Yun pouted and playfully punched him. It must be noted that once a girl truly establishes a relationship with someone, she swiftly begins to regard him as family. Ouch. Yes, a bit higher. Chun Jichang wore a look of enjoyment, causing Ling Yun to giggle. Who would have thought my brother could be so frivolous? All right. Do tell me what you have done to offend me," Chun Jichang said, sensing the moment was ripe. Girls can easily shed tears, and once they do, it is no simple task to console them. They landed on a mountain path adorned with flowers and grass. Ling Yun, suppressing her laughter, waved the token Aunt Qin had given them, saying, "Regarding the lease of the cave, I made my decision to rent it even before you had a chance to see it. Isn't that a bit willful of me?" Chun Jichang had expected something more significant. After all, he was highly adaptable. He wouldn't mind residing in a thatched cottage as long as it was tidy and clean. Just like this. Chun Jichang took Ling Yun's delicate hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Ever since I entered the mountain gate, I have devoted myself to the pursuit of immortality. In my youth, I once fantasized about becoming an immortal companion with a fairy. However, my mediocre talents dissuaded me from pursuing such fantasies, and I suppressed these thoughts like demons. Over time, I gradually lost the impulse to seek a partner and became uncertain in social interactions. Fate, however, is capricious, leading me to suffer persecution from the demonic sect and fall ill with an incurable disease. Fortunately, you, my junior sister, spared no effort to rescue me and grant me a new lease on life. To me, you are akin to a celestial being illuminating my quiet world. Yet, due to these past experiences, coupled with my middling sword spirit root, I find it exceedingly challenging to step into the realm of Golden Core. This often leaves me feeling that my care and dedication to you are woefully insufficient, while you consistently look after me. As I have never had a partner before, I am often bewildered by how to interact with you. Should you request my counsel in acquiring the cave, I fear I would be unable to offer better suggestions. Thus, in my view, it is indeed the optimal solution for you to take the lead in this matter." Hearing Chun Jichang recount his past, Ling Yun felt a pang of heartache for his hardships. When he referred to her as his fairy, she was taken aback, feeling a touch of shyness. Initially, she had aimed to draw closer to him by aiding him with the lung qi, not realizing he harbored affections for her, albeit overshadowed by his insecurities regarding his spirit root's quality. Ling Yun's heart fluttered, and an indescribable emotion brewed within her. Eventually, she reached out to pat his head, but alas, she couldn't quite reach. Even with the aid of 2 steps, she still fell short. With a playful thud, she struck Chun Jichang's belly, prompting him to realize her intent. Chun Jichang, now enlightened, crouched down, allowing Ling Yun to place her hand on his head, nearly disheveling his hairdo. Her gaze softened as she said, "Brother, we are already partners in this journey. Henceforth, let us refrain from measuring who contributes more or less. That would merely distinguish us from ordinary friends." Chun Jichang nodded, wrapping his arms around her waist, burying his face in the cleansing cream. "Brother," Ling Yun gasped, quickly extending her spiritual senses to ensure they were alone on the mountainside before letting out a sigh of relief, gently cradling the back of his head. "Brother, sister." Chun Jichang's voice was muffled by her hands, yet he bore a smile. This technique, known as emotional counteraction, involved lowering the other person's emotions before building up to an unexpected climax, achieving astonishing effects in their relationship. With a surge of strength, Chun Jichang embraced Ling Yun's soft waist as if cradling a large cabbage, lifting her entirely and moving toward the nearby grove. "Hey, brother." Ling Yun was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood that Chun Jichang merely wished to release his strong emotions. After the surprise of being lifted off the ground, she nestled deeper into his embrace. Down the mountain, 2 disciples were tending to the weeds by the path when they suddenly heard a flurry of birds taking flight. They looked up to see a group of birds in the forest halfway up the mountain, seemingly startled, fluttering away into the sky, eventually settling on another peak. Could it be that a beast has intruded? One disciple squinted, observing the area. This region lay on the edge of the sect's territory, where low-tier beasts with limited intellect often sneaked in. That won't do. All the seniors here are partners. What if a beast suddenly appears and frightens them? The other disciple, of a more amiable appearance, would certainly have garnered a remark from Chen Jichong, noting his resemblance to a hot-blooded protagonist. Yet, contrary to expectation when this disciple spoke, his words were infused with a righteous accent from the Heluo region, eliciting an involuntary smile from others. Without hesitation, the two disciples proceeded toward the source of the disturbance, while one sprinted off to report the situation to the mountain guard. The disciple with the Heluo accent was at the 6th stage of qi refining, a novice in the cultivation path, relegated to menial tasks within the less affluent Shaoyang sword sect. Fortunately, the sect did not prohibit ordinary disciples from accessing the scripture pavilion, merely restricting entry based on cultivation levels. This implied that as long as one diligently practiced, there was always an opportunity to learn skills within the Shaoyang sword sect. With a spirit of openness, even ordinary disciples maintained a high level of loyalty to the sect, bounding through the forest with agility. The disciple took nearly half an hour to reach the site of the anomaly. By the time he arrived, whatever had startled the birds had vanished, leaving behind only an unusual scent wafting through the air. What could it be? He mused, scratching his head as he caught a whiff of the peculiar aroma. Meanwhile, the two who had fled the scene rested on a sunny hillside. Ling Yun lay in Chen Jichong's embrace, her arms draped over his shoulders, panting heavily, as if still caught in the afterglow of their earlier excitement. Had it not been for her past experiences in battle, she might have succumbed entirely in front of him. Luckily, she held out longer than he did. Ling Yun, the first to yield, was almost carried away like a limp doll by Chen Jichong. The sheer thrill of the moment left Ling Yun feeling exhilarated, yet fearful of a repeat experience. From this point forward, it is imperative that you refrain from such behavior. Dear Shi Xiao, for I fear I may be frightened to death. Chapter 77. The art of sorcery having concluded the frivolities, it was time to attend to more serious matters. Chen Jizhong embodied a balance of flexibility and poise. The two quickly explored their new cave dwelling, finding a room that Ling Yun had already tidied and promptly entered to engage in earnest pursuits. Isn't this a tad inappropriate, Shi Xiao? Ling Yun questioned. Yet, she found herself feeling even more bashful than before. What constitutes propriety in the realm of cultivation? As Chen Jizhong assisted Ling Yun in shedding her garments, he remarked, during our previous dual cultivations, you absorbed a significant amount of Hahuan energy. If not refined in a timely manner, it would be a waste. Thus, dear Shimi, please cooperate with me. However, as Chen Jizhong's hand reached for the last remaining piece of clothing that shielded her modesty, Ling Yun hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her, exclaiming, but surely one does not need to be completely undraped to refine the Hahuan energy. After all, Ling Yun had dabbled in cultivation before. Chen Jizhong patiently explained, this is different. You must attentively perceive that the Hahuan energy is far more potent than ordinary spiritual energy. Therefore, during refinement, it must be approached gradually, absorbing only a small amount at a time, inevitably necessitating the expulsion of some energy temporarily to avoid overwhelming absorption. As he spoke, he deftly removed Ling Yun's remaining garment. Shi Xiao, the young lady protested, her body instinctively shrinking away, but she was gently pressed onto the soft couch by Chen Jizhong. Fear began to creep in, for she had only just become accustomed to this. Her legs felt weak. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Jizhong sat across from her with utmost seriousness, commencing his meditation and instructed, what are you dawdling for? Begin refining the Hahuan energy. With a slight nod, Ling Yun, suppressing her embarrassment, uncrossed her arms and settled into a meditative posture before him. Shimi is truly a work of art. Chen Jizhong maintained a serious fade while internally reveling in delight. Although Ling Yun had engaged in dual cultivation with him multiple times, her inexperience prevented her from exploring other, more wholesome positions. However, Chen Jizhong, possessing considerable experience, discerned her potential on their first dual cultivation. Naturally, modesty hindered her, so he could only guide her gradually. Now, under the bright sun, with their faces openly meeting, and following 2 outdoor sessions of heart-to-heart exchange, it was likely that Ling Yun's tolerance had significantly improved. Nevertheless, Chen Zhizhong was not solely consumed by desire. Theoretically, clothing could impede the efficiency of Hahuan energy circulation within the body. Perhaps there was a negligible difference. In any case, it seemed that Chen Zhizhong's intentions had borne fruit. Upon completing the refinement, Ling Yun felt her cultivation level rising steadily and promptly leaped into Chen Zhizhong's embrace, playfully saying, "Shi Xiao, I misjudged you. You were genuinely just helping me refine the Hahuan energy to enhance my cultivation." She nestled her head against him. Chen Zhizhong, well-versed in playful banter, teased, "Oh, what did you initially think I intended to do?" Ling Yun recalled her earlier, embarrassing thoughts, letting out a soft hum as she brushed it aside. Days passed, and under Chen Zhizhong's guidance, Ling Yun flourished remarkably. After a brief seclusion, she astonishingly broke through to the 6th stage of Jiedan. This implied that the already exceptional Ling Yun might very well reach the threshold of the Jindan realm before the age of 20. However, one must not be overly optimistic. In the Grand Hall, the sect leader, with a smile, stroked his beard and stated, "When a cultivator breaks through, it often triggers unusual phenomena. Specifically, those of lower levels may emit fragrant aromas, while higher-level cultivators can induce disturbances in nature, such as earthquakes or storms." Thus, Ling Yun's breakthrough could not possibly escape the notice of the Shaoyang sword sect. Moreover, Chen Zhizhong, in order to keep Shi Shuyin and I in check, needed to allow her to witness the benefits of dual cultivation. Therefore, he encouraged Ling Yun to confidently report her breakthrough. Upon learning of this, the sect leader, embodying the role of an elder, conveyed a warning against arrogance and impatience. Yet, the hall was not solely occupied by a few elders, Chen Zhizhong and Ling Yun. Today, the presence of Ling Yun's master, the book and sword fairy, Xiet Salian, was a rare sight. This elder, responsible for overseeing the scripture repository, seldom appeared in public, causing the sect leader to feel somewhat taken aback at her sudden appearance. "The disciple shall heed your guidance," Ling Yun responded respectfully. Having received much affection since childhood, she was accustomed to interacting with those esteemed elders, thus feeling no anxiety in her reply. Perhaps this was the reason why the Shi Xiang harbored admiration for Ling Yun. Standing nearby, Chen Zhizhong mused that the Shi Xiang Xiao Duan's desire to be Ling Yun's partner might stem from her closeness to the elders. Even if Xiao Duan could not become the next sect leader, he could bet on Ling Yun's superior talent, leading her to ascend to that position, thereby indirectly achieving his own ambitions. The life of a leech. However, at present, the Shi Xiang could only remain hidden within the jade pendant, observing the affectionate exchanges between himself and Shimi. "Is that not so, de Shi Xiang?" Chen Zhizhong discreetly prodded the remnant soul of de Shi Xiang with his spiritual awareness. The latter immediately cried out in dismay, fortunate to be sealed within the pendant, for otherwise, Chen Zhizhong would have been exposed. Yet, the reaction from de Shi Xiang's remnant soul subtly confirmed Chen Zhizhong's suspicions. This fellow approached Ling Yun not out of genuine affection, but rather as a precautionary measure. The sect leader continued, "An inexplicable rise in cultivation may not necessarily be a good omen." Ling Yun glanced at Chen Zhizhong, and upon seeing him nod slightly, she addressed the sect leader, "Respected sect leader, my cultivation breakthrough is due to practicing a demonic sex technique." "What?" The sect leader paused, his hand resting on his beard. As he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Please repeat that. What technique have you been practicing?" Ling Yun, innocent as she was, did not grasp the gravity of the situation, while Chen Zhizhong, being an experienced cultivator, understood all too well that regardless of the circumstances, Ling Yun's cultivation of demonic arts violated the sect's regulations and principles. At this moment, her candid admission before the sect leader might have been a premeditated move to avert punishment for Ling Yun. However, Xiet Salian did not entirely trust Chen Zhizhong. She was prepared to step in and take responsibility for neglecting discipline, potentially taking Ling Yun away for her own punishment, thus minimizing the risk of Ling Yun facing a harsher penalty. On the other side, Danha Fairy Yin Ni's expression shifted slightly. It seemed she had already surmised the method Ling Yun employed to successfully break through her stagnation. Ling Yun felt a twinge of fear. Though she loved to play and was somewhat mischievous, she was well aware of the severity of the rules. Nevertheless, reassured by Chen Zhizhong's earlier counsel to speak truthfully, she cautiously began, "The story begins with my time spent with Shi Xiangchen. Chapter 78. Is this not a battlefield? The narrative of repetition passed swiftly, conserving words. In essence, Ling Yun briefly recounted how she had surmounted her bottleneck. Initially, the other elders regarded Chun Jizhong with skepticism. However, as they delved deeper into the matter, they gradually recognized him as a commendable disciple. In order to avoid implicating the sect, Mai Shixiang even considered finding a place to hide and await his demise, Ling Yun recounted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was difficult to fathom that had she not fortuitously learned from Dr. Ruan the method to remedy the deficiency of the five essence, she might not have been able to see her Shixiang again. To protect the privacy of the individual involved, Ling Yun refrained from elaborating further on Dr. Ruan. Thus, it is understandable that the two of you practice demonic arts, Danha Feiyin and I remarked, her tone surprisingly lenient despite her usual strict adherence to the law. The sect leader remained oblivious to Yi's demeanor and continued, stating, however, you have indeed violated the sect's rules. Yet, I cannot bear to strip you of your cultivation, so I must expel you from the mountain. Upon finishing his statement, the leader noticed an unusual silence in the grand hall. Turning to his fellow disciples, he found them all silent, their gazes fixed on Yin and I, who was staring intently at him. The leader suddenly realized the implications of his junior sister's earlier words and added, Ahem, may I ask how everyone feels about this punishment? Throughout the discourse, the leader's eyes were fixed on Yi's expression. It was evident to anyone with discernment that he was seeking the approval of Dan He Xianzi. As for the sect leader, while perhaps a tad mediocre, he was undeniably overly so, Chun Jichong mused. Should he not support a more capable new leader? He surveyed the room and concluded that only Yin and I was suitable for the role, possessing the ability to stand alone while having a vulnerability within his grasp. After some contemplation, Chun Jichong resolved to exert influence in this direction. Ultimately, it hinged on whether Yin and I would cooperate. One person undertaking such a task alone would be exhausting, whereas collaboration could yield greater efficiency. Yin and I, maintaining her composure, remarked, I believe we should address the matter at hand. Xian Yangzi and Ling Yun practiced demonic arts with the intention of saving lives. Therefore, leniency in their punishment is warranted. The sect leader feigned deep thought, yet the other disciples understood that he would likely act upon Yi's suggestion after careful deliberation. The reason for this seemingly prolonged contemplation was perhaps a necessary ritual for one in his position. Chun Jichong was well aware of the weight of Yi's words. With her speaking up, it was improbable that further measures would be required. He also noticed that Yin and I seemed eager to conclude the meeting swiftly. Had she become impatient to obtain the copy of He Huan Gong from him? A subtle smile crept upon Chun Jichong's lips, though he quickly reined in his emotions. Ling Yun had been singularly focused on saving Xian Yangzi's life. Hence she also petitioned for a reduction in Ling Yun's punishment. Siet Salian stepped forward and then turned towards Chun Jichong, stating, however, a lenient approach towards Xian Yangzi would fail to demonstrate the righteous heart of the Shaoyang sword sect. Master, I did provide a dowry, Chun Jichong retorted, his voice trembling with indignation. Xia Shu, this is most unprincipled. After all, he was, to some extent, her fiancé. How could she so easily betray him? Yet, instead of hastily countering, he stepped forward and clasped his hands, adopting a demeanor of submission. Chun Jichong sought to use this opportunity to gauge the significance Yin and I placed on the He Huan Gong manuscript and whether it would suffice for her to shield him. The rationale was simple. Cultivators of the righteous path, practicing demonic arts, were subject to severe penalties, including the severance of their roots and the stripping of their spiritual essence. Even if the Shaoyang sword sect were lenient, expulsion from the mountain would still be inevitable. If you were cast out, Yin and I could forget about acquiring the He Huan Gong manuscript. However, after a prolonged silence, it was Yin and I who finally spoke up, suggesting, how about sending Xian Yangzi to the northeastern Wild Wind Valley to mine spirit stones as a form of penance? Wild Wind Valley? Chun Jichong was not particularly eager about this, knowing that Yi's punishment entailed mining spirit stones, a task labor-intensive and with yields comparable to that of gold, often requiring the excavation of entire mountains to obtain just a few £100. However, from this perspective, it indeed constituted a form of punishment. But Shu, do you mean to say you no longer wish for the He Huan Gong manuscript? Chun Jichong began to reconsider the extent of Yi's desire for it. I am willing to share the punishment with my senior brother. Ling Yun suddenly interjected, having observed the reactions of those in the Grand Hall. Now that a resolution seemed imminent, she resolved to accept the punishment alongside her brother. After all, she had instigated the matter with her senior brother by practicing demonic arts. Although her intent was to save him without her involvement, he would never have faced punishment for it. Ling Yun fundamentally believed that Chun Jichang's punishment bore its own share of responsibility. Chun Jichang quickly asserted, "This matter is entirely my fault. I implore the sect leader to spare Ling Yun Shimi." He did not wish for Ling Yun to accompany him. Firstly, the situation was delicate. Once news of the ambush on the Tianzong's leader and the lesser leader spread, should one of them sustain injuries, the demonic faction would surely take action. Being outside the protection of the sect would pose great danger to Ling Yun. Secondly, while Chun Jichang might temporarily depart from the Shaoyang sword sect, potentially delaying his plans to cultivate his own power, he also needed to contact Xiao Ziguai to ensure she remained vigilant against the demonic faction's movements. Perhaps being sent to Wildwind Valley would present an opportunity. However, Ling Yun, newly enraptured by love, was consumed by emotions she struggled to comprehend, fervently declaring, "No, senior brother, I want to be with you, no matter where we go." Xiet Zalian, Ling Yun's master, shook her head in disappointment, realizing her plans to save her disciple had failed. Yin and I narrowed her eyes slightly, perceiving Ling Yun as somewhat of an obstacle. The others, including the sect leader, found themselves unwittingly consuming what was known as dog food, an expression of affection. Only Chun Jichang altered his perspective. Given that his junior sister had publicly declared her feelings, he could not allow Ling Yun's genuine affection to go unreciprocated. What was this but a battlefield of love? This was the true test of strength. Rest assured, master, I shall take good care of Ling Yun Shimi. Chapter 79. Qilin Beast. The external task was swiftly assigned. Although Chun Jichang could not fathom why Yin and I had suddenly chosen to exile him. Even if it was merely a labor reform, it essentially amounted to exile. Without delay, that very evening, he set off with his junior sister towards the northeastern Wildwind Valley to undertake the task of mining spirit stones. To be frank, the true spirit stone mining areas lay in the hands of larger sections. Upon arriving at Wildwind Valley, they would merely be extracting stones. As they departed the main area of the sect, Ling Yun whispered to Chun Jichang as they flew on their swords, "The more we are like this, the more we must unearth something worthwhile." Chun Jichang bore no trace of worry. Instead, a gentle smile adorned his face as he replied, "Once we reach Wildwind Valley, we shall split up, each responsible for a hillock, and compete to see who can unearth the most spirit stones." Though Ling Yun had a natural inclination for play, she was indeed stirred by the prospect of a contest. However, in this moment, they were truly in the throes of newlywed bliss. How could the maiden bear to part from her beloved husband? Thus, she pouted and retorted, as the saying goes, when brothers are united, their strength can shatter gold. We are both husband and wife and fellow disciples. Together, we shall be more efficient, Ling Yun declared, clenching her fair fist with determination. With a playful tap, Chun Jichang acknowledged her sentiment, smiling as he bumped fists with Ling Yun. Together, we shall achieve great feats. Ling Yun blushed at the exchange. Wildwind Valley lay a mere 100 miles from the main range of the Shaoyang sword sect. The two soared through the air, reaching their destination in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. They soon spotted the area marked on the map. "It appears we are here merely to extract stones," Chun Jichang remarked as he rolled up the white jade scroll depicting the map, shaking his head with a chuckle. No matter how playful she was, Ling Yun's foundational skills as an adept disciple remained solid. She quickly noted, "The terrain here is neither conducive to the gathering of spiritual energy, nor are there signs of a spiritual vein passing through. Is this truly a spirit stone mine? I find it hard to believe that two individuals have landed at the entrance of the mountain path, gazing upwards at the towering cliffs that rise steeply on either side, obscuring the sky and sun. It indeed possesses the essence of a perilous canyon. This is likely due to a woodcutter carrying several pieces of moderately valuable spiritual stones, who is here to exchange them for silver at the Shaoyang sword sect." When inquired, he mentioned that he discovered these spiritual stones in this very location. Is this truly a place accessible to a mere woodcutter? Ling Yun felt a twinge of disbelief. The darkened entrance of the valley made her, as a cultivator, hesitant to venture into such a place. What of ordinary mortals? Chen Jichong said, "Do not underestimate woodcutters, junior sister. A solitary person traversing the forest must possess some skill." The fact that he could trek 100 miles to reach the Shaoyang sword sect suggests he may be a master in disguise. Who knows if he might be as enigmatic as the monkey that encounters the woodcutter? Ling Yun nodded earnestly, acknowledging her senior brother's insight. Chen Jichong continued, "If we wish to extract spiritual stones from such a location, it may require a considerable amount of time. By the time we emerge, could we possibly have an additional companion?" It was time to tease the junior sister. Huh? Ling Yun momentarily appeared bewildered, her cheeks flushing crimson. The canyon like mine, isolated from the world, was a perfect setting devoid of prying eyes. The thought of what her senior brother might wish to do filled her with both trepidation and excitement. If they were discovered, not only would her reputation be tarnished, but she could also be expelled from the sect for tarnishing its image. Yet here, she need not fear being seen. Suddenly, she slapped her flushed cheeks, realizing with a start that she felt a thrill of anticipation. Oh no, she had been led astray by her senior brother. Chen Jichong, experienced in such matters, immediately sensed that Ling Yun was not quite herself. He noticed her bashful demeanor, the glimmer of affection in her eyes, her shy movements akin to a restless child confined to stillness. A verification is in order, he thought. As he reached out to gently caress her cheek, he felt her skin, warm as if she were burning with fever. The instant his palm met her skin, Ling Yun shivered slightly and instinctively leaned into his hand, like a kitten seeking comfort. She let out a soft, breathy murmur. Senior brother, Chen Jichong, chuckled, realizing he had indeed led his junior sister astray. "Let me treat your fever." He lifted her delicate form effortlessly and transformed into a streak of light. Entering the narrow valley's entrance, a tremendous roar erupted, shaking the valley to its core. Rocks on either side of the entrance began to crumble, quickly blocking half of it. Holding Ling Yun, he surged forth through the falling debris, escaping the valley just in time. With a thunderous crash, a massive shadow erupted from the narrow valley, expanding the entrance several-fold. As the dust settled under the warm afternoon light, they beheld a creature towering 8 zhong, adorned with a single horn and cloaked in dark scales, a Qilin beast. Ling Yun, clinging tightly to Chen Jichong, turned to see what had emerged and cautioned, "Senior brother, that creature has followed us." Chen Jichong, using his spiritual sense, discerned the nature of the beast pursuing them. Though named a Qilin, it bore no resemblance to the mythical creature. Rather, it resembled a hybrid of bear and lizard, with its fearsome horn lending it the name. Chen Jichong had never encountered such a beast before. He had only seen descriptions of it in the ancient texts within a library. The precise method to deal with it had escaped his memory. Thus, he turned mid-air, forming seals with his hands, summoning a blue spiritual array that unleashed a flurry of Shaoyang sword rain. However, the previously effective lightning sword rain failed to breach the layers of dark scales. "Junior sister, go to a safe place," Chen Jichong urged as he released Ling Yun, who was clinging to him like a young monkey. Ling Yun flew into the air, brandishing her enormous sword, declaring, "Senior brother, be careful. I will find an opportunity to strike." Chen Jichong nodded slightly, a blue streak of light materializing in his grasp, transforming into a long sword. With the sword in hand, he accelerated suddenly, leaving a vortex in his wake as he soared past the side of the Qilin beast. Clang! The blade struck the beast's flank, akin to striking an iron anvil, leaving not even a dent, merely a shower of sparks. What of its resistance to physical attacks? The Qilin beast, enormous in size, swung its long tail toward Chen Jichong with incredible speed, generating a gust of wind that howled like a wailing spirit. Chen Jichong evaded gracefully, yet the movement disrupted his footing. As Chapter 80 unfolds, the Qilin beast's tail, surprisingly agile, twisted mid-air like a serpent, landing a heavy blow on his back. The force sent Chen Jichong hurtling through the air, crashing through a section of the mountain wall. Behind that wall lay a natural cavern. Had he collided with the heart of the mountain, he would have sustained grave injuries, if not death. "Senior brother," Ling Yun cried out, rushing to assist, but the Qilin beast's tail struck first. Alarmed, she raised her sword as a shield, only to be sent flying, her fate uncertain. "You dare seek death?" Chen Jichong shouted, wielding a stalagmite thicker than a man's waist, launching it like a spear towards the beast. The Qilin beast, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of its head, leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the projectile, which embedded itself into the ground. Chen Jichong hurled several larger stalagmites, yet the Qilin beast evaded each one. After a series of agile maneuvers, the beast lost sight of Chen Jichong. The dark-scaled beast lowered its body, emitting a deep growl, squinting as it searched for Chen Jichong. Suddenly, a gust of wind carrying the scent of its adversary wafted by. The Qilin beast spun around. "Taste this." Chen Jichong reappeared, unleashing a torrent of pink mist towards the creature. The Qilin beast lunged forth, but the mist obscured its vision, causing it to miss Chen Jichong repeatedly while inhaling more of the pink fog. In the haze, the two engaged in a cat-and-mouse game, with Chen Jichong's agility granting him the advantage, always managing to evade the beast's grasp. However, the corrosive effect of the bone corrosion charm, capable of eroding even stone to dust, seemed ineffective against the Qilin beast. Chen Jichong sought an opportunity to escape, needing to vacate the creature's attack range before the charm's potency waned. As the Qilin beast, ensnared in the pink mist, emitted peculiar roars, it appeared agitated, as if the inhalation of the bone corrosion charm had disturbed it. Chen Jichong pondered, intensifying his output as if he were a large dry ice extinguisher, expelling pink mist in greater quantities. Yet, this only seemed to amplify the beast's frenzy. It rubbed its body against the ground and walls, as if something was causing it immense discomfort. The silver lining was that the Qilin beast ceased its assault, revealing a vulnerable spot that might be exploited. With a single hand, Chen Jichong maintained the output of the bone corrosion charm, while with the other, he summoned his spiritual power to extract a stalactite from the ground, aiming it directly at the rear of the Qilin beast before delivering a powerful strike. Whoosh! The thick, colorful stalactite shot forth, traversing dozens of yards in the blink of an eye, and with a soft thud, penetrated the Qilin beast's rear. Roar! The Qilin beast, now on its back, began to rub its body on the ground, suddenly caught off guard. Its mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide to release a prolonged wail as its forehooves stiffened. In one strike, it had utterly lost its combat capability, lying on the ground, convulsing amidst the debris and mud. It turned out that the Qilin beast's rear was its Achilles heel. Typically, the thick base of its tail concealed that weakness, making it hard to detect. Chen Jichong staggered slightly. The initial heavy blow had inflicted some internal injuries. "Shimmy," he called, directing his gaze towards the direction where Ling Yun had vanished. Releasing his spiritual sense to conduct a focus scan, the aura was still present, which eased his mind somewhat. He resolved it would be prudent to deliver a finishing blow. Thus, he lifted another stalactite and approached the Qilin beast, which still had a stalactite lodged in its rear, preparing to administer a decisive strike. Please don't attack there." A woman's pleading voice rang out suddenly, nearly causing Chen Jichong to twist his waist. He slightly shifted the massive stalactite in his grasp and beheld the Qilin beast on its back, struggling to lift its head to look at him. The perspective was reminiscent of childbirth. Its nearly completely black eyes held a glimmer of desperation. I concede. Please, don't attack there. It will break." Chen Jichong planted the stalactite beside him and stepped on the exposed portion of the stalactite. "Oh, please don't touch it." The Qilin beast emitted a sound akin to a high-pitched wail. Chen Jichong had to admit that the creature's voice was rather melodious, possessing a hint of allure and dominance. However, given their recent fierce confrontation, had it not been for his bone corrosion charm, he would have likely been reduced to mere remnants by now. Thus, Chen Jichong began his routine inquiry. "What manner of creature are you? And to what level have you cultivated? Furthermore, why did you ambush us? If you do not provide honest answers, I will ensure you experience a rather pleasurable time." He pressed down once more on the portion of the stalactite protruding from the Qilin beast's rear. "Oh, the Qilin beast's hooves stiffened, emitting a peculiar cry, its black eyes desperately revealing a hint of white. This reaction led Chen Jichong to believe that it was, in fact, enjoying itself. With a smirk, he lifted his foot, depriving it of further pleasure while simultaneously replenishing the bone corrosion charm, ensuring the Qilin beast remained in a state of helplessness. Unable to flee and fearing its body being penetrated, the Qilin beast could only use its human-like voice, tinged with allure, to lament. "Can't you see my dark armor? I am, of course, a Qilin beast. As for my cultivation level, it is likely comparable to that of your human golden core initiates. You humans are truly unreasonable, intruding upon my territory to train, and then accusing me of attacking you. Your territory? Chen Jizhong frowned. Do you not realize that there are demon beasts here? Or perhaps you sent me here precisely because of the presence of demon beasts. How long have you been in this place? He inquired, although his master seemed suspicious. He could not jump to conclusions hastily. Moreover, the Shaoyang sword sect served as his foothold in this world. It was best not to create unnecessary conflict. If his master had indeed betrayed him, he would only contend with Master Enni and avoid involving others. The Qilin beast, still sprawled on its back with a stalactite embedded in its body, grumbled from its cavernous mouth. This valley is my carefully chosen new home, perfectly sized with only one entrance. I spent 3 to 5 days tidying it up and hadn't even had the chance to leave my scent, which is why you mistakenly wandered in. 3 to 5 days? This Qilin beast likely arrived in this valley after the woodcutters reported the discovery of spirit stones. Chen Jizhong nodded slightly, acknowledging that they had indeed trespassed into the Qilin beast territory. It was no wonder it had attacked them. However, Chen Jizhong was not one to easily forgive. Both he and his shimmy had sustained injuries, and he could not let it go unpunished. With a fierce stomp, he pressed down on the stalactite at the Qilin beast's rear. Ow! The creature, resembling a small mountain, let out a soul-piercing scream, yet showed no intent to retaliate. At this point, Chen Jizhong could ascertain that the Qilin beast was either inclined toward masochism or had a penchant for extreme tastes. Coupled with its mimicry of a female human's voice, it was likely a female. Nonetheless, that was of no concern to him. All he sought was compensation. We trespassed upon your territory, and I apologize on behalf of my companion. However, your attack upon us is unjust. Both of us have sustained injuries. What compensation do you intend to offer? Chen Jizhong did not speak carelessly, for the Qilin beast was renowned among demon beasts for its longevity. This particular beast, of such immense size, had likely reached the golden core stage, having lived for at least 300 to 500 years. Moreover, demon beasts shared a common goal, to transform into human form. Thus, before undergoing transformation, they would hoard vast amounts of rare materials for future use. Consequently, many cultivators, lacking cultivation resources, would hunt demon beasts under the guise of eliminating threats, perpetuating a long-standing animosity between humans and demons. The Qilin beast initially nodded, playing along, but upon hearing Chen Jizhong demand compensation, it immediately shook its head, saying, I moved here because you humans stole my home. Had it not been for that, I would not have even considered this place. Ah, so I have encountered a vagrant. Chen Jizhong felt as though he had struck a cotton ball, powerful yet lacking effect. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to the Qilin beast's colossal form. Its armor-like scales, impervious to blades and weapons, could perhaps be refined into a magical artifact? Chen Jizhong pondered aloud, his low voice reaching the Qilin beast's small ears, causing it to shiver. Once separated from my flesh, my scales will become useless debris. Even if you take them, they will serve no purpose. With a swift kick, Chen Jizhong struck the stalactite again. What are you doing? The Qilin beast growled. It had inhaled a significant amount of bone corrosion charm, rendering it immobile under its anesthetic effects. Yet, it could clearly sense the concentration of toxins within its body diminishing. It would not be long before it could launch a counterattack. Seemingly perceiving the Qilin beast's thoughts, Chen Jizhong, after delivering a kick, unleashed a torrent of bone corrosion charm towards its massive head. The Qilin beast attempted to hold its breath, but Chen Jizhong immediately followed up with another kick to the stalactite embedded in its rear. This kick seemed excessively forceful, and the Qilin beast rolled its eyes back, its long tongue hanging from its mouth as it fell into a state of stupor. I knew it. Chen Jizhong shrugged, then retrieved a spare longsword from his storage jade pendant, preparing to finish off the demon beast. However, at that moment, the Qilin beast lying before him began to convulse, and from the gaps in its dark scales, a faint white light emerged. What the? Are you about to self-destruct? Chen Jizhong, adept at self-detonation strategies, immediately transformed into a streak of light and darted into the distance. The Qilin beast, gradually regaining consciousness and realizing its unusual state, hastily called out, Human, if you spare me, I can offer you a reward. Indeed, the frantic energy preceding a self-detonation was absent, and the pure white silhouette was rapidly shrinking. Considering the Qilin beast's words, it was likely attempting to transform into human form. Chen Jizhong clicked his tongue, crossing his arms in midair, eager to observe the limits of the beast's transformation. The struggling Qilin beast, in a moment of unexpected realization, was taken aback by Chief Engineer Chen's reaction. How could he stand idly by, allowing it to face certain doom, thereby tarnishing the already fragile perception of the human race, yet prioritizing its own survival? The Qilin beast pleaded, "Spare me. I am willing to serve you in any capacity." Under the influence of the corrosive charm, it found itself unable to unleash its immense power, let alone extract the stone pillar that bound it. In midair, Chief Engineer Chen remained unmoved. The searing pain in his back served as a constant reminder that this ferocious beast was deserving of its fate. Had the situation fallen upon an unfortunate soul, the impact of its tail strike would have been fatal, rendering them mere sustenance for the creature. In any contest of magic, casualties were an inevitable occurrence. As the Qilin beast's form dwindled, its panic escalated. Anticipating that its body might burst, it trembled and broke into a cold sweat. In desperation, the Qilin beast opened its mouth and expelled a red orb, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg. The orb hovered in the air, slowly rotating, emanating waves of formidable energy that rippled like a pulse. "This is my demon core. With it, I shall be your most loyal servant. I am at your disposal," the Qilin beast exclaimed in terror. "I can even be your plaything." Observing the Qilin beast's imposing form, Chief Engineer Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry," urged the Qilin beast, as the pressure from the stalactite pillar intensified, causing it to feel genuine pain. Chief Engineer Chen shook his head, yet ultimately accepted the demon core. He then released a surge of spiritual energy, extracting the stone pillar with a decisive motion. With a pop, the Qilin beast was liberated and immediately sighed in relief. Subsequently, its body rapidly shrank within a blinding light, eventually resembling a human form. It revealed a face marked by anguish, with furrowed brows and bitten lips, casting a gaze filled with sorrow towards Chief Engineer Chen. Chapter 82. Wandering Soul. The woman, transformed from the Qilin beast, sat cross-legged on the ground, raising a hand to cover her heart, reproaching him. "You are truly wicked, my lord. When I refused to cooperate, you abandoned me. Please speak appropriately. Do not lead to misunderstandings." Chief Engineer Chen pointed at the former Qilin beast. "Senior brother." Almost simultaneously, Ling Yun's anxious voice rang out. Chief Engineer Chen turned around, feigning ignorance of her approach, and joyfully exclaimed, "Junior sister." He stepped forward, and despite their disheveled appearances following the ordeal, they embraced each other warmly. With a sob, Ling Yun asked, "Are you all right, senior brother? I feel so useless, getting knocked out so easily." Chief Engineer Chen cupped Ling Yun's face and reassured her, "I am fine. Allow me to check on you." Ling Yun, sensing something amiss, took a step back, but it was too late. She had already been compromised. "Yes, you appear to be in good health, which puts my mind at ease," Chief Engineer Chen noted. "Senior brother," Ling Yun exclaimed shyly, her cheeks instantly flushed. However, her earlier worries dissipated in an instant. Chief Engineer Chen's actions had an unexpectedly positive effect. "Oh, how wonderful I am!" Chief Engineer Chen internally praised himself. Ling Yun, however, turned her attention to the former Qilin beast, now referred to as Qilin Maiden, and inquired, "Senior brother, who is she, and why is she not clothed? What happened to the beast from before?" "That is I," the Qilin Maiden interjected, raising a hand in greeting, revealing a long, dark tail behind her. Ling Yun instantly recognized the similarity between the woman's tail and that of the previous beast, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Chief Engineer Chen. "She is the beast from earlier?" Chief Engineer Chen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, is she. I initially thought you were gravely injured, and in a fit of rage, I unleashed unprecedented power to subdue her." He gestured towards the Qilin Maiden, who responded with a roll of her eyes. With a subtle infusion of spiritual energy into the demon core, the Qilin Maiden curled up on the ground, her pale body trembling as she repeatedly begged for mercy. "Indeed, this master has demonstrated extraordinary strength, leaving me utterly awed." Chief Engineer Chen ceased the stimulation of the demon core, leading the Qilin Maiden to collapse, gasping on the ground. The demon core connected to the essence of the Qilin beast, and with it in hand, Chief Engineer Chen held the very fate of the Qilin Maiden. Ling Yun scratched her head, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Some matters were still too complex for her comprehension. Chief Engineer Chen clarified. The previous events were all misunderstandings. I've already clarified matters with her. She wishes to apologize to you. Ling Yun waved her hand dismissively. Oh, that is unnecessary. I simply lack skill. After 2 perilous encounters, I have come to a profound realization of my inadequacies. Thus, she began contemplating how to rapidly strengthen herself. The Qilin maiden, having regained her composure, stood up. Her hair was not particularly long, reaching only to her shoulders. Standing tall, her muscular form was perfectly sculpted, with a full bosom and firm hips, complemented by her nearly 9-foot stature, exuding an undeniable primal beauty. Ling Yun was deeply shocked, her eyes widening and her mouth forming an O shape. She quickly turned to Chief Engineer Chen. He reacted swiftly, glancing up at the now twilight sky, tinged with shades of purple. What are you looking at, senior brother? Ling Yun asked, her cheeks puffed out. I ponder why humans are often so suspicious of one another. If everyone could be candid, would there not be significantly fewer conflicts in this world? Chief Engineer Chen mused. Resembling a melancholic poet, Ling Yun furrowed her brow and placed her hands on her hips. Senior brother, you speak in riddles. Chief Engineer Chen gently grasped Ling Yun's shoulders, his gaze filled with affection. How could that be? I have nothing to hide from my junior sister. Ling Yun glanced at the Qilin maiden, particularly her impressive figure, which made her feel self-conscious. She instinctively hunched her shoulders, trying to conceal herself. With a hint of grievance, she asked, were you just looking at her, senior brother? A look of confusion and shock crossed Chief Engineer Chen's face as he evasively responded. Junior sister, had you been influenced by someone? Who is she? I must confront her about why she has disrupted our bond. Ling Yun pouted, tears welling in her eyes. Senior brother, I can still grow taller. Do not look down on me. She then hugged Chief Engineer Chen, consciously maintaining some distance to prevent him from noticing her insecurities. As she rubbed her nose against his chest, it stirred a tender softness within him, prompting him to embrace Ling Yun tightly, their hearts close together. I understand, junior sister. Do not feel inferior. I cherish you dearly, my little junior sister, he declared, affectionately likening her to a fresh camellia blossom, a girl who wields a great sword. His beloved. Chief Engineer Chen mentally added a long list of qualifiers to prevent any potential misunderstandings in the future. Ling Yun nuzzled against him. Senior brother, your heart races. Are you lying? Chief Engineer Chen held the back of her head, using her face to wipe away her tears and snot, playfully saying, I am merely moved by you. Ling Yun furrowed her brow, wishing to break free, as the sensation of her mucus on her face was quite uncomfortable. Yet, Chief Engineer Chen only tightened his hold. As Ling Yun struggled for a moment, but then sensed the affection emanating from him, she surrendered and allowed him to embrace her. Unbeknownst to her, Chief Engineer Chen had intentionally used her to wipe away her tears. Ugh! The Qilin maiden turned her head away, gagging in disgust. The display between the two was almost unbearable to witness. She curled up like a shrimp, kneeling on the ground, trembling. This demon core was indeed more effective than a remote control. As night fell and stars twinkled above, in the eastern part of Yifeng Valley, far beyond 100 miles, a nearly transparent spirit wandered aimlessly through the forest. If Chief Engineer Chen were present, he would instantly recognize this as the soul of the girl in white, Zhao Lingjun, the young master Tianzong. However, unlike their first encounter outside Xinghua village, the white-clad maiden was now on the brink of spiritual collapse, barely maintaining her soul's form through sheer willpower. The question lingered, how long could this state endure? 3 hours. The spirit was exceedingly feeble, and the young girl in the white dress occasionally found herself slipping into a daze. Yet she could distinctly sense that she would not endure the night. In truth, she had been wandering for 2 days and 3 nights, merely lost and meandering through the mountains and forests. Would she ultimately dissipate in this wilderness for such a ludicrous reason? Zhao Ling's heart felt as cold as ashes. Would her body, possessing a top-grade spiritual root, be wasted after trading her elixirs for a chance to escape? Suddenly, she sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. It seemed to originate from a spiritual vein. Chapter 83. Tomorrow we mine. Tonight we rehearse, brother. What about her? Night had fallen in Yifeng Valley. Inside a natural cave, several luminous orbs produced by a lighting spell hung from the ceiling, casting a soft yellow glow. Ling Yun surveyed the cave, feeling quite satisfied. But since this was ultimately the abode of the Chilean beast, she leaned closer to Captain Chen, whispering, although it need not be so close for a whisper. I desire to be near. Noticing her intention, Captain Chen obligingly crossed his arms, shoulder to shoulder with her, and whispered back. This cave was given to us by the Chilean beast as compensation for injuring us. If we refuse it, wouldn't that imply we haven't forgiven her? Would she not harbor resentment and possibly attack us again? Ling Yun nodded, whispering, so we accept it? Indeed, it's just what we need for shelter. Captain Chen replied and turned around. The Chilean beast, in her transformed form, stood not far away, casting a glance at the two that was akin to that of a robber. However, to pass inspection, the Chilean maiden had already donned her attire. Nevertheless, her outfit was still quite eye-catching. The black skirt armor was scandalously short, accentuating her long, slender legs. As a transformation of a demon beast, her legs were more toned than Xiao Zigui's, exuding a sense of power. However, it was not the grotesque, unattractive musculature of a bodybuilder. Rather, it was a display of strength that retained elegance. Captain Chen, while swearing he was staring, merely relayed the situation to the audience. The Chilean maiden wore only a chest plate that covered the vital areas, leaving her 8-pack abs exposed to the air, a testament to her exquisite physique. Noticing Captain Chen shake the demon core in his hand, she immediately complied. Indeed, this cave is quite spacious. Living alone can be quite lonely. Having you here will surely bring more liveliness, she said, albeit begrudgingly. Ling Yun had intended to say it was too intrusive, but Captain Chen interjected. We truly apologize for imposing on you by using this cave. How can we trouble you further? Huh? Ling Yun's mouth fell open slightly, and the Chilean maiden was momentarily taken aback, leaving both women momentarily speechless. Captain Chen turned to Ling Yun, explaining, Junior sister. This is realizing he had yet to inquire about the Chilean maiden's name. He decided to nickname her based on her dark scales, Miss M.O. Not only is she lending us her cave, but she also wishes to stay and look after us. Is it appropriate to trouble Miss M.O. like this? Ling Yun thought the Chilean maiden did not intend to imply that, but considering her brother's perspective and her upbringing, she replied, Indeed, we should not trouble Miss M.O. Besides, we seem to have no need for care, do we? The latter part was whispered. Exactly, Captain Chen smiled, glancing at Miss M.O. The Chilean maiden, upon hearing herself suddenly referred to by a less formal human name, nearly scowled, yet she maintained a smile. Captain Chen continued to grip her demon core firmly, as if he could crush it at any moment. Then if you have no need for care, I can confidently move out, she said, feeling quite vexed, for she had only just tidied up the cave. Then I truly apologize. Ling Yun offered a perfectly timed smile, feeling that this demon beast staying would only amplify her concerns about her brother's admiration for her. Though her brother had assured her of his singular affection, Ling Yun remained cautious of the tall and alluring Miss M.O. I shall take my leave then. The Chilean maiden turned away reluctantly, her expression darkening as she did so. She began to regret her initial impulsiveness. Had she merely chased these two humans away instead of contemplating consuming them for her cultivation? Perhaps she wouldn't now find herself in such a precarious situation. Goodbye, Miss M.O. Ling Yun smiled at the departing figure. There are still many good people in the world, Captain Chen remarked, yet he pondered that if possible, Miss M.O. might not hesitate to swallow him whole. Thus, he quickly secured the demon core, preventing any accidental loss. Due to Captain Chen's caution, Ling Yun remained oblivious to the orb in his grasp. Brother, we have a place to stay. Shall we not begin mining tomorrow? Ling Yun's brow furrowed. The mountain-moving technique among the basic spells was the most energy-consuming and laborious. Each boulder, though seemingly independent, was connected by the dense power of the earth. For cultivators below the tribulation stage, to move a mountain necessitated controlling their spiritual energy, infiltrating the mountain's structure akin to root systems. To dissect and sever the earth's power. Only by isolating the stones could they utilize spells to shift them. When Ling Yun first practiced this spell, she often fainted from exhaustion. To this day, she harbored a fear of the mountain-moving technique. That will be for tomorrow. For tonight, let us rest well and gather our strength, Captain Chen said, embracing his junior sister. They closed their eyes, foreheads touching, feeling each other's rapidly quickening breaths. Brother, Aren't we supposed to gather our strength? Why this? Ling Yun inquired, her arms encircling Captain Chen's waist. For those practicing the harmonious union technique. This is indeed a means of gathering strength, he replied. Moreover, we must prepare for tomorrow's mining. Should we not practice a bit? Brother, you're insufferable. Ling Yun playfully punched him, wishing she could be completely enveloped by him. The following morning in Yifeng Valley, at the entrance of the unnamed cave, Ling Yun energetically emerged, stretching her arms wide to embrace the lush greenery. At that moment, a yawn resounded nearby. Startled, Ling Yun jumped back. Turning, she saw the Qilin maiden leaning against the wall, squatting on the ground. Good morning, she greeted, her dark circles evident. What are you doing here? Ling Yun asked, patting her chest. Miss Mo chuckled. She could not stray too far from her demon core, lest she quickly enter a state of weakness. Having listened to the commotion all night, she looked at Ling Yun with admiration. To her surprise, this petite human possessed tremendous energy. She had been quite lively through the night, her cheeks glowing even more brightly. No wonder all demon races desired to transform into humans. Miss Mo seemed to genuinely appreciate the strength of the human form. Chapter 84. The blade falls again indeed. No wonder all demon races aspire to transform into humans. Miss Mo mused. At that moment, Captain Chen emerged from within. Unlike Ling Yun, he appeared somewhat disheveled, as though he had not slept well. However, this was quite an unusual state for cultivators. Upon reaching the core formation stage, practitioners became immune to the intrusion of malevolent energies. Such a demeanor likely indicated a physical condition in disarray. The Qilin woman rose to her feet, towering slightly above Chen Zhizhong. As if she were a physician discerning the ailments of a patient, nodding thoughtfully with her hand propped beneath her chin. What does this signify? Chen Zhizhong furrowed his brow, disliking the gaze directed at him. He was accustomed to being the one who looked down upon others. The Qilin woman, with her demonic Dan in Chen Zhizhong's possession, dared not be too audacious. Instead, she pointed to one side and inquired, "Do you want this? If not, I shall consume it for breakfast." What? The Qilin woman stepped aside, yet saw nothing. However, the keen senses of a cultivator alerted Chen Zhizhong that there was indeed something present. He immediately employed his spiritual awareness, his eyes illuminating with clarity, revealing an ethereal silhouette before him. How did it end up here? A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Zhizhong's heart as he instantly recognized Zhao Lingjun, the young master of the Zhao clan. Yet, how could she appear in such a state in this location? What had she endured? There was no need to speculate. That night must have been an unforgettable struggle for Zhao Lingjun. Otherwise, she would not have become a mere shadow of her former self. Otherwise, the Tianzong would pursue accountability, easily entangling matters in a web of complexity. Chen Zhizhong's thoughts raced, and almost instantaneously he made a decision, waving his hand dismissively, saying, "I do not recognize you. Stranger, do as you please." He then led Ling Yun to search for a suitable place to mine spiritual stones. Just then, the lingering soul suddenly regained awareness, scrutinizing its surroundings and swiftly locking onto Chen Zhizhong's silhouette. Upon sensing this, Chen Zhizhong halted, closing his eyes and sighing. To be on the safe side, he must swiftly eliminate the remnant soul of Zhao Lingjun. The partially conscious Zhao Lingjun recalled that this was the righteous cultivator she had encountered. And even the female cultivator by his side was a girl of similar age to her. Had she not discovered this place infused with faint spiritual energy the previous night, she would have long since succumbed to the depletion of her spirit. To have endured until this moment was indeed a stroke of divine favor. Just as Zhao Lingjun was about to seek assistance, the male cultivator slowly turned around. Chen Zhizhong faced Zhao Lingjun, and from the translucent visage of her soul, he noted a flicker of astonishment. However, her surprise was of no concern to him. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Associating with the near corpse of the Tianzong's young master would surely lead to trouble. Chen Zhizhong gathered sword energy in his left hand, preparing to strike down Zhao Lingjun's soul. At that moment, several auras abruptly intruded upon his perception. Chen Zhizhong temporarily suppressed his murderous intent, focusing his spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. He immediately deduced from their unrestrained approach that they were likely practitioners of the demonic sect. Could they be here for her? Chen Jizhong glanced at Zhao Lingjun, preparing to lead his junior sister away. However, just as he grasped Ling Yun's hand, he suddenly realized that unfamiliar auras were emerging from various directions. It turned out that they had already surrounded the area. Ling Yun summoned her great sword, gripping it tightly as she sensed the unusual circumstances. Let us observe the situation first. Perhaps they are merely passing by, Chen Jizhong thought optimistically. He then extended his hand towards Zhao Lingjun's soul, releasing a pulling force that drew the young master into a pouch embroidered with 2 fish patterns. Wait here. I shall meet with them, Chen Jizhong instructed, soaring into the air. At that moment, a crimson light appeared before him, coalescing into a man clad in revealing red attire. This was the owner of the demonic aura that had first appeared within his sensing range. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The man greeted him with a smile. Though his mannerisms were somewhat effeminate, his fists raised with delicate fingers. It was not that Chen Jizhong was meddling. After all, the Wildwind Valley was the territory of the Shaoyang sword sect. Various sects often delineated their territories with boundary stones that emitted faint spiritual energy. Cultivators traveling to and fro would not mistakenly intrude upon another's domain if they were not blind. Thus, Chen Jizhong's demeanor had been quite courteous towards the trespassing demonic cultivators. Given the circumstances, it would have been customary for them to engage in combat upon meeting. Ha! The red-clad man chuckled lightly, covering the corner of his mouth. It seems I've been remiss in not noticing the presence of boundary stones nearby. However, rest assured, once we find what we seek, we shall depart immediately without causing you any trouble. Therefore, might I inquire if you have discovered a lingering soul in this vicinity? A lingering soul? Chen Jizhong pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head, seemingly unaware of any such presence. He turned to glance at the other directions, noting that there were a total of 17 or 18 individuals who had now fully encircled him. However, aside from the man in red, the others maintained a safe distance, preventing the situation from appearing overly tense. Yet, given the nature of the demonic sect, they likely would not spare any individual present. Chen Jizhong, however, felt no anxiety. Instead, he calculated how to take down this group in one fell swoop. He had suppressed his cultivation, presenting himself as a third-stage Jiedon cultivator. Even if someone suspected he was concealing his true power, they would likely estimate him to be at least a 7th-stage Jiedon or above, nearing the pinnacle of Jiedon. Otherwise, they would not have dared to encircle him so recklessly. The red-clad man, seemingly patient, explained, "We are here tracking the aura left by that lingering soul. Based on its condition, it should have perished nearby. However, we have found no traces of any soul's demise. Thus, we speculate that the lingering soul we seek is hiding nearby, either attempting to conceal its identity or unwilling to let its whereabouts be known through the lips of the living. This I cannot assist with. I have not seen any soul entities," Chen Jizhong expressed with a hint of regret. The red-clad man raised his hand to stifle his laughter, saying, "I believe you, fellow cultivator, but to convince others, may I request that you allow us to search this valley? Of course, if nothing is found, I shall compensate you," he continued. "That may not be convenient. I am currently on vacation here with my companion. Might I ask you to wait a few days until we depart, and then you may search at your leisure? However, the items here cannot be taken, as they are the property of our sect," Chen Jizhong replied with a light-hearted laugh, as if jesting with an acquaintance. "It seems we have arrived at an inopportune time." "Very well," the red-clad man exclaimed with a click of his tongue, laughing. "Indeed, we have overstepped. In that case, we shall return another day." Chen Jizhong smiled and clasped his hands. "That is agreeable. We shall not disturb you any further, and we will take our leave." The red-clad man returned the gesture. Chen Jizhong cheerfully approached. "Allow me to escort you a short distance." He then accompanied the red-clad man, gliding out of the valley at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the cave, why is senior brother following that person? Ling Yun watched Chen Jizhong's departing figure and couldn't help but take to the air. The Qilin woman immediately seized the still confused Ling Yun and turned back into the cave. "What are you doing?" Ling Yun attempted to resist, only to receive a punch to her abdomen from the Qilin woman, causing her to faint instantly. On another front, Chen Jizhong escorted the red-clad man out of the valley. "Ah, it is only right." Chen Jizhong raised his hand to pat the man's shoulder. A fierce glint appeared in the red-clad man's eyes as he suddenly struck towards Chen Jizhong's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the red-clad man's left hand collided forcefully with Chen Zhizhong's right hand, both parties momentarily stunned before swiftly distancing themselves, shaking their heads with cold laughter, and soon re-engaged in battle. The sky erupted with the sounds of thunder, flashes of light illuminating the scene as the clash intensified. Chen Zhizhong was astounded by the remarkable agility of the man in red, whose movements were akin to a ghostly apparition, eluding capture several times. The man in red, who had merely ventured out to fulfill a mundane task, was unexpectedly confronted by a formidable figure of the righteous path, a Jindan master. He could not help but contemplate his escape, noticing the fear reflected in his opponent's gaze, coupled with the presence of several others lurking in the shadows. Chen Zhizhong struck once more, aiming to swiftly eliminate the man in red. However, the latter, disinterested in combat, fled desperately, providing no opportunity for Chen Zhizhong to strike him down. Cursing under his breath, Chen Zhizhong saw the figure of the man in red receding into the distance. He concentrated, channeling his energy to form a blade of Shaoyang sword aura in his left hand and a bone-corroding enchantment in his right. Two shimmering sword shadows, one azure and one violet, manifested in his hands. Chen Zhizhong merged the two swords to their utmost potential and hurled them forth. The blue-violet blade sliced through the air in an instant, piercing the back of the red-clad cultivator and emerging from his body. A cry of anguish echoed as the figure of the red-clad cultivator plummeted towards the ground like a fallen leaf, yet his life force did not extinguish. Chen Zhizhong swiftly pursued, aiming to deliver a final blow. Suddenly, a thick cloud of crimson mist erupted around the red-clad cultivator, from which several red shadows darted in all directions. Chen Zhizhong, upon closer inspection, found it impossible to discern which was the genuine figure. Not only was the man's agility remarkable, but he also possessed extraordinary evasion techniques. Initially intent on eliminating a threat, Chen Zhizhong now recognized the potential for further gains. He soared into the sky, neglecting to pursue any of the illusory shadows, instead directing multiple sword energies towards them. Soon, only one red shadow remained. With an uncanny ability to anticipate the trajectory of his flying swords and a deceptive skill in his movements, Chen Zhizhong had located the true form of the red-clad cultivator. Like a raptor swooping down, he closed in on the red shadow. Just as he was about to seize it, several figures emerged from the side, each wielding magical artifacts, attempting to impede Chen Zhizhong. However, they underestimated the disparity in their strengths. Without even summoning his own artifact, Chen Zhizhong swiftly dispatched 4 or 5 blocking cultivators in mere moments, their cries echoing as they fell like autumn locusts. Witnessing the swift demise of his companions, the red-clad cultivator trembled in fear, cold sweat trickling down his back. He exclaimed, "Esteemed senior, we have trespassed upon your territory due to our ignorance. If you spare my life, I shall do my utmost to fulfill any demands you may have." With a disdainful snort, Chen Zhizhong ignored the plea and unleashed a purple mist from his left hand, solidifying it into a long sword that he swept horizontally at the remaining red shadow. The sword, forged from bone-corroding energy, sliced through the waist of the red shadow, producing a sound of decay. The red shadow split in two, revealing yet another illusion. Chen Zhizhong halted, extending his consciousness outward. Soon, he pinpointed a solitary bird flying eastward. "Senior, please show mercy." It was indeed the red-clad cultivator. Chen Zhizhong perceived him as a flying cockroach, elusive and difficult to kill. He was determined to eliminate this opponent and extract the secrets of the mysterious technique. Fueled by this motivation, Chen Zhizhong slashed out with his sword energy to disrupt the man in red while closing the distance between them. Just as they were nearing a span of 20 zhong, a powerful aura, approaching the Jindan realm, suddenly emerged in the direction of the red-clad cultivator's escape. Both sensed this presence simultaneously. The man in red, as if resurrected from the brink of death, exclaimed joyfully, "Lord Lien, save me." However, Chen Zhizhong's sword energy swiftly ruptured the man's internal organs, and he relinquished his grip, allowing the corpse to tumble to the ground. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon the enchanting figure hovering in the distance. Chen Zhizhong realized that should he fail to eliminate her, he would surely regret not having done so. A faint smile crept upon Chen Zhizhong's lips as he glided closer. When they were within sight of one another, Zillian instinctively took 2 steps back. appearing wary of Chen Jizhong. Nevertheless, recollecting something, her panic subsided slightly as her dark red lips parted. I am no longer under your control. You can no longer deceive me. Where does your courage stem from? Chen Jizhong retorted as he rolled up his sleeves. Chapter 86. Terrified, the mere act of rolling up his sleeves seemed to trigger a defensive reaction in Zillion. She immediately summoned 6 or 7 magical artifacts, including a shield of spiritual tortoiseshell for defense and an array of offensive weapons. Although the quality of these artifacts was evidently low, their sheer number constituted a significant deterrent. However, Chen Jizhong was merely using this action to conceal the storage artifacts he had taken from the red-clad cultivator. To his surprise, this provoked the little demoness into a fit of rage. Stunned for a moment, Chen Jizhong approached Zillion step by step. She appeared to be faring well, yet he still felt a sense of disappointment towards her. Zillion, now agitated, retorted with an angry expression. Disappointed? Those unaware of the truth might think you are someone significant. The irony is you are my father's killer. Having grown stronger, Zillion no longer cowered before Chen Jizhong. The hatred within her surged, longing for vengeance. Do you think you can still deceive me? A powerful being has already guided me and placed no curses upon me. It has all been lies. Before she could finish her words, Zillion, filled with humiliation, unleashed a barrage of arrows at Chen Jizhong using the divine light crossbow. The silvery arrows sliced through the air, raining down upon him. While Chen Jizhong evaded the onslaught, he activated his protective barrier, though these arrows could not harm him if he did not dodge. Zillion would surely cease her attacks. Consequently, the scene became akin to a master fisherman at work. Zillion, resembling a novice player, fired indiscriminately, relying solely on her superior firepower to create a dense barrage of arrows. Yet, no matter what, she could not hit Chen Jizhong, who seemed to possess an uncanny ability to evade. All the while, Chen Jizhong kept a close eye on Zillion's condition. Whenever the young girl appeared on the verge of giving up, he would intentionally make a small mistake, creating the illusion that if she launched enough arrows, she would inevitably strike him. Frantically swallowing a few pills to replenish her spiritual power, Zillion felt her energy waning as the arrows from her divine light crossbow were entirely composed of condensed spiritual energy. Continuous shooting caused her spiritual energy to flow like water. Even after consuming the pills, she sensed she could only hold on for a little longer. Her errors increased, and she thought, I just need to endure a little while longer. However, as she prepared to shoot again, she found Chen Jizhong's figure had vanished. Damn it, he actually took the opportunity to flee. Zillion seethed in frustration. Naturally charming, with bright eyes and a graceful demeanor, her cheeks flushed, she embodied a captivating beauty, which only intensified when angered. Unfortunately, she remained blissfully unaware of her own allure. Seeing that she could not locate him, Zillion, in a huff, considered temporarily retreating. Yet, upon turning around, she was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome face radiating an extraordinary presence. Ah! Zillion gasped in shock, momentarily forgetting how to react. You didn't truly believe that by holding on a little longer, you could hit me, did you? Chen Jizhong smiled as he suddenly reached out. His fingers splayed to cover Zillion's face. The proximity left her with no time to react. As she attempted to block his hand, Chen Jizhong's left hand clamped down on her face like a vice grip. That hand appeared to harbor immense strength, and Zillion had no doubt that if she dared to resist, the fingers pressing against her forehead would crush her skull in an instant. In a heartbeat, she found herself once again in a precarious position. Now, all she could do was peer through a narrow gap with her left eye, terror-stricken, at the ever-smiling face of Chen Jizhong. What do you intend to do? Zillion trembled as she asked, realizing at that moment the grave consequences her betrayal could incur. Chen Jizhong's palm could even feel the quivering of Zillion's lips. He leaned in close to her ear, exhaling warmth against her earlobe, and said, A child who runs out to play and learns mischief from wrongdoers must be taught a good lesson. His other hand slipped behind her, giving a light pat on the girl's rounded backside. Having experienced the sudden annihilation of her family, Zillion's fear of Chen Jizhong was deeply etched in her bones. Otherwise, she would not have been frightened by a mere lie, believing she was under some curse that would lead to her demise if she resisted. Chen Jizhong's right hand traced up her spine, reaching the nape of Zillion's neck. From his fingertips, purple gas seeped out, coalescing into two smooth, sharp spikes that gradually pierced the girl's fair skin as if penetrating soft tofu. That hand resembled a venomous scorpion. Zillian trembled in fear until the sharp pain at her nape overwhelmed her, and she could no longer contain her tears. "I beg you, please spare me. I will never betray you again. A good child must say they understand their mistakes and will not repeat them. Do you understand?" The pain at her nape continued to deepen, and Zillian, trembling and sobbing, replied, "Yes, I will never make mistakes again." Chen Zhizhong gazed at the exposed left eye of the girl, offering a reassuring smile as he fully drove the 2 purple spikes into her. When his fingers withdrew, only 2 crimson dots, no larger than grains, remained on her nape. That tingling sensation seemed to spread throughout her body in an instant. Zillian felt her strength rapidly draining away, and her tear-streaked face bore an expression of bitter betrayal as she gradually lost consciousness, collapsing against Chen Zhizhong's chest. Chen Zhizhong was momentarily taken aback. A haven tea even drugged her. Could it be that she is frightened? He touched his own face, pondering. I don't look that terrifying, do I? What he did not realize was that his previously smiling visage now appeared as monstrous as a man-eating beast in Zillian's eyes. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Zhizhong carried Zillian and hurriedly arrived at Xiao Zigui's cave, knocking on the door with spiritual power. After just 2 knocks, Xiao Zigui, clad in sheer fabric, swept out, arms wide open as if to give him a grand embrace. How did she reach half-step Jindan? Chen Zhizhong had been eagerly anticipating Xiao Zigui's embrace. Although her bust was merely average, her physique was well-toned, and the sensation of her embrace was both full and elastic, a true embodiment of earthly beauty. Thus, he playfully smacked her on the backside as a reprimand for ruining the atmosphere. He then took her hand and said, "Let us go inside for a detailed discussion." When Zillian awoke, she found herself lying on a soft couch, glancing up to see Chen Zhizhong and Xiao Zigui seated beside her, both smiling. Her mind instantly cleared, and she propped herself up, retreating until her back hit the barrier. Her trembling body betrayed her profound fear within. "Do not be anxious. You have acknowledged your mistakes. So you're a good child. Good children do not face any corporal punishment," Chen Zhizhong reassured her, standing up to look at Xiao Zigui. "However, as your sister, whether she can forgive your abrupt departure and descent into the demonic path remains uncertain." Zillian gulped nervously, cautiously glancing at Xiao Zigui, who remained seated at the edge of the couch. While Chen Zhizhong's smile was enigmatic, Xiao Zigui's expression was far more straightforward, her smile devoid of warmth. Her narrowed eyes filled with murderous intent. Zillian quivered, even forgetting to plead for mercy. Xiao Zigui, who had been feigning a smile at Zillian, straightened her posture, twirling a meter-long flying shuttle in her hand. Rather than trusting someone who has betrayed once, it is wiser to trust the dead, who never betray. Suddenly, Xiao Zigui released her grip, and the flying shuttle shot towards Zillian's throat. Instinctively, Zillian raised her hand to defend herself, but a phantom purple lotus materialized, deflecting the shuttle as if it were an impenetrable wall. With a sharp sound, the shuttle embedded itself into the wall. This magical tool, capable of penetrating gold and iron, was easily repelled by Zillian's accompanying magical artifact, demonstrating the hierarchy of magical tools. Zillian, however, was taken aback during her capture by Chen Zhizhong. Her accompanying artifact seemed ineffective, failing to react at all. It was known that the most remarkable attribute of this accompanying purple lotus was its ability to autonomously defend its master when faced with danger. Yet the current situation indicated that matters were far more complex than she had imagined. Presently, she had no time to ponder further, focusing solely on the reactions of Chen Zhizhong and Xiao Zigui. Xiao Zigui paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. "I have forgotten the reason for keeping you alive. It seems nurturing a tiger has become a burden. It is now difficult to eliminate you." Chen Zhizhong remarked. "Let me give it a try." Zillian urgently protested. "You promised you wouldn't kill me." She dared not gamble on whether her accompanying purple lotus would prove effective before Chen Zhizhong, for she had only one fragile life. "I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I wouldn't assist others in doing so." Chen Zhizhong smiled, extending his hands. An invisible force suddenly seized Zillian's slender, delicate neck, lifting her entirely off the couch. Feeling death encroaching, Zillian struggled like a wild rabbit. "No, don't kill me. I still don't want to die." She could scarcely count the demonic cultivators she had encountered on one hand. Few possessed any backbone, and Zillian was among the most exceptional. He had initially intended to merely frighten Zillian, ensuring her continued loyalty to him, as high-quality magical tools were exceedingly rare. In his memories, he had hardly come across any magical tools of a grade surpassing that of a treasure, not to mention this accompanying magical artifact, which possessed growth attributes. Thus, Chen Zhizhong had hoped to secure Zillian's allegiance, leading him to refrain from eliminating her at the outset. However, due to Zillian's betrayal, he now had to reconsider his options. Xiao Ziguwei understood Chen Zhizhong's intentions, which is why she had spared the daughter of his enemy. Now that Chen Zhizhong hesitated, she naturally stepped forward to relieve his concerns, placing herself between Chen Zhizhong and Zillian, surveying the two. What a splendid physique. To kill her like this would be too merciful. A smile graced Xiao Ziguwei's face as she turned to Chen Zhizhong, offering Zillian only her back. First, she winked at Chen Zhizhong, signaling him to cooperate, and said, rather than allowing her to die swiftly, it is better to seal her consciousness and cripple her cultivation, then sell her to other evil cultivators. That would also allow me to vent my frustrations, having kept the daughter of an enemy nearby for so long. She too felt a pent-up frustration. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhizhong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Zillian appeared to have heard something exceedingly terrifying, her eyes brimming with tears as she cried out, "Please don't kill me, and don't sell me to other evil cultivators. I will agree to any conditions as long as you don't sell me. But you, with your rebellious nature, hold no value for us," Xiao Ziguwei replied, turning back to Zillian with a resolute expression, intent on selling her to the evil cultivators. With an invisible hand gripping her throat, Zillian shook her head vigorously. "No, I am of use." She glanced at Chen Zhizhong behind Xiao Ziguwei, biting her lip fiercely. She was filled with humiliation. Yet she finally comprehended why the virtuous had always emphasized the importance of kindness towards others. Had her father not massacred the entire family of Shi Ozigu back in the day, perhaps she would not have faced retribution. She was still the arrogant and domineering young master of WNCMN. However, it was too late for regrets. She could only swallow the bitter fruit of her past actions. "I can serve you in any way you desire." At that moment, Chen Zhizhong, lost in thought, suddenly perked up, meeting the gaze of Shi Ozigu, although there was little emotion in Shi Ozigu's eyes. Chen Zhizhong could not afford to falter in such a life-threatening situation. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a hint of mockery. "Ahem, while I possess a sharp weapon, it pales in comparison to the beauty of a lotus root. Perhaps serving is best left aside." A sound akin to shattering echoed in her mind, causing Zillian's lips to twitch uncontrollably, reminiscent of a stroke victim. Her dignity, if one could call it that, was non-existent. For having grown up in the demonic sect, she had never truly known such a thing. At one time, Shi Ozigu had harmed Chen Zhizhong in pursuit of capturing New York Ing, and after vowing vengeance, she had decided to repay him with her life. This was the lesson instilled in her since childhood. Debts must be repaid, and kindness must be reciprocated. Yet, Zillian had never felt remorse for any of those she had tormented. Her only concern was a primal fear of death. She understood that whether mortal or cultivator, once life ceased, everything was lost. At this moment, however, an unusual sense of shame enveloped her, rendering her momentarily speechless. She sensed that Chen Zhizhong was not as straightforward as he appeared. She began to question whether assisting him in capturing the Lingyun junior sister had been a wise decision. Thus far, she had not witnessed any overtly excessive actions from him, merely marking him with a question mark in her mind regarding his fidelity. Moreover, Shi Ozigu recognized that Chen Zhizhong, still healing from his deficiency of the 5 essences, was destined to attract more women. Thus, she could only persuade herself to exercise a bit more patience. Even if she harbored discontent towards Chen Zhizhong, she would wait until he regained his full vitality before addressing it. As the primary partner, Shi Ozigu was deeply troubled. She feared that Chen Zhizhong might struggle to manage more women, hindering his recovery from the deficiency. She also dreaded the possibility of him becoming a wild stallion, spiraling out of control and surrounding her with a horde of younger sisters. While the two women contemplated their thoughts, Chen Zhizhong pondered whether to transform Zillian into a puppet. He had acquired the art of puppetry from the Icebone ancestor. The puppet he had previously used against the white-clad cultivator was crafted from remnants left behind by the Icebone ancestor after their demise. Theoretically, if he released that puppet now, Zillian would be compelled to kneel and call him father. Cultivators who do not transcend the tribulation and ascend to immortality are destined to perish eventually. Thus, turning Zillian into a puppet, provided she was well maintained, could last for thousands of years. This could be seen as a means to assist her in realizing her dream of immortality. Moreover, he would acquire an utterly obedient self-defense treasure. Upon reflection, this idea did not seem so bad. Chen Zhicheng glanced back at Zillian instinctively. She looked up, only to meet Chen Zhicheng's predatory gaze, sending a chill down her spine and causing her to shudder. What was that noise? Was there a leak somewhere? Xiao Zigu's ears perked up as she turned to see an irregular pool of reflection beneath Zillian's feet. Frowning, she thought to herself, are we truly that terrifying? Zillian awakened once more from her stupor, realizing she was still reclined on that soft couch. She quickly propped herself up, causing the thin blanket covering her to slide away. However, no other figures were present in the room. What were they planning now? After multiple frightening encounters, Zillian had become jittery, unsure of what schemes those two were concocting. Feeling a bit chilly, she looked down and noticed her clothing was missing. Despite this, she felt a flicker of anticipation. She had confidence in her body, aside from being somewhat immature. Every part was perfect, yet, upon further reflection, she felt no special sensations that would typically accompany certain events. Gripping the thin blanket tightly, she realized her only asset was her body. If he was not interested, she would truly be left with no path forward. With this thought, Zillian's heart sank, as if all hope for life had been extinguished. Perhaps it would be easier to kill me. Just then, she faintly heard voices. The mention of killing piqued her interest, and she leaned in to listen. However, the fragmented words were coming from outside, separated by the door and a formation, leaving her to decipher bits and pieces. Just as she was about to rise and approach the door to listen more intently, an unsettling sense of déjà vu struck her. Yet, Zillian could not recall where this familiarity stemmed from. Killing would indeed be simpler, but she still had tasks to compel her to act. If she could perform well, it would be better to grant her a swift end. Zillian discerned that the voice belonged to Chen Zhicheng. He spoke as if she were not even human, but at least there was no malice in his tone. Zillian had noticed something during her previous awakenings. The reason Chen Zhicheng could capture her repeatedly seemed to stem from his lack of murderous intent. Otherwise, her accompanying artifact would have triggered its defensive state. Yet, the truth remained that when Chen Zhicheng acted against her, her artifact remained silent. Zillian raised her hand to touch the back of her neck, recalling how Chen Zhicheng had pierced something there. If there was no ill intent, then what was that? At that moment, Xiao Zigu's voice reached her ears, somewhat intermittent, and Zillian cautiously pressed her ear against the wall. The walls here had a certain soundproof quality. Although her spiritual sense could easily penetrate, she did not want to risk detection, as she did not believe she would see the sun rise again. Thus, she resorted to this clumsy method. The voices from the other side of the wall became somewhat clearer. Xiao Zigu was saying, "Do you still want her to do your bidding?" This time, it was merely an accident that she was released. According to you, she has already become Lady Lotus of the demonic sect. Are you not concerned that she might transform into a demonic saint? Chen Zhicheng replied, precisely for this reason. She is the only suitable candidate for this task. Xiao Zigu retorted, do not keep us in suspense. Tell me what you intend for her to do. Chen Zhicheng hesitated for a moment. In the adjacent room, he lifted Xiao Zigu into his arms and lay down beside her. During this exchange, he leveraged his advantage of remote sensing to maintain their communication link single-handedly. This resulted in an exceptionally smooth communication experience for Xiao Zigu, seamlessly transitioning to a self-navigating mode to alleviate pressure on Chen Zhicheng and conserve his energy for the performance. Xiao Zigu's flowing hair brushed against her cheeks, tickling and fragrant. Chen Zhicheng rested his head on his arms and continued. She has successfully infiltrated the inner circle of the demonic sect, making it perfect for her to gather intelligence on their movements. If we can anticipate the next steps of the demonic sect, we might be able to alert the righteous sects in advance to prepare a response. In fact, if the demonic sect makes any significant moves, we could counter them. Keeping Zili in as an undercover agent within the demonic sect would yield nothing but benefits and no harm. How can you ensure she will obey you? Last time, you merely tricked her with a few words without even affecting her breath. She Gu challenged. Chen Zh felt a bit aggrieved and significantly amplified the signal output. Shi Gu received a series of strong electromagnetic pulses, nearly causing her soul to leap from her body, leaving her unable to straighten her waist. Yet, to avoid disrupting Chen Zheng's plans, she had to bite her lip to suppress her cries. Once the residual waves of the pulse subsided, she playfully punched Chen Zh in the chest. Chen Zh held her fist and kissed it, continuing the act. I was merely teasing her last time. I didn't expect this girl to be so timid. Until we lost control, we were unaware that no curse had been placed upon her. However, as a precaution, I injected 2 venomous thorns into the nape of her neck. Should she dare to defy orders, the thorns would immediately release a corrosive energy, severing her neck. Zillian, frightened, collapsed onto the ground, her bare body making a sound as she fell. Chapter 88. The gathering storm. Upon seeing the two, Zillian immediately knelt. I admit my previous betrayal was wrong, but I do not wish to die, so I implore you to spare my life. Following this, she repeatedly knocked her head against the ground. Chief Chen and Xiao Zigui exchanged glances. In truth, they had already established a tacit understanding with Zillian. They were merely following a preordained script. Thus, Xiao Zigui took on the role of the adversary, stating, "The facts have proven that you hold no value to us. You are aware of this, otherwise, you would not simply plead for mercy, but would leverage some advantage to negotiate for your survival. Yet you have not." "No." Zillian suddenly raised her head, declaring, "I know that the demonic sect is planning something significant. They are preparing to annihilate the righteous sects at the One Zone Conference." "What?" Both Chief Chen and Xiao Zigui were taken aback, momentarily unable to discern whether Zillian was fabricating this claim for her life or if there was truth to her words. Zillian was not a fool. After a moment of calm, she realized that Chief Chen and Xiao Zigui had intentionally allowed her to overhear their conversation. Her survival hinged on her choices. To feign ignorance of their dialogue would mean willingly relinquishing her chance to control her own fate. Therefore, Zillian resolutely chose to cooperate with them, adhering to the path they had set for her. Only in this way could she avoid being sold to other malevolent cultivators. Before they could question her, Zillian asserted, "Please believe me, this news is absolutely true. I was able to rejoin the demonic path and elevate my cultivation with their assistance. By chance, I encountered an acquaintance of my father. She, having heard of the Wankai sect's plight, wishes to support me as the new leader of the Wankai sect. Hence, we made an exchange. She demanded my promise that, with her help, the Wankai sect would be successfully rebuilt, and all within it would secretly obey her commands. In my desire to return to a life of luxury, I agreed to the elder's terms. From her, I learned that the demonic sect has long plotted and successfully executed an assassination. Currently, the leader of the righteous sect, Tianzong, and the young master, Zhao Lingjin, have both been targeted. The leader of Tianzong is missing, while Zhao Lingjin abandoned his physical form and narrowly escaped with his soul. I have been sent to find Zhao Lingjin's soul. Zillian, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, revealed everything she knew. The influx of information left Chief Chen deep in thought. Xiao Zigui silently inquired, "What do you think? Is she telling the truth? This person is overly timid and fearful of death. After our repeated intimidation, it is possible she has genuinely surrendered. However, under such circumstances, a single lie could lead to our downfall." As Xiao Zigui spoke, he prepared to act. Zillian, kneeling on the ground, felt her heart race. Having revealed everything, if this information did not pique Chief Chen's interest, she would have no choice but to end her own life to avoid falling into the hands of other malevolent cultivators. Being treated as a furnace or a medicinal person would be a relatively favorable outcome compared to being used to forge some sinister artifact, which would be a fate worse than death. It was akin to her father's black umbrella, which contained the soul of a tormented individual. Seeing the two remain silent, Zillian crawled forward, saying, "If you still do not believe me, you may wait a couple of days. The disappearance of the Tianzong leader will incite panic among the righteous sections. Under such circumstances, it is highly likely that the upcoming One Zone Conference will be cancelled. This is something the demonic sect wishes to avoid. Therefore, the higher-ups of the demonic sect have devised a contingency plan. If the Tianzong leader has not reappeared within 3 days, the demonic path will release news stating that the Tianzong leader was ambushed, resulting in the deaths and injuries of 12 elite members of the demonic sect. Yet he managed to break free while gravely wounded. He will be said to be recuperating in seclusion on the sacred mountain of Tianzong, creating the illusion that he has not disappeared, thereby facilitating the smooth progress of the Wan Zone Conference. Chief Chen slowly crouched down, gazing into Zillian's eyes, saying, "In 3 days, news should spread. The truth will reveal itself then. Are you certain you have nothing more to add or amend?" Zillian firmly replied, "No, I will not change anything. For what I said is the truth. I hope you will honor your promise and not sell me to the malevolent cultivators." Chief Chen chuckled. "You seem to have misunderstood. I have never made any promises to you." Zillian was taken aback. In her eagerness to assert her worth, she had forgotten that he had not agreed to her terms. "I will fight you." Zillian suddenly lunged at Chief Chen. He reached out, flicking her forehead, and she immediately lost consciousness, collapsing into his arms. Having previously lost control, her garments had been discarded by Xiao Zigui. As Chief Chen held Zillian, he was met with her smooth skin. Initially, he believed the demonic sect would take a gradual approach, allowing them to respond steadily. Yet this sudden upheaval was unexpected. The ambitions of the demonic sect are not to be underestimated. Based on my comprehensive analysis of the information I have gathered, it is highly likely that Zillian's claims are truthful. Xiao Wei stepped forward, linking her arm with Chief Chen's as they strolled outside, saying, "Regardless of whether it is the righteous or demonic path, let them fight amongst themselves. We should seek a hidden place to escape the turmoil and enjoy a peaceful existence. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Chief Chen smiled, patting Xiao Zigui's hand, saying, "If I were unencumbered, I would naturally follow your wishes. However, I have the Shaoyang sword sect behind me. With you and my junior sister by my side, the righteous path at least would not dare to act recklessly. Should the demonic path prevail in this conflict, anyone we know could become a target for persecution. I believe such a scenario would be difficult for you to accept." Xiao Zigui nodded, stating, "I have no family left in this world, but if we were to consider it, aside from you, Dr. Ruan is the one I am closest to. It is indeed unjust to subject a good person like her to the dangers of the demonic path. Everyone has family and friends. Xiao Zigui is no exception." Chief Chen sighed, saying, "Therefore, even if we hide, we cannot escape the persecution of the demonic path. Rather than seeking momentary safety and later regretting it, it is better to find ways to resist the demonic path from the outset." Xiao Zigui suddenly laughed, saying, "Your grand rhetoric almost makes me feel you are merely boasting." Chief Chen was not surprised, replying, "Upon your remarks, I too sense that implication. The primary reason may still be my lack of strength. Hence, I must hasten to strengthen myself." Chief Chen thought to himself, in this impending storm, he must abandon his persona and spare no effort to enhance his own power. Chapter 89. The uncle's visit. I must quickly grow stronger. As Chief Chen spoke, a powerful sense of conviction radiated from him. Xiao Zigui, inspired, suddenly clung to him, their faces mere inches apart, as she whispered, "Allow me to assist you." Chief Chen supported Xiao Zigui's waist, wishing he could meld her into himself. The following morning, in the Wild Wind Valley, within an unnamed cave, Ling Yun held her large sword, vigilantly guarding beside the Qilin girl while keeping an eye on several bound individuals on the other side. Yesterday, her senior brother had engaged in battle, gradually distancing himself from this location. Subsequently, several demonic cultivators emerged, attempting to seize her as an easy target, but the Qilin girls stepped in, defeating them one by one. However, Chief Chen had taken the Qilin girl's demon core and had not returned for an extended period. The Kirin maiden gradually lost contact with her demon core, her spirit succumbing to a state of slumber. Only Ling Yun remained, tasked with overseeing the captured demonic cultivators. Consequently, Ling Yun stood guard throughout the night, her eyes never closing for a moment. Although for cultivators, going days without sleep does not affect their mental state, the constant strain can induce an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Just as Ling Yun could no longer resist the urge to doze off, a sudden sneeze from one of the demonic cultivators jolted her awake. Immediately, she stood up and exclaimed, "What are you doing? I warn you not to move recklessly, or I shall slay you all." Ling Yun was no stranger to taking lives. If the situation demanded it, she would indeed kill. Upon seeing her tense expression and the aura of menace surrounding her, the demonic cultivators fell silent. However, they did not remain idle. The Kirin maiden had merely reinforced a few chains with spiritual energy and imposed a simple confinement spell to bind them. As time passed, the enchantments on the iron chains gradually weakened. It would not be long before they could break free. Although this female cultivator was already at the 5th level of the Jedon stage despite her youth, they were a group of 6 or 7. Together, they could overwhelm her. Shi Xiao? Ling Yun suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy. She dashed out of the cave to greet him. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic cultivators pooled their strength to break the confinement. With no one watching, they unleashed their full power, and in an instant, a flash of fire severed the chains. First, eliminate that beast. The group freed themselves and charged towards the Kirin maiden, who lay on her couch. At that moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. A scream erupted from behind, and Ling Yun hurried to stop, only to be embraced from behind. Ling Yun, quick on her feet, recognized the familiar scent and refrained from executing a shoulder throw. However, upon realizing who it was, her cheeks flushed, and she struggled to free herself, saying, Shi Xiao, don't do this. I was just worried about you. If you were worried about me, then let me kiss you, Chun Jizhong teased, nipping at Ling Yun's neck, causing her to shy away and giggle. Oh, Shi Xiao, stop fooling around. Not here. Ling Yun gasped, but it was already too late. She had to obediently comply, only to receive a thorough scolding. Under the bright sunlight, she was nearly brought to tears. Afterward, Chun Jizhong held Ling Yun in his arms to allow her to rest while he absorbed the harmonious energy, saying, in the future, we may need to cultivate together frequently. I must hasten my advancement in cultivation. A great crisis awaits us. Ling Yun, mustering the strength to lift her head, her face still flushed and bearing traces of tears, asked, will there be danger, Shi Xiao? Everyone will face peril, Chun Jizhong replied candidly. Only by ensuring that those around us understand the reality can we avoid grievous mistakes. In many tales, protagonists conceal the truth from their loved ones to spare them worry, only to lead to disastrous consequences. I shall not commit such folly. So, Shi Xiao, is this all to enhance your strength? Ling Yun inquired, tilting her face upward. Chun Jizhong sensed the underlying implication and playfully swatted Ling Yun's rear, saying no. I merely wish to cherish my junior sister. Hey! Just then, the Kirin maiden, Miss M.O., emerged from the cave, dragging a string of individuals behind her. She had strung them together with iron chains, resembling grasshoppers tethered to a single rope. Chun Jizhong expressed mild dissatisfaction, having expected a more gruesome display akin to a human centipede, only to find these individuals merely pierced through the collarbone and linked together. The Kirin maiden tossed the 7 or 8 severely beaten demonic cultivators before Chun Jizhong and kicked one, saying, do you want these? If not, you can have them. You took my demon core and injured my vitality. They can serve to replenish me. As she spoke, she licked her lips with her delicate tongue. Chun Jizhong waved his hand, and the Kirin maiden immediately dragged the individuals away, accompanied by a chorus of wails. Yet soon, those sounds faded one by one, as if those individuals had never existed. A faint scent of blood hung in the air, causing Ling Yun to furrow her brow. Chun Jizhong remarked, they are all demonic cultivators, unaware of the countless evils they have committed. The malevolent energy upon them cannot be cleansed. Henceforth, we shall slay any we encounter. Only by being more ruthless than the demonic cultivators can we deal with them. Ling Yun nodded vigorously, already influenced by Chun Jizhong's words, entering a heightened state of awareness, her blood flowing faster as she remained vigilant of her surroundings. The following day, Yin and I intended to assess how Chun Jizhong and Ling Yun had fared in their introspection. Typically reluctant to venture out, Xiet Xiaoyan was uneasy about her disciple Ling Yun and insisted on accompanying her. As the 2 female cultivators reached the expanse above the Wild Wind Valley, they beheld the valley below, elongated and almond-shaped, stretching east to west. Xiet Xiaoyan furrowed her brow, not due to the valley's resemblance to a woman, but because, as the manager of the scripture pavilion, she had read extensively. Among her knowledge was the geographical divination of spiritual veins, and she could easily discern that the valley below did not connect to any spiritual veins and did not harbor the essence of the heavens and earth. It was not a place capable of nurturing spiritual veins, prompting her to turn to Yin and I. Is there truly any spiritual stone here? Inanai, also furrowing her brows, replied, It seems the sect has received erroneous information. Sietzalian spoke half as a warning and half as a reminder. Inanai nodded slightly, but said, Since this place does not appear to harbor spiritual veins, it is understandable that Xi and Yangzi would not linger here. However, why does Lingyun remain? We shall descend to ascertain. Perhaps they have made other discoveries. As Sietzalian spoke, her figure glided like flowing clouds and falling snow into the valley. However, the two immediately sensed something was amiss. There is a fluctuation of spiritual energy from a demonic beast, Inanai exclaimed as she prepared her sword formation, in the presence of Lingyun and the others. Sietzalian likewise summoned her sword, and the pair cautiously descended towards the cave. Inside the cave, Chen Jizhong, engaged in dual cultivation with Lingyun, felt a stir of consciousness but did not cease his actions. Chapter 90. Manuscript, yes, it should be right here. The aura of the demonic beast is also quite potent. Inanai and Sietzalian arrived at the entrance of the unnamed cave and immediately sensed the overwhelming scent of demonic beasts. Yet to an ordinary person, it would merely feel like a chilling wind. This was one reason why many mysterious caves became sites of disappearances. Those with dulled senses often failed to perceive the lurking dangers. There is only one demonic beast presence. Shall we each divert it while one enters to search for Lingyun and Xi and Yangzi? Sietzalian proposed, her right hand firmly gripping her longsword. My cultivation is lower, but I should have no trouble drawing the beast away. I will leave it to you, junior sister, to enter the cave and find Lingyun and Xi and Yangzi. Inanai slightly shook her head. Shiji, let us confront the demonic beast together. As she spoke, Inanai raised her hand to conjure a protective shield. Boom! A dark shadow crashed against the shield, shattering it to pieces. The force sent waves of energy surging, prompting Inanai and Sietzalian to retreat with the wind. The shadow pursued them with astonishing speed, launching 2 claw strikes in quick succession. As a Shaoyang swordsman with respectable agility, Inanai and Sietzalian evaded the attacks as if they were ethereal cranes in flight, with the light of day illuminating their surroundings. They could see it was a towering demonic beast, over 7 zhang tall and entirely black. Kirin beast. Sietzalian instantly recognized the species. Ordinary attacks would be ineffective. The beast's weakness lay in the areas not covered by scales. Inanai nodded slightly, forming intricate seals with her hands, gathering a point of azure light at her side. After a few pulsations, it shot towards the Kirin beast's left eye. Swoosh! Ding! The Kirin beast abruptly closed its eyes, and what should have been a piercing blow capable of penetrating solid rock was surprisingly blocked by the scales on its eyelid, deflecting and burying itself in the ground. Causing a splash of mud, Ini's expression grew grave. Such formidable defenses. Yet, the Kirin beast transformed into a shadow and charged towards Sietzalian, aiming to target the weaker opponent. Sietzalian, known as the Sword Fairy, was not merely a name. She instantly unleashed 100 streaks of ink-black sword energy, akin to dragons and serpents, causing the Kirin beast to falter in its movements. Seized the opportunity to create distance. Interjected fiercely, obstructing the path and delivering a blow that sent the Qilin beast reeling. Though the Qilin beast had fortified its defenses, it merely shook its head, spreading its foreclaws and transitioning into an offensive stance. Darted to S side, and together, they erected a protective barrier, finding themselves in a stalemate. However, had already concluded that the two of them alone could not subdue this formidable creature. Stop fighting, we are allies. No, distract the one wielding the sword. Inside the cave, sensing the conflict between the Qilin beast and the two elders, shook the demon core hanging from his wrist and issued a command. Outside, the Qilin beast roared. With its demon core in another's possession, it could only act as a beast of burden, relying on the inability of the two female cultivators to breach its defenses. It charged directly towards. Having reached a conclusion from earlier observations, tossed one of her protective artifacts to, saying, "Draw this beast away and bring," and the others out. Nodded in agreement, understood. She began to harass the Qilin beast, luring it further away. Bound by orders, the Qilin pretended to be enraged and followed towards the back mountain. Seeing successfully divert the Qilin beast, turned and dashed into the unnamed cave. "Senior brother, please stop." If Master sees, it won't end well. S voice trembled with urgency, interspersed with rapid breaths, clearly nearing her limits. All right, this will be the end. Feigned urgency, but instantaneously reached her peak. Unable to contain her surprise, she exclaimed, "Is it you?" Just then, S voice echoed. In a moment of panic, S body began to tremble slightly. As dashed into the cave, navigating several turns, she spotted and beneath a source of light. Just as she was about to approach, she realized their actions were rather inappropriate. Before she could admonish them, suddenly recognized that her presence had rendered everyone quite uncomfortable. Yet, the words lingered on her tongue. She could not let her status as an elder be tarnished. Thus, she raised her finger at the disciple who had sullied their reputation and declared, as a senior brother, "Is this how you set an example? Please, hear me out," said calmly, unleashing spiritual energy to assist the already exhausted, or perhaps feigning unconsciousness, in dressing herself. "Please do not speak recklessly and tarnish reputation." "Huh?" Filled with indignation, retorted, "Am I the one ruining his reputation? Is it not you, her senior brother, who drags her into such private matters in broad daylight?" Replied, "We are merely cultivating together. Please observe the white spiritual energy." With a flourish of his hand, he beckoned the harmonious energy that had been concealed in the air, causing it to materialize like silk, swirling around his fingers. "Cultivating together?" Frowned, sensing that matters were more complicated than they appeared. Moreover, how are they not being pursued by the beast? Explained, "Indeed, I have been persecuted by the demonic sect, losing the essence of my 5 energies. Thanks to his assistance, I have been able to replenish my lungs' gold energy and extend my life. The side effect, however, is that I require periodic cultivation with to restore my gold essence. This harmonious energy is merely an additional byproduct." As he spoke, absorbed the surrounding golden energy, simultaneously lifting the suppression on his cultivation. In his eyes, she witnessed cultivation level rise slightly as he absorbed the harmonious energy. The exaggerated effect was unprecedented for her. Unconsciously, she mused that if she cultivated would she not easily break through her bottleneck and touch the golden elixir realm? Hidden within her sleeve, her left hand pinched the soft flesh of her body, the pain jolting her back to her senses. Even if she desired she could only wait for the hand over the manuscript. Until then, she absolutely could not reveal her yearning thoughts. Otherwise, should perceive it, he might very well use it to restrain her. Maintaining a facade of calm, she sternly declared, "Even so is still a girl. In such an unguarded state, if seen by outsiders, her reputation in the cultivation world will be tarnished. Are you not an outsider?" Silently criticized. Yet, S concerns were not without merit. Although cultivators generally disregard worldly opinions, wherever they go, whispers of who has been intimate with whom inevitably circulate, leading to considerable embarrassment. However, had already anticipated this. Had it been anyone else, they would have been devoured by the Qilin before reaching the cave. Allowing to enter was part of his ulterior motive. Clasped his hands together and said, "Your teachings are noted, but what brings you here?" "I just happen to have the manuscript to hand over to you." "Manuscript?" A flicker of delight crossed S' face. Inside the unnamed cave, she retrieved the manuscript from a distance, turning to examine it. Though she made every effort to suppress her emotions, it was evident that her excitement was palpable. After a moment of silence, suddenly raised his voice in warning, "Do not recite the techniques within." Hurriedly, he added, "This manuscript has been transcribed entirely from memory by me, and many sections are missing or incomplete. Reciting or reciting without proper learning could lead to a reversal of the meridians, or even cause one to operate without proper understanding." His body swayed. "Why did you not mention this earlier?" She collapsed onto the ground, her ample bosom and hips quivering with unexpected elasticity. Rushed to support her, yet to his surprise, gripped his arm with surprising strength, refusing to let go even after rising. Her complexion flushed. "You?" exclaimed in astonishment. Trembling slightly as she held onto his arm, inquired, "How do I stop once the is in motion?" S' face displayed a look of difficulty. "This disciple does not know. The first time, I was forced into dual cultivation by the demoness, and after that, my body ceased to feel heated. Since then, I have not voluntarily operated the again. When dual cultivating with, it was merely the final step. Therefore, I'm unsure how to stop midway. Why did you not say this sooner?" Somewhat exasperated, gripped her clothing tightly. Felt a bit wronged, I had no idea would attempt to operate directly. Besides, by the time I realized, it was already too late. S legs involuntarily pressed together, her body's reaction intensifying. She gritted her teeth slightly. Is there any secret room within this cave? Pointed. Follow this path to the end. There are 3 secret chambers. Inject spiritual energy into the jewels on the stone walls to open them. May I ask what needs the secret chambers for? Feigned curiosity. Mind your own business. Just take care of. Retorted, transforming into a streak of azure light as she sped along the direction pointed by. Stood with his hands on his hips, chuckling as he shook his head. He then crouched down to assist the feigning, gently patting her youthful, tender face. Wake up has already left. His eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened one eye. Noticing the absence of, she suddenly threw herself into his embrace, her small fists pouting. You have gone too far? How am I supposed to face after this? Oh dear. All right, that was merely a moment of impulse, soothed, patting her back. He then added, you must have heard everything just now, right? Inadvertently practiced for my manuscript, and should currently be in a state akin to our dual cultivation. As a man, it is inappropriate for me to inquire. I must ask you to check on's condition. A moment ago, I was seen engaging in dual cultivation with my senior brother, and now I must confront Shu and I. The bashful girl felt a tinge of embarrassment. Chen Jizhong remarked, once the Huan Gong is set in motion, if one cannot halt its flow, one may succumb to the flames of desire and perish. Ling Yun abruptly turned her face, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is it truly so? Chen Jizhong sighed. Indeed, we are unharmed only because we completed all the steps of dual cultivation. However, Shu's current condition is unclear and could be exceedingly perilous. Ling Yun hastily rose. Then I shall go check at once. The junior sister dashed away like a gust of wind. Chen Jizhong remained in place, pondering, oh, Shu, curiosity can lead to one's downfall. The Qingxin Ju, the Bixia Divine Mantra, and the 4 Sacred Meditation Sutra proved futile. Inside the secret chamber, Yin and I sat cross-legged with her heart directed toward the heavens. Yet she faltered once more, plunging her into utter disarray. As the heat within her body intensified, Yin and I realized her impatience had led to a grave calamity. Must the Huan Gong cease its operation, rendering dual cultivation impossible? She recalled Chen Jizhong's earlier words, stating that only after achieving unity could one escape the scorching state. Where could she find such a partner now? Yin's words faltered on the tip of her tongue. Even if a man were present, she might not find him suitable. In her age, there were many female cultivators who had reached the pinnacle of Jiedon, but they were not overly abundant. Thus, Yin and I held her pride. An ordinary man would not suffice for her. Moreover, apart from Chen Jizhong, there were no other men around. Chen Jizhong, Yin and I repeated, perhaps influenced by the Huan Gong. The mere thought of Xian Yangzi's visage sent waves of heat surging within her. Just then, someone outside knocked with spiritual power, allowing her to perceive it clearly. Yin and I looked up at the secret chamber's door, sometimes clenching her teeth and lowering her head, at other times balling her fists in frustration, as if she were in a fierce, internal struggle. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Shu, how are you? Ling Yun, outside the door, appeared anxious, as if she were pulling her hair. Having been seen engaging in dual cultivation with her senior brother earlier, had humiliated her to the point of wanting to hide 1,000 miles away. Yet, she had to summon her courage for Shu's safety. Fortunately, once she spoke, her tension eased somewhat. Seeing no response from within, Ling Yun knocked again. Shu, my brother and I are both worried about you. If you remain silent, I will call my brother to break the door. This small stone door posed no challenge to her senior brother, who was at the Jiedon realm. After several recent dual cultivation sessions, Chen Jizhong had gradually revealed his true strength to Ling Yun, knowing that dual cultivation could enhance power. Ling Yun readily accepted this, understanding that Chen Jizhong's prowess had surged through their shared practice. No, I'm perfectly fine. Upon hearing that Chen Jizhong might come to break the door, Ying's heart trembled, yet her reason compelled her to maintain her defiance. She knew that prolonging this situation would only lead to her fiery demise. However, if Chen Jizhong appeared before her, under the influence of Huan Gong, there was a significant risk of losing control of her emotions and resulting in an incident that should never occur. Oh, Ling Yun called out from outside. Her hands clasped before her, fingers fidgeting. Shu, if you're facing any difficulties, you must speak up. My brother, and I will surely assist you. Dini, consumed by the fire within, snapped. Then I must trouble you to leave and allow me this chamber alone. Ling Yun, startled, stood erect and responded, as you command. She promptly turned to flee, only to collide with Chen Jizhong, who had appeared behind her without her noticing. Brother? Ling Yun rubbed her forehead. Chen Jizhong, with a grave expression, said, Shu's voice sounds distinctly off. She may be forcing herself to hold on for our sake. Bang! Following that, he struck the stone door open. With the door shattered, Yinni's heart raced alarmingly. It was only when Chen Jizhong rushed to her side, concern etched on his face, that she stammered, I'm fine. Yin and I felt an insatiable itch, as if countless ants were crawling over her. Yet she feigned nonchalance, saying, I need to recuperate here, if all is well. You may leave. She waved her hand, urging Chen Jizhong to depart quickly. Unexpectedly, he grasped her hand firmly. The warmth from their skin contact sent a shiver through Yinni's body, compelling her to bite her lip to suppress a sound of pleasure. Inside, she chastised herself for being unable to withstand such a reaction, nearly revealing a disgraceful side before her junior disciples. Chen Jizhong, holding Shu Yinni's hand, noticed her face and neck flushed with a deep crimson hue, realizing that she could no longer suppress the effects of the Hahuan Gong surging within her. Immediately, Ling Yun nodded, preparing to step in for Chen Jizhong. Chen Jizhong then released Shu's hand and prepared to leave. However, as he stood, he felt someone tugging at the hem of his garment. Turning back, he was surprised to find Yin and I, her eyes pleading as she gently shook her head. She then spoke, There is no time. Within the span of an incense stick, if the Hahuan Gong within me is not dispelled, I will perish in flames of desire. Chen Jizhong reassured her, Do not worry, Shu. We are but 100 miles from the heart of the mountain gate. As he said this, he tugged at his clothing. Yet the days Yin and I would not release her grip. In a daze, she said, Ling Yun, go fetch me some cold spring water, aged for over 100 years. Ling Yun hesitated, glancing at Chen Jizhong. He replied, Shu is not in her right mind. She is holding on to me, and I cannot leave. Ling Yun nodded decisively. I will find a cold spring. With that, she transformed into a streak of golden light, darting from the cave. As Ling Yun's lingering aura began to fade, Chen Jizhong felt a heated figure press against his back. He exclaimed, Shu, we are bound by teacher-student relations. We cannot let such things happen. Yinni's two pale arms wrapped around Chen Jizhong's neck from behind, kissing his earlobe and exhaling a hot breath. You've made it easy for yourself. Shu, what shall become of us after this? Chen Jizhong feigned retreat, yet a triumphant smile crept onto his face. We shall discuss such matters later. Yin and I had cast aside all concern, her rationality completely shattered. Where am I to find cold spring water? Ling Yun scoured the vicinity, desperately searching for a source rich in water veins. Yet, while ordinary spring water was easily found, cold spring water was a rarity. Such water, being of an extremely pure Yin attribute, gathered in places untouched by sunlight, accumulating abundant Yin essence over centuries to be deemed a cold spring. Moreover, in such a pressing situation, finding it on short notice was a challenge. However, remembering Shu Yinni's agonizing state, Ling Yun refused to give up. Upon reaching the north side of Wild Wind Valley, she sensed a unique coldness emanating from a shadowed area behind a mountain peak. Could there be a source here? Ling Yun felt a surge of excitement as she followed the energy. Indeed, beneath a rocky wall, she discovered a narrow crack, about the width of her palm. Using her spiritual sense to probe into the crevice, she spotted a pool of clear spring water rippling within the mountain's hollow. Immediately, she employed her water summoning technique to draw a small amount of spring water into her palm. She felt the cold, damp essence emanating from it. It truly was cold spring water. Shu would be saved. Overjoyed, Ling Yun hastily retrieved 2 white jade vials from her storage artifact and filled them with the precious cold spring water. However, an unexpected incident occurred. An unknown creature above was stirring on the cliff, dislodging a patch of moss that landed squarely atop Ling Yun's head. It seems that a light rain has just fallen, leaving the atmosphere fresh and clear. The patch of moss glistens under the radiant sunlight, its green hue almost dazzling. However, Ling Yun is entirely absorbed in guiding the cold spring water and does not notice a delicate fragment of moss that has settled atop her head. It is only when she reaches the entrance of the cave that she realizes she has been gone for half an hour. Worrying about whether her master, Shuin and I, can hold on, she hastens inside. After navigating through several twists and turns, Ling Yun finds and I meditating in a secluded chamber. Chen Jizhong, feeling a twinge of guilt for tricking his junior sister, notices something on Ling Yun's head. "Oh, what is that on your head, junior sister?" he inquires, pulling a piece of moss away to reveal its nature, which brings him some relief. He initially feared that some peculiar law of causality was at play, where being touched by green would inevitably cause one's head to turn green. But upon reflection, such an outrageous notion seems unlikely. Otherwise, when he and Ling Yun were together, would not Xiao Zigui have transformed into a green-haired enchantress? Observing Ling Yun's exhausted demeanor, he knows that she is merely feigning fatigue to attract his attention. He deems that no immediate issues are present. Chen Jizhong turns to her, taking the 2 jade bottles from her hands, and remarks, "This cold spring water is no longer needed by Shu. However, it is said that applying it can render the skin more delicate and smooth." Ling Yun pouts, her gaze wandering elsewhere. "Why are you suddenly mentioning this, senior brother?" With both bottles now in one hand, Chen Jizhong wraps his arm around Ling Yun's shoulder as they walk down the corridor. Once the cold spring has been removed from its source for a few hours, it loses its efficacy. You might as well use it, junior sister. Senior brother, are you thinking of something improper again? Ling Yun protests. How can using cold spring water for skincare be considered a bad thing? Chen Jizhong leans closer to her neck, suggesting, "Let us consider where to begin applying it. Should we start from the feet or the back? Every part of the skin must be treated, lest some areas become smooth and tender while others remain rough like tree bark." "You are exaggerating," Ling Yun retorts. "Let us start with the feet then. I haven't had a chance to properly check if my feet were injured when we descended the mountain." "Senior brother, are you always so unrestrained?" she asks. "Not at all. Only with you," he replies playfully. Meanwhile, Xie Xiaolian, voluntarily playing the bait, is still being pursued by the Qilin beast. In Chapter 93, The Brand, and I, meditating to absorb the harmonious energy, sends out a wisp of spiritual awareness to remain vigilant of her surroundings. This is a customary practice among cultivators to prevent ambushes during meditation. She cannot help but utter a few scolding words as she feels a sharp intake of breath, forcing herself to calm down. For even the slightest disruption in her breathing could lead to a mild tearing pain. Chen Jizhong, intending to showcase his skills, realizes his implications may have been misinterpreted. I bites her lips slightly, her brows furrowing, her meditative expression resembling that of a compassionate guanyin. Yet, only she knows that this is merely a small pain lingering after moments of exquisite pleasure. After this incident, how could she continue to interact with him as teacher and student? I feels a twinge of regret. However, in her previous state of mind, she acted on instinct, unable to resist. Having absorbed the harmonious energy has indeed loosened her cultivation somewhat, but to break through to the golden core stage, she suspects many more rounds of dual cultivation will be necessary to accumulate sufficient harmonious energy. This predicament weighs heavily on her, for as they are in a teacher-student relationship, such an occurrence complicates future interactions. The most prudent solution would be to sever all ties. Nevertheless, she finds herself unable to distance from Chen Jizhong just yet. While she could seek other male cultivators to assist her in practicing the Hahuan technique, despite having never taken a partner before, her horizons have broadened. Finding someone who could stir her heart, as Chen Jizhong does, may prove challenging. Sighing, I decides to take things one step at a time, resolving not to see Chen Jizhong for the time being, at least until her body has recuperated. Meanwhile, Ling Yun sits on a soft stool, propped up with her right hand behind her, her left fist resting on her chin, her cheeks flushed as she bites her lip. With dreamy eyes, she gazes at Chen Jizhong, who is half squatting before her. Although she protests with her cherry lips, her expression betrays her enjoyment. Chen Jizhong, noticing her reluctance, employs various techniques with his hands. The mild discomfort sends Ling Yun into a state of ecstatic agony. "Senior brother, I can't take it anymore," she exclaims. Chen Jizhong laughs, while Ling Yun's tears fall, yet she cannot help but giggle, her body shaking with laughter. "All right, let us change locations for the massage." As Chen Jizhong releases her, Ling Yun's feet retreat like a little rabbit beneath her crossed legs. She raises her face, saying, No, I truly cannot take it anymore. If I'm already like this from foot massage, What will happen if you use those hands of yours on other places? Ling Yun shivers at the thought, fearing she might lose control. You mean laugh uncontrollably, right? What shall we do with the remaining cold spring water? Chen Jizhong asks, shaking a bottle that has been partially used. How about I help you with a massage? Ling Yun suggests, rolling up her sleeves. Not all. I take my leave. Chen Jizhong bows and departs swiftly, leaving Ling Yun momentarily stunned. Chen Jizhong is aware of how strong Ling Yun's grip can be. If she were to massage him, he could experience immense tenderness, but he doubts his bones could withstand the strength of those hands that wield a large sword. Ling Yun, having just experienced a foot massage, feels her blood circulating freely and rests on the soft couch in the room, not pursuing him. Chen Jizhong, relieved, seeks another spot within the cave. Once assured of his privacy, he releases Zhao Xiaozong's spirit. Zhao Xiaozong's spirit has nearly lost all form, appearing as a barely visible mist, as if a single breeze could disperse it. This will help sustain you for a few more days, Chen Jizhong remarks, pouring out the 2 bottles of cold spring water. Using his spiritual energy, he transforms it into pure attribute spiritual energy, infusing it into Zhao Xiaozong's spirit. As the nourishing energy flows in, Zhao Xiaozong's spirit begins to solidify, regaining a human outline and opening his eyes. Upon seeing Chen Jizhong, Zhao Xiaozong speaks. Do you remember me, dear friend? We have met before. Chen Jizhong nods. Though our encounter was brief, I still recall your grace. Zhao Lingjin sighs with slight relief, then responds, what grace? That is all in the past. She quickly shifts the topic. Though we have met several times, I still do not know your name. I hope you can forgive my abruptness, but I have a matter to entrust to you. I am Zhao Lingjin, and I will briefly explain who I am, where I come from, and what I do. I was ambushed, and I wish to request your assistance in delivering a message to the Tianzong Sacred Mountain. Inform them that I have perished and that they must not trust anyone impersonating me. But you're clearly still alive, Chen Jizhong interjects, deliberately changing the subject while marveling at Zhao Lingjin's decision. According to Zillian, the demons have already sent someone to impersonate the Tianzong saint. Zhao Lingjin's judgment is correct, yet she has underestimated the audacity of the demons. She is disregarded as a mere lesser sect master, with others choosing instead to support a false holy master. Zhao Lingjin smiled faintly, casting her gaze upon her own form. My current appearance, ethereal and dissipating, is merely a matter of time. Had it not been for this, I would not have entrusted such a perilous task to my companion. Raising her head, Zhao Lingjin's gaze was piercing. Chen Jizhong stepped back slightly, clasping his fists. I fear I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Not to mention that the Tianzong Sacred Mountain is a great distance from here, over 10,000 li. How can I convince the people of Tianzong to believe this message? Zhao Lingjin furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment, then reached out to grasp Chen Jizhong's left hand. However, as she is a spiritual entity, Chen Jizhong merely felt his hands enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy, followed by a sharp pain in his palm. Upon opening his hand, he beheld a silver peony, outlined in delicate lines, shimmering with ethereal light. He could faintly sense the same spiritual fluctuations as those emanating from Zhao Lingjin. In the nameless cave, Chen Jizhong shifted his gaze from the silver peony imprint on his palm to Zhao Lingjin before him. Lesser Sect Master Zhao, this seems a bit unreasonable. I have yet to agree to help convey the message. Zhao Lingjin's words faltered. Indeed, the other party had not formally consented to her request. Throughout this exchange, it was she who had been overly impatient and presumptuous. Perhaps you might reconsider, my friend. This matter pertains to the survival of the righteous path of Bihai Prefecture. You are using the survival of the righteous path as leverage against me? Chen Jizhong displayed a look of disdain. Zhao Lingjin quickly waved her hands in explanation. No, I merely hope you might consider the plight of the common folk. Chen Jizhong's expression darkened further, prompting Zhao Lingjin to cease her words. If he does not care for the survival of the common folk, then what does he care about? Zhao Lingjin found herself in a quandary. Chen Jizhong flicked his sleeve dismissively. Cultivators can be selfish. I seek only longevity in my life. No one should attempt to coerce me with notions of righteousness. However, I can be bought with gold. After all, the one before me is the young master of Tianzong. One should not miss the opportunity to benefit. Furthermore, for a girl like Zhao Lingjin, mere compliance may not forge a closer bond. She has never lacked for sycophants throughout her life. Therefore, Could the D-Inxi in herb serve as a reward for delivering the message? Zhao Lingjin spoke tentatively after a moment's pause. Initially, Chun Jizhong merely stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly admiring a spiritual herb sprouting from a crevice nearby. Upon hearing the name of the D-Inxi in herb, however, he seemed to grasp its significance, mentally repeating it. Chun Jizhong inquired of Zhao Lingjin, "How many of these does Tianzong possess?" Sensing his interest, Zhao Lingjin felt a glimmer of hope and replied, "Surely you know that the D-Inxi in herb can guarantee a peak Jidan cultivator's breakthrough to the Jindan realm. Hence, it has incited numerous conflicts since ancient times. Even Tianzong possesses only 13 stalks. 6 stalks." Chun Jizhong gazed at the silver peony in his palm, slowly forming a fist. "In exchange for 6 stalks of the D-Inxi in herb, I shall ensure the message is delivered." Zhao Lingjin was taken aback by Chun Jizhong's prompt agreement. Yet her objective had been achieved. She concluded, "I will leave a letter imbued with my essence, ensuring you receive the D-Inxi in herb once the message is delivered." "Very well." Chun Jizhong waved his left hand, spreading ink upon a large stone. "Lesser Sect Master Zhao, please bear with me. This cave is yet to be properly organized. It matters not." Zhao Lingjin levitated a rather ordinary spiritual brush from a distance, infusing it with spiritual energy to write. As Chun Jizhong observed the characters formed by the brush's tip, he suddenly felt illiterate. Upon closer inspection, he realized Zhao Lingjin had inscribed a unique script resembling a cipher. He could not help but marvel at how the world of cultivation had affluent families with their own written language. Creating a script is no less than an accomplishment of civilization. Soon, Zhao Lingjin finished writing, and Chun Jizhong produced a jade box to store the letter. "Will you not take a look?" Zhao Lingjin inquired, wondering if he feared she would malign him in the letter, leading to his demise upon its reception. It is not surprising that Zhao Lingjin's thoughts were dark. Her recent experiences had exposed her to enough conspiracies and the unpredictable nature of humanity. This is a business transaction. Since it is a business, there must be a sense of contractual obligation. I'm only responsible for conveying the message. And as long as this letter allows me to complete my task, I shall not concern myself with anything else. Chun Jizhong would not admit his inability to comprehend. However, based on Zhao Lingjin's reaction, it was either that she was intentionally showcasing the script or the text was not a cipher, but simply beyond his understanding. Given Zhao Lingjin's current predicament, where she relied on him, the former possibility seemed unlikely. Otherwise, this lesser sect Master Zhao would be courting disaster. Chun Jizhong cradled his chin with one hand, gazing at Zhao Lingjin. "Now that everything has been addressed, why are you still alive?" "What?" Zhao Lingjin's small head was filled with confusion, and upon realization, she exclaimed, "I have merely lost my physical form. I am not truly dead. As long as there is spiritual energy to nurture me, I will not perish immediately." Zhao Lingjin added hastily, "The reason I entrusted you is solely because I cannot travel long distances in this state, let alone traverse those perilous regions." Moreover, Zhao Lingjin glanced at the 2 empty jade bottles beside Chun Jizhong. "Do you have any more of that spring water rich in attribute spiritual energy?" "None left. Just this little bit. You may as well wait for death." Chun Jizhong replied with a slight smile. Zhao Lingjin's face displayed disappointment and lingering desire. Clearly, that cold spring water had an excellent nourishing effect on her. As for Chun Jizhong, he was more concerned about the 6 stalks of D-Inxi in herb as a reward. If all goes well, Xiaozi Gui could attempt to break into the Jindan realm within 10 years. Uncle Ina and I is close at hand, not to mention the promising Lingyun junior sister. Therefore, Chun Jizhong must at least prepare 1 stalk of D-Inxi in herb for each of them. Essentially, had Zhao Lingjin offered something else as a reward, Chun Jizhong might have flatly refused for his own sake. Previously, he had struck down the group of evil cultivators pursuing Zhao Lingjin to silence them. At that moment, Chun Jizhong could not guarantee whether those evil cultivators would turn against him. Thus, he chose to strike first. Unsurprisingly, that group of evil cultivators had no intention of leaving. Both parties seemed to share a certain tacit understanding. "I seem more suited to being an evil cultivator," Chun Jizhong mused humorously. "With that, I shall take my leave." Chun Jizhong declared, turning to depart. "My master has absorbed enough. I must assess the situation. My master is simply too captivating. If possible, I would like to experience it once more." "Wait." Zhao Lingjun suddenly called out to him, her face revealing hesitation and struggle, but ultimately, she made up her mind. Chen Daoyu, I have one more request. I know this request may be somewhat excessive, but Zhao Lingjun tilted her head as if a question mark hovered above her head. She had not anticipated that Chen Jizhong was indeed treating this as a business transaction, unwilling to yield even a fraction of profit. Zhao Lingjun adjusted her mindset and said, earlier, you stored me within the jade pendant, and I could distinctly feel the rate of spiritual energy loss within me slowing. Therefore, I kindly ask you to continue keeping me inside the jade pendant. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot about that. Chen Jizhong paused momentarily. His senior brother had survived in the jade pendant for so long. Similarly, as a complete soul, Zhao Lingjun should be able to endure for some time, even without a supply of spiritual energy while residing in the pendant. But that will require additional compensation. Chen Jizhong thought to himself. Outwardly, he replied, this is indeed an unexpected development. However, if you find it beneficial, allowing you to remain in the jade pendant should not pose any significant issue. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingjun's eyes glimmered with gratitude as she gazed deeply at Chen Jizhong. Thank you, Chen Daoyu. I, Zhao Lingjun, vow that if your journey is successful, Tianzong shall reward you handsomely. Chen Jizhong smiled faintly, uttering no more words, and turned to exit the nameless cave. Zhao Lingjun nestled herself into the jade pendant around his waist, which indeed belonged to Chen Jizhong. As a valued client, Zhao Lingjun was entitled to a single room and could not share accommodations with her senior brother. Chapter 95. A loving mother, what brings you here? In the secret chamber with the door kicked down, Yin and I observed Chen Jizhong walking in slowly. Recalling their recent in-depth conversation, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. She was unaware that her voice trembled slightly, betraying a hint of undeniable shyness and anxiety. Her gaze flickered, unable to meet Chen Jizhong's profound eyes, as if fearing that his penetrating stare might unveil the secrets of her heart. However, Chen Jizhong maintained an expression of calm, seemingly oblivious to Yin Ni's embarrassment. He spoke gently. Do you know about the Dengxian grass? Yin and I paused momentarily, then recalled having seen the name of this spiritual herb in an ancient text. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself and replied, the Dengxian grass has 9 leaves and dual stems. When illuminated by the moonlight, it releases a radiant spectrum. If consumed whole by a peak Jidon cultivator, there is a 10-fold chance of advancing to the Jindan realm. Yet this herb is exceedingly rare, and ancient texts scarcely document instances of successful advancement after consumption. Why do you bring this up all of a sudden? Chen Jizhong nodded slightly, not pressing her, merely standing quietly as if he had something more to say. Observing this, Yin and I couldn't help but comment, I detest those who beat around the bush. Speak your mind. Chen Jizhong slightly clasped his hands. Disciple has come upon an opportunity. If I can accomplish a certain task, perhaps I could obtain the Dengxian grass. However, this matter is fraught with peril, and I am hesitant to inform junior sister Lingyun. If she learns of it, she will undoubtedly forbid me from proceeding. You undertake this endeavor for Lingyun's future advancement to Jindan. She will certainly feel your concern and will not let you go easily. Yin and I nodded slightly, though her eyes flickered. She mused that this Xinyangzi treated Lingyun quite well. Whether or not the Dengxian grass existed was another matter. Just a piece of news could spur him into action, demonstrating Chen Jizhong's care for Lingyun. Chen Jizhong perceived the subtle shift in Yin Ni's expression and spoke slowly. No, junior sister has only just reached the 5th level of Jidon. If her cultivation proceeds smoothly, it will take at least 15 years before she can attempt to break through to Jindan. My journey is, in truth, for you. Yin and I lifted her head slowly. For me? Why is that? Disciple knows that your cultivation has stagnated at the peak of Jidon for many years. After our recent dual cultivation, there ought to be signs of a breakthrough, no? Chen Jizhong intentionally paused, and indeed, Yin and I displayed a somewhat flustered expression, yet she still attempted to maintain her composure. But how do you know my cultivation has been stagnant for so long? During dual cultivation, one can hear the heart's voice of the other half. Did you not notice? Chen Jizhong spoke as if sharing an intriguing insight. Yin Ni's face flushed crimson, her ears burning. I did not realize. The piercing pain from that moment lingered vividly in her memory. She wondered how many of her secrets Chen Jizhong was aware of. Yin Ni's heart raced like a startled deer. She struggled to calm the turmoil within, yet found herself utterly unable to control it. Noticing her unease, Chen Jichong cleared his throat and continued, Junior sister, I embark on this journey to seek the Dengxian grass, hoping to assist you in breaking through to the Jindan realm. Once you surpass this bottleneck, the path ahead will undoubtedly broaden. The sect leader need not bear the burden alone. Chen Jichong shifted his approach. Most importantly, it allows me to make amends for my debts to you. Make amends? Listening to Chen Jichong's words, Ina and I felt belittled. Her lips parted slightly. What transpired before was out of necessity. If we were to speak of gratitude, I should be thanking you. Without your intervention, I might have perished due to my own moment of carelessness. Inni's voice grew softer as she spoke. Although she was a peak Jidan cultivator, she had never engaged with a man in such a manner, let alone experienced that kind of intimacy. The bliss of that moment lingered in her memory, yet articulating it left her feeling bashful. What surprised her further was Chen Jichong's evident concern for her, even willing to risk himself in pursuit of the Dengxian grass. Taking a deep breath, she replied, Xinyangzi, I appreciate your good intentions. However, the Dengxian grass is exceedingly rare, and your quest is fraught with danger. I urge you to reconsider. If there is a compelling reason to go, I hope that, upon obtaining the Dengxian grass, you will reserve it for Lingyun. Chen Jichong shook his head resolutely. Junior sister, no, Yin and I, please allow me to address you thus. I am not a sentimental person. What transpired between us cannot allow me to remain before you as a disciple. The Dengxian grass is merely a gift I wish to bring you, something that cannot be measured by value, to express my sincerity. What sincerity? Do not speak of such things lightly. Yin and I felt a sense of discomfort at Chen Jichong's boldness in addressing her by name. This discomfort stemmed not from a breach of decorum, but from the collapse of the barrier she had erected between them, which had prevented their relationship from progressing further. Ignoring Yin's command, Chen Jichong continued, Moreover, I believe that if you can break through to the Jindan realm, our entire sect will benefit as a result. Thus, my journey is not solely for you, but for the entire sect. For the sect. Yin and I was deeply moved by Chen Jichong's words. Indeed, if she were to become a master at the Jindan level, the upcoming Wanzhong conference could elevate the Shaoyang sword sect to a higher standing. If all went well, in 70 or 80 years, she and the sect leader, also at the Jindan level, might advance to the Yuanying realm. This could potentially reunite the Shaoyang sword sect, which had splintered into 3 factions, into a single formidable force. Gazing into Chen Jichong's determined eyes, Yin and I realized she could not deter his decision, nor did she have any justification to do so. Thus, she slowly nodded. Since you have made up your mind, I shall no longer dissuade you. But remember, you must act cautiously and protect yourself. Chen Jichong clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Disciple will heed your counsel, junior sister. Additionally, I have one more request. Given my commitment, how could you refuse? Quien Jishang harbored ulterior motives.